Chapter 14:11 Combat Meeting. The furniture in the restaurant is all in a rough and satisfying style. The wooden table looks particularly sturdy. The long stool is also made of logs split in the middle. The side that was flattened by the planer is facing up. And a few stool legs are crudely nailed to the bottom. Just place them on both sides of the dining table. Walls made of spliced wooden boards could also be seen around the room. Surdak looked at the creamy soup in the plate, wiped his hands, broke off a piece of white bread, dipped it in the soup and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste is much worse than expected. The soup is cold. And in addition to the milky taste, it also has a cold, fishy and very greasy taste. It feels like eating bread dipped in some meat oil. In the mouth. If Soldak hadn't seen Duke Newman just finishing the soup on the plate and finally wiping the bottom of the plate with bread, Soldak might even have thought that this soup might have been cooked specifically to treat him. But obviously Duke Newman didn't have to do this. Thinking of this, Surdak stared at the milky white liquid on the plate, wondering what was added to it to make this soup taste so bad. Duke Newman's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. He saw that Soldak did not dip his bread into the soup and took a second bite, but looked at the plate hesitantly. And then, he really believed what Marquis Luther said in a letter. Introduce. The young man in front of him really came from a commoner family. Although he has now become a great lord of the Ganbu Plain, he has not had much contact with the lifestyle of the nobles. What Surdak didn't know was that the white bread on this plate was indeed very ordinary. But the dipping sauce was made from dragon's bone marrow mixed with milk. Regular consumption of dragon bone marrow can improve the body's mana affinity. This thing can be said to be a delicacy on the dining table of the upper-class nobles. Only a big shot like Duke Newman can bring such precious ingredients to the dining table. Surdak meticulously drank the creamy soup on his plate, and stuffed the last bit of white bread into his mouth. The food in his stomach had released a trace of mana, and his stomach gave the most correct feedback at this moment. He was not full. He seemed to be hungrier after eating the soup and white bread on the plate. Duke Newman seemed to have known this would happen, and his eyes fell behind Soldak. A cook immediately brought over a dinner plate with 5 steaks on it. These steaks were cut very delicately, and even had some peppery sauce on them. However, there was something wrong with the doneness of these steaks. Soldak thought they might have been taken out within 3 seconds of being put in the frying pan. The 5-piece steak was only lightly fried, and the skin only changed color slightly. These steaks looked more like pieces of raw meat, but they were indeed very fresh. Soldak even felt that the muscle fibers of the steaks were still shaking. Surdak only forked 2 pieces, and then put down his fork. He found that the food on the table was very ordinary, and he did not expect that Duke Newman would be so friendly to the people in his daily life. Duke Newman saw that Surdak only forked 2 pieces of fried meat, so he motioned with his eyes to the cook to fork 2 more pieces for Surdak, and finally simply put the last piece on Surdak's plate. The cold soup just now was mixed with some dragon bone marrow, so the taste may be a little weird, but as long as you get used to it, you will find that the oily and mellow inside is delicious. Duke Newman handed the napkin to the maid aside, and then said to Soldak. Surdak had never even heard of this ingredient, but he knew that as long as the food had the word dragon in it, it couldn't be cheap. He looked down at the steaks on the plate with some understanding, not knowing what to say about these raw meats. Duke Newman's rich and gentle voice came over again. This is the neck meat of the Diplosaurus from the Dendrobium Plain. After hunting, in order to maintain the freshness of the food, it was sent here without stopping. Surdak opened his mouth wide and picked up a piece of steak with a fork. It was impossible to tell that it was actually a piece of earth dragon meat. The attendant brought a cup of tea to Duke Newman. Duke Newman looked at Soldak with gentle eyes. Young people should eat more if they have a good appetite. After the Second Revolution, relying on hard exercise can no longer satisfy the body's strength accumulation. Some people choose to stimulate the inner potential in the body, and some choose to use external forces to increase their strength, such as achieving some goals with the elemental world. Contract. Food supplements are a relatively mild way to increase strength. The only disadvantage of this method is that the progress is slow. You need to take it for a long time to feel the improvement in strength. Although the resources in the Ganbu Plain are scarce. At least one plain lord. I know you are running the Ganbu Plain pretty well now. As long as the situation in Makuso can be stabilized, it is not difficult to have these things in front of you. Disaster. While Soldak was eating the steak, Duke Newman began to feed Soldak chicken soup. After all, the young knight in front of him is the commander of the Western Route Army, and his direct troops account for half of the Western Route Army. If we talk about who has the most dazzling record in the Bena province in the past 2 years, the commander of the Eastern Route Army, Marquis Edmund Arnold, must indeed be ranked first. After all, he has achieved brilliant results in Rocky, and has also fought in these years. He has won countless battles, and has always surpassed Marquis Luther in terms of military achievements. But Marquis Luther and the young man he chose. Duke Newman knew that the young officer in front of him was also considered to have outstanding military exploits. In the 2 battles against the demon army, even though it was only the Hell Dog Legion, it was able to complete a comeback against the wind in an isolated and helpless situation. This is something that even Marquis Edmund Arnold would find difficult to achieve. Beta Province needs such outstanding plain lords. This time Duke Newman summoned Marquis Edmund Arnold and Soldak to the Warsaw Plain, mainly because he wanted to take the opportunity to investigate, and also to reverse the difficult situation of the Warsaw Plain. Although the Warsaw Plain is now so bad, it's in the bones. But this is a fertile plain rich in resources. The Busman family once relied on the products of the Warsaw Plain to rank 3rd among the richest plain lords in the Green Empire. If it weren't for this, Duke Newman wouldn't have been squatting in this plain for 8 years with the Bena army. Although the current Warsaw Plain is completely rotten to the core, it still has huge potential for development after it is broken and rebuilt. Just talking about the 2 mithril mines in Orton's County makes all the great lords of the Green Empire salivate. Soldak swallowed the steak on the plate while listening to Duke Newman's teachings. Although it was almost raw meat, the delicious taste was like eating tuna belly dipped in wasabi soy sauce. And for the first time, he felt that his stomach seemed to be able to send messages, giving him a stronger appetite. He has never liked eating raw food, but now he can't wait to eat a few more pieces. Soldak didn't believe what Duke Newman just said. At least he had never eaten these high-end ingredients at Marquis Luther's house. Although Marquis Luther has no independent plain, but he has large territories on several plains. Marquis Luther can own a huge army, so it is impossible without certain assets. It's just that Hathaway, as the first heir, usually doesn't pay much attention to these things, and Soldak only knows some information one-sidedly. I heard you are a paladin. Soldak nodded, sat up straight, and wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth. All he wanted now was to drink a glass of sweet wine and then sleep comfortably. Yes, then the options for these Warcraft ingredients are much greater, Duke Newman said with satisfaction. Soldak didn't understand why Duke Newman said this. He glanced hesitantly at Duke Newman. Duke Newman explained to him. The plain of Warsaw has been occupied by evil spirits for many years. Some monsters are contaminated with black devil energy. If you eat the flesh and blood of these monsters for a long time, some devil energy will be deposited in the body, which will cause irreversible damage to the body. This kind of black demonic energy can be purified with the power of holy light. So for you, this kind of magical beast meat is not harmful. Soldak hunted many magical beasts, and most of the ingredients he obtained were sold in the free market. To be honest, although he also eats it, he doesn't eat it often. Listening to Duke Newman's words, it is obvious that there must always be some World of Warcraft ingredients on the dining table at home in the future. Duke Newman's summons seemed to be just to have a big meal with Soldak. The Duke did not ask for any news about the army and the garrison, and Soldak did not mention the issue of material supplies for the military logistics department. What followed was a pre-battle meeting in the command post. Commander Edmund Arnold was not present at this meeting. The Eastern Route Army led by him needed to pass through Handanar County and reach the western border for garrisoning. Soldak was just studying the battle plan in front of the map with a group of Bena army commanders. In fact, the mission assigned to Soldak by the military headquarters is very simple. The mission of the Western Route Army is to garrison the mountain forest camp in northern Handanar County. Probably because he was worried that he had just arrived and was very unfamiliar with the evil ghost army in the Warsaw Plain. He was only stationed along the forest camp, and there was no need to attack Mayun Ridge. This time, the Bena Legion launched a large-scale counterattack from along the Moss River. The constructed swordsman regiment and the heavy cavalry regiment in the Bena Legion almost gathered towards the Moss River, as Duke Newman entered the other lord armies of the Warsaw Plain. They also need to drink soup in this battle, and each of them also has some battle plans. Soldak only needed to sit down and listen quietly. Anyway, no matter how the commanders and lords argued, it seemed to have nothing to do with him. He only needs to stop the evil ghost army in the mountains in the northern part of Handanar County, to the north of the forest farm camp, and try to prevent the evil ghost army from entering the large meadow at the rear of Handanar County. Soldak sat in the corner of the combat command room. The seats here were relatively comfortable. They were placed in a circle around a long square table. On the table was a huge map made of cowhide. Soldak was holding a water glass. I listened quietly all day long. As for the other officers, they were all having heated discussions. However, there were 7 operational plans for the Moss River counterattack, and each plan seemed to have been proven with a lot of demonstrations. The officers in the command post were spitting. Serdek was one of the spectators, and many of the officers who listened were the leaders of the main regiments in the Lord's army. Serdek had just arrived, and Duke Newman did not introduce him too much. None of the regiment leaders knew him. They saw that Serdek was not too old, had a tall build, and was wearing a set of magic patterns, heavy armor. Everyone thought he might have an order of constructed knights in his hands. A constructed swordsman officer sitting next to Serdek held a white sheepskin booklet in his hand. He was still listening to the commander's discussion at first, but later, he felt sleepy while sitting on the chair. There was a sound of snoring as soon as I woke up, and the quill in my hand fell to the ground. Duke Newman, who was standing in front of the map, was discussing the way to cross the river. The commander suddenly heard a snore, and everyone's eyes fell on the officer in the corner. Serdek secretly poked the officer and woke him up from his deep sleep. Duke Newman's face turned livid. He just glanced this way and continued to discuss the battle plan. The commanders also quickly regained their composure and continued the discussion following Duke Newman's train of thought. The officer woke up from his confusion and realized that he had embarrassed himself in front of a group of commanders. He immediately blushed. He picked up the unused quill from the ground and looked at Sue beside him with an embarrassed look. Serdek forced a smile to him. "Thank you." The officer lowered his voice and thanked Serdek. His accent was not from Talapagan, and he was obviously not from Benna. Serdek didn't say anything, just smiled at him. He held a map of a large meadow in his hand. There were only a few rivers on this map, and then there were the northern mountains. The officer's sleepiness disappeared, and he wanted to find someone to chat with. Seeing Serdek sitting next to him holding a map and looking at it, he stretched his neck and leaned over to look at it. He found that the map was almost as clean as white paper, with only some mountains drawn on the edge. He asked in surprise, "What's so interesting about this map?" Serdek said nothing. The officer became interested and lowered his voice and said to Serdek, "This large meadow is the buffer zone between the northern border and Handanar County. If there weren't several rivers in between, it wouldn't even be considered a buffer zone. Once the evil ghost army breaks out from Mullion Ridge, you can stand under the city wall of Handanar County within 10 days. Then you think that if you want to stop the evil ghost army in Mullion Ridge from entering this meadow, where should you deploy your army?" Serdek asked curiously. "If you really want me to tell the truth, I can't do it anywhere," the officer said with a shrug. "The evil ghost legion is not like us cavalry who want to take the flat road. They really want to enter the big meadow without passing through the forest farm camp. It is not difficult for them to cross the mountains. The reason why they did not rush directly from Mullion Ridge, the main reason for Big Meadow, is that they are worried that the garrison at the forest farm camp and the army from Handanar City will surround them." After the officer finished speaking, he licked the tip of the quill in his hand, reached out, and drew an arrow on the parchment map in Serdek's hand. Chapter 14:12 Handanar. Serdek did not expect to meet such an interesting officer at the pre-war meeting. His foresight on the frontline battlefield of Moyonling was completely consistent with his own thoughts. According to what this officer said, once the evil ghost army on Mullion Ridge wanted to forcefully enter the big meadow, the Western Route army stationed at the forest camp would not be able to stop them. The reason why they dare not enter Handanar County now is because they are worried about being cheated by the 300,000 Benna troops stationed around Handanar City. But when Benna's army launched a large-scale attack on Cornbird County, the large garrison in Handanar City overwhelmed the Moss River. At that time, the evil ghost army on Mullion Ridge penetrated directly into the hinterland of Handanar County. You will not be besieged by multiple armies. When the time comes, the garrison at the forest farm camp will not be able to stop them no matter what. The evil ghost army can choose any peak in the Gandil Mountains that stretches for hundreds of miles as a breakthrough point and point its sword directly at Handanar City. The officer believed that the best way to prevent the Moyonling Evil Ghost Legion from entering Handanar County was to suppress them in the mountains of Moyonling. This idea coincided with Serdek's idea. Serdek walked out of the camp war room, and the sky was filled with red clouds. The mountains and fields will be covered in twilight, and there are large herds of cattle and sheep on the green grass in the distance. They are walking on the edge of the distant horizon, forming a slow-moving black line. There are no towering mountains around Handanar City. It is like a bright pearl on a large meadow. The Poseidon River meanders through this plain, like a platinum necklace pierced through this pearl. There are also large refugee areas outside Handanar City, but the refugee tents set up in these places look very neat. There are very clear street divisions between the tents, and each area has a channel leading to the river. The refugee area is very wide. From time to time a group of guards would pass by on the avenue. It can be seen that the security in this area is pretty good. And what surprised Serdek was that there was actually a workshop area downstream of the river in the refugee area outside the city, such as a slaughterhouse, a leather workshop, a metallurgical workshop, etc. The refugees here lived outside the city. Serdek ducked past by this area and happened to see a large group of civilians leaving the workshop area, converging on the temporarily formed streets, and heading towards the shanty towns outside the city. As other counties in the Warsaw Plain were successively captured by the evil Ghost Legion, a large number of refugees fled to Epsom County, trying to enter Iverson Province through the portal in Epsom City. At the same time, a large number of refugees were stranded outside Epsom City. There are also quite a few refugees who are unwilling to leave the Warsaw Plain, or know that they have no chance to leave, so they simply fled to Handenar County. Compared with Epsom City, it is easier for refugees here to make a living. Serdek entered Handenar City on horseback and walked along the central shopping street towards the noble district. The situation in the city is much better than that in Epsom City. It is more like a large material transit place. Countless businesses gather in the city. Four-wheel trucks transporting large amounts of materials can be seen everywhere on the street. And there are many shops on the street. You can find almost all kinds of goods on the street. Nowadays, supplies in the Warsaw Plain can only be entered through the portal of Iverson City. The lords of the Busman family and the entire Warsaw Plain have been crippled, leaving only the Bena army stationed in Handenar County. And the lords of the Busman family were forced to retreat to Epsom County, guarding the last gate. It has to be said that Duke Newman is also making a big gamble this time. If you win, you will become the leader in dividing the big cake of Warsaw Plain. If it loses, the Bena province will not be able to expand significantly for at least a few years. Serdek still has some profound memories of this city. Although the city has changed dramatically, and many buildings on the streets have been newly built, the streets here still have shadows in his memory. Serdek still remembers the battle with the graduates of the Bena Swordsman Academy in the city. The enthusiastic Beatrice, the proud Hathaway like a princess, and the decisive and willful Darcy Christie. At that time, I was only a reserve knight, and they were a group of noble ladies who had just graduated from the academy. Now, the city is more lively than that time, with busy streets and numerous shops. There are not only a large number of Bena troops gathered here, but also many business groups, adventure groups, and mercenary groups. Countless people take risks in pursuit of violence and war. At the same time, a large number of people from other counties poured into Handenar County, hoping to obtain asylum from the Bena army here. Although the refugees here have an easier time living than those in Epsom City, the shortage of supplies is also the biggest problem here. In the evening, the city gates of Handenar City are still open. You can see long queues outside the bakeries on the street. There is a lot of green smoke coming out of the chimneys outside the bakeries, and the hot cakes are drying on the wooden racks. Baked wheat cakes and various breads. Gulaitem smelled the aroma of wheat floating on the street, and patted his stomach and refused to continue walking. So Serdek took advantage of his noble privileges, ignored the long queue waiting to buy wheat cakes, and stopped in front of the bakery. The bakery clerk was also very smart and took the initiative to ask Serdek, "Sir, would you like some bread?" Serdek nodded and said with a straight face, "Bring me 10 freshly baked wheat cakes." When people around him saw him like this, they were already surprised. Even the person at the front of the line was waiting patiently. Serdek didn't buy much. The store clerk was busy counting 10 sheets of baked wheat cakes, and was about to bundle them up and hand them to Serdek. But he was taken over by the two-headed ogre on the side. Serdek glanced at the clerk. 70 coppers, the store clerk said to Serdek cautiously. This price is 3.5 times more expensive than the baked wheat cakes in Doden Town. However, Serdek knew that this was considered very conscientious for the price of wheat flour in the Warsaw Plain. Serdek touched his money bag and found that he couldn't find a copper plate in his pocket. Fortunately, he took out a shining silver coin from the gold coin and threw it to the shop assistant, and then did not say anything else. Continue to stay and lead Gulaitem through the lively streets and towards the aristocratic district. When we found the Maple Pudding Hotel in the aristocratic neighborhood, it was completely dark. This hotel was renovated 2 years ago, and now it is a high-end hotel specially open to nobles. Many parts of the hotel are decorated with gold and silver, and there are almost no other shortcomings except that it is expensive. Serdek wants to find in a quiet room. The hotel waiter arranged for Serdek to be in a luxurious suite on the top floor. The room not only had a living room, bedroom and bathroom, but also a large balcony with a view. Although it was completely dark when Serdek moved in, Standing on the balcony on the top floor of the hotel, you could enjoy the most beautiful night view of Handanar City. Nowadays, the city's gates are open day and night. So this is a city that never sleeps. Gulidam was still sleeping under the hibiscus tree in the center of the garden behind the hotel. Serdak called Aphrodite over. The two of them snuggled on the wicker chairs on the balcony of the top floor. There were 2 glasses of ale, and a plate of lizard on the round table. Claw fruit. Aphrodite wore a long suspender skirt, and the close-fitting tailoring style fully displayed her devilish figure. A dazzling white putty glowed like a pearl in the night. Her lips were painted dark purple, and the corners of her lips were slightly raised, with a lazy look that was half a smile. The round arms like suet wrapped around Serdak's neck from behind, and put his pointed chin on Serdak's shoulder. Every time he breathed, the fragrance seemed to come from Serdak's ear. The edge of the outline is crossed. Serdak's eyes passed through the dazzling prosperity in front of him, and fell into the darkness outside the city. Taking a sip of the ale with floating ice cubes in his hand, Aphrodite helped him peel a lizard claw fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. "What do you think if I bring the wheat flour hoarded in Helensa here?" Serdak closed his eyes, and lay on the wicker chair, and said to Aphrodite. Aphrodite and Serdak huddled on a wicker chair, leaning their heads against his ear and whispering softly. "Hey, a plain lord would act like a mercenary businessman, reselling food across plains. Where is your pride?" Opening his eyes, the sky full of stars appeared in his field of vision. Serdak turned his head to face Aphrodite and said, "The most basic living supplies are lacking here, so I thought I could give it a try. After all, I have so many magic belts. It shouldn't be difficult to transport the wheat flour stored there." Aphrodite looked at Serdak speechlessly. She left her daughter behind and came here just to enjoy the world between them. But he actually said this. "Do you think there are any magicians from the Astrologers Guild who would do this?" Serdak asked. "What do you think?" Aphrodite didn't want to answer directly, so she asked him. Serdak kissed her pouty lips and said with a smile, "You mean those magicians wouldn't be so stupid to travel thousands of miles across plains just to transport a batch of wheat flour?" Aphrodite blinked and said nothing. Serdak raised his upper body with his left arm, pressed Aphrodite on the wicker chair and whispered, "Then let's give it a try. Anyway, this pre-war meeting will last for a few days, and everyone is quiet, even though the news of Duke Ryan's death has come. There is nothing to do." Aphrodite rolled her eyes, not looking at his somewhat hateful face, and asked in a low voice, "If I promise you, what benefits will I get? How about this benefit?" After saying that, Serdak buried his head in Aphrodite's warm chest. "Why do I feel like you are taking advantage of me?" This night, there are many commercial shops in the streets of Handanar City. Serdak did not go to the Bena army camp to attend the pre-war meeting in the morning. He got up a little late, and after breakfast, he rode a horse and wandered around the street. After going to several trading houses in succession and asking questions here and there, I discovered that almost all supplies in the city were in short supply. However, prices here are relatively stable, and wheat flour, meat, eggs, dairy products, cotton, and linen are almost all available. Relatively speaking, the price of copper and ironware is relatively stable. But due to the influx of a large number of refugees carrying gold coins into Handanar City, the value of gold and silverware has slightly depreciated. To the north of Handanar City is a vast meadow. There are several large pastures here with flocks of cattle and sheep. The supply of beef, mutton and dairy products is sufficient and prices are stable. It is the meat and milk produced by these pastures that keep the entire price of goods in Handanar County from collapsing. Although the price of wheat flour is more than 3 times that of Bena City, the people at least have some other options. As long as the poor with no savings can find some work, although they may not have enough to eat, they will definitely not starve to death. Serdak felt that the price of wheat flour in Handanar City was still a bit high, although meat and dairy products were not too expensive. How could the poor afford them? Even if the price of wheat flour is high, relatively speaking, wheat cakes are still the easiest food to fill the stomach. After visiting several trading houses, the owners of those trading houses told Serdak that as long as the wheat flour in his hands was high quality, and the price per ton was no more than 1 gold coin and 20 silver coins. How much money would he need? How much? Live gold coin trading. Serdak visited several trading houses in succession, and got almost the same answers. Seeing him wandering around the city, the two-headed ogre brother didn't know what he was looking for. In addition to the merchant store, he also went to some grocery stores. Occasionally, he would look at the low-level magic cores on the grocery store counters, but he would not buy them. Serdak finally found a shop in the magic district that could repair Gerda's shield. In fact, there are quite a few shops like this in Handanar City that repair weapons and armor. And there are also many shops in the magic district that can repair magic patterns. After all, this is a war zone, and there are many people doing this kind of business. But Serdak's shield is a bit troublesome. Not only does it belong to the second-level magic pattern construction, but it is also part of Eisenhard's magic pattern construction kit. Although it is only repaired. For ordinary inscription masters, it is simply not enough. No such ability. Serdak also searched many shops before finally an inscriptionist from the shop took over his business. The inscription master also made it very clear that his shield was severely damaged, and it was impossible to completely repair it. Forget about the suit attributes on the shield. And the repair cost would require 30 magic crystals. Serdak was speechless. A complete set of primary magic pattern construction only cost 150 magic crystals. He was really talking like a lion. But there was no other place in Handanar City where this shield could be repaired. So Serdak could only pinch his nose and pay a deposit. After walking out of the shop, Soldak continued to wander around the city. He even took Gulitem to a very unique local restaurant to taste a very famous dessert. Then he asked people about the businessman who rented warehouses here, which was not far from the Maple Pudding Hotel. I rented a warehouse in a place that was not too far away. Then he started wandering around the streets with the two-headed ogre. Gulitem could not understand this. So he asked Soldak, "Dak, what are we looking for in this city?" Chapter 1413 Old Friend. Number 17 Street in Handanar City Commercial District, which is nearly 500 or 600 meters away from the main street of the commercial district. The walls outside all the houses here are painted with white ash. And it is also called Baifeng Street by nearby residents. This area is full of small townhouses, which are gathering places for businessmen. Not only are there rows of residential buildings, there are also some warehouses built behind the townhouses facing the river. The warehouses are quite densely built. Walking on the north side of the warehouse, this inland river is almost invisible from the streets. A large number of refugees gathered outside Handanar City. In addition to the original residents, there were also a large number of merchants, adventure groups, and mercenary group members gathered in the city. Although these people were scattered throughout the city, due to the division of classes within the city, it's very clear. So everyone still has their own area. In the merchant residential area, almost all the people who live here are wealthy people with civilian status. Moreover, there is a warehouse behind this small townhouse, which is very convenient for storing goods. And four-wheeled carriages can be seen everywhere in this neighborhood. Every morning, a large number of four-wheeled carriages loaded with goods rush out of this neighborhood. And the goods loaded on these carriages will flow into shops in various districts of Handanar City. Ulysses carried a sack of onions and loaded them into the carriage of a four-wheeled wagon. In addition to onions and cabbages, there were also some pumpkins and carrots, almost filling the entire carriage. Okay, that's all. I'm going to deliver these goods to the restaurant at number 49 St. Louis Street. Hey, old Johnny doesn't like you very much, so you don't have to go with me this time. Wait here for me to pick you up. We have a vegetable delivery in the afternoon. Try to finish it early and go home. The tall and thin young man sitting in the driver's seat with curly hair smiled at Ulysses. Said. Ulysses nodded speechlessly. His character is a bit naive. His mouth is stupid, and he doesn't like to talk much. But his advantage is also that he is a star. He is honest, and his body is as strong as a bear. He can easily carry a whole bag of onions on his shoulders. The solid muscles under his waistcoat have a touch of bronze, and he looks particularly safe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be attracted by the daughter of the owner of restaurant number 49. But Ulysses had no intention of getting married, not even to the restaurant owner's daughter. Ulysses took off the towel from his neck, wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around and walked to a tree, sitting quietly on the bench over there. The curly-haired young man chuckled, not minding that Ulysses ignored him. He gently teased the horse's buttocks with his long whip, and the four-wheeled carriage immediately rushed forward and disappeared in the warehouse area soon. Every morning, Ulysses would go to work in this warehouse area. Most of the time, he would follow the carriage. After arriving at the destination, all he had to do was to move the materials from the truck. By noon, it was usually take a bite of the whole wheat bread that you carry with you. The delivery will still be in the afternoon, and you will basically rest before dark. He is a baggage carrier, but his daily life is quite easy. If there was no work, he would lie on the roof of his home and sleep on this day. When he woke up, he would stare at the sky in a daze. Sometimes he would go for a walk on the street. He is a very boring person and usually doesn't like to communicate with others. With the influx of a large number of refugees into Handanar city, there is now an extremely surplus labor force in the city, and the number of people willing to carry bags is several times more than before. The reason why he can have this job is not only because he is strong, but also because he has been in this industry for many years. And he also has a good brother Gabe. The bosses nearby all trust this hard-working man. The curly-haired boy. Ulysses sat silently on a bench by the river, staring blankly at the slowly flowing river, until the sun climbed above his head. He took out half a piece of bread from his satchel and poured half a bottle of water into it, in the stomach, and then began to eat dry bread silently, feeling the nostalgic aroma of wheat between my lips and teeth. I silently lamented the hopeless life in front of me. He is not a pessimist. But as the evil ghost army has eaten 5 counties in a row on the plain of Warsaw, it is difficult for even optimistic people to be happy at this time. Who knows, one day the evil ghost army will come to the city. But until that day comes, we still have to continue living. At least a full belly and a place to lie down and sleep. What about other than that? He didn't dare to think too much about anything. And he didn't even dare to let too many worries around him, because it would affect his escape speed. He and Gabby thought that as long as there were rumors that the evil ghost army had entered the big meadow, he had to flee to Epsom City in a carriage. Although it wasn't necessarily very safe there. He leaned on the bench, wiped the crumbs from his beard, relaxed his whole body, and silently enjoyed the free air in front of him. This is the Riverside Warehouse behind Bifong Street, a merchant gathering area. Usually only merchants and 4-wheel trucks come here. At this time, Ulysses actually saw a nobleman riding a war horse. Behind him was a strong foreign man with 2 heads on his head. The 2 of them walked forward along the lane along the river, slowly passed by Ulysses. The armor on the knight's body had some magic patterns, which exuded a faint chill in the sun. When he passed by Ulysses, the hairs on his body stood up one by one. The 2-headed alien at the back was even more terrifying. Ulysses didn't even dare to look at the black totem lines on his body with the corner of his eye, let alone those 2 ferocious faces. The 2-headed alien passed by him. As he passed by, Ulysses even felt that the whole earth was shaking. When the bag bearers in the alley saw them, they also retreated. Ulysses waited for them to pass by. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he didn't expect that the knight immediately stopped. Just 10 meters away from him, he suddenly turned around and shouted to him, "Ulysses?" Ulysses trembled slightly, stood up nervously, and looked at the noble master. Cerdak took off his helmet and faced Ulysses with a smiling face. He almost gave up searching. In the past few days, he has visited almost the entire city of Handanar. But in this city with a population of almost more than 1 million, the probability of meeting an old friend by chance is only 1 in a million. He did not go to the refugee areas outside the city, nor to the aristocratic neighborhoods in the city. He just wandered around the slums, commercial streets, magic neighborhoods, free markets, merchant residential areas, etc., just to satisfy some small expectations in his heart. The joy is a bit like peeling off a candy wrapper and discovering a creamy chocolate ball hidden inside. He suppressed this joy and shouted to the strong man sitting on the bench on the street looking at the river in a daze. The strong man was stunned for a moment, turned to look at Soldak. His originally numb eyes suddenly gained a brilliance, and then shouted to this side in a rough voice, "Little duck, why are you not dead yet?" Surprised? Excited? Ha ha ha! Ulysses burst into laughter, and his voice contained the joy of being reunited after a long absence. He stood up, walked a few steps towards Cerdak, then stood in front of the oppressive war horse, raised his head, and said with some restraint, "I didn't expect to see you here. Have you become a noble lord?" Cerdak jumped off the horse, loosened the reins in his hands, and let the horse go to the river to eat alfalfa on the grass. He came to Ulysses wearing a magic pattern structure, looked at the strong man in front of him, opened his arms and hugged him. Then the 2 sat down on the bench under the tree. Ulysses looked at Soldak secretly, his face still a little reserved. Of course he knew that gorgeous armor. It was the magic pattern structure that only knights could wear. However, Soldak didn't care too much, and seemed not to notice the anxiety in Ulysses' heart, and said to him, "I returned to the forest camp a few days ago. The free market there has been rebuilt, but I didn't see any of the familiar people. They were all new faces." The tragic battle appeared in Ulysses' mind, and his face turned pale. In the past few years, he rarely thought about those things, only in his dreams after falling asleep. He would occasionally see the battlefield full of scorched earth, broken flags, and corpses scattered all over the mountains and plains. That time when the evil spirits from Mayun Ridge came out, many people died in the forest camp, and all the living ones left, Ulysses said in a dry voice. After Larkin died, I carried Billy on my back to hand in our city. After Billy recovered from his injury, we worked in a horse and carriage shop. He would drive the carriage, and I would load and unload goods with the carriage. A large amount of goods were shipped here from Epsom City, and then the leather and other goods from here were transported back to Epsom City. It took more than 2 years. We saved enough money to buy a 4-wheel truck to run this route. Transportation. But who would have thought that the portal in Epsom City would begin to enter a state of military control? And bulk goods could not enter Epsom City normally. Only military supplies could enter and exit normally. And our business suddenly collapsed as a result. Ulysses talked about his experiences in the past few years. Cerdak listened with interest and became a quiet listener. Ulysses continued. Then Billy took me to do some short-distance transportation in the city. There was no business at first, but now it's better. So many people came from outside the city, almost filling the whole city. The short-distance transportation business here suddenly picked up. Mentioning the curly-haired boy Gabby, Ulysses had a smile on his face and said to Soldak, By the way, you haven't seen Gabby yet. He has gone to deliver the goods and will be back later. If he knew you were coming, he would jump for joy. Soldak put his hand on Ulysses' shoulder and asked curiously, Where do you live? It's a bit far away. Just rent a house in the civilian area. Ulysses said, At this time, they can still have a simple dwelling in the city, and it seems that their life is pretty good. Soldak thought, Have you started a family? Ulysses blushed slightly, then thought of the daughter of the restaurant owner at number 49 St. Louis Street, and said honestly, Hey, in these war-torn times, Gabby is afraid that if an evil spirit attacks the city, it will be troublesome to drag the whole family with him. If it's just Gabby and I, and there's a 4-wheeled carriage, pull half a cart of supplies into the big meadow, and run to Epperson County in a week. This dull, honest and taciturn strongman said so much, and some of the depression in his heart was relieved. Ulysses then took the initiative and said, Well, little duck, you've made a great success of your life. I didn't even recognize you just now. Cerdak patted his shoulder and smiled. Noble sir? Ulysses asked. Cerdak nodded. Ulysses couldn't sit still, and the calves of his legs were shaking. He wanted to stand up, but was held down by Soldak's hand on his shoulder. The two sat like this for a while, basically answering whatever Cerdak asked and Ulysses answering, until a 4-wheel truck slowly came over and stopped next to the big tree. Cerdak saw a young man with curly hair sitting on the driver's seat. The face in his memory was much more mature, but he still had curly hair like a bird's nest on his head. The face has changed a bit, but the bright eyes have not. Gabby's curly hair has grown much taller. Her hands and legs have become very long, and she looks very flexible. Little duck, it's really you, Gabby shouted excitedly. He jumped down from the driver's seat and ran to Soldak, his face full of disbelief. Long time no see, Gabby. Soldak sat back on the bench and stretched out a hand towards the curly-haired Gabby, ready to shake his hand. Curly-haired Gabby's eyes fell on Cerdak's magic pattern structure, and she suddenly became a little nervous. She kept rubbing her hands on her clothes and asked with an anxious look, Should I give it to you first? Salute? Mr. Little Duck. You can kneel down as you like, or you can sit on the bench with me like Ulysses for a while, Soldak said with a smile. I'd rather you come and sit at my house. Curly-haired Gabby let out a hearty laugh. Then he sat down with Ulysses and Soldak. Their strange combination shocked the people in the alley. Many businessmen and baggage workers know the curly-haired Gabby and the strong man Ulysses, but no one would have thought that they would actually know a master knight. Look at the war horses wearing black armor on the grass next to them, the two-headed alien sitting there, and the carriages carrying goods did not even dare to pass by the road behind them. Just under the tree, bursts of hearty laughter came from time to time. People here began to realize that the curly-haired boy actually had such an amazing friend. People who knew them secretly commented from a distance, Gabby and Ulysses seemed to be lucky this time. Not long after, Curly Gabby drove the truck and took Ulysses out of the alley. Cerdak and Gulaitum followed them. It wasn't until the group of them left and the invisible sense of oppression in the air disappeared that the people around these warehouses breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 14:14 Gift. The two-headed ogre Gulaitum followed Cerdak, looked at the two guys on the 4-wheeled truck in front, and then looked at Cerdak, who was following behind on horseback. Gulitem must finally understand what Surdak has been doing these days. Boss, we have been wandering around the city these days. Are we just looking for them? Gulitem asked curiously. They are neither warriors nor magicians, nor even merchants. They can only be said to be the group of people living at the bottom of Handanar city. However, they are not poor people. At least they have a residence and their own carriage. This alone shows that their life is above the subsistence line. Surdak did not expect to meet some familiar faces. He said happily, Well, it should be said that I am looking for this group of people. I want to see if I can meet my old friends in this city. You probably know something. I served in the military in the Warsaw Plain, and we met here. Many friends originally thought that after the Battle of Moyenling, all those people were dead. But they didn't expect that there would be people alive. The two-headed ogre couldn't understand this emotion, and followed behind with a groan. He was a little tired, and wanted to eat something good. But it seemed that the two guys in front of him didn't look like rich people in any way. And it was probably impossible to treat them to a barbecue or something. The carriage passed through the densely populated central street, and went around the alleyway at the edge of the city wall. There were fewer carriages here. Although the streets seemed a bit narrow, the carriages ran very fast. Starting from the merchant gathering area, we passed through the commercial street and free market, and arrived at our home in the civilian area. The civilian area is a large area in Handanar city. The houses here are relatively messy. Many small buildings with single courtyards are rented by several civilian families. In order to rent more tenants, the owners still stay in the courtyard. Some wooden huts were built, so that although the houses here were originally designed as small single-family buildings, they were connected by a large number of wooden houses, forming a shanty town with endless edges as far as the eye could see. This area has complex terrain and is densely populated. A four-wheeled carriage passed through the sewage-filled street, and a group of children passed by the carriage happily, like a flock of red-billed larks flying around. The curly-haired Gabby is very good at driving cars. He seems to be very familiar with the people on the street, and will greet them cordially from time to time. And the strong man Ulysses was like a piece of wood, lying silently in the truck compartment. Gabby drove the carriage into a narrow courtyard, then stood up from the driver's seat, turned to Soldak with a smile and said, Little duck, here we are. There were some other residents in the yard. There were women washing clothes under the eaves with their children. There were also a few men carrying some grains to the roof and drying them on the rubble facing the sun. One of the men saw the curly-haired Gabby coming back from outside. Then he took the initiative to say, Lo, Gabby, why are you back so early today? Is the business on Bifon Street not good? Hey, the work there has been pretty good recently. My friends came from out of town to visit me, and I invited them to come and sit at home, curly-haired Gabby said proudly. When the men heard what Gabby said, they looked curiously into the yard. Only then did they see a construct knight riding a war horse following behind Gabby, which frightened these people into swallowing the jokes quickly. They originally thought they were refugees from other counties, but they didn't expect it to be a construct knight and an alien warrior. They were so frightened that several men quickly slid down from the roof and ran to the courtyard and backyard. The curly-haired Gabby shrugged apologetically at Soldak, and said a little helplessly, The people living here are like this. They have no knowledge, are used to being bullied, and have become cowards. Little Dak, you don't be angry with them. Surdak waved his hand to show that he didn't mind. He turned over and dismounted, and looked around the narrow yard. The woman who was washing clothes also quickly took her child and hid in a house, leaving only the big wooden basin in the yard. This house is very simple. It was originally a small single-family building, but many wooden houses were built in the yard, and these wooden houses were connected with the neighbors' wooden houses. But at least there was a small courtyard. Gabby's four-wheeled carriage was parked in the courtyard, taking up most of the courtyard. The window in the attic was pushed open, and a sleepy drunkard stuck his head out and said to Gabby in the yard, Gabby, Ulysses, why are you back so early today? There was still a faint sound of feminine laughter in the attic. Gabby raised her head and squinted her eyes in the dazzling sunlight and replied, My friend I haven't seen for a long time came to see me. Did you drink again last night? Curly-haired Gabby asked. The drunk man laughed twice and did not answer. The woman in the attic let out an exclamation and closed the window. Soldak discovered that although Gabby's neighbors were hiding in the house, they were all secretly observing him. Gabby pushed the door open and walked into the small building. He smiled and said to Soldak, Ulysses and I rented a bedroom on the first floor and shared the living room and kitchen on the first floor with another tenant. This small building there are 3 tenants on the second floor of the building. And that's all it was originally. But refugees kept coming. And there were fewer and fewer houses in the city. And the rent went up and up. And finally a lot of wooden sheds were erected in the yard. Even wooden sheds outside are difficult to rent now. There is no room for them in the city. And clusters of wooden houses have been built outside the city. Gabby invited Soldak into the living room and showed him around their bedroom, which couldn't even fit 2 beds. The curly-haired Gabby and Ulysses lived in a bunk bed. The room was simply furnished with a few wooden boxes. In the box are some emergency supplies we prepared. Once we find that evil spirits appear in Handanar City, we will take these boxes and leave here immediately. Gabby smiled like a fox who stole a chicken, although he maintains a pessimistic attitude towards the situation in Handanar County. His mood is not bad. This 2-story building was not high enough to lift, so Gulaitam could only stay in the yard and stare at the 2 ancient Bolai horses pulling the truck. The 2 Gubwa horses were so frightened that they kept peeing. If the carriages were not hanging on them, they might have fallen down in the yard with their legs weak. Little duck, have you joined the adventure group? That partner next to you is really scary. Curly-haired Gabby looked at the 2-headed ogre outside the window and said with lingering fear, "It's not an adventure group. It's an army of lords." Soldak sat on the sofa in the living room and said to Gabby. Hearing what Surdak said, Gabby felt that Surdak might be a member of a constructing knights. Recently, the Bena Legion has been gathering near Handanar City, and many legions are being mobilized frequently. I thought you had left the plain of Warsaw a long time ago, but I didn't expect you to be a noble master. Gabby brought out a copper pot from the kitchen, with a sweet smell floating in it. Soldak didn't explain much. He took the black tea handed over by Gabby and pondered for a moment before asking, "Gabby, have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future?" The curly-haired Gabby looked at Ulysses, who was sitting next to him silently, and said calmly, "Actually, Ulysses and I's original wish was to set up a carriage and horse racing business. But now, the first thing we have to do is to fill our stomachs before making other considerations. After all, the Warsaw Plain is so uneven, and we don't know how long can Darnell City hold on?" Ulysses sat with his head down. "Have you ever thought about opening a trading house?" Surdak tried to ask. Curly-haired Gabby heard Soldak say this, and thought that Surdak wanted to ask him and Ulysses for help or for everyone to work together or something. "Us?" Gabby asked a little uncertainly. Soldak pointed at him, then pointed at Ulysses, and then said, "You and Ulysses. I can provide you with some trivial help." Feeling the light of the goddess of luck falling from the sky, Gabby looked at Soldak with wide eyes and said, "Is it really possible?" Surdak smiled and said, "Of course. Do you dare to try it? Then there's nothing to be afraid of." "It's great," Gabby replied without any hesitation. "But little duck, you have to be mentally prepared. Ulysses and I have nothing at the moment." Then I heard Soldak say, "I can get a batch of wheat flour. Now you just need to find a safe and reliable warehouse. You just need to sell these wheat flour." At noon, the bright sunshine shines into the living room from the window. When Gabby looked at Soldak's side face, he felt as if there was a faint glow on his face. He blinked hard, and the strange feeling disappeared again. Gabby looked at Soldak with confusion, wondering what his request was. Was he worried that he wouldn't be able to sell it? In a warehouse by the river in Baifong Street, Surdak moved the last batch of wheat flour from the magic belt. Although the quantity of each shipment was limited, Aphrodite was there. As long as Aphrodite's magic power is sufficient, the door to the void can theoretically be opened infinitely. Some time ago, Surdak was worried that the supplies in the Warsaw Plain might be insufficient, so he asked Aphrodite to stockpile a large amount of wheat flour in the city of Helensa. This batch of wheat flour has been stored in Helensa for more than a month. If the warehouse there is always occupied, then these wheat flour can only be an emergency reserve. Only when these wheat flour is circulated can we continue to cooperate with the Bena City Trading Company. At present, the West Route Army at the forest camp is not short of supplies, although the military headquarters still does not provide food for the ghost-striped soldier ants. After Surdak wiped out the evil ghost hunting groups, the food supplies of the ghost-striped soldier ants have increased. It should last at least a month. In this way, at least for a long time in the future, the batch of wheat flour hoarded in Helensa City may not be used. The contract signed between Aphrodite and the trading house in Helensa City stated that the wheat flour would be transported away in the near future. So Surdak decided to transfer the wheat flour to Handanar City in the near future. A stack of wheat flour probably weighs nearly 10 tons. There are a total of 130 stacks of wheat flour in this riverside warehouse. almost filling the entire warehouse. In fact, all these wheat flour were sold out. And in the end, they were not worth much when exchanged for city gold coins. Probably less than 400 gold coins. If converted into magic crystals, there are only a few dozen magic crystals, although half of them are pure profits. There are only more than 30 magic crystals, which is far inferior to when Surdak led the Ant cavalry to the battlefield to kill a few more. The devil is a good deal. Surdak has now become a plain lord and does not care much about the profit of this transaction. He handed over the wheat flour business to Gabby. In addition to giving the two old friends a fortune, he also planned to give Handanar County a gift. After all, this was the place of his rebirth. And those first good memories were all gone. Here, when these wheat flour enters Handanar County, it can at least maintain the price of bread in the city. For Handanar City, the price of any material can increase, but bread cannot. After a whole night of busy work, Aphrodite's face looked a little pale. She stood beside Suldak silently, watching him lock the warehouse door under the morning mist. Aphrodite stood next to Surdak and said sarcastically, "I didn't expect that you would actually care about the price of food in Handanar City. Shouldn't this kind of thing be something that Duke Newman and the governor of Handanar City need to think about? Is there any way to solve it? Most of this mist comes from inland rivers." Surdak held Aphrodite's soft and round shoulders, and the two of them walked in the light mist. "I don't want to keep this batch of wheat flour in the warehouse of Helensa City," Suldak said. "The people in the military logistics department can obviously solve the material supply problem of the ghost-striped soldier ants. But it has been so long. I keep dragging them. So I don't want to transport them to the warehouse in the forest camp, which will make it cheaper for the Bena military headquarters logistics office." Aphrodite's eyes widened and she said with great dissatisfaction, "So, you didn't hesitate to use my magic power to transport this batch of wheat flour to Handanar City?" Suldak squeezed Aphrodite's soft little hand and comforted her. "Isn't it possible to help Gabby and Ulysses? Even if you are helping me?" Aphrodite rolled her eyes speechlessly. "Does this still need to be considered?" "It is. The pre-war meeting here has nothing to do with me. I plan to return to the forest camp tomorrow. What do you think of those evil spirits on Mayun Ridge?" Surdak changed the subject. "What else can you think of? Haven't you always been obsessed with them?" Aphrodite glanced at Suldak and said. Surdak narrowed his eyes and said, "The Bena army needs to wait for the news of old Ryan's death to attack Kornberg. But my capture of Mayun Ridge is no longer within the scope of this restriction. So I don't plan to wait any longer. I will capture Mayun Ridge when I return. Duke Newman hopes that I can stop the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge to the north of Gandil Mountain. I think it is best to contain them on Mayun Ridge, which will be easier." The two-headed ogre Gulaitum was guarding outside the warehouse when he saw Gabe and Ulysses driving the four-wheeled carriage to the gate of the warehouse. He left the warehouse to curly Gabe, taking advantage of the morning fog that had not yet cleared. "We chased after Suldak along the river in the direction he left. In the early morning, some trucks have been arriving one after another to transport goods in front of the rows of warehouses here. In the past, Gabby's carriage was also among these trucks. Now, Gabby used the key to open the door lock on the warehouse door. Under Ulysses' strong push, the door opened, revealing a warehouse full of wheat flour. Gabby and Ulysses suddenly fell down in front of the warehouse door and were speechless for a long time. Chapter 14-15 Night on the Grassland. The officers of the Bena Army headquarters are still sitting on the sand table with various war deductions. And Suldak's Western Route Army has long been stationed along the Gandor Mountains to prevent the Bena Army from recapturing Cohen. When Berg, the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge, came out to cause trouble. For such a long time, the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge has only launched a few attacks on Handanar County. But each time they were stuck at the point where the Bena Army made a big move, which really gave them a lot of trouble. The Bena Legion caused a lot of trouble. This time Surdak was stationed in the forest camp, and the tasks he needed to be responsible for were relatively easy. From this, it can be seen that Archduke Newman also had some thoughts of supporting Surdak. After all, Surdak was considered a Bena, one of the most outstanding among the new generation of lords in the province. He has fought well in several battles, and he is also a second-level paladin with outstanding strength. A year ago, there may be many noble lords in Bena province who did not know the name Surdak. But now Suldak has simply become synonymous with Marquis Luther's army. After meeting Gabby and Ulysses, this was a matter of concern in Suldak's heart. Under this situation, Surdak felt that there seemed to be no reason for him to stay in Handanar City anymore. So he went to the logistics department of the military headquarters to rush for supplies of ghost-patterned soldier ants, and brought the two-headed man-eating ants with him. Mogul Item left the city of Handanar. The two of them headed north, intending to cross the large meadow and return directly to the forest farm camp. This large meadow in Handanar County is a rare pastoral area with hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep grazing here. It is precisely because of having so many cattle and sheep that Handanar County can barely supply basic supplies. There were no problems. And so many cattle and sheep are also a big hidden danger in Serdak's heart. Serdak led the ant cavalry to almost kill the hunting group there in the Samasto River. Now the evil ghosts on Mayun Ridge, the legions are like hungry wolves who are not selective about food. They are likely to set their sights on the rich meadows in order to fill their stomachs. Therefore, he did not dare to bet on whether the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge would enter the big grassland in advance. Once this evil ghost army broke into hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of grassland, the West Route army would probably be led by the evil ghost army, running on the big meadow with nose pressed. It was precisely because of this consideration that Serdak hurried back in advance to make combat arrangements this time. This trip to Handanar City can be regarded as a very boring trip for the two-headed ogre. Handanar City is completely congested, although the knights in the city's guard camp are working hard to maintain law and order. But the slums are still very chaotic. The ogres rarely found good food in Handanar City. This time, Gulaitum left Handanar City in a hurry, and it was inevitable that Gulaitum would feel a little resentful. You can enjoy the scenery here, but what about the delicious food that was promised? Breathing the fresh air on the grassland, standing on the mound and looking at the endless waist-high green grass, Serdak felt that this should be a paradise for herdsmen. Gulaitum, tell me which one of the monsters you have eaten has the best fresh meat. Serdak took out a piece of dried meat from the giant swamp crocodile from his pocket and put it in his mouth to chew, while asking, after the dried meat is roasted and dried, it is beaten repeatedly with a mallet until the muscle fibers are completely broken up, and then it is pressed into thin slices. This type of food first appeared in the Belan Plain. Serdak's Lord army captured the Three Rivers Plain and cleared out a large number of second-level monsters such as swamp giant crocodiles in the depths of the plain. Because at that time many monsters' fresh meat could not be transported back to Bena in time, the city sold it. So some merchant groups accompanying the army bought the fresh meat of the monsters, and then used various techniques to make dried meat. Among them, the dried meat produced by this process has the best taste, and the production process is not difficult. It didn't take long for it to spread among the business groups. The two-headed ogre stood up from the grass, looked at Serdak strangely and said, "It's rare that you care about this. It's not too late to tell now." Serdak smiled. He was thinking of what Duke Newman had said to him before. The path to advancement for a second-level powerhouse would become narrower and narrower, and the improvement in physical fitness brought about by exercise would become insignificant. So how to improve physical fitness? One needs to pay more attention to other aspects, such as long-term consumption of some Warcraft meat that can improve physical fitness. When it comes to delicious food, the two-headed ogre suddenly becomes energetic. Gulaitum said, "Among the first-level monsters, magic antelope meat is considered a very good ingredient. Among the second-level monsters, the salamander and the two-headed snake lizard should be good. The third-level monsters are nothing to criticize. They are relatively good. It's rare, but it's good to eat some." Good brother Nahua kept nodding in agreement. But then the two-headed ogre said sadly, "Speaking of which, almost all the magical beasts in Gandar Mountain have been killed by the evil spirits. Although our camp is at the foot of the mountain, the resources of magical beasts here are far inferior to those in the Belan Plain." Walking north along the big meadow, Serdak couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he recalled the scene when he was chased by evil ghost warriors and fought for his life on the grass. In the evening, the two camped on the west bank of a tributary of the Poseidon River. Speaking of which, Serdak only built a simple marching tent. The two-headed ogre preferred to lie directly on the grass, with his head resting on his head, earth, looking up at the stars and falling asleep. Serdak was going to wash up by the river, and then see if there were any fish in the river. It would be best to have 2 grilled fish for dinner to change the taste. When it was getting late and the light had become extremely dim, I saw a large herd of cattle appearing on the other side. When these cattle and sheep came to the river, they couldn't wait to drink from the river. The noisy sounds and the smell of cow excrement hit their faces. "Come!" The herd of cattle stretched for nearly a kilometer on the other side of the river, and a group of herdsmen riding ancient bow-lie horses shouted at the back of the herd. Serdak looked helplessly at the other side of the river. He regretted why he chose this place when setting up the camp. He should have thought of it a long time ago. The night by the river would not be too quiet. Now he looked at the people on the other side slowly drinking water. Damn! All the good mood is gone. The herdsmen on horseback clutched long whips in their hands. When they appeared, the cattle immediately moved out of the way. They stood on the bank of the river, and soon saw Serdek and Gulitem on the other side of the river. After hesitating for a moment, Serdek did not expect that the herdsmen were so courageous that some people actually crossed the river on horseback through the water that was submerged to their chests. He was a herdsman with local Aboriginal ancestry, and you could tell just from his skin color and forehead. He was covered with cowhide, got off his horse early, and came to Soldek. "Friends, do you want to come to our bonfire party? We will have fine wine, barbecue, and enthusiastic Popitans girls," the herdsman said in fluent imperial dialect. Seeing Gulitem's expectant eyes, Serdek could only suppress the irritability in his heart, stood up and pointed at the two-headed ogre on the grass over there and said, "It's a great honor to attend your bonfire party. Those are my friends, brothers Gulitem and Brainflower." Ever since the herdsman came across the river on horseback, Gulitem and Nalhuar had been paying attention to him. Now that they heard their warm invitation, they immediately became energetic. The herdsmen saw Gulitem's burly body under the dusk. They were startled at first, but then they said cheerfully, "Welcome, welcome." When Serdek crossed the river on horseback, he discovered that there were herdsmen driving their cattle in the distance. The herdsmen herd the cattle together and let them drink water and graze by the river. Everyone gathered together, greeted each other enthusiastically, and talked about each other's current situation, recent experiences, and some new news they heard. Soldek found that this kind of bonfire party was more like a way for everyone to exchange information in the big meadow. A large bonfire had been set up on the grass not far away, and a whole cow was placed on the iron frame. The herdsmen stood aside and were vigorously rotating the barbecue grill. The cow was already roasting until it kept dripping down grease. The herdsman brought Serdek and Gulitem to the bonfire, and then went to greet the others warmly. Everyone gathered in front of the bonfire, waiting for nightfall to slowly fall. Several bold herdsmen approached Serdek, looked at his attire, and asked curiously, "Are you an adventurer or a mercenary?" There are already herder girls in leather skirts holding pottery wine jars and starting to pour wine for the people sitting on the grass. They have fine braids on their heads and well-proportioned figures. When they walk, you can feel the warmth in their steps. Brisk? "No, I serve in a lord's army." Serdek glanced at the horse behind him and answered truthfully. Serdek could feel that the herdsmen were obviously relieved. "So this big guy is your subordinate?" Then someone asked tentatively. Serdek replied readily, "They are my friends." At this time, a very discerning herdsman brought a half-cooked beef leg to Gulitem. Obviously, the ogre brothers didn't care how cooked the beef leg was. They took a bite first, and then he unceremoniously started eating and drinking, and the depression from the day was gone from his face. Serdek slapped his forehead, but he didn't expect that Gulitem's bad mood could be reversed with just a roast beef meal. An old herdsman with a wrinkled forehead came close to Soldek and proactively said to him, "We are herdsmen on this grassland and make a living by grazing. We have such a large gathering every month. The main purpose is to exchange some information with each other. After all, it is difficult to meet a few people in this big meadow, and it is even more difficult to obtain news from the outside." Then he handed Soldek a glass of slightly sour fruit wine and asked, "Where do you guys come from?" Serdek quickly replied, "And in our city." He only took a sip of the fruit wine and secretly put the glass down. "Can you tell me the news over there?" The old herdsman looked at Soldek expectantly. There were even several herdsman girls in costumes surrounding them. Serdek didn't know where to start, so he asked, "What do you want to hear?" The old herdsman laughed. He felt that although Serdek was wearing a gorgeous armor, he was very talkative. The old herdsman said to Soldek, "This night is very long. Everyone can sit down and drink some fruit wine. You can talk about anything you want, except lies, of course." Serdek did not delay and said, "Okay then. Let's start with the increasing number of refugees in Handanar City." Serdek sat down and talked about some recent events in Handanar City, especially the large number of refugees gathered outside the city, which has caused the price of goods in the city to rise. Now the entire Handanar City is almost overcrowded. "This news is really useful. It seems that tomorrow we have to take out some of the stored cheese and dried meat, and drive some cows to the city to see how much they can be sold for," the old herdsman said with a look on his face. He excitedly ordered to the young man beside him. The young herdsman replied honestly, "I know. The further you go to the north of the big meadow, the more luxuriant the water plants are. The main reason is that evil spirits often appear in the north of the big meadow, so herdsmen rarely drive their cattle north. Slowly, the grass becomes thicker and denser the further north you go, in order to provide their cattle with water every morning and evening. These herdsmen almost always migrate along rivers. Not long after, some herdsmen brought over the roasted beef. The meat was roasted until it had a thin layer of crispy skin, and it tasted very delicious. Roast beef and fruit wine. These are the delicacies the herdsmen entertained Soldek. Then, there were herdsmen girls dancing continuously, and they pushed the bonfire party to a new height. There are even herder girls who come to Surdak to show their unique enthusiasm. But Surdak doesn't want to get into the tent with these hot herdsmen girls. These girls, who have been herding herds all their lives, probably need Surdak. Be a cheap dad. After drinking some fruit wine, Soldak felt a little dizzy. But there was still no problem in crossing the river on horseback. After the bonfire dance ended, the herdsmen did not hold back when they saw that Soldak was determined to leave and return to the other side of the river. Gulidam changed his decadent mood and accompanied Soldak across the river, saying excitedly, "Duck, I didn't expect this to be a spontaneous gathering of herdsmen. It was very lively, and the roasted cow was also very delicious. I didn't expect there to be so many herdsmen in the big meadow. This meadow is too big, with herds of cattle and sheep, so I can't do anything to let those evil spirits in." Surdak squatted by the river, holding Chinlai river water to wash your face. When I walked to the tent, I saw Aphrodite leaning against the tent, hugging her knees, sitting there quietly. Her eyes were like shining stars in the night sky, staring silently into the night sky. Surdak walked over and sat next to Aphrodite. "It's quite nice here." Chapter 14-16 Hunter. Tent. Under the sky. The gurgling river looked sparkling in the light of the bonfire. Countless cattle gathered here, and a few young herder girls squatted by the river to fetch water, laughing and cursing from time to time. Aphrodite sat next to Surdak and seemed to enjoy such a wonderful night. Gulidam's snoring could be heard from the grass not far away. In the early morning, herdsmen began to leave on their own with their cattle, and they continued to chase the lush aquatic plants northward. From the news exchanged last night, these herdsmen determined that the evil ghost army would not easily cross the Gundar Mountains and enter the large meadow, so the cattle could continue to browse the grass there. The herdsmen looked at the lonely shadow of the marching tent on the other side of the river, only to find that Surdak had already gone away on horseback. A red sun slowly rises from the horizon. Under the morning breeze, on the rolling grass, the two-headed ogre trotted away carrying a big stick. The herdsmen all breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the ogre was not as scary as the rumor said. They thought he was going to harm a few cows, but they never expected that he would just leave without saying a word. This was the first time that Soldak had some new understanding of the big meadow. He had a very bad impression of this large meadow before. He felt that it was like an endless green sea, and it was also the kind of sea full of deathly silence. But now it was much more vivid here. His eyes began to chase the clouds in the distance. Maybe the few clouds on the horizon were the sheep that could not be seen at a glance. He suddenly had a new definition of wealth. There is no doubt that Warsaw is a rich plain. It is said that there are rich resources hidden in the Sherwanda Mountains north of the Gandor Mountains. The Busman family was unable to take a step toward expansion during its peak period. That was because the minerals in the Kempado River Basin were more abundant. And Handana in the eyes of the Busman family. Ireland County is a simple pasture, and it is surrounded by mountains and borders Epsom County to the south. Most of the fresh meat and dairy products in Epsom province are supplied here. Going further north, Surdak also saw a small adventure group. There were only 7 people in their group, but they brought 13 Dubois horses. The remaining 6 horses carried luggage of all sizes. That is, I don't know whether those goods are mostly Warcraft materials, gold and silver, or both. The leader of the adventure group was riding a horse and waving to Soldak from a distance. Soldak had no intention of communicating with them, just glanced at them casually, and then continued towards the forest camp. It wasn't until he saw the majestic Gundar Mountain in the distance that Soldak realized that this large meadow was coming to an end. But he couldn't figure out the specific direction of the forest camp. So Soldak took Gully with him. Timu found a higher slope and looked into the distance. But there was green grass in front of the sky. But there was not a single caravan in sight. "Maybe our route is a little off. It would be great if we could meet a caravan at this time," Surdak sighed and said to the two-headed ogre. As the commander of the Western Route Army, he actually couldn't find the location of the forest camp in the big meadow. If this spread, it would probably make the nobles of Bena province laugh for a year. Looking at the parchment map in his hand, Surdak decided to walk further north. In fact, it was because he didn't see a caravan along the way that Soldak realized something was wrong. After all, There was a free market opposite the forest camp, and many infantry soldiers in the West Route Army had black magic skins in their hands. Even if they don't have the black demon skin, they are not short of money. After nearly 2 months of long journey, when they see the free market opposite the camp, there will definitely be a wave of revenge consumption. This means that there must be caravans traveling between the forest camp and Handanar city. But along the way, Surdak didn't even see the tail of the caravan, or even half of the ruts. The two-headed ogre stood next to Soldak. He didn't care where the forest camp was. He would always find it if he kept walking along the foot of the mountain. It was just a matter of walking a little longer. He stood on a mound with a wide view, and almost everywhere he looked were depressions with puddles, or an occasional lone tree growing on a meadow. This does not mean that Gulitem wants to find water in the puddles, or enjoy the shade under the lone tree. His eyes are looking for prey nearby. Unfortunately, the further north you go, the fewer animals you see along the way. 2 days ago, we could still see some small groups of antelopes hiding in the grass. But now it seems that not even a rabbit can be found. Gulitem touched the scones in his satchel and licked his lips. He wanted to tell Surdak that he should have a barbecue tonight. This is a large grassland close to Mount Gandor, and there is a hint of black on the top of the mountain in the distance. The grass under my feet is almost as high as my chest. But not even a wild rabbit can be seen here. Just when Surdak was looking at the puddle 2 miles away, the ogre's eyes also fell on that place. The two of them looked at each other in perfect understanding, with the excitement of a hunter discovering his prey in his eyes. Surdak was not riding a horse, and Gulitem also leaned down. The two of them lay in the chest-high grass and moved towards the puddle. "Have you seen it?" Good brother Nailwar asked Soldak in front of him with some suspicion. Surdak said frankly, "No, I just feel like there is something hidden in the grass in the puddle." While Nailwar was brewing a magic spell, he whispered, "Then go and have a look." An evil ghost with a green face and fangs lurked in the grass. The bone armor on his body was dark in color. Half of his body was hidden in the wet muddy water. He was surrounded by tall reeds. He had been hiding near this puddle for nearly a day and a night, just trying to catch a few prey that came over to drink water. The prey on the grass is getting harder and harder to catch now, and he actually wants to walk further into it. But once you walk into this vast grassland, you will become the most eye-catching target. He didn't know how many human adventure groups were hidden in the big meadow to the south, but he knew that many hunters walked in and never came out. Of course, there are evil spirits who carry prey on their backs. But deep in the grass, there are no trees, so bacon cannot be made. Once the prey dies for a few days and cannot be processed in time, the meat will become smelly. In fact, evil spirits also don't like to eat spoiled food. He hoped that the higher-ups of the Legion would agree to send a ghost hunting group into this large grassland, so that they could defeat the adventure groups with a numerical advantage and transport the prey out of this meadow in time. However, once the hunting group's goal was too big, they will be chased by the heavy cavalry stationed in the forest camp. In this large meadow, the Empire's heavy cavalry would become unstoppable as long as they formed a charging formation. He lay his body in the wet mud, with some rotten stinking mud even on his face, so as to cover up the smell of his body. Otherwise the prey would not dare to approach the puddle. Several black beetles crawled between his arms and got into the gaps in the skeleton. He quickly moved and crushed the few small beetles into pulp. His patience was getting less and less. After waiting for more than a day, he didn't even see a shadow, and he didn't know what he would get from hunting his companions nearby. Suddenly there were signs of movement in the grass opposite the puddle, which was definitely not caused by the wind. A head appeared on the opposite side of the puddle, followed immediately by another head. The two heads were almost touching each other. The two heads were very large, with black totem patterns even painted on their faces. They were only 10 meters away from the green-faced evil ghost. Meters away. At this distance, a 3-meter-tall green-faced evil ghost only needs to take 2 steps. I saw a strong body poking out from the grass, its copper bell-like eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, and its upper body was actually wearing black heavy armor. The green-faced evil ghost who was about to run out suddenly suffocated. At this moment, he hesitated because the target opposite him was actually stronger than him. Just his arm moved the reeds on the side, and the prey on the other side of the puddle had obviously noticed him. When his eyes fell on him, the green-faced evil ghost's whole body tensed, and the fifth sword in his hand came out of the muddy water. The tip of the sword passed through the grass and immediately cut a clump of grass. And like a cheetah, he jumped out of the grass and jumped over the puddle. Even if Gulitem was hunched over, it would be difficult for him to completely hide in the grass. He was so tall that his belly looked more like a round rock. He and Surdak touched the side of the puddle together. The moment they pushed aside the grass, he saw the grass on the opposite side of the puddle shaking violently. A green-faced and fanged evil ghost was hiding in the reeds. His forehead, the long horns on both sides were almost half a foot long, and the terrifying face shot out a devouring gaze. Then, before Gulaitum could react, he saw a dazzling light reflected from the fifth sword that the green-faced evil ghost had pulled out of the muddy water. Good Brother Nailware put the petrified skin buff magic on himself almost in the next second. He could recite the magic spell more fluently than he could speak Imperial language. Then, there is the ice armor technique. Gulaitum felt the halo of enthusiasm appearing under his feet. A force poured into his body along his legs. And at the same time, a strong fighting spirit erupted in his body. At this time, the evil ghost on the opposite side had already pounced on him. The green-faced evil ghost stepped over the swamp and puddle in front of him, and stabbed the ogre with all his strength with the fifth sword in his hand. But he didn't expect that the big man in front of him had no intention of dodging. The ogre actually stood up straight from the grass, with a layer of ice armor hanging all over his body. He waved the big stick with both hands, and also aimed at the green-faced evil ghost's head. Smash it down. Facing the sword thrust by the evil ghost, the ogre was not even prepared to dodge. The green-faced evil ghost was heartbroken. He forced himself not to dodge the big stick smashed down from above his head, and thrust his sword towards the ogre's chest. At this time, whoever cowers is doomed to be beaten passively. He knew that if he backed down, he would probably be smashed into a puddle by the big guy on the other side. At the moment when the green-faced evil ghost's fist and sword were completely thrust out, his body rose into the air. A shield held up by holy light appeared in front of his eyes. Although the shield was wrapped in holy light, the surface of the shield clearly showed the face of an evil general. The green-faced evil ghost shuddered uncontrollably because of the face that frightened him, and his fist and sword stabbed the evil ghost's shield. The fifth sword that should have penetrated the shield only inserted the tip of the sword a little. The construct warrior standing behind the shield steadily withstood his impact. Just below the left side of the shield, a broad sword came out and thrust into the gap between the knee joints of his right leg. Then purple blood gushed out. The evil ghost only felt that several of the tendons connected to the kneecap had been severed, and that leg could not use any force at all. Under the severe pain, the body fell uncontrollably to the left side, and Gulaitum's mighty big stick came down from above and instantly landed on the green-faced evil ghost's shoulder and neck. The exoskeleton on the shoulders and neck can be said to be the thickest part of the blue-faced devil's bone armor. But the moment the huge force came down, his shoulder blade began to crack. A stream of blood spurted out, and the green-faced devil fell hard into the grass next to the puddle. Surdak took 2 steps, stepped on the back of the green-faced evil ghost, held his left horn in one hand, and forcibly lifted the evil ghost's head. The broad sword in his hand burst out with a layer of rich the holy light cut through the gap between the bones and armor between the neck, and the green-faced evil ghost's head was cut off in one fell swoop, and was held in Suldak's hand. The neck, whose bones were covered with countless muscles, spurted out a trace of blood several meters away, turning the entire puddle purple-red. The battle here only lasted a few breaths from the beginning to the end, before Suldak could throw the green-faced evil spirit's head into the demon sealing box. He saw several evil spirits emerging from the grass not far from the puddle. Without thinking, he threw a fireball at the nearest evil ghost. The fireball exploded in the face of the evil ghost warrior, and the big stick in the two-headed ogre's hand also hit it immediately. The two-headed ogre had suffered a lot from evil spirits by the Samasto River, so it used all its strength this time. The evil ghost was forced back half a step by the fireball. He was holding a short spear in his hand. He saw the two-headed ogre swinging the club and smashing it down. He was holding the black iron short spear in both hands to block the big stick. The shadow of an ogre ancestor suddenly appeared behind Gulaitum, and the big stick even made an ear-piercing sound. It was slammed down so hard that the short flying spear was dented directly, and the evil ghost warrior's feet were also sunk deep into the mud. Suldak dragged the shield in his hand and slammed into the evil ghost warrior. Just as the evil ghost warrior was dizzy, Surdak cast a strange spell in his throat, and the rune words were slashed with the broad sword. Holy thunder! A bolt of holy light thunder fell from the top of his head, and countless silver runes appeared from the exoskeleton of the evil ghost warrior, and then he fell into a puddle. Immediately afterwards, the two evil ghost warriors behind were also chopped down by the combined efforts of Surdak and Gulaitum. In fact, after the green-faced devil's little flag leader was killed, the evil ghost team was no match for the two powerful second-level warriors. The battle is a complete crushing of strength. When the remaining 2 evil ghost warriors saw their companions being killed one by one, they immediately turned around and ran towards Ganda Air Mountain. How could Serdek let go of the fat meat that was brought to his mouth? The whistle sounded, and a magic-patterned war horse waded through the dense grass and galloped from behind. Chapter 1417 Contact. Chapter 1417-1404. Contact. Under a slope covered with wormwood, a broken blade fell at the feet of an axe warrior, and a lot of blood gurgled out of the huge corpse that fell to the ground. Salardio dropped the battle axe in his hand at his feet. Just now, he almost used up all his strength to cut off the fifth sword in the evil ghost warrior's hand with the sharp axe in his hand, and cut off his head, neck, chest, and a 4-foot-long wound was opened in the abdomen. The body structure of the evil spirit was completely different from that of humans. The exoskeleton was almost completely covered with muscle tissue, and the internal organs were almost just some companions in the muscle tissue. Therefore, after the evil ghost is disemboweled, what is seen is more muscle fibers. 4 evil ghost warriors fell on the battlefield, including an evil ghost flag leader, and 2 more evil ghosts were fleeing to the north. There were 10 warriors in the adventure group who were good at chasing and chased them on horseback. These evil ghost warriors were left behind by their companions at the risk of their lives. They would not give up easily at this time. The warriors on horseback were holding standard repeating crossbows, and there were more than 20 crossbow arrows inserted into the backs of the fleeing evil warriors. Purple blood flowed outward from the holes penetrated by the crossbow arrows. The evil ghost warrior staggered a little while running, and there was a deep wound on his left leg just above the knee. This time the polyphonic adventure group encountered an evil ghost hunting team in the wild. After a fierce battle, they narrowly won and gained a lot. But this battle also happened what the regiment leader Seradio least wanted to see happen. 5 members of the adventure group were injured. And not only that, 2 of them were seriously injured. Langdon's abdomen was cut open by the evil spirit's fist and sword. Although the abdominal organs were not damaged, the intestines flowed out from the abdomen. It was the group leader Seradio who personally stuffed the intestines back into Langdon's abdomen. One of Jijimi's legs was severed near the groin. Even if the adventure group prepared sufficient hemostatic bandages, the bleeding could not be completely stopped at this moment. Looking at Jijimi's pale and cold body, his breathing so weak that he might stop at any time, Soladio muttered, "Freedom raised by paper." At the height of the Temple of Liberty, almost the entire empire was a believer in the Statue of Liberty. In the Green Empire, the priests and priests of the Freedom Temple severely cracked down on all heretics. It is difficult for priests, prophets, bishops, and other envoys of other temples to develop followers in the Green Empire. Even if they spread the doctrine, they will be severely punished by the Freedom Temple. But now, since the priests and priests of the Temple of Freedom have disappeared in large numbers, it is difficult for both the army and the adventure group to find priests with healing abilities. The current water magician in the Green Empire has become the most popular magician in the Green Empire with his water magic hydrotherapy. At this point, we have to talk about the disputes within the Magic Union. The Green Empire Magic Union has the most complete fire magic inheritance, so the vast majority of magicians choose to learn fire magic during their magic apprenticeship period. Water magicians have always been severely suppressed in the Green Empire. Therefore, there are very few water magicians in the Green Empire now, and even fewer water magicians who are willing to risk going to the battlefield. Plain wars broke out frequently in various provinces of the empire, and almost all the plains rich in magical herbs were caught in the flames of war. This also led to the scarcity of magical herbs in the Green Empire. So healing potions became precious medicines with no market price. This has also led to an increase in the fatality rate due to injuries in combat. Langdon and Jimmy were seriously injured. It can be said that both feet have stepped into the door of death, and they may be swallowed by that door at any time. So Ladio scratched his head, completely helpless in the face of his companions, who were still joking in the morning. The last treatment potion worth 12 gold coins was used to clean Langdon's abdomen. Now it seems that this treatment potion was probably wasted. This time, in order to kill this evil ghost hunting team, the polyphonic adventure group paid a heavy price. But the money that could be exchanged for the loot was far from enough to pay the pensions of his 2 subordinates. Of course, if Soladio was cruel and refused to pay the money, no one would probably come to him. After all, this is the Warsaw Plain. But once Salardio did this, his reputation in the adventure group circle was completely ruined. Money and credibility. He needs to make a wise choice. "Boss, I can't do it anymore. Give me a knife and let me go happily," Jijiji said with his last breath while lying on the tent's tarpaulin. Shut up and stop Jajimi's bleeding quickly. When Seradio said this, his voice was trembling. He turned to look at Langdon aside. Deputy Leader Bali was stitching up his belly with fishing line. Boss, can I still be saved? As Langdon spoke, Seradio could even see the breathing diaphragm above his stomach. Seradio took 2 steps, squatted down and patted his somewhat dull face, and said firmly, Langdon, we will not abandon you. But whether you can survive may depend on your luck. I will find a way to sew up and bandage your wound. And I hope your body can bear it. Let's go east later. There is a water magician in the Stone Fox Adventure Group. If we can meet them, you may be saved. Seradio added. Hearing Seradio say this, Langdon exhaled and then began to faint. He had lost too much blood. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. Seradio growled impatiently. He could no longer suppress his inner rage. This loss would probably make all their hard work this month go to waste. A member standing on guard at the edge pointed to the slope and shouted loudly. Boss, there is someone over there. A construct knight. And there is an ogre behind him. Although Seradio was very reluctant to make contact, he did not want the other party to get too close at this time. Once they found that their adventure group was no longer capable of fighting, danger would probably come immediately. I'll go see if they have anything I can exchange for. Or I can drive them away. After saying that, Seradio carried the mountain-cutting axe stuck in the grass, mounted an ancient bolai horse, and headed up the slope to meet him. After wading through the grass in front, there was a gentle slope in front of us. Serdek stopped on the slope and saw a group of adventurers cleaning the battlefield in the distance. He could even see the corpses of several evil ghost warriors lying on the ground. There were at least 2 members of this adventure group. There were more than a dozen of them, and they seemed to have just experienced a bloody battle. And the grass was trampled into a mess. Blood stains spread widely on the grass. In fact, he also wanted to find an adventure group to ask for directions. Although he knew that approaching at this time would probably make the adventure group hostile, Serdek still decided to give it a try. Yes, if he could ask for the location of the forest camp, it would save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, Serdek was actually a little emotional. When leaving the forest camp, he asked the magician reconnaissance team to conduct reconnaissance in the Gander Mountains. This order seemed to be very useful. This time he walked in the northern area of the Great Meadow. After such a long time, I didn't even see the shadow of the magician. Just when Serdek was about to walk towards the location of the adventure group, he saw a burly warrior approaching on horseback. Serdek could feel the hostility in the eyes of the adventure group members looking over from a distance. So he stopped his horse decisively. Seradio's figure was very similar to Andrew's, and he was carrying a sharp axe behind his back. When he was riding on the horse, Serdek didn't pay much attention. When he got closer and jumped off the horse, he realized that he clearly had a look that belonged to him when he walked. Rhythm. That was the rhythm of fighting. Obviously, the excitement in his body's fighting state had not completely disappeared. 30 yards away from Serdek, the axe warrior stopped. Then the axe warrior shouted to Serdek, Let me introduce myself first. I am Seradio, the leader of the Polyphonic Adventure Group. I come from Sobra City in the Bena province. We are here to hunt. Damn it. We are cleaning the battlefield. If you two are not hostile to us, then please take a detour. Serdek also jumped off the horse, patted the chest of the armor, and said, Soldak, officer of Lord Bena's army. The radio did not expect to see a lone officer of the Bena army in the wild. He was wearing an unknown magic pattern structure and had a 2-headed ogre following him. He was obviously a rich man. This kind of officer is not only luxuriously equipped, but also must have very rich supplies with him. Thinking of this, Seradio immediately asked, Hi, Mr. Officer Soldak. Do you have any healing potion in your hand? If so, I can exchange it with you for the unidentified black magic crystal. I heard. No. Soldak gave the answer before he could finish speaking. An unspeakable bitterness immediately surged in Seradio's heart. Serdek led the horse up step by step and asked, But can I know if you want to buy the healing potion? Do you want to reserve it or use it immediately? Seradio thought about it and answered truthfully, 2 of my companions were seriously injured. If you believe me, I can help. I know some first aid methods. Of course, this help is paid. Serdek paused and said to the leader of the Polyphonic Adventure Group, he was willing to help, just to establish some contact with them, and then ask for directions to the forest camp. That's no problem. I'll tell them to forget it immediately. Let's go over there. After saying this, Seradio got on his horse. Serdek hurriedly caught up with him on horseback and asked, Can we exchange some information? The two-headed ogre also carried a big stick and followed Surdak closely. Did he know that these adventure groups that appeared on the grassland were very dirty? Especially the adventure groups that had the ability to kill the evil ghost hunting team? Of course. Solardio turned his head and glanced at the noble badge on Soldak's chest. Soldak coughed and then asked very seriously, "Do you know the location of the forest camp? Aren't you Lord Benna's army? How come you can't find the forest camp? Are you new here?" Solardio was a little confused and looked at the construct knight in front of him to make sure he was not joking. "That's right," Surdak replied with some embarrassment. He said that he still had a map in his hand, but there was no reference at all on this grassland and the mountains in the distance. Solardio saw that Surdak didn't seem to be joking, so he thought about it and answered quickly. "The location of the forest farm camp is not a secret. This news is given to you for free. At least we should show a little sincerity." "Right." After saying that, he pointed to the left direction with his hand, and then said, "It's in that direction. Keep walking in that direction. It will take about 2 days on horseback." Surdak hurriedly followed up. After asking about the most important news, he then asked, "Are there many adventure groups around here?" Solardio pondered for a moment and replied, "There are still some. Evil ghost warriors occasionally cross the mountains and sneak over. It's just that the number has increased recently, which is a good thing for us. But it is more dangerous." Then, Surdak stopped asking. He was waiting for Solradio's question. "Are you coming from Handanar City? I would like to know some useful information from the city," Solradio said. After this battle, he planned to return to Handanar City to rest. "The number of refugees is increasing, but prices in the city are relatively stable. Rental housing is extremely scarce. The security situation in the city is not bad, and supplies are abundant," Soldak said. Solardio breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Surdak say this. At this time, as long as Handanar City is stable, the adventure group can continue to venture on this large meadow. While they were talking, the three of them had arrived at the place where the polyphonic adventure group had fought against the evil ghost hunting team. When they saw the two wounded lying on the tent's rain sheet, Surdak looked back at Gulaitum, and then asked Suaradio said, "1 black magic crystal for each person, and the other 4 evil spirits belong to me," Suaradio said without any hesitation. "Deal." Surdak did not choose to set up a sacrificial altar in the tent, but directly asked Gulaitum to carry the 2 wounded people to the slope, and asked the members of the adventure group to wait where they were. The 2 buffing effects of Blessed Body and Hegemonic Body, combined with the Holy Light technique, have a strong healing effect on such seriously wounded people. There were people on the opposing team who were proficient in first aid, and Surdak found that the wounds were stitched neatly. After the sacrificial ceremony, when the injuries of the 2 wounded were completely stable, Gulaitum carried the 2 seriously injured ones back to the adventure group. Then Surdak used the Holy Light technique to injure the 3 slightly injured ones. Members simply give treatment. Seeing Soldak bringing Jajimi and Langdon back, the radio still didn't believe that he could cure them. But when a ball of Holy Light came out of Surdak's hand and began to treat the slightly injured members, the faces of the adventure group members became excited, because everyone knew that Jimmy G and Langdon were saved this time. Chapter 14-18 Camp. Generally speaking, the logistic support of each adventure group relies on large local cities. But most adventure groups do not frequently travel between cities and hunting grounds. For example, the adventure group hunting in the Patlos Mountains does not always like to run to Helensa City, and the adventure group hunting in the Invercargill Forest does not like to always run to Wilk City. In the north of the Great Meadow, the hunting adventure group also doesn't like to always go to Handanar City. The free market in Wall Village in the deserted land has been able to rise rapidly in the past 2 years, which has a lot to do with the adventure group on the Patlos Mountains. In the same way, with the large-scale migration of monsters in the Invercargill Forest, the free market at the copper mine site in the central part of the Invercargill Forest is becoming more and more lively. The fundamental reason is that the adventure groups hunting in the Quoto Camp area often go to the free market with supplies. Market to trade. In Handanar County, some adventure groups will also go to the free market in the forest camp to do some material transactions. But no one knows that there is a treatment team in the newly arrived Benna army. If Surdak hadn't told the news this time, Solardio might have regarded the free market in the forest camp as a camp capable of supplying general supplies. Solardio did not expect that this time when the adventure group went hunting, there would be an unexpected harvest. In fact, although Jimmy G and Langdon's injuries have stabilized, they will still have to recover from their injuries for a long time. Now I heard that the new garrison in the forest camp has a medical team. When they are not busy, they will provide certain paid assistance to the local mercenary group, business group, and adventure group. Without thinking, Salardio led the adventure group towards the forest camp. The polyphonic adventure group was pretty lucky this time. If Jimmy and Langdon hadn't been seriously injured, the adventure group would have made a lot of money by going deep into the northern part of the Great Meadow. However, if Jimmy and Langdon die, Boradian will have to pay them a pension of more than 20 magic crystals. If the funds spent on this operation are excluded, and the members of the adventure group will basically salary, there will be very little left over this month. Along the way, Captain Salardio and Serdek chatted a lot. Serdek provided the latest situation in Handanar County and the forest camp, and Salardio, who was on the opposite side, also told what he learned about the situation in the area north of the Great Meadow. Their adventure group has been operating in this area for so long, and they know the situation in this area well. After listening to Salardio's detailed introduction, Serdek discovered that the 6-person evil ghost hunting team that the polyphonic adventure group hunted this time was very common in the meadows near the north. It's just that they don't go into the depths of the large meadows, and only hunt on the northern edges. In fact, the local herdsmen also know that evil spirits are haunted in this area, so their cattle and sheep will never drive here. The evil ghost hunting team likes to go to some fixed water sources and hunt nearby beasts. Some adventure groups from Handanar City specialize in hunting evil spirits in this area, but they usually only target those evil ghosts who are alone. Once the evil ghost warriors form a team, the adventure group will not easily contact them. Only an adventure group with more than 20 members, like Salardio, would try to eat the evil ghost hunting team. However, this time when they took the final step of hunting, they miscalculated the ghost team's determination to break out desperately, which was why Jimmy G and Langdon were injured. The black magic crystal harvested by the Dueling Adventure Group is considered a bestseller in the free market, and many merchants are willing to buy it at a premium. Not only is the black magic crystal very valuable in the magic market of the Green Empire, but also the biggest reason is that in the future the identified black magic crystal itself has certain merits. Many wealthy nobles are willing to spend a large amount of gold coins to purchase unidentified black magic crystals, which is actually used to promote young members of the family to titles. In the northern part of the Great Meadow, many adventure groups not only hunt evil spirits, but also habitually rob other adventure groups. It is for this reason that the adventure groups are wary of each other. The reason why Serdek provides paid medical services to the nearby adventure groups is not to pity these injured adventure group members. He also has a deeper plan to rectify the chaos that the adventure group said exists in the northern area of the Great Meadow. Why do you say this? In fact, the reason is very simple. The adventure groups that dare to go to the forest farm camp for treatment are the kind of adventure groups with a good reputation, and those robber adventure groups who are used to robbing other adventure groups, unless they have been doing very well hidden. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to go to the forest farm camp to rest and recuperate. In this way, the adventure group that abides by order can continue to receive supplies from the forest farm camp. The living space of those bandit adventure groups will be further compressed. Serdek hoped that Salardio would come to the forest camp this time and pass on the convenient conditions here to every adventure group in the northern part of the Great Meadow. Salardio led Serdek and the two-headed ogre back to the forest farm camp. Seeing the lively scene in the free market here, he was a little dazed for a while. There were many soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment hanging out on the grassy slope where the free market was located. Many people gathered around the stalls and bargained with the merchants. The open-air tavern on the edge of the free market was even more crowded with soldiers who came to have a drink. The business group in the forest camp finally ushered in its first spring. The reason is that the infantry soldiers of the Western Route Army in front of them have strong spending power. On the grass not far away, you can still see a line of four-wheeled carriages moving towards this direction. The crisp ringing of horse bells, the crackle of whips in the air, and the stubborn sound of rolling carriages made everything in front of them become extremely vivid. The garrison camp in the forest camp was not only crowded with garrison troops, but the wooden houses in the camp even expanded into the forest area. Serdek and Gulaitum arrived at the camp gate. The guard at the door immediately pushed the camp door open, saluted and greeted Serdek. "Commander, you are back." Serdek pointed at Salardio and the 5 injured members of the adventure group, and ordered the guard at the door, "Take them to Nika's place, and let Nika take care of the wounded. After doing these things, let Nika come to see me." The guard at the door straightened his back and agreed. "Yes, Commander." Serdek nodded, then waved to Salardio, and led the two-headed ogre into the command post of the garrison camp. Andrew led the constructed knight squadron along the forest road in the morning to look for traces of the ghost warriors. Samira, Carrie Decker, Wolf Knight Tego, and others were guarding the forest camp. During this period of time, Wolf Knight Tiger mainly focused on training the group of ant cavalry. The reconnaissance work in the area around the forest camp is mainly carried out by the Magician Reconnaissance Team. They still follow the reconnaissance method in the White Forest Plain and use magic crystals to record the distribution of surrounding mountains and rivers in the air. Since the magicians are recording real scenes, they can create an extremely realistic large-scale sand table by returning to the forest farm camp. Surdak walked into the command post. As soon as he entered the door, he saw 2 magicians and 4 craftsmen making a large sand table. This time Surdak wanted to display the entire Gundar Mountains on this sand table. This can be regarded as expanding the entire defense zone of the West Route Army. Gary Decker was sitting boredly in the command post, with 2 long legs and brown leather boots resting on the desk. He was holding a parchment map in his hand, as straight as a waterfall. Her long hair hangs down from behind the backrest of the table and chair. She didn't wear the usual heavy magic pattern structure, and left the steel armor. Her body looked a little slender and thin, and the gray-white tight leather armor squeezed her breasts into a deep cleavage. What is hard to believe is that such a soft body can actually support a set of heavy armor, and can also carry a magic shotgun to fight enemies in close combat. Soldak saw with his own eyes that Gary Decker easily trampled a ghost-striped soldier ant under his feet. "Boss, you're back. What did you get from this trip to Handanar City?" When Gary Decker saw Soldak walking in, he immediately stood up from behind the desk and faced Surdak. Said. Soldak glanced around the command post, and then asked Gary Decker, "Where are the others?" Gary Decker blinked and said, "Samira should be at the archery training ground at this time. Selena and Zigna should be at the free market at this time. Naomi is also there. She doing some academic research in her little room." Soldak stopped, turned around and asked doubtfully, "What is she studying?" Gary Decker scratched his head and said with some uncertainty, "Probably how to transform the corpse of the evil ghost warrior into an abominable suture monster." Surdak didn't know what to say, so he hesitated before walking outside. As he walked, he said, "I'll go to the archer training ground to take a look." Gary Decker quickly grabbed a parchment account book from his desk and shouted to Soldak, "Boss, please wait a moment. We have redrawn the merit exchange list based on the logistics inventory." Soldak stopped and took the parchment and white account book handed over by Gary Decker. He found that only the top 3 rewards in the proposed merit list were magic pattern structures, and the top 10 were magic weapons of excellent quality. He thought after a moment. He said, "This time the rewards might as well be more generous. Let's change the top 10 on the merit list to elementary magic pattern structures, and then arrange 10 high-level magic weapons of excellent quality below." Gary Decker's eyes widened and he muttered, "You are so willing. The evil ghosts on Mayun Ridge are not as easy to deal with as the ghost-marked red ants in the Darkworm Valley." Soldak patted Gary Decker on the shoulder. "After you change it, you can put it on the notice board outside the canteen." A feathered arrow was accurately inserted into the red heart of an arrow target 40 yards away, squeezing the first few away. The thick wooden board of the archery target vibrated slightly. Ever since Samira sensed the element of wind, she began to add the power of wind to arrows. Although every arrow she shot was surrounded by a trace of wind power, that was not what Samira wanted. What she needs is for the wind element to be truly integrated into the arrows. If the state that Samira wants is more appropriately described, it is guidance. Use the power of wind to guide the flight path of arrows. It's a pity that Samira has never been able to grasp the key step. Samira held the sky strike bow, squinted her eyes slightly, and looked at the archery target in the distance, and poured a trace of wind power into the arrow again. This wind element surrounded the arrow like a spiral pattern. This was Samira LA's latest understanding of the wind element arrow. As long as he shoots it out, the arrow will be pushed by the wind element wrapped in a spiral outside to rotate. The arrow trajectory under rotation will be straighter, and the arrow tip will have strong penetration at the moment it contacts the target. Samira called it a penetrating arrow. She recalled the feeling of controlling the wind element and injecting it into the arrow. She wanted to guide the arrow at the moment when the wind element was injected, but she never succeeded. At this time, Archer needs to constantly realize it, while she is immersed in her own world. When Surdak walked in, she was still looking at the tip of the arrow intently. Breathing evenly, she fully drew the bowstring, trying to compress the spiral pattern of the wind element. But her control over the power of the wind element was not enough. There was a thin layer of sweat on the tip of her nose. The moment she saw Soldak standing in front of her, Her heart suddenly fluctuated. The slender fingers loosened the tail of the arrow, and subconsciously shot the arrow that had accumulated the power of the wind. Suddenly, there was a sharp tearing sound on the archer training ground. The feather arrow shot by Samira formed a white line in the air. After the feather arrow penetrated the archery target, it plunged into the stone wall behind. The entire wooden arrow shaft exploded under the violent impact, and the wall behind the archery range the body is a little loose. The soldiers watching secretly from the side saw such a sharp arrow, and many people present couldn't help but take a deep breath. Everyone knows that Samira is a level 2 powerhouse. But recently, Samira has been shooting arrows at the archer training ground. Apart from being far more accurate than everyone else, Samira has no other dazzling performance. Now this group of warriors discovered that Samira had obviously controlled her strength during training. She failed to restrain her strength with one arrow and almost destroyed the training ground. Samira ignored the damage caused by the arrow to the shooting range. The half-elf archer seemed to only see Serdek at this moment. She put the sky strike bow aside and threw herself into Serdek's arms. Inside, he didn't even care about the surrounding soldiers who were practicing archery at the archer training ground, and spread a wave of dog food. Her pale red eyes seemed to reflect only the shadow of Serdek. "Okay, everyone is watching." Soldek held Samira's shoulders with his hands and whispered next to her long, bright white ears. Then Samira took Soldek and left the archer training ground. No one expected that the leader of the archers with eyes as sharp as arrows would be beside Commander Serdek like a little bird at this moment. Chapter 14:19 Buying Cows. The first thing Commander Serdek did after returning from Handanar City was to place a merit exchange list at the door of the cafeteria. Although the 10 sets of magic pattern structures on the merit list are a bit too far away for the 110,000 soldiers of the Western Route Army, this does not affect the dream of every infantry soldier in the heart of a construct knight. Everyone is standing on the same starting line. In the following battle, strength is not the only criterion for judging merit. Luck, diligence, courage, teamwork, leadership skills, etc. will all affect the achievements you obtain. No one can guarantee that they will definitely obtain the magic pattern structure on the merit list, especially when the 5 second level powerhouses Samira, Gulitem, Andrew, Wolf Knight Tego, and Gary Decker announced their withdrawal from the Legion's merit competition at the same time. The merits they obtained would only be exchanged for some magic crystals, stones, and gold coins. The infantry soldiers of the West Route Army began to become restless. After all, in addition to the 10 sets of magic pattern structures on the merit list, there are also 10 high-end magic weapons of excellent quality. There is also a single magic pattern structure at the back, and there are dozens of such prizes. There are thousands of high-quality magic weapons and magic rune boards with various functions in the back. In fact, there is still a part of the prize that Serdek has not made public. That is, in addition to the rewards of magic pattern construction, Serdek's direct troops can also choose to implant the magic pattern of life. The soldiers in the entire forest farm camp began to get ready to move, and everyone began to look forward to getting the task of going out on duty in the new day, especially when they saw that the ant cavalry brought back the corpses of the evil warriors from the forest outside every day, and each unidentified black magic crystal could be exchanged for 700 merit points. The heavy armored infantry soldiers became even more jealous. What followed was a discussion in the forest camp about redeeming the merit list. The 50,000 lords army affiliated with Serdek have become accustomed to this method of combat rewards. Everyone is actively preparing for the war, selecting some easy-to-achieve goals on the merit exchange list, and preparing to give it a try. It's just that Serdek's reward and punishment system was also opposed by some small lords in the Western Route Army. These small lords believed that Serdek's approach was completely damaging the vested interests of the noble lords. Since the Western Route Army, the army is composed of the private armies of various lords. So Serdek does not have the right to require all lords to divide their merits in this way. In response to such doubts, Soldek acted more simply. All lord armies that do not agree to calculate their merit according to the merit exchange list can follow the original distribution system as long as they apply. The loot captured on the battlefield is distributed entirely among the commanders of each team. As soon as this news was announced, the reputation and prestige of the small lords who raised objections plummeted. However, these small lords still have strong enough control over their own private armies. They quickly suppressed these bad voices. Then, there was a new statement in the West Route Army, which listed some of the benefits of the old merit distribution model, which can quickly expand the Lord Army, speed up the end of the war, and allow fallen soldiers to have more generous pensions, etc. But what the heavy armored infantry soldiers in Lord Serdak's army did next made the foreign bumpkins in the forest camp unable to understand. They actually exchanged their hard-earned achievements for some consumable items on the battlefield. For example, the infantry soldiers of the same combat team actually exchanged some magic crossbow arrows that were difficult to recover after being shot, or some fire scales, bullets and magic scrolls. Forget about the magic crossbow bolts and fire scale bullets. At least they can be used on the battlefield. But they are a bit of a luxury. But what good can a magic scroll be used for? Infantry soldiers are not magic apprentices. Those magic scrolls require a little mana to activate, which means that only magicians can use them. However, many infantry soldiers will buy these defensive magic scrolls. Since he couldn't figure it out, he could only watch silently as the heavy armored infantry grabbed the consumables on the merit list. The news that the 2 injured members of the Dueling Adventure group recovered quickly after receiving treatment at the forest camp was like a dandelion blown away by the wind, with small white umbrellas flying all over the sky. Many adventure groups hunting evil spirits in the northern part of the Great Meadow began to gather at the forest farm camp after hearing the news. In fact, everyone wanted to verify the authenticity of the news. After all, once the news is true, it will be of great help to these adventure groups. The conservative combat plan in the past can be made more radical. And at the same time, the harvest on the hunting grounds will also increase. After all, no one would mind having too much money. And those bandits who dare to rob other adventure groups have less and less room for survival. They can hide in large meadows, but they cannot run to forest farms and camps for supplies, unless they are an adventure group that is not exposed at all. Once they run into the forest farm camp, they will become a street rat that everyone shouts about. During the time he returned to the forest farm camp, Serdak had been very busy. He not only formed an ant cavalry regiment, but also took the time to summon merchants from the free market in the forest farm camp. Serdak asked the merchants to give a certain degree of preferential treatment to the adventure groups that came to the free market for supplies. At the same time, he warned the merchants not to shield those adventure groups who dared to do evil in the big meadow. Once it is discovered that the merchant is shielding this group of people, will drive his business group out of the forest camp. As the commander of the Western Route Army, Serdak's requests and warnings were still very effective. Serdak also learned from businessmen in the past few days that the pasture on the big meadow has actually been divided up by a group of noble lords. And the cattle and sheep seen along the way are also the private property of certain lords. So Serdak recently took the time to meet with several large ranchers. The main purpose of talking to them was to buy cattle and solve the food ration problem for 50,000 ghost-striped soldier ants. The bacon seized from the evil spirits was only enough for the ghost-striped soldier ants to eat for a month. The West Route Army has been stationed in the forest camp for more than a month, and the bacon stored in the material warehouse has been exhausted. But the material supplies he applied for from the military logistics department have still not been implemented. Serdak could only contact the ranchers in the big meadow and purchase a large number of cattle and sheep to ensure that the soldier ants would not starve. The forest camp had long since changed. Serdak found a large cemetery on a hillside to the north of the forest camp. He searched in this cemetery for a long time, but unfortunately, he could not find the tombstone where the members of the second team were buried. After visiting the entire cemetery, he left with a sad expression. The magician investigation team not only visited the Gandor Mountains in the past month, but also found out all the hidden mountain roads in the Gandor Mountains. There is a huge panoramic map in the command post of Serdak's camp. The Gandor Mountains have been restored to their original appearance in an extremely realistic way. The rivers around the mountains are dyed with some blue crystal powder, and the mountain roads are made of some yellow crystal powder is applied, which is clearly visible at a glance. Selena has been managing the merit redemption list recently. She needs to count merits every day, record the redemption of reward items, etc. Every night Selena would chat with Aphrodite, Samira, Carrie Decker, and Naomi around this beautiful sand table. At first, these people were attracted by the bright lights on the sand table, attracted by the crystal powder, looking at the lifelike rivers and clear mountain roads. Selena recalled some things that Serdak had once been in the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment. These were the things Serdak said every time he chatted with her, after doing some kind of exercise in the evening during the time in Wall Village. Now that everyone is sitting in front of the sand table, many of Serdak's battles with the Ghost Squad become very clear. Everyone gradually understood more deeply about the habits of the evil ghost warriors. As the investigation work became more and more detailed, the magician investigation team began to understand the activity patterns of the evil ghost hunting group. although they did not dare to get too close to the activity area of the evil ghost warriors. This area was clearly marked on the sand table. What Serdek didn't expect was that these women chatting together actually came up with something. The reason was that the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge had a food crisis. Not only did a group of evil ghost warriors run around the forest farm camp, intending to hunt down the scout team near the camp, the magicians also discovered that a large number of evil ghost warriors would bypass Mount Gandor and sneak into the northern area of the Great Meadow. Their activity area on the Great Meadow gradually became larger, and they continued to engage in small-scale battles with the adventure group, just to find a little more food. It was this piece of information that allowed the attentive Selena to discover that the Yangwang Canyon in the Gundar Mountains had actually become the most convenient way for the evil warriors to cross the Gundar Mountains during this period. These evil ghost hunting groups cautiously crossed the canyon at first, but during this period there was no military garrison. Now the evil ghost hunting group has become more unscrupulous. Almost the entire hunting group enters the Big Meadow from this canyon, although it was a bit hard to imagine. The group of ranchers on the Big Meadow quickly accepted the fact that they were a group of special soldiers in the West Route Army called Ghost Pattern Soldier Ants. These ranchers did not expect that Commander Serdek would actually spend money to purchase a large number of cattle just to fill the stomachs of these ghost-striped soldier ants. These soldier ants had an astonishing appetite for food, and Commander Serdek was also very generous, purchasing more than 100,000 cattle from 7 ranches. The deposit paid to these ranchers was boxes of magic crystals, in order to drive the cattle to the forest camp as scheduled. These ranchers also sent a group of very capable herdsmen to escort the cattle. Most of the herdsmen here are Aboriginal people of the local Papistan tribe. Now this Aboriginal tribe has been divided into pieces by the nobles. Almost all the Aboriginal people of Papistan are working for pastures on the Big Meadow, the Lord's work. An old herdsman looked at the grass in the northern area that was almost as high as a horse's belly. His wrinkled forehead became more profound, and his old face, which had turned bronze after exposure to wind and sun, was full of bitterness. A group of young herdsmen followed the old herdsman. On the grassland in front of him, a group of strong oxen almost completely flattened the pasture. "The grass stands really well here." The young herdsman stood astride the smooth horse, holding the reins with one hand, looking at the green sea in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. They live in the Big Meadow chasing aquatic plants, and they will go wherever the aquatic plants are plentiful. However, the northern part of the Big Meadow has been a restricted area in recent years. "Do you know why the grass can grow so high?" The old herdsman squinted his eyes and said coldly, "That's because there is a devil hiding here." His voice was a little dry. He licked his split lips, looked at the group of young people behind him, and ordered, "We have to get through here as quickly as possible. In the next period of time, apart from letting the cattle drink water normally, we will not stop. We people also have to take turns to rest and deliver the cattle to the forest camp as quickly as possible." There, hearing that the cattle had to be driven overnight, the young man began to complain. "Didn't it mean that as soon as we reach the northern area of the Great Meadow, even if the cattle are robbed and killed by evil spirits, the losses will be counted at the forest farm and camp? Then why are we in a hurry?" The old herdsman raised his eyebrows and swung the whip in his hand hard at the young herdsman. "Do you think that once those devils appear, they will only kill cattle?" The old herdsman spat and continued, "We are also food in their eyes." Speaking of those creepy devils, everyone's expressions changed. A young man cried in a trembling voice, "I don't want to be eaten by those devils. I heard that even the souls of people who are eaten will be eaten." However, the old herdsman did not even look at the timid young man. He looked at the forest farm camp in the distance and said very calmly, "The closer we are to the forest farm camp, the safer we will be. So we must travel as quickly as possible on this stretch." "Speed through." "I know, Uncle Hai," a group of young herdsmen replied in unison. However, just before dawn, this group of herdsmen encountered an evil ghost hunting team. 6 evil spirits emerged from the dark grass, frightening the herdsmen into hiding on horseback. The old herdsman shouted loudly among the cattle, "Stay away from these devils. Let them kill the cattle. We just need to gather the remaining cattle and drive them away. We are riding horses. As long as we keep our distance, they will not be able to catch up with us. Everyone pay attention to safety." "I know, Uncle Hai," some young people responded. Some people simply ran away, driven by the old herdsman. The cattle began to turn around. These 6 evil ghost hunters became even more unscrupulous. After slaughtering dozens of cattle in a row, the 6 ghost hunters began to think about how to transport the beef back. After all, there were only 6 companions here. Although the ghost warriors were extremely powerful, One ghost was the most powerful. It can only resist 2 scalpers. I still can't take away the rest of the prey. They need to call other evil spirits. Just as these evil spirits were thinking about these things, the frightened cattle began to escape their sight and ran towards the forest camp. Chapter 14:20 The war begins. As large numbers of cattle continued to appear in the northern area of the Great Meadow, the evil ghost hunting group near the foot of Mount Gandor gradually became crazy. They have never encountered so many cattle. As long as these evil ghost warriors cross the Gandor Mountains and enter the northern area of the Great Meadow, they can see groups of cattle and sheep migrating towards the forest camp. It was under this situation that these evil ghost hunting groups began to attack the cattle on the big meadow. Every time the evil ghost hunting group will harvest a lot. The most distressing thing for the evil ghost is that there is no way to make these cattle into bacon on this hunting ground. If the evil spirits want to transport the beef back to Moyinling, they can only carry the beef to the foot of Mount Gandor, and then use the inexhaustible firewood in the mountain to make bacon from the cattle. It is this kind of restriction that severely restricts the evil spirits from hunting cattle. Even if they slaughter the entire herd of cattle, they are unable to take them away. The only way is to bring the evil spirits of Mount Gandor as far as possible to the big meadow. During the hunting process, the evil ghosts discovered that there were many adventure groups surrounding them. The evil ghosts who had suffered from the adventure groups finally found their companions, and the evil ghosts began their adventure in the northern area of the Great Meadow. The regiment launched a retaliatory attack. Many adventure groups have been madly hunted by evil ghost hunters recently. In order to hunt in the northern part of the Great Meadow, the evil ghosts on Mayun Ridge not only sent a large number of evil ghost warriors across the Gandor Mountains, but also sent an evil ghost army of nearly 10,000 people to the mountains north of the forest camp, posing as a large-scale attack on the forest farm camp. At the same time, a large number of evil ghost warriors were sent through the Yangguang Canyon, over the Gandor Mountains, and into the northern area of the Great Meadow. The evil ghost legions of the dark forces of the Abyss have always been known for their large numbers. The evil ghost legion sent from Mayun Ridge this time clearly exceeded Serdak's previous expectations. A plan to encircle and annihilate the evil ghost army in Moyinling was quietly launched when the evil ghosts poured into Gandor Mountain in large numbers. The Gandor Mountain Gorge is a 47-kilometer-long canyon path that winds through the middle of the mountains. This canyon trail across the middle of the mountains is surrounded by towering and steep mountain walls on both sides. The trail is more like a canyon. At a section near the southern foot of the Gandor Mountains, the trail is also accompanied by a rushing river. When it reaches the middle of the mountains, it is the upper reaches of the river. The river here divides into countless waterfalls, tributaries, and underground springs. When the southern part of the Yanshan Canyon is rugged and strange rocks, and there are some round valley hinterland that resembles a sheep's stomach. The river stops abruptly here. The evil ghost warriors climbed over the Gandor Mountains, and the journey from the Yanshan Canyon was nearly twice as long as other passes. After a large number of cattle appeared in the north of the Big Meadow, this Yanshan Canyon almost became the life supply line for the Moyinling evil ghost army. A large amount of food was transported back to Moyinling from here, and a steady stream of food came from the direction of Moyinling. The evil spirits also enter the Big Meadow from here. As dusk approaches, as the light in the canyon gradually dims, the ghost warriors walking through the Yanshan Canyon will take a rest at this time. Some tired ghost warriors will just lie down in the canyon passage near the rock wall. One side was fast asleep. The evil ghost warriors, who had driven back from the south of Mount Gandor, strode through this narrow passage carrying a whole cow on their backs at the urging of the flag chiefs. If you look down from the sky at this time, you will find that the ghost warriors in the Yanshan Canyon are like tireless army ants. They line up in long lines and move quickly through the canyon. As night falls, under the starry sky, these evil ghost warriors are still walking silently through the canyon, and the darkness seems unable to cover the eyes of the evil ghosts. These evil ghosts who live in the abyss all year round are more adaptable to the darkness than human warriors. In the night, an ant cavalry appeared on the peak on the left side of the Yanshan Canyon. There is a waterfall on the opposite side of the canyon. The abundant river water falls vertically from the river channel above the mountain peak. At this moment, the rushing river water turns into countless fine white pearls, which fall into the deep pool 100 meters below with a huge roar. Selena stood at the top. Samira stood beside her without saying a word, and she had already put the sky strike bow on her back again. Lying at her feet was a headless evil ghost warrior. There was a sentry set up by an evil ghost on the top of this peak. The evil ghost warrior never expected that Samira was riding a magic scorpion handle to take advantage of the night. Descended from heaven and shot it directly. The two magicians have put the magic handle into their magic pockets. Their current task is to control the magic handle and carry Selena and Samira flying at night. At their feet is the middle section of the Yanshan Canyon, which has the largest waterfall in the canyon. Gary Decker stood on the head of a dark red soldier ant. The soldier ant led him up the steep rock to the top of the mountain. Now he finally saw Samira and Sai waiting at the top of the mountain. Lena and 2 other magicians. Ant riders kept coming out from behind her. In the night, almost no one spoke among these ant cavalry. They wore full black armor, carried spears and shields behind their backs, and were also equipped with a 5-shot standard military crossbow, and a device hung on their waists. A kettle full of magic crossbow arrows. 500 ant cavalry are fully armed. Almost all of them are indigenous warriors from the Balan Plain. Their best skills are jungle hunting. Now a group of the best indigenous warriors, with the help of Aphrodite, signed a magical contract with the soldier ants. "I thought you would arrive later," Samira whispered to Gary Decker. Selena on the side also said H, low to Gary Decker. Gary Decker jumped down from the top of the soldier ants, stood next to Samira, took a deep breath, and said to Samira and Selena, "If you don't experience it, I'm afraid you will never understand what it's like to ride over mountains and ridges on ghostly patterned soldier ants. Especially when these soldier ants climb the cliff. It feels really great." Under the leadership of a magician scout, Gary Decker took 500 ant cavalry and 3,000 ghost-striped soldier ants for nearly a week to arrive at the Gandaro Mountains from the forest camp. Middle section of Intestinal Canyon. Samira glanced at the ferocious-looking ghost-patterned soldier ant next to Gary Decker and asked, "How long do you need to rest?" Gary Decker looked back at the group of high-spirited ant riders and said directly, "We have already rested for the afternoon, and we don't need to rest now." She looked back at the ant cavalry squadron leader behind her, who immediately came over to report. "Report to the captain. All the soldiers of the ant cavalry regiment are here." Samira glanced at Selena and saw Selena nodded slightly to her. "Then let's start now," Samira said very simply. "Set off." Following Samira's order, the 500 ant cavalry climbed the steep mountain wall almost simultaneously and rushed toward the Yangwang Canyon below. Gary Decker sat firmly on the back of the ant rider, and the saddle with cable ties firmly connected her to the soldier ants. Even if the soldier ants hung upside down on the roof of the cave, she would not drop down. The soft whispering sound was completely covered up by the rumbling sound of the waterfall. Samira and Selena sat on the magic harpoons of the 2 magicians and followed the ant riders flying in the air. As the ant riders continued to approach the gut canyon, Selena chanted the spell softly, and a dark mist spread from around her body. Dark mist is a magic given by the goddess of the night. Enemies in the mist will be blocked from all perception. As the fog continued to spread toward the bottom of the valley, the group of ant cavalry also rushed down to the bottom of the valley. The mist spread to the canyon path, and the ant cavalry also rushed down at this moment. At night, the canyon passages between the mountains are completely dark. 500 ant cavalry poured down from the peak at the same time, crawling on the almost vertical mountain wall. A thin layer of mist spread silently over the canyon trail. At this moment, the evil ghost warriors walking on the canyon path suddenly discovered that except for the rumbling sound of the waterfall, their sense of sight and smell had completely disappeared, and they seemed to be in endless darkness. Just when the evil ghost warriors were confused and couldn't figure out what was going on, a group of ghost-patterned soldier ants jumped down from one side of the mountain wall. On the backs of these soldier ants were human warriors holding spears and shields. These evil ghost warriors were blinded by the dark fog, and the soldier ants were not discovered until they were in front of them. In a hurry, the evil ghost warriors let out an angry roar, drew out their fists, swords and war blades, and pressed them against the fangs of the ghost-patterned soldier ants. Only then did the evil ghosts see the spear thrust from the darkness. The sharp spear easily penetrated the evil ghost warrior's eye socket, and then passed out from the back of the skull, with purple blood splattering everywhere. For a time, all the ghost warriors on the path shrouded in the fog of war were slaughtered by the ant cavalry. According to the evil spirit's understanding of the imperial cavalry and heavy armored infantry, they could not climb over these cliffs and mountains. Not to mention that there were some sentry posts on the mountain walls. There is a waterfall on the left side of Yanshan Canyon, and the mountain path through the canyon is less than 5 meters wide. The ant cavalry took care of the passing evil ghost warriors, and then killed all the evil ghosts lying on the path in deep sleep. The evil ghosts outside the fog of war could only see a faint mist appearing in front of them. They stepped into the fog with a blank look on their faces, and their perception was immediately blocked, falling into endless darkness. And then, they were hidden. Ant Rider massacre in the fog. The evil ghosts in the Yangshan Canyon lined up in a long line, and the evil ghosts behind kept moving forward. Therefore, the evil ghosts in front could not stop at all. Even if they discovered that something was wrong, they continued to pour into the mist, led by Gary Decker and Samira. This group of ant cavalry quickly killed hundreds of evil ghosts. As the ghost warriors continued to pour in from outside the fog, the canyon path, less than 5 meters wide, was almost filled with corpses of ghost warriors. Just at the edge of the fog, the corpses of those ghost warriors were almost piled on top of each other. A wall of corpses more than 2 meters high formed. The ant riders stood on the wall of corpses, waiting for the evil ghost warriors to fall into the trap. This one-sided massacre only lasted less than 2/4 of an hour. The evil ghost warriors outside the fog saw the corpse of an evil ghost rolling out of the fog. And then, they discovered the anomaly in the fog in front of them. The evil ghost warriors stood outside the mist, and did not dare to break in rashly. At this time, a piece of magic crossbow arrows suddenly shot out from the mist. These magic crossbow arrows with sharp edges penetrated the outer bone armor of the evil ghost warriors at such a close distance. Dozens more evil ghost warriors fell outside the mist. On the canyon trail, Selena, Samira and Gary Decker led a troop of ant cavalry to cut off the narrowest pass in the middle of the Gut Canyon. As a result, the evil ghost warriors coming from the direction of Mayun Ridge were unable to enter the northern area of the Great Meadow. At the same time, they also blocked the group of evil ghosts who were carrying food and preparing to return to Mayun Ridge. Led by Andrew and Wolf Knight Tago, the two constructing knights quickly crossed eastward along the southern foothills of Gander Mountain. This group of construct knights almost avoided fighting with the ghost warriors running out of the mountains along the way. Even if the ghost warriors suddenly rushed out, Andrew and Tago would kill them as quickly as possible. More than 1,000 construct knights walked along the northernmost edge of the Great Meadow, quickly getting rid of all the evil ghosts chasing from behind. Andrew was riding a green-scaled war horse on a mound when he saw a red magic signal rising in the northern night sky. He turned to Wolf Knight Tago and smiled. "Samira and the others should be going well over there. Now it's our turn." After saying that, he took off the butcher's battle axe hanging on one side and shouted to a group of construct knights behind him. "All knights line up." Following Andrew's order, the construct knights were arranged in a row of 8 people and charged towards the southern entrance of the Yangshan Canyon. The magic pattern structures on these knights emerged with light blue magic patterns in the dark night. A layer of light silver shield appeared on the armor of the war horses beneath them, and each war horse felt the power transmitted by the construct knights. They quickly increased their speed to the extreme. Thousands of war horses ran across the wilderness at the same time. The entire land trembled with the sound of horse hooves. The first row of construct knights all had an afterimage on their bodies. At this moment, a group of evil spirits were slowly entering the Sheep Intestine Canyon in a long procession carrying beef. Seeing a group of construct knights coming out from the slope on the right, these evil ghost warriors quickly stood in a row. They pulled out spears from behind and were about to throw them at the construct knights when a flash of light suddenly lit up in the night sky. There was a ball of fire, and before they could react, a fireball fell from the night sky. At the same time as these fireballs appeared, the 24 magicians appeared in the night sky, in order to avoid the short flying spears in the hands of the evil ghost warriors. These magicians flew very high on magic harpoons. The fireball hit the evil ghost warrior, bursting into flames. Before these ghost warriors could react, the construct knights led by Andrew quickly occupied the southernmost mountain pass of the Yangshan Canyon. Chapter 1421 Bomber Regiment. At dawn, a brief rain of fire fell in the sky over the mountain pass at the southern end of the Yangshan Canyon. Then came the sound of horse hooves that resounded through the valley like war drums. A group of construct knights formed a neat killing formation and charged continuously towards the entrance of the canyon. The construct knights in the front row turned into black afterimages, holding the weapons in their hands. The knight's spear penetrated the evil ghost warrior's chest fiercely. The first row of construct knights knocked over a group of evil ghost warriors at the front, and they were forced to stop. The second row of construct knights rushed up from behind and rushed out from the gap between the first row of construct knights. The evil ghost warriors in the canyon were not even prepared before they were struck by this huge impact. The knight's spear was overturned on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the third, fourth, and fifth rows of construct knights rushed forward one after another. They took turns harvesting the lives of the evil ghost warriors in the narrow valley lanes. From beginning to end, Andrew and the Wolf Knight Tago were at the forefront of the battlefield. The Nanai warriors with the soul of the Berserker and the Wolf Knight, who went berserk in the night, almost maintained their strongest combat power. The butcher's axe in Andrew's hand was wrapped with flames and electric arcs. Every time it strikes the evil ghost warrior, it will bring out a dark red fire. The moment it hits the evil ghost warrior, an arc of electricity will appear on the axe blade, causing the evil ghost warrior to feel numb all over. Grow numb. The phantom of the berserker appeared behind Andrew. The 10-meter-tall phantom kept almost the same movements as Andrew. Every time he swung the giant axe in his hand to cut down, a phantom of the giant axe would fall in front of Andrew. Although it is just a shadow, every time it falls, a huge shock force will be formed in the air, causing the evil ghost warriors in the canyon to shake. Tiger, the wolf knight, holds a sharp sword without gauntlets in his hand. Hard black hair grows on his body. His mouth protrudes forward. The teeth in his mouth become extremely sharp. The muscles of his limbs bulge. Every time he cuts, the war blades all carry an afterimage. 2 rank 2 experts appeared at the southern entrance of Yanchan Canyon, leading nearly 1,000 construct knights to overwhelm the evil ghost warriors here. This group of evil ghosts are all ordinary soldiers, who are transporting food back to Mayan Ridge. The evil ghost with the highest position is only the flag commander. After all, the evil ghost general will not do such a lowly thing. Therefore, there are no evil spirits in the Yanchan Canyon that can stop Andrew and Tego from joining forces to kill each other. The 2 men led the constructed knights into the Yanchan Canyon in one breath, leaving only headless corpses on the narrow mountain road. By the time the evil spirits in the northern area of the Great Meadow reacted, Andrew had already led nearly 1,000 construct knights into the Gut Canyon. Some of the evil ghost warriors, who were preparing to enter the Yanchan Canyon, dropped the food on their shoulders, pulled out their war blades from their waists, and quickly surrounded the entrance of the canyon. The evil ghost warriors kept running towards the big meadow, passing the news that the southern entrance of Yanchan Canyon was lost to all the evil ghost hunters. More and more ghost warriors are gathering at the entrance of the canyon. 45,000 ghost-striped soldier ants carry heavily armored infantry soldiers through the southern slopes of Mount Gunnar. Andrew and Tego led the construct knights as they galloped past the foothills of the southern foothills of Mount Gandor and the edge of the large meadow. They had already attracted the evil ghost warriors near the southern foothills of Mount Gandil to chase the constructed knights. The footsteps gathered towards the Yanchan Canyon. The southernmost slope of the Gandor Mountains is overgrown with weeds, vines and shrubs, making it difficult for even strong evil spirits to pass through this woodland. Serdek asked 5 druids to lead nearly 2,000 soldier ants, relying on the soldier ants' hard bodies and sharp fangs to carve out a passage in the dense forest on the steep hillside. The hillside here is so steep that even heavy armored infantry cannot pass here. But the ghost-patterned soldiers and ants can walk on flat ground here. Groups of soldier ants carrying heavy armored infantry quietly walked through the forest. Serdek was on a raised boulder halfway up the mountain, looking at the vast green field at his feet. The large grassland was in full view. Andrew led the construct knights into the Yanchan Canyon at dawn. Most of the day has passed now. On the grass below, teams of evil warriors are constantly gathering towards the entrance of the Yanchan Canyon. Serdek didn't know how the evil spirits got in touch with each other. The speed at which this group of evil spirits gathered was somewhat beyond Serdek's expectation. He had to urge the druids who were opening the way in front, and the army had to speed up its advance. Looking at the grassland from the rock, Serdek could even tell who the noble ghost general was. Facing these evil generals, who possess nearly level 4 monsters, even Serdek has no certainty of victory. A group of evil ghost hunting teams had already formed a team of 1,000 people before approaching the southern entrance of Yanchan Canyon. Some evil ghost warriors even carried some cattle and sheep on their backs and were reluctant to discard them. They gathered more and more on the big meadow, and their black skeletal armor became shiny in the sunlight. These evil ghost warriors never expected that just a few kilometers away from them, on the southern slopes of the southern foothills of the Gandor Mountains, an army of soldier ants was carrying heavy armored infantry soldiers and advancing simultaneously with them. The magician Basil rode down from the sky on a magic harpoon and reported to Soldek. It was initially estimated that the number of evil warriors gathered outside the Yangguang Canyon exceeded 7,000. Almost all the evil ghost warriors in the northern area of the Great Meadow gathered at the southern end of Yanchan Canyon. The magicians detected a total of 5 evil generals. It is not ruled out that there are other evil generals hiding among the evil spirits. In the afternoon, there were already 4 teams of evil ghost warriors rushing into the Yanchan Canyon. The large army of heavy armored infantry was hiding in the dense forest 2 kilometers west of the southern entrance of the Yanchan Canyon. More and more ghost-striped soldier ants came from behind. The atmosphere in the Legion seemed very solemn. The infantry soldiers knew that a fierce battle was about to begin. This time everyone would face the evil ghost legion that had been entangled with the Bena Legion for 8 years. Each of these evil ghost warriors almost has the strength of a first-level warrior. Their individual strength can completely crush the heavy armored infantry. To defeat them, the only way to defeat them is the cooperation between the squads. This time we will not only have 45,000 warriors rushing into the battlefield, but also ghost pattern soldier ants like bulls will also become our fighting partners. Remember, they do not need merit, so we must pay attention to, and they keep cooperating. We only need to keep an eye on these few soldier ants. The best situation is to just hit them behind them. However, if they rush too far forward, we can't follow them in a hurry. Don't do it for merit. If we lose our lives, all we need to do is to chew off these tough bones one by one. We have the advantage in numbers in this battle, and even one person can crush these evil ghosts to death with one kick. Finally, I would like to remind you, don't be greedy, and don't be afraid. A squad leader kept talking to the 5 soldiers beside him. Eric, you and Jim just need to hold up the tower shield to block our swords. Pay attention to the fists and swords in the hands of those evil spirits, and be careful to conserve your strength. Understood. 2 strong infantry soldiers agreed at the same time. They were wearing full heavy armor and carrying shields like door panels behind them. Such small pre-war meetings can be seen everywhere in the army. In contrast, the ghost-striped soldier ants are much quieter in the woods. Each group of ghost-striped soldier ants is followed by a druid. When these ghost-patterned soldier ants charge, they still need to carry heavy armored infantry. Each group of ghost-patterned soldier ants has about 1,500, and they are all under the command of a druid. This time, Serdek had only one request for the leaders of the heavy armored infantry regiment. No matter what situation they encountered, they must first ensure the safety of the druids in the regiment. I saw this dense forest crowded with ghostly patterned soldier ants and heavy armored infantry. Serdek took a deep breath and waved to the herald holding the flag. The next moment, all the heavy armored infantry soldiers climbed onto the backs of the ghostly patterned soldier ants. 45,000 ghost-marked red ants, under the command of the druids, rushed from the dense forest to the large meadow in overwhelming numbers. If you take a bird's-eye view from the sky, you can see that these ghost-patterned soldier ants are clearly divided into 30 teams of 1,500 people. Moreover, they do not rush directly towards the evil ghost army gathered at the southern entrance, but circle around, facing the evil ghost army at the southern entrance. All the ghost-patterned soldier ants were running in an arc. The soldier ants rushed out of the dense forest. They did not fight at first, but planned to use their fastest speed to form an encirclement against these evil ghost hunters at the southern entrance of the Yanchang Canyon. And this group of evil ghost warriors are lining up at the southern entrance to enter the canyon path. Although several evil ghost generals immediately discovered the ghost-striped soldier ants running outside, they did not immediately give up the southern entrance of Yanchang Canyon and led their troops to break out towards the big meadow. By the time they discovered that the soldier ants rushing out of the dense forest were overwhelming, it was already too late for these evil generals to break through. 45,000 ghost-striped soldier ants have formed an encirclement at the southern entrance of the canyon. All the evil ghost generals could do at this time was to quickly gather more than 7,000 evil ghost warriors at the southern entrance of the Yanchang Canyon. The soldier ants surrounded them very quickly, and the entire meadow was crowded with ghostly patterned soldier ants and heavy armored infantry. Serdek stood on the battlefield on horseback, with Guladim behind him. 30 heavy armored infantry regiments quickly formed a square formation, while the ghost-striped soldier ants were crowded together in a mess. Opening his fangs towards those evil ghost warriors, he squinted his eyes and glanced at the scorching sun that had set on the top of the mountain, and a cool wind blew in the valley. On the battlefield that was about to break out, huge pressure like the tide was passed to the group of evil ghosts on Mayun Ridge. They did not wait for anything at this moment. As Serdek's Lord army slowly approached, the evil ghost warriors began to quickly shrink towards the southern entrance of the Yanchang Canyon. Those evil generals obviously planned to use the narrow entrance at the southern end of the canyon as a battlefield. In this way, Lord Serdek's army will not be able to exert its numerical advantage. Serdek pursed his lips and never gave the order to charge. The ghost-striped soldier ants have begun to become agitated, and their sharp legs are about to crush the stone slabs under their feet. But Serdek is still waiting, seeing groups of evil spirits quickly entering the canyon path. The evil ghost warriors crowded at the southern entrance of the canyon became increasingly dense. If the evil generals knew what Serdek relied on to get started on the battlefield, then even if they rushed out to fight to the death, they would definitely not do so. At this moment, just behind the encircling army, 30 magicians in the reconnaissance group were receiving oak barrels filled with black powder from the four-wheel truck. This group of magicians stood around the truck with dark circles under their eyes. their faces showing unconcealable exhaustion. This group of them was busy for half the night. They just had a quick breakfast in the morning and then went into investigation. I have been flying around in the air on magic harpoons for almost the whole day. Now every magician has almost exhausted all his magic power. The magician Avid is constantly mobilizing and giving magic to every magician. Get a spiritual potion. Keep on holding on. We will have nothing to do with you after the airdrop. We will all go back to the camp behind the battlefield to rest. Pay attention to maintaining a flying height. And don't underestimate the short flying spears in the hands of those evil spirits. There are at least 5 evil generals hiding among them. Pay attention to the oak barrels you throw in. And don't forget to light the fuse. Notice. Magician Avid's voice was almost hoarse from shouting. But at this time, he still kept urging these young magicians. Each magician received a varying number of oak powder barrels next to the 4-wheeled wagon. The number of oak powder barrels received depended entirely on the size of their magic pockets. The most contained 6 powder barrels, while some magicians only filled 2 oak powder barrels. Because the time to drop the bomb is also very limited. Only the moment before the soldier ants charge. When the soldier ants rush up, the magician's mission is over. So they won't be able to finish all the shots if they bring too many. As the magicians all rose into the air, passing over Serdak's head like a swarm of locusts. Serdak finally raised the broadsword, the Iron of Light, above his head. All the ghost-patterned soldier ants began to prepare for a charge. The evil spirits simply don't understand what these human magicians want to do by flying so high. They don't have many opportunities to see magicians on the battlefield. And they don't understand what attack methods they have. An oak barrel with only a fuse falling freely from the sky. Like bird droppings falling from the sky. Those fuses were still emitting light green smoke. Then some gunpowder barrels simply exploded in midair. Like gorgeous fireworks. Some gunpowder barrels fell to the ground and became fragmented, with black powder scattered everywhere. But more gunpowder barrels were in the formation of the evil warriors. It exploded directly. The mountain pass suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Deafening roars continued to sound. And balls of fire lit up in the smoke, looking like lightning moving in the dark clouds. It was in this situation that the group of ghost-patterned soldier ants received the druid's order and rushed to the battlefield at the southern entrance of the canyon in despair. Under the violent bombardment of the gunpowder barrels, the evil ghost army suddenly became chaotic, and the evil ghosts did not even know where to escape. There are even many evil ghosts who, under such circumstances, have long forgotten that there is a group of ghost-patterned soldier ants glaring around them. At this moment, the ghost-patterned soldier ants are flooding into the battlefield like a tide. Chapter 1422 Battle. The evil ghost warriors broke out from the thick smoke and swung the war blades in their hands. Strangled with the ghost-patterned soldier ants. The attack methods of the soldier ants are single. When they rush up, they will spray a stream of acidic liquid at the evil ghost warriors, and then use their sharp fangs more than 1 meter long to scissor the waist of the evil ghost warriors. The evil ghost warriors were very concentrated when they rushed out, and it was almost impossible to avoid the attacks from the soldier ants. The evil ghost warriors who rushed at the front jumped up one after another, and while their bodies were still in the air, they stabbed the forehead of the ghost-marked soldier ants with their fists and swords. This group of ghost-patterned soldier ants did not dodge, opened their 2 huge fangs, raised their heads, and cut towards the evil ghost warrior's waist. The evil ghost warriors following behind bumped into him, and the evil ghost warriors fought with the ghost-patterned soldier ants. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, ghost-patterned soldier ants and evil ghost warriors fell one after another. A large-scale melee broke out on the battlefield at the southern entrance of the Yanchan Canyon. Evil warriors are constantly being clamped by the fangs of ghost-patterned soldier ants. The fangs of the soldier ants are not sharp but not sharp. The evil ghosts trapped will not die immediately. The evil ghosts will use the claws in their hands under the severe pain. The sword stabbed into the head of the ghost-patterned soldier ant. Those soldier ants are also extremely ferocious, and will not let go of their fangs even if they die. More soldier ants rushed up from behind, and the corpses of soldier ants and evil spirits soon piled up into a huge pile at the entrance of the canyon. Many evil ghost warriors were injured when they rushed out. The explosion of those black powder barrels affected a wide area. Not only did some evil ghosts have their exoskeleton armors exploded, but some evil ghost warriors even had their legs and hands broken by the explosion. The soldier ants were followed by a large number of heavy armored infantry soldiers. Although this group of infantry warriors is far less powerful than the evil ghost warriors, they have long been accustomed to hiding behind the soldier ants and making sneak attacks. Every time, they would take advantage of the soldier ants to clamp down on the evil warriors. holding spears in both hands to strike behind the soldier ants. After the body of the evil ghost warrior is pierced by a spear, a warrior holding a simple sword will cut off the evil ghost's head, and then quickly put it into the pocket tied around his waist. Ghost-pattern soldier ants continue to pour into the battlefield from all directions, and the evil ghost warriors surrounded by the entrance of the canyon fell like wheat in pieces. Although the casualties of the ghost-pattern soldier ants were also very heavy, the balance of victory had begun to move towards Sue. Erdak is leaning this way. Suddenly, the battlefield on the left became chaotic. Two evil generals led a group of outstanding evil warriors out of the military formation and tore a hole in the surrounding soldier ants. The evil warriors were desperate for their lives. Follow behind and rush outside. This group of ghost-pattern soldier ants couldn't stop the attack of the evil general. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen soldier ants were split in half by the evil general. The two evil generals stepped on the corpses of the soldier ants, beckoning the evil warriors behind to follow them, and continued to rush forward. But the soldier ants and infantry soldiers also came one after another. An evil ghost general chopped down several ghost-pattern soldier ants in succession, stopped and stepped on the head of a soldier ant. With a faint evil smile on his ghost face, he glanced around, wiped the sticky blood on his hands, and clenched the war blade in his hand again. The surrounding ghost-pattern soldier ants swarmed up again, but were stopped by other ghost warriors. Since the ghost general appeared on the battlefield, this area was forcibly opened up by the ghost general to a large space. Soldak was worried that the evil general would escape, so he whipped Gubo Lai's horse with a whip, and Gubo Lai's horse began to run towards the battlefield. The evil general seemed to have sensed Serdak's murderous intent. He looked towards Serdak through the countless ghost-pattern soldier ants. The war blade in his hand split open the soldier ants in front of him, and then locked eyes. Soldak, the druid standing behind the army of ghost-marked soldier ants, saw Serdak preparing to rush into the battlefield, and quickly ordered the soldier ants blocking Serdak to move to both sides, quickly making way for Serdak. Duck rushed in smoothly, and the evil ghost general also took the opportunity to rush towards Soldak. The evil general, who is more than 3 meters tall, can jump forward 7 or 8 meters every time he takes a step. Although the soldier ants on the side kept spitting acidic liquid at him, the evil general didn't care much. There seemed to be a light-colored air mask on the outside of his skeletal armor, which completely separated the acidic liquid, and he rushed towards Serdak. Behind the evil general is a large group of evil warriors who want to fight their way out of the encirclement with the evil general. It's just that the ghost-pattern soldier ants on both sides didn't give them any chance at all. The soldier ants came overwhelmingly and strangled the evil ghost warriors again. The war blade was raised, and blood splattered everywhere. The ghost general's steps, as he ran forward, had a unique rhythm. The distance he took each step was different. Every time he took a step forward, he would always move left and right, making it difficult for Serdak to judge him. Where to go next? Serdak stared at the evil general, watching him run faster and faster, and then pulled the visor off his helmet. This time, he was not holding a shield. When he charged, he easily put the broadsword back into its scabbard, bent down and unhooked the knight's lance from the hook, holding the knight's spear. The magic pattern structure on Serdak's body suddenly lit up. Countless mana flowed in the magic pattern. The warhorse felt the power of the zealous halo and suddenly accelerated, as Serdak injected power into the warhorse body. This warhorse even carries a black line when running. Serdak leveled the knight's spear and pointed it at the evil general from a distance. At this moment, a shadow of an angel appeared behind Serdak. The angel spread its wings and injected a holy light into Serdak's body. The evil general made a whimpering sound and ran a little faster. Serdak saw the evil general rushing up, and he thrust out the knight's spear in his hand with all his strength. The evil general did not dodge at this moment, but dragged a square war blade with both hands and slashed it towards Soldak. A streak of white fighting spirit flew out from the tip of the war blade, and just before the sword of Knight Serdak stabbed the evil ghost general's chest, the white fighting spirit actually hit the tip of Serdak's spear. The fighting spirit suddenly exploded. The next moment, the knight's spear in Serdak's hand was also blown to pieces, leaving only the second half of the spear. The evil general threw out a burst of fighting energy with his war blade, and stepped forward suddenly to the left. His speed reached the extreme, and he suddenly rushed to the right side of Soldak. The square war blade in his hand was in Soldak's eyes, suddenly disappeared, and the next moment appeared at the weirdest angle. The war blade cut across Soldak's thighs and horse's belly. Without hesitation, Soldak threw away half of the handle of the knight's spear, pulled up the reins of the warhorse, and jumped high with the reinforced magic-marked warhorse. Then he picked up the bone shield to block the evil general from sweeping towards the enemy. The knife on the leg. The evil general was shocked at first when he saw the shield. And then he found out that the bone shield was actually a shield made of his companion's face. And he couldn't help but became furious. The war blade struck the bone shield, emitting a strong concussive force. There was a very obvious mark of damage on the shield. Cerdak was worried that the horse under his crotch would be shocked. So he firmly withstood the full blow of the evil general, not wanting to suffer any loss. Cerdak drew out his broadsword and stabbed the evil general in the belly against the edge of the shield. The evil general knew at a glance that he had experienced hundreds of battles. When faced with a sword thrust from Cerdak, he used his wrist to draw an arc in front of him with the war blade, and then blocked the sword thrust from Cerdak. Cerdak and the evil general collided firmly. He is obviously inferior to the demon general in terms of strength. When they collided with each other, Cerdak's body fell backwards. Seeing the opportunity to kill Cerdak, the evil general took another half step forward, clenched the square blade in his hand, and cut directly to Cerdak's neck. Cerdak lay on his back on the saddle, watching the war blade in the demon general's hand passing by the tip of his nose. Just when the evil general was about to cut the war blade downward, a door to the void suddenly appeared next to Cerdak. A large eyeball popped out from the door, and a death ray fell on the evil general, making the evil general feel a little dazed. Then Aphrodite walked out of the void gate, muttering a spell, and the next moment, her eyes turned into deep whirlpools. There was a trace of trance in the eyes of the evil general. While the evil general was in a trance, Cerdak poured the power of holy light into the broadsword, and then swiped it across the evil general's neck. The head of the evil general rolled to the ground with a sound. The tall body fell suddenly. Cerdak stepped forward with his sword, picked up the head of the evil general with angry eyes, and threw it into the satchel behind the horse. Aphrodite didn't stay here for any longer, and with a swish, she went back through the void gate. This was the fifth evil ghost general that Cerdak killed. The same was true for the previous evil generals. After being attacked by Aphrodite, he fell into a brief confusion, and then Cerdak took the opportunity to chop off his head. After killing the evil ghost, Cerdak inserted the bloody war blade into the scabbard, turning his head to look not far away from the battlefield. The two-headed ogre Gurlitum was fighting with an evil ghost general. Cerdak immediately ran towards Gurlitum. Chapter 1423 Fierce Battle in the Valley. On the battlefield at the southern entrance of the Yanchang Canyon, 45,000 ghost-striped soldier ants and the same number of heavy armored infantry almost crushed all 7,000 evil ghosts. Although the combat power of the evil ghost warriors was far superior to that of soldier ants and heavy armored infantry, the number of evil ghosts was at an absolute disadvantage, and they were surrounded by the Lord army at the entrance of the Yanchang Canyon. Except for some evil ghosts, they escaped into the canyon to survive for the time being. All the other evil ghosts died on the battlefield. In the war against the dark forces of the abyss, neither side needs prisoners. If the humans of the Empire are defeated, they will basically become the evil devil's food. If the evil devil is defeated, in addition to being beheaded, the infantry will also peel off part of the valuable black devil's skin. The Lord army finally managed to kill all the evil spirits on the battlefield before dark. Afterwards, the infantry soldiers took their knives and chopped off the heads of all the evil spirits on the battlefield. It seems that the Warsaw Plain has not had such a large-scale victory for a long time. In the past 2 years, the evil ghost army has invaded the 7 counties of Warsaw on a large scale. After Lord Busman's army was severely damaged by the evil ghost army in Orton's County, the evil ghost army has invaded the territory of the Busman family on a large scale. The Simon army resisted tenaciously in various counties, but in the end they all ended in failure. Logistics quartermasters were on hand to tally military merits. Behind them were dozens of large wooden boxes. After recording their merits, all the evil ghost heads were thrown into the wooden boxes, then sealed and handed over to Cerdak for unified storage. Under nightfall, torches were lit around the southern entrance of the Yanchang Canyon. Some ghost-striped soldier ants and heavy armored infantry soldiers had already entered the Yanchang Trail to pursue the group of escaped evil ghost warriors. The magician reconnaissance team rested for 2 hours after the battle, and then flew into the night sky again under the darkness. Cerdak was worried that Andrew, Wolf Knight Tago, and a group of members of the Construct Knights in the Gut Canyon would be attacked from both sides. It had been a day since they rushed into the Gut Canyon. According to Cerdak's expectation, Andrew led the Construct Knights. The Knights have already joined Samira in the middle of the canyon. However, there was no magic signal flare rising on the north side of the canyon, which meant that Andrew and the Constructed Knights failed to reach the scheduled location. in order to cut off the evil ghost reinforcements in the direction of Mayun Ridge in the north. The Ant Cavalry led by Samira, Gary Decker and Selena should still be fighting at the middle pass of the Yanshan Canyon. They will face the canyon. The remaining evil spirits in the south attack desperately. The large group of evil spirits pursued by Andrew, and the Construct Knights will become a remnant force attacking the pass in the middle of the canyon from the south. If Andrew and the Wolf Knight Taigo can penetrate the southern mountain road of the Sheep Gut Canyon and join up with Samira's Ant Cavalry, the Construct Knights should be able to take a rest. But if Andrew fails to arrive as scheduled, they will have to fight for a whole day and night. The Ant Cavalry will also face the dilemma of being attacked from both sides. The whole Yanshan Canyon will be like this. One section of the canyon is crowded with evil ghost warriors, and another section of the canyon is blocked by a human cavalry. The two sides are constantly fighting, and the fighting will not stop until one side is completely defeated. Serdek became a little irritable at this time. He was waiting for the magician investigation team to report back the battle situation in the Gut Canyon. He wanted to know what Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego were doing all day. In the Yanshan Canyon, Andrew chopped down an evil ghost warrior and shook his sore arm, looking at the large number of evil ghost warriors blocking the canyon mountain road in front of him. He felt miserable. He and Wolf Knight Tego had already run behind the constructed knights to deal with the evil ghost warriors catching up from behind. Nowadays, the constructed knights are surrounded by evil ghost warriors in the Yangguang Canyon, because the canyon is winding and steep. The cavalry cannot charge in the mountain road. Therefore, they can only rely on their own strength to fight against the evil ghost warriors. And the constructed knights cannot perform their best. The most powerful way to fight is to advance on foot. Andrew led the constructed knights all the way, but there was still a long way to go before the intended position. The main problem is that this section of the road is still crowded with evil spirits. Every step forward is walking on the corpses of evil ghosts. With such an intensity of fighting, even a brave second-level warrior like Andrew was a little exhausted after the whole day. The four captains of the constructed knights, who were following Andrew, also looked exhausted, holding on to the front. Some of the magic swords in the hands of the knights were chopped to pieces, and the swords were covered with jagged teeth. The gaps in magic pattern constructs are also covered with various scratches, and almost every construct knight has minor injuries. "Captain, how far do you think we have to go forward?" A captain named Nilius approached Andrew and asked him in a low voice. There was a hemostatic bandage on his left arm, and he seemed to be in good spirits. He was a veteran who came out of the rebel army in the Ganbu Plain. He followed Serdek to kill evil spirits in the Ganbu Plain, and in the Belen Plain he became a construct knight and now manages 4 squadrons of construct knights. He is regarded as Andrew's right-hand man. Andrew spat out a bloody smear, took the water bag handed over by Captain Nelius, and drank the little water left in it. "I don't know. I might have to fight here all night. Let the knights who are not participating in the battle rest where they are, and we can fight for a while further ahead." After speaking, Andrew took out a roll of bandage from his arms. The butcher's axe in his hand is now soaked with blood. The handle of the axe is sticky and very greasy when he holds it. He has no time to wipe it off, so he can only use a bandage to tie the butcher's axe and his right hand tightly together. The construct knight in front is holding a sword and shield, and using the power increase provided by the magic pattern construct, he is able to withstand the evil ghost warrior. However, the construct knight relied on its own strength to fight against the evil ghost warrior, which itself was at a great disadvantage. Fortunately, this group of construct knights are all from heavy armored infantry regiments, and they are all very proficient in infantry combat. Even without Andrew, they can still take the initiative on the battlefield. During the battle, the long sword in the hand of a construct knight got stuck in the ribs of the evil ghost warrior. The evil ghost desperately stabbed out the fifth sword in his hand, and watched the fifth sword stab the warrior's chest, diagonally downwards. A sharp axe flowing with arcs and flames stretched out, and actually cut off the evil ghost's entire arm at shoulder level. Andrew kicked the evil ghost warrior down, stepped on the evil ghost warrior's chest, and swung the butcher in his hand to strike at the evil ghost behind him. The construct knight behind quickly pulled out the long sword from the corpse of the evil ghost warrior and continued to rush forward following Andrew's footsteps. Construct knights who are injured in battle will be sent to rest in the middle of the team as soon as possible. After a day of fighting, almost half of the 1,000 construct knights were injured and lost the ability to fight. Wolf Knight Tego led a team of construct knights behind the team to break up the rear. However, more and more evil ghosts were chasing after them from behind, and they could no longer be killed. It was a hard fight at this time. Obviously, the wolf orc warriors are much stronger than the human warriors in terms of physique and endurance. And their own recovery power is also very good. Tego fought hard all day without showing any signs of fatigue. He cooperated with the frost wolf Bonita beside him, firmly guarding the rear of the constructed knights. Samira's right arm was almost twice as thick as her left arm, and there were faint traces of blood on the magic lines of life on her upper arm. It looked like blood might break out of the wall at any time. This was the power of the elven bloodline, and the power of the magic pattern of life that were simultaneously blessed on her right arm, making her arm overwhelmed again. Samira and Gary Decker led a group of ghost-striped soldier ants to guard the pass next to the waterfall for a whole day. Of the 3,000 soldier ants brought here, less than 1,000 are still alive. 2,000 corpses of soldier ants and countless corpses of evil warriors were piled up in a mess, raising the battlefield more than 10 meters. Many corpses even fell into the deep pool under the waterfall and were washed away by the rushing river. Go downstream. The combat power of the ant cavalry is average. They were all excellent heavy armored infantry warriors a few days ago. Just because of Aphrodite's contract, they became ant cavalry capable of climbing over walls. But if we talk about their combat power, that's really it. Therefore, during the daytime blockade, Samira and Gary Decker did not use the ant cavalry, but kept consuming the soldier ants they brought. Gary Decker was exhausted by the afternoon. During the following period, Samira consumed a total of 17 magic crystals and shot 17 sky strike arrows. It was these thunders that forced the evil ghost warriors under the pile of corpses to retreat. As night fell, Selena emerged from the tent after resting for a day. Her mental energy was excessively exhausted last night. After a whole day of rest, when she walked out of the tent, her face was still as pale as paper. After glancing at Samira, who had become a weakling, Selena walked over, then held her shoulders and asked her to put down the sky strike bow. Have Andrew and the others not arrived yet? Selena asked with a frown when she saw the evil ghost warriors climbing up under the pile of corpses. A group of soldier ants blocked the front, constantly spitting out acidic liquid, and bitten to death some of the evil ghost warriors who rushed forward. They were then chopped down by the evil ghost warriors. Without, Samira said one word briefly, her arm shaking. You and Jilly have a good rest. I will take over here from now on. Under the night, Selena's eyes became extremely deep, and she actually carried an indescribable majesty. Samira couldn't describe that feeling. It felt like Selena was a different person. Her whole person changed from her eyes to the way she spoke, and a large fog of war spread outward from around her body. Samira knew that this fog of war had the ability to block perception. She breathed out gently, turned around, walked to sit down next to Gary Decker, and closed her eyes against Gary Decker's shoulder. The ant troopers, who had rested all day, walked into the fog of war again. The battle in the fog will become extremely simple. They only need to cut off the heads of the evil spirits that rush in like headless flies. However, the movements must be clean and neat. Otherwise, once noticed by the evil ghost warriors, one may be put in danger. The feeling of standing on the pile of corpses is not good. The sharp legs of ghost-patterned soldier ants are everywhere, and the fists and swords of evil warriors can also be seen everywhere. Even the black magic crystals on the evil spirits and the magic cores on the ghost-patterned soldier ants were not picked up in time. At this time, everyone needed to desperately block the evil ghost warriors rushing up from the north and south directions, until a team of magicians flew out of the night sky riding magic harpoons, and they found the waterfall in the valley. A string of piercing whistles sounded in the night sky, and a magician roared over on a magic harpoon. Magic flares exploded in the night sky, lighting up the entire valley. What these ghost warriors couldn't understand was that these magic flares kept falling, and their embarrassment huddled in the valley was all revealed under the flares. Magicians wearing black magic robes flew through the sky like locusts. The evil spirits looked up at the night sky, unable to catch their tails, as an unpleasant premonition arose from the hearts of the evil spirits. The night sky actually lit up with falling sparks. These fires were obviously the fuses of black powder barrels burning, leaving traces in the night sky. Mark of. It's just that these black powder barrels fell too fast. Even if the evil spirits saw the fire of the fuse, they had no way to deal with it. They could only watch the black powder barrels above their heads falling continuously. And then they fell. Explosions continued on the narrow mountain road. The sound of the explosion resounded throughout the Yanchang Canyon. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefields across the Yanchang Canyon, Andrew, Tego and Samira looked at the place where fire broke out in the valley at the same time. The location of the explosion happened to be in the valley between the ant cavalry and the construct knight. This group of magicians used low-light flares to discern the exact location of the evil ghost warriors. When a wave of bombings came down, the entire valley turned into smoke and dust. And the evil ghosts who rushed out of it were already missing their arms and legs. Andrew took the most elite construct knights around him, and withstood the attack of the evil ghost warriors. These evil ghost warriors were completely stunned by the gunpowder keg, and they had no regard for the life or death of their companions. Everyone only knew how to escape from the explosion area as quickly as possible. But they didn't know that running during the explosion was the most deadly. The first wave of ghost warriors that could run out still maintained their due strength, but were blocked by Andrew and the construct knights. When Andrew killed all the ghost warriors, he found that the ghost warriors who ran up in a hurry were vulnerable. Almost all the ghost warriors were injured, and many of the iron sheets and oak chips in the powder barrels were damaged. It pierced into the bodies of the evil ghost warriors, and the exoskeleton armors of some evil ghost warriors had cracked. Andrew took advantage of this opportunity and rushed forward with the construct knight. Finally, a space was opened up for the construct knights to charge, and the mountain road was no longer winding. I heard the construct knight captain shouting from behind. "The 13th team of the construct knights is ready to raise their guns. Charge!" The sound of horse hooves sounded from behind. At this time, even Andrew had to give way to the cavalry charge. Chapter 14:24 Victory. Even the lizards in the wild swamp know that there must not be enough room for the Imperial Knights to charge on the battlefield. Teams of construct knights rode horses, holding knight spears. Wave after wave of charges hit the evil ghosts like a sea wave. The nearly 5-meter-long knight spear almost completely penetrated into the chest of the evil ghost warriors. On the narrow Yanchang Valley Road, the constructed knight held a spear and rushed into the Yanchang Mountain Road where the smoke had not yet cleared. Low-light flares continued to fall in the night sky. These magic flares draw arc trajectories in the night sky, not only lighting up the night sky, but also making it impossible for evil spirits on the mountain road to escape. The knights carried nearly 300 injured construct knights, and quickly moved towards the pass of the waterfall in the middle of the valley. The wind is very strong in the valley. The flares in the night sky also shone on the magicians. Some evil spirits on the mountain road tried to climb up the steep hillside. After finding a foothold, they would throw the short flying spears in their hands into the air. The magicians did not dare to fly too far. Lo, you could only throw some black powder barrels into the valley from high altitude. The ghost warriors crowded in the mountain road were killed and injured many times. The construct knights drove straight into the battlefield. The ghost warriors in the mountain road had little fighting will left, and they completely collapsed at this moment. In the chaos, some ghost warriors climbed up the steep mountain wall on their hands and knees, becoming perfect targets in the eyes of magicians. Some evil ghost warriors went crazy and fled northward. They no longer consider the safety of their companions. When they encounter a crowded place, they simply step on the bodies of other evil spirits to climb up. Fear and selfishness are like two vipers showing their poisonous fangs, tightly entangled in the heart of every evil spirit. Some evil ghosts have already fallen down on the crowded mountain road. They want to struggle to get up. Due to the pushing and crowding, they can only desperately pull other evil ghosts to hug their legs. But this will only make more evil ghosts roll away. They formed a group, and more evil spirits stepped on them. When the construct knights rushed to this chaotic area, they saw countless evil spirits entangled together, blocking the narrow mountain road. The war horses could not pass here. The group of construct knights jumped off their horses, took out the knight swords from their waists, and slashed all the way, reaching out to chop the arms, stretching out the legs to chop the thighs, and directly cutting off the heads without struggling. The long sword struck the bone armor, making a click-click sound. Selena stood on top of the pile of corpses. A huge magic pattern appeared under her feet, and the fog of war would completely cover the pile of corpses. At this moment, she was shrouded in a beam of absolute darkness. Her body was like a transparent container. Countless dark forces were injected into her body, and then spread out from the magic pattern array under her feet. Selena's body was quietly undergoing some changes under the wash of dark elements. Her head was slightly raised toward the night sky. Her eyes were closed, and she murmured prayers in praise of the goddess of the night. As the ruler of the night, the goddess of the night controls everyone's dreams. She can also create illusions with certain laws of power at night, such as the fog of war that can block perception. A group of ant cavalry were hiding in the mist. After the battle last night, they no longer felt uneasy. We had just killed a group of evil ghosts who rushed in rashly. At this time, no evil ghost warrior dared to rush in again. The ant cavalry took the opportunity to cut off the heads of the dead evil ghosts on the battlefield. Thousands of evil ghosts also died here during the day. Their corpses were entangled with the corpses of the ghost-patterned soldier ants, and only some of them could be exposed. The head of the evil spirit outside was chopped off. In the night sky outside the fog, countless flares suddenly lit up, and a section of the mountain road south of the Yanchang Canyon was as bright as day. A burst of shouts of killing came intermittently from a distance. The ant cavalry standing in the mist saw the construct knight on the mountain road in the distance. At this moment, the ant riders guarding the pass of the waterfall burst into heartbreaking cheers. Soldak waited for the news that the construct knights and the ant cavalry regiment were meeting up in the Goat Canyon, and his anxious heart finally settled into his stomach. This time Soldak came to the Warsaw Plain and planned the biggest plan: a battle of annihilation. Although the original idea was put forward by the women Selena and Samira, what everyone has to face is the Moinling evil ghost army after all. And the core of this annihilation battle is to use ant cavalry to guard the waterfall pass, allowing Samira, Selena, and Carrie Decker to climb over steep mountains to complete this task. It would be a lie to say that you are not worried, now that the construct knights have successfully arrived at the waterfall pass. With the addition of Andrew, Tego, and 1,000 construct knights, the Lord army can firmly control the pass. The Lord's army cut off the mountain road in the middle of the Yanchang Canyon. The evil ghosts from Mayun Ridge on the northern mountain road need not be ignored for the time being, while the evil ghost warriors on the southern mountain road have been plowed hard by the construct knights. When Serdak's main heavy armored infantry regiment encircled and suppressed the evil ghost warriors gathered at the southern entrance, some of the evil ghosts escaped into the canyon mountain road again. Now there are only this group of evil ghost warriors left in the valley, and they will face the pursuit of the heavy armored infantry regiment and the interception of the constructed knights of the Falls Pass. If the evil spirits want to escape, they can only risk climbing the steep rock walls of the valley with their bare hands. But how can this canyon be so easy to climb? The heavy armored infantry soldiers peeled off the most valuable black devil skin from the evil spirits at the mouth of the valley, and threw the remaining body parts to the swarms of ghost-patterned soldier ants gathered at the mouth of the valley. Large swarms of ghost-patterned soldier ants came together to snatch the corpses of the evil ghost warriors, but were always suppressed by the druids. These dead evil ghost warriors became the food of ghost-striped soldier ants, and the battlefield was filled with creepy sounds of rustling. The soldier ants used their fangs to cut off the bone outer armor of the evil ghost warriors, opened their mouths, and 2 small scissors protruded from the inside, constantly cutting the fresh flesh and blood inside the evil ghosts' bodies, and quickly devoured their corpses. The battlefield was also scattered with some cattle and sheep that the evil ghost warriors hunted on the large meadow. The infantry soldiers dragged these cattle and sheep out and piled them together. These cattle and sheep were all bought by Serdak. They were originally rations prepared for the ghost-striped soldier ants. Of course, even if they are all dead now, they are still rations for the soldier ants. In fact, the infantry are still very afraid of these soldier ants. They are huge and have hard armor. And the most important thing is that they are cold-blooded. They usually only rely on instinct and desire. But of course they are now controlled by a group of druids. It's just the ferocity they look like when they fight, and the creepy rustling sound while eating. When every battle comes to an end, the medical team will be busiest, because this is when the wounded will be sent to the medical team one after another from the battlefield. As the captain of the medical team, Nika currently has 37 subordinates. Some of them are the maids given to Soldak by the merchants of Malakam. And there are also a group of people selected from the aborigines of the southern tribes. When they came out, these women not only identified herbal medicines, but also knew certain pharmacology. They were good at using common herbal medicines to treat the wounded. Most of the hemostatic powder in the Lord's army is now brought from the Bailin Plain. After learning that the construct knight and the ant cavalry had successfully merged, Soldak also rushed to the medical team to help. With Serdak handling the seriously wounded, the speed of treating the wounded has become much faster. After harvesting so many evil ghost heads, Serdak had no need to save them. He sacrificed them all, no matter how seriously injured they were. As long as the wounded were blessed with the body of divine blessing, their lives would be saved. Nika's treatment method is different from Serdak's. Serdak has a certain blessing and familiarity with the holy light spell, while Nika only controls the light spell given by the goddess of the morning. Although both have the same healing effect, but what Nika has mastered is pure brilliance. "Nika, come here and take a look." From time to time, a cry came from the medical tent. Nika wiped the sweat from her forehead and ran quickly towards the source of the shout. Without even having time to take a sip of water, an infantry soldier was lying on a stretcher. He didn't even have time to take off the heavy black iron armor on his body. There was a sharp sword stuck in his ribs. Red blood dripped down along the sharp edge of the armor. Even the stretcher was covered with blood. Soaked in blood. Didn't you say the battle is over? Why are there still people so seriously injured? Nika frowned and asked the heavy armored infantry next to him. There is a cunning evil ghost hiding in the pile of corpses. When we were cleaning the battlefield, we were attacked by that guy. The heavy armored infantryman next to him said regretfully, holding a ball of light in both hands. He half crouched in front of the stretcher and softly recited a prayer. Everyone, don't look at me, Nika said to those around her. After she finished speaking, the glow in her hand immediately became more dazzling. This beam of light shined through Nika's fingers on the abdomen of the wounded. Nika felt it for a while before giving instructions to the medical team members beside her. Send him to Commander Surdak. He has a penetrating abdominal injury. One of his ribs is cut off, and his stomach bag is cut. He needs to be sutured. There are no other injuries. Let Commander Surdak receive treatment first. Later, I will go over to clear his abdominal cavity and suture the wound. Got it. The two members of the medical team quickly lifted the stretcher and walked toward Soldak's first aid tent. Nika took care of the wounded here before walking into Soldak's first aid tent. The infantry soldier on the treatment table had taken off his full black iron armor and was lying on the table with his upper body naked. Surdak had completed the sacrificial ceremony. He looked up and saw Nika walking in. He casually pulled out and inserted that the infantry soldier fisted the sword on the abdomen and used a hemostatic pack to press the abdominal wound. Nika quickly walked over to help. Surdak saw that Nika's hands had become almost completely transparent, and the fingertips were surrounded by this bright white light. The bleeding of any wound that her fingers touched was quickly stopped. Surdak stopped, looked at Nika with some surprise, and said to her, It seems that the goddess of dawn really cares about you. I thought that after you left the temple of the two goddess, your magic would be weakened. I didn't expect you. The glorious magic has been strengthened instead. Nika smiled faintly and said, Nearly every soldier who is treated by me will become a believer in the twin goddess temple. The goddess must feel my piety because of this. Soldak took another serious look at Nika. She was growing up really fast. During this time in the Lord's army, the easily shy young girl Nika has completely transformed into medical team captain Nika. After taking care of this wounded man, Nika immediately ran to the other wounded man. However, there is a fixed first aid tent here in Surdak, and all seriously injured people will be sent to him. So there is no need to run around. At the same time, on the mountain road of Yanchang Canyon, a druid commanded a group of ghost-patterned soldier ants who were chasing evil ghost warriors on the mountain road. These soldier ants carry some heavy armored infantry warriors on their backs. However, during battle, these heavy armored infantry warriors have to jump off the soldier ants and hold up their swords and shields to fight on foot. The two-headed ogre Guladum was mixed in with this group of soldier ants. Whenever the evil ghost warrior stopped and turned around to counterattack the chasing infantry warriors, the ogre would immediately stand up and rush forward, enter the battle situation. With the two-headed ogre around, the infantry warriors will have much less pressure when facing the devil warriors. The mountain road was very crowded. Some evil ghost warriors saw the infantry soldiers chasing after them from behind. In panic, they could only climb up the cliffs on both sides. Although the evil ghosts can stick out bone spurs and fix their bodies on the mountain wall. In terms of rock climbing ability, these evil ghost warriors cannot compare to the ghost-striped soldier ants. Seeing the evil ghosts climbing towards the top of the mountain, a large group of soldier ants immediately rushed out from behind and formed a net on the steep mountain wall, surrounding the evil ghosts on the mountain path in all directions. The evil ghost warriors were no longer able to organize effective resistance at this time. Some of the evil ghost warriors climbing on the rock wall were torn apart by the soldier ants and fell off the cliff one after another. The pursuit battle in the Yanchang Canyon lasted until the afternoon of the third day. The Western Route Army led by Surdak achieved a brilliant victory in the middle section of the Gander Mountains. The Lord Army slaughtered nearly 9,000 demon warriors on this battlefield, including 5 demon generals with level 4 monster strength. After the evil spirits on Moyun Ridge learned that the entire evil ghost hunting group in Yanchang Canyon had been wiped out, they decisively evacuated the Yanchang Canyon. Surdak's Lord Army did not stop at the Yangwang Canyon. Instead, after cleaning the battlefield, they returned to the forest camp with the soldier ant army and the heavy armored infantry army. Seeing Surdak's army returning to the forest camp, the evil ghost scout teams in the mountains to the north of the forest camp also retreated to the mountains to the north. Apparently they were worried that Surdak would send ant cavalry and construct knights to hunt down these people. Ghost scout team. As for the rich loot brought back by the Lord's army this time, it directly made the entire forest farm camp and the free market excited. The infantry soldiers seized nearly 4,000 Black Devil skins. This number of Black Devil skins was almost the total number of Black Devil skins seized in the forestry camp in the past 4 years. Chapter 1425 After the War. After returning to the forest camp, Soldak sat in the command post and reviewed the entire battle. In fact, in this battle, Serdek adopted a multi-front battle for the first time. The Ant Cavalry and the Construct Knight were completely out of his control on the battlefield. But now it seems that the two sides are cooperating quite well. Although there were some unplanned minor problems. With the help of the Magician Detective team, all problems were solved. This time the West Root Lord Army made a surprise attack on Yanchang Canyon. There were two main factors that led to their complete victory. The first point is that the Ghostmark soldier ants are indispensable. Without the Ghostmark soldier ants, who walked across the mountains and ridges as if they were walking on flat ground, Serdek's Lord Army would not have any geographical advantages in this canyon battle. The second point is that the Magician Reconnaissance team conducted on-the-spot inspections and magical image reproduction of the entire Gandor Mountains. If the Magicians hadn't discovered this mountain road hidden in the mountains, if the Magicians hadn't been in trouble when constructing the Knights, dropped nearly 100 barrels of explosives, then this battle is likely to turn into another situation. What made Serdek very emotional was that the entire combat plan was gradually perfected by Selena, Samira and Gary Decker while sitting in front of the sand table and chatting. After determining the battle plan, all Serdek needed to do was to spend money and send troops. This time he spent 140,000 gold coins to purchase 100,000 cattle and 50,000 sheep from the ranchers on the Big Meadow. These cattle and sheep were nominally purchased as rations for the ghost-striped soldier ants. But in fact, these cattle and sheep rushed to the northern area of the Great Meadow. But they were a bait thrown out by the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge. This herd of cattle and sheep lured hungry evil ghost warriors from Mayun Ridge. And then Serdek's Lord Army sent Ant Cavalry to occupy the middle pass of the canyon, which was equivalent to suffocating the necks of these evil ghost hunting groups. Then the soldier ant army led the heavy armored infantry in a long-distance attack in the mountains, and surrounded the group of evil ghosts at the southern entrance of the canyon. In fact, the heavy armored infantry regiment staying at the forest camp has been constantly resisting the attacks of the scout team sent by the Moyanling Evil Ghost Corps in the past few days. During this period, the caravans of merchants in the free market were also attacked by evil ghost hunters, and those who were unlucky also suffered considerable losses. Therefore, this victory belongs to the entire West Road Lord Army. If we only count the unidentified black magic crystals seized this time, there are almost 8,000 that have been handed over to Serdek. According to the current market price, one black magic crystal has a market value of about 20 gold coins, which is it was Serdek who obtained a trophy worth 160,000 gold coins. But this black magic crystal still needs to give the warriors nearly half the value of merit rewards. And the prizes that can be redeemed on the merit list are all from Serdek, bought from the trading house with real gold and silver. Therefore, in a detailed calculation, there are only less than 4,000 unidentified black magic crystals that can actually reach Serdek's hands, worth about 80,000 gold coins. Serdek spent 140,000 gold coins just to purchase cattle and sheep from the ranchers on the Big Meadow this time. This does not include the consumption of other materials. So based on this calculation alone, the Battle of Serdek, the net loss is 60,000 gold coins. But did Serdek actually lose money? How can it be? War is a hugely profitable industry. As long as you win, no matter how outrageous the cost, you can always get something in the end. What Serdek earned this time was a large group of cattle and sheep. At least 90% of these cattle and sheep are still alive. They will become the largest logistical support for Serdek's Western Route Army. However, the direct beneficiaries this time were the soldiers of the Lord Army who followed Serdek on the expedition. They brought back more than 4,000 Black Devil skins alone, as well as various weapons such as fist swords, combat knives, and short flying spears used by the evil warriors. These weapons were reinforced with some magical black iron weapons, so the unit price purchased by merchants on the free market is around 20 silver coins per weapon. In addition to these gains, what excites the Lord Army soldiers the most is the achievements they have obtained. These achievements can be exchanged for rewards that will on the exchange list. Only those experienced veterans know that the bottom line on the merit list states that merits can be exchanged for magic crystals and gold coins. But that was done at the end of the war when there was really nothing good that could be exchanged for. An act of desperation. Now, of course, It is first come first served. The prizes on the merit list are all good things that Serdek took from the merchants of Malacom at the purchase price. It is difficult to buy such quality products at this price in the market. Thing. The infantry soldiers returned to the forest camp, and did not even sell the captured black magic skins and black iron weapons to the group of merchants. They went to the logistics office of the forest camp to redeem the rewards of their choice. Wait until they receive sophisticated magic weapons from the warehouse. The most outrageous thing is that a captain named Nilius in the Construct Knights actually turned in 127 unidentified black magic crystals this time, and thus received 127,000 merit points, immediately reaching the top of the merit list. Nilius exchanged for a brand new set of magic pattern armor in the later stage that day. It was simply a battle that gained wealth that many warriors could not save in a lifetime. What's even more outrageous is the business acumen of Captain Nilius. He directly rented this set of magic pattern constructs to a first-turn warrior, and relied on his connections in the Construct Knights to sell this first-turn warrior. The warrior becomes a Construct Knight, and the conditions are very simple. If the magic pattern construct is damaged, the warrior needs to repair it at his own expense. In addition, half of any rewards gained on the battlefield will belong to Captain Nilius. Well, it stands to reason that Serdek's Construct Knights have indeed grown because of this, and the benefits have also been obtained by Captain Nilius. As for the first-turn warrior, he has fulfilled his life dream and became a contract Construct Knight. After this incident spread in the forest camp, it also triggered a lot of controversy. The officers in the army had mixed opinions about it. As his immediate superior, Andrew called Captain Nilius over and scolded him severely. There are also some officers who think that Nilius is understandable in doing this. After all, he earned it with his life. How he wants to use the magic pattern structure is completely his freedom. No one stipulates that the magic pattern structure he exchanged can only be used by himself. And those lords and commanders who have always had a negative attitude towards the merit list in the forest camp will inevitably suffer complaints from their subordinates this time. Although there are some things that I would not say to my face, I will be criticized and criticized behind my back. Only the person involved knows that kind of feeling. It is really a kind of sadness that is too painful to describe. The soldiers of Lord Soldek's army have long been accustomed to selling their trophies to the merchant groups accompanying the army. However, this time Lord Soldek's army entered the Warsaw Plain, and the merchant groups belonging to Lord Soldek's army had not yet arrived in time. Follow me. So the warriors habitually did not sell this part of the loot. Chapter 1426 The Spoils of War. In the past, the merchant groups accompanying Lord Serdek's army would directly enter the military camp, and when purchasing trophies, the prices would be written on the notice board. The prices of these trophies were completely public, and the soldiers only needed to take out the trophies. You could exchange it for the corresponding gold coins. In addition, the commercial bank is also responsible for the mailing service, which can mail the money to the infantry soldiers' families when they came to the Warsaw Plain, because the merchant group accompanying Lord Soldek's army failed to follow them immediately. The soldiers of the Lord's army did not sell the spoils captured in the Battle of the Yontan Gorge to those on the free market. Merchant. Only a few infantry soldiers sold the black devil skins peeled off the evil spirits to the free market, exchanged some money, and went to the open-air tavern at the end of the free market to drink. However, most of the black magic skins taken out by some infantry soldiers are defective products. Due to the uneven quality, the purchase price ranges from high to low. Some infantry soldiers took the black magic skin to the free market and sold it, but failed to sell it at the price they expected, causing a stir. Many Lord Army soldiers who hold trophies no longer trust these merchants in the free market when they hear that someone has been cheated. As a result, fewer and fewer people are willing to sell their trophies on the free market. This kind of thing often creates a chain effect. If everyone gets together to trade, then the transaction may become very lively. But now the soldiers of the Lord Army have a wait-and-see attitude, and the free market seems deserted. The more this happens, business in the free market becomes even more bleak. Soldiers would rather keep their trophies in the military camp than sell them to unreliable businessmen outside. The material warehouses in the forest camp were filled with such private trophies, leaving no room for the military supplies sent from Handanar County. Selena stood at the door of the material warehouse, looking at the black magic skins and bundles of black iron weapons in the warehouse speechlessly. She had no intention of keeping these trophies for the soldiers of the Lord Army. Look at these trophies! All the warehouses in the camp have been piled up. Tomorrow, a material transport team will arrive from Handanar City. They need to make space to store those materials. You can find a way to clear out these private trophies. Selena hugged her chest with her hands, and her high, plump breasts looked a bit exaggerated under the squeeze. Serdek knew that after every battle, the logistics department would become very busy. They not only had to calculate the merits of each warrior, but also make detailed statistics on the spoils. The daily workload was very heavy. At this time, the personal belongings of the Lord Army soldiers were stored in the material warehouse of the forest camp, and Selena complained to Soldak several times. This time, Selena simply dragged Soldak to the camp warehouse and asked him to deal with the private trophies in the warehouse. I know. I will find a way for them to take away these trophies. Serdek smiled, and then said to a messenger, Go and notify all officers above the regiment commander to come to the command post for a meeting. Yes. The messenger saluted Soldak, then turned and left. Soon a group of officers gathered in the camp command post. This battle in the canyon was a complete victory, and the morale of the officers was high. Everyone gathered together, thinking that the West Route Army would take further actions next. Most of the officers were talking about the details of the battle in the Yangguang Canyon and discussing the gains and losses of the battle. Soldak waited until everyone was almost here, then knocked on the desk with his hand. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Serdek frowned and said to a group of officers in the room, Everyone, please be quiet. I have called you here this time to ask you to clean up the private supplies in the camp warehouse. The warehouse in the forest farm camp is limited in size. Serdek said a lot. In short, he asked these officers to issue a notice that all private trophies must be taken out of the warehouse. This group of officers summoned by Serdek were all veterans who had followed Serdek for a while, so they didn't have so many scruples when speaking. Your Majesty, Commander, you asked us to take these trophies back, but we don't have anywhere to store them. A Construct Knight officer cried out to Soldak. Serdek glared at him and asked directly, What's the use of those black devil skins and black iron weapons left in your hands? Why don't you just dispose of them? The Construct Knight officer spread his hands helplessly and complained. It's not that we don't want to sell, but the purchase price in the free market is very confusing. The soldiers all hope that the purchase price can be standardized. It is best if our military business group can come quickly so that we can throw these trophies directly to them. Other officers also nodded and agreed. Most of the officers said they did not believe in the group of businessmen in the free market of the forest camp. Serdek waved his hand and said, I'm afraid that the merchant group accompanying the army will not be able to arrive in a short time. The transportation capacity of the Iverson City portal is tight. If you don't plan to bring these trophies back to Bena Province, I suggest it's better to deal with it on the spot. The officers heard what Serdek said and started discussing in a low voice again. At this time, a Constructed Knight officer boldly said, Your Excellency, Commander, can you help us set a unified sales price and help the soldiers sell these trophies? It is not easy for everyone to come here all the way. No one wants these trophies exchanged for their lives to be sold to those unscrupulous businessmen scrape a layer of oil. You all want to dispose of those trophies together? Serdek asked the officers. The Construct Knight officer said loudly, The trophies we captured in the Belan Plain were purchased by the military merchant group. As long as you deposit the trophies to the logistics department, you can get the money directly when you turn around. Serdek thought for a while and felt that there was nothing wrong with doing so. So he nodded and said, In that case, we will sell all the trophies together tomorrow. I will send someone to notify the business groups in the free market later and sell these trophies at a unified price tomorrow. Serdek's decision to unify the sale of the spoils of the Battle of the Canyon soon spread throughout the free market opposite the forest camp. When merchants in the free market heard the news, the entire market was excited. The merchants knew that the newly arrived Western Route Army in the forest camp had harvested a large amount of trophies. Everyone had been waiting and watching in the past few days. Some merchants had also purchased a little bit, but there had been no large transactions. They originally thought that these trophies would be conducted internal transactions directly, but I didn't expect it to be sold publicly. Serdek's direct troops participated in the Battle of the Canyon, so almost all of the trophies captured were soldiers from Lord Serdek's army. Those foreign heavy armored infantry regiments were stationed in forest camps. In fact, many heavy armored infantry regiments did not participate in the battle, so they did not capture any trophies. Some infantry soldiers in the foreign heavy armored infantry regiments were very dissatisfied with Serdek's preferential combat deployment. They believed that everyone should at least take a sip of soup. There was no reason to fill the warehouse with trophies on one side and another handful this time. Nothing was gained from the campaign. The commanders of the foreign heavy armored infantry regiments all chose to remain silent. In fact, The combat plan for this canyon battle and the combat deployment at the Forest Farm camp is to have the 50,000 heavy armored infantry stationed at the camp enter the mountains to the north, drive away the evil ghost scout teams that are chasing them, and give the evil spirits on Mayun Ridge. There is a certain amount of pressure from the ghost army. It is a pity that the commanders of the heavy armored infantry regiments at the Forest Farm camp did not carry out Serdak's order. Naturally, these heavy armored infantry regiment commanders had no shame to jump out and take responsibility for Serdak. It was unfair. The light in the command post was very dim. Serdak sat on a large chair, holding his forehead with one hand, although his eyes fell on the sand table. His mind was not there. The biggest problem before him is that the gap between his direct troops and the foreign lord's troops is getting wider and wider. And due to the existence of ghost pattern soldier ants, there is also a big gap in combat power between the two. What's even more troublesome is that the ability of these foreign lords' armies to execute their orders completely depends on the mood of the commanders of these lords' armies. If they feel that the order issued by Serdak is feasible, they will implement it to the letter. If they feel that it is not feasible, they will do it very perfunctorily. When formulating the battle plan for this canyon battle, the commanders of these foreign lords' armies believed that the plan was completely unfeasible. And even several infantry regiment commanders directly stated that they would not participate in the battle. Now that the Battle of the Canyon has been a glorious victory, a large amount of loot has been brought back, and they are the ones who are the most envious. Next, Serdak plans to take the initiative to attack Mayun Ridge instead of sticking to the forest camp. The area of Gander Mountain is too big. If he wants to contain the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge, he must pull them away into battle. Otherwise, once the Bena army captures Cornbird County and the evil ghost army on the Mayun Ridge crosses the Gander Mountains and rushes into the hinterland of Handanar County, Serdak's Western Route army will not be able to stop them even if they want to. Live. What Serdak needs to solve most urgently now is how to mobilize this group of foreign lords' heavy armored infantry regiments. Serdak now hopes that this reward system in the West Route army can impress this group of heavy armored infantry. A personal guard walked into the command post and reported to Serdak. "Sir Commander, there is a businessman named Alexis outside who wants to see you." Serdak didn't even raise his head. He waved his arm casually on the armrest of the back chair and said, "Gone!" The guard quickly exited the command post, hesitating whether to put the pile of silver coins in his pocket or return them directly to the businessman. Alexis sighed with disappointment when the personal guard said that Serdak didn't want to see him. But then he politely thanked the guard, then turned and left the forest camp. Now all the merchants in the free market know that the forest camp will sell a large number of black magic skins and black iron weapons tomorrow. Almost all merchants are working in private, hoping to get a piece of the pie. It has to be said that huge benefits can be gained from purchasing trophies and transporting them back to the Green Empire. The only problem is that the portal in Epsom City is now rarely open to merchants. If you want to transport these trophies out, you must cooperate with the powerful nobles in Epsom City. In recent years, the war situation on the Warsaw Plain has not been very optimistic. These businessmen who can still stay in the free market have more or less connections in Epsom City on the Warsaw Plain. Otherwise, I am afraid it would be impossible to maintain the business at the Forest Farm camp. Business is not easy to do now. The merchants in the free market here basically transport some supplies from Epsom City and sell them in the Forest Farm and Camp Free Market. There are not many opportunities to acquire loot. Serdak's idea was very simple. The people who came to him at this time were more or less businessmen with other ideas, so he didn't want to see them. This time he decided to sell the trophies publicly in order to maximize the benefits for the soldiers. Selena walked in with a plate of dinner. Seeing Serdak's thoughtful look, she placed the plate on the square table next to her, walked gently behind Serdak, and leaned his head against his. On his lower abdomen, he lowered his head slightly and rubbed his forehead with his thumb. Serdak leaned into the softness and slowly closed his eyes. Neither of them said anything. Footsteps sounded again outside the command post, which was the sound of heavy boots stepping on the ground. Serdak reluctantly opened his eyes. Selena took 2 steps back and walked into the room without saying a word. An infantry regiment commander wearing heavy armor walked in from the outside and stood at the door and gave a military salute to Serdak. Serdak knew him. Lord Dana. He is a small lord among the 50,000 foreign lords. He has 3 heavy armored infantry regiments and can command almost 5,000 infantry soldiers. Normally, Lord Dana always likes to be taciturn and has almost no sense of presence. I didn't expect him to come here at this time. Serdak pointed to the chair beside him and motioned for him to sit down. Lord Dana, it's so late. What do you want from me? Serdek asked directly. After Lord Dana sat down, he leaned forward and asked, Commander Serdek, I heard that you were planning to sell those trophies to the public tomorrow. Seeing him asking this, Serdek nodded and said, Yes. Why? Lord Dana, do you have any ideas? I hope you can allow me to buy these trophies. If the price is right, I would like to buy some and take them back to Benna. You also know that we lords have come all the way to the Warsaw Plain. Of course, we don't want to return empty-handed. I hope I can agree. Lord Dana said to Serdek with an embarrassed look on his face. Serdek didn't think there was anything wrong with this. It's absolutely fine if you want to participate in buying these trophies. But I won't give you any discounts. You will have to compete fairly with those merchants, Serdek said. There was a hint of disappointment in Lord Dana's eyes, but it was fleeting. Then he smiled very reluctantly and said, Of course, I will follow your rules. Chapter 1427 Black Demon Skin. The businessmen in the forest camp never expected that this new army coming from the Benna province would actually make such a big move. I heard that the Benna Legion also fought against evil spirits in the forest camp area. There is also a battlefield site in the mountains to the north. Almost all the trees in that area were destroyed. Although new trees have grown now, they are always different from other forest areas. Somewhat out of place. The Benna Legion once severely damaged the evil Ghost Legion in the forest camp and drove them to the Mayun Ridge area. Later, a garrison camp was slowly built here, and later the Benna army organized several battles to attack Moyinling. But they never gained any advantage in these battles. The number of evil ghost legions on Mayun Ridge is getting bigger and bigger. However, the evil ghosts also knew in their hearts that if they wanted to enter the hinterland of Handanar County, they would have to face the constructed swordsman group and heavy cavalry regiment of the Benna army. The evil ghosts fought with the Benna army on the Big Meadow, in a battle with heavy cavalry. The disadvantage is too obvious. It is for this reason that the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge has been dormant until now. Serdek's Lord army was able to lead the evil ghost army to the Big Meadow, mainly because after the evil ghost hunting group along the Samasta River was wiped out by Serdek, the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge was short of food. The specific details of this were not clear to the businessmen in the forest camp. They only saw trucks of black demon skins being pulled back from the battlefield. In the past, merchants basically bought this kind of black-striped magic skin one by one. But now the warehouses in the forest farm camp are almost full of this kind of black magic skin that is sought after by the imperial nobles. The huge business opportunities contained in it make everyone businessmen are jealous of it. Black-striped magic skin is also called black-striped magic skin. This is the membrane that grows between the exoskeleton and muscles of the devil warrior. It is not actually the real devil skin. And not every devil skin has value. This kind of devil skin must have magic patterns on it to be valuable. The nobles of the empire like to make this black magic skin into noble attire. It is said that this kind of magic skin has impact-absorbing properties and is tougher than ordinary leather. It is precisely because of these practicalities that the black grain magic skin is extremely popular in the magic market of the Green Empire. Generally speaking, every merchant in the forest farm camp who purchases this kind of black magic skin has his own special sales channel. Of course, the quality of this kind of black magic skin has good and bad quality. So the price of black magic skin in the market is very different. A piece of black patterned magic skin with good quality can be exchanged for a magic crystal, while those with poor quality can be exchanged for a magic crystal. The black magic skin is only worth 20 or 30 silver coins. Soldak was an excellent skinner when he was in the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment. Now he needs to conduct a great appraisal on these black devil skins. Each level of black devil skin will have a corresponding price. Serdek didn't expect that the lords in the West Route army would actually have the idea of buying these trophies. Lord Dana wore a set of magic patterns, and was usually relatively low-key. He didn't expect that he had a business mind. Seeing Serdek looking at him, Lord Dana quickly squeezed out a smile, and said to Serdek, As long as these black devil skins can be transported back to Socrates, the value will at least triple. Now Benna the Arms Logistics Office has the Epsom City Portal Pass. So it is very simple for us to transport these black magic skins back to Benna City. As long as I can get the capital, this is a sure profit business. And when I came out of the house, I happened to have a lot of money with me. Serdek nodded and said, Tomorrow, the sale of black magic skins will be carried out in the normal way. These black magic skins will be divided into grades according to quality. Each quality corresponds to a price. I can guarantee that the black magic skins will be sold in the same way. The selling price will not be higher than the free market transaction price. You're not going to auction? Lord Dana discovered from Serdak's introduction that Serdak's sales method was not an auction. You must know that in the Green Empire, many large transactions are held at auctions. We won't hold an auction this time. We must give other businessmen some opportunities. Soldak put the coal back into the ink bottle and said calmly. Lord Dana hesitated for a moment, then plucked up the courage to walk up to Soldak and persuaded him. Commander, have you ever thought that you can actually buy some black magic skin? You don't even have to consider the issue of funds. If you have this idea, I mean we can cooperate. This is definitely a sure profit. Business. Soldak glanced at him lightly, shook his head again, and said bluntly, No, I'm not interested in this. Seeing what Serdak said so simply, although Lord Dana didn't understand, he immediately gave up the idea of cooperating with Serdak. Then Lord Dana asked again, Is there a limit on the purchase quantity? With a playful smile on his face, Serdak asked him, Why do you still want to eat all the black demon skin in one bite? Lord Dana immediately waved his hand and said, I didn't prepare that much money for 4,000 black devil skins. But it's okay to buy a few hundred. I want to buy some of the best quality. As long as you prepare gold coins, it's your freedom. Soldak said. After sending Lord Dana away, Serdak began to eat his dinner, which was a little cold. Aphrodite walked out from behind Serdak and asked him curiously, Aren't you planning to send these black striped magic skins to the city of Helensa to sell them? Without raising his head, Serdak broke off the wheat cakes on the plate and said, We can't take all the benefits. These foreign lords still need the dividends of the war to stimulate them. Otherwise, they will not be able to muster the courage. Courage leads the army to the battlefield. And as for the businessmen in the free market, I hope these trophies can bring some new vitality to the free markets. I hope that the free market here can attract some adventure groups operating around here. Let them come here and attract them to hunt evil spirits in this area, so that we can reduce the number of patrol teams sent around. Soldak took a spoonful of cold soup, and the rich milky smell made him frown. Then he ate another piece of cold barbecue, which tasted okay. I plan to send those worthless black iron weapons to Helensa City. In fact, Serdak knew that this kind of fist sword and war blade were made according to the size of the evil spirit. For human warriors, the length of the black iron fist sword used by the evil spirit was almost as long as a two-handed sword. The warriors had no way of using these weapons, so they had to send them to the furnace of the blacksmith shop to be forged into iron ingots and remade. Although the weapon is mixed with magic black iron, the cost for merchants to transport it to Iverson City is too high. In fact, the Green Empire does not lack black iron veins, so this type of metal is not too expensive in the market. High customs clearance fees dilute the profits of this type of business, so traders are simply not interested in these seized weapons. Even if there are scattered businessmen who buy it, the purchase price is extremely low. However, although this kind of black iron weapon is useless, if it is placed in the house as a decoration, it still has an exotic feel. Serdak felt that if no one bought the captured black iron weapons, they would be sent directly to the city of Helensa. Chapter 1428 Reward. For the traders in the Forest Camp Free Market, the night seemed particularly long. The open-air tavern didn't close that night. The owner of the tavern was sleeping soundly on the bar. The only waiter in the restaurant spent the whole night guarding the wine barrels piled up against the wall behind the bar, and occasionally delivered drinks to the tables of guests. These guests are all free market businessmen. They gather around several square tables and basically talk to each other without disturbing each other. After listening to it all night, the waiter also got a rough idea. These businessmen knew that the amount of loot sold by the forest camp was very large, and they were worried that they would not have enough funds to compete with other businessmen. That's why these businessmen gathered here in the tavern. They found some friends who had similar interests and had good relationships with them. Everyone pooled the money together and took shares according to the amount of money they paid. If everyone only talked about this, of course, there was no need to stay up all night. Then the businessmen began to discuss the market situation of the black magic skin in the Empire market. Each businessman had his own in-trade channels. Everyone hopes to sell the goods in their hands at a high price. Every day before dawn, the evil ghost warriors in the forest will howl at the top of their lungs. People here have long been used to it. However, in the past few days, the evil spirits in the mountains and forests have disappeared, and the hysterical howling has disappeared. The group of people who live on the free market feel a little uncomfortable. I didn't expect that being too quiet would make people unable to sleep. Morning mist drifted between the mountains and fields, and the grass on the hillside was covered with dew. Large herds of cattle and sheep grazed silently on the slopes. At this time, the herdsmen began to drive the cattle out of the forest camp to graze in areas with more abundant pasture. These herdsmen were provided free of charge to the Western Route Army by the surrounding ranchers. The soldiers and ants in the ghost pattern ate these cattle and sheep. Before the light, they would have been grazing here. There is abundant pasture in the northern area of the Great Meadow, and a lot of evil spirits appeared recently, scaring other ranchers so much that they kept their cattle away from the northern area overnight. Although the area along the Gander Mountains is now someone else's territory, the large group of cattle and sheep bought by Surdak can graze freely on this grassland. In the past half-month or so, there have been many adventure group tents around the free market opposite the forest campground. They moved here recently. The adventure group hunting in the northern area of the Great Meadow has been having a hard time recently. Large groups of evil ghost hunters suddenly appeared, causing the members of these adventure groups to be injured frequently. Fortunately, they heard that there were healers in the Lord Army at the forest camp. Masters, as long as they are willing to pay. These therapists in the Lord's Army will also treat the injuries of the adventure group members. Many adventure groups go to forest farms and campsites for repairs because someone in the group is injured. Later, these adventure groups discovered that the free market in the forest camp was actually a good supply camp. Almost all the supplies they were in short supply could be purchased here, and some goods that were inconvenient to carry around could be disposed of in a timely manner. Just when many adventure groups were fortunate to have found a very good material supply camp, they never imagined that an army of Lord Benna that had just arrived in the Warsaw Plain would actually annihilate an army of evil spirits in Ganda Air Mountain. Hunting group. Up to now, these adventure groups are still a little confused. Thousands of evil ghosts were surrounded and killed by this army of lords in Mount Gandor. Thinking about it, it feels a bit unreal. It is said that the group of ghost-striped soldier ants hiding on the mountain behind the forest farm camp did the great work. Now, the headless corpses of some evil ghosts are being brought back one after another to become the rations of the ghost-striped soldier ants. There was another report from the military camp that a large amount of black demon skin was being sold. It seemed that the news was probably true. Of course, these adventure groups cannot know that the number of soldier ants killed in the battle at Yanchang Canyon reached 4,000. And nearly 40 ghost-striped soldier ants advanced into giant soldier ants. Originally, Surdak brought these ghost-patterned soldier ants here with the intention of sending them to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Now that these ghost-patterned soldier ants have shown greater value, Surdak has to wait for some changes. Battle plan. Before the morning fog had cleared, a group of businessmen got together and ran to the gate of the forest farm camp to wait anxiously. Surdak asked people to move all the black devil skins outside the camp. The 4,000 black devil skins were divided into 10 levels, from perfect black devil skins to broken black devil skins. Each type has very special characteristics. Explain in detail. The merchants discovered that the black magic skins sold in the forest camp actually had a very standardized price, and the selling prices were basically normal purchase prices. Merchants will also enjoy different discounts based on the quantity of black demon skins purchased. It is said that those who purchase 500 black demon skins in a single transaction can enjoy a discount of up to 5%. The businessmen gathered outside the camp, surrounding a piece of transaction details posted on the bulletin board, and carefully studying the contents. Surdak ordered people to set up 10 long rows of dining tables at the gate of the camp, and the black demon skins were piled neatly behind the long tables. Selena held the account book to check the number of these black demon skins, while the merchants considered their actual needs and lined up in front of the long table. The infantry soldiers in the forest farm camp maintained order at the scene, as all 4,000 black magic skins were moved out by the infantry soldiers. The situation began to boil. The merchants who were preparing to purchase the black magic skins were shocked by the huge number, although they had already news came out. But when the merchants saw so many black devil skins in front of them, they were still shocked by these black devil skins. The adventure group standing at the outermost edge watching the excitement also opened their mouths. It was not that they had not seen the black demon skin. After all, after hunting the evil ghost, apart from the most valuable unidentified black magic crystal, the black demon skin was the most valuable. But so many black devil skins are displayed at the same time, which will remind these adventure groups who specialize in hunting evil spirits what kind of big battle it is to obtain so many black devil skins. What's even more incredible is that among the merchants lining up to purchase, there are actually military lords. The merchants at the scene all had a doubt. Since there are people internally who want to purchase, shouldn't the same price be directly sold domestically? No one explained. The businessmen were curious, but no one would rush up to ask. Dang dang dang. There was actually an infantry soldier at the scene who rang a small copper bell with a copper hammer. The sound of the bell was clear and melodious. After the bell rang, a row of warriors walked to the wooden table. Following Selena's instructions, they took a piece of black magic skin from the back and spread it on the wooden table. Afterwards, I heard the soldier introduce to the merchants, who had been waiting for a long time across the table. If you want to buy black magic leather, you must first be optimistic about the quality of these leathers. Now what is in front of you is 10 grades of leather correspond to different selling prices. The merchants had already made plans while waiting here, and quickly reported the amount of magic skin they wanted to buy. The warriors held out stacks of black magic skin from behind. Businessmen spent money to buy them. Lord Dana chose to purchase the largest amount of 4th level black magic leather. This type of leather was basically intact, with 3 obvious scratches on it. It was priced at 2 gold coins each. Lord Dana bought 5 of them in one go. 100 pieces, which can be regarded as one of several large orders in this transaction. As Serdek expected, the better the quality of the black devil skin, the more attention it received. And the merchants did not seem to care much about the high selling price. Among these 4,000 black devil skins, there were only 119 black devil skins without any damage. Each piece was sold for 10 gold coins. In fact, Serdek thought that the price was a bit high. What he didn't expect was that these black magic skins were sold the fastest. And the merchant in 3rd place only bought the last 9 first-level magic skins. The lively sale scene only lasted for less than 2 hours. And all the black magic skins on display were snapped up by the merchants. The merchants at the back regretted that they should not have hesitated just now, but only hesitated for such a small amount of time, and gained nothing in the end. After all the black magic skins were evacuated by the merchants, for full boxes of gold coins were left behind. This wooden box is very strong, and is a small treasure box specially used to hold gold coins. If packed neatly, each box can hold 2,000 gold coins. The total sales recorded in the account book, after repeated confirmation by Selena, finally concluded that the black magic skin sold this time earned a total of 8,709 gold coins. Just as Serdek expected, no one cared about the black iron weapons seized from the evil spirits. Occasionally, businessmen asked about them, and they all wanted to get a bargain. However, when they asked about the price, they were immediately sold at a high price. Prices were persuaded to withdraw. Selena distributed all the money to the infantry soldiers in the camp that afternoon, and the logistics department did not withhold even a single copper plate, because these trophies are already privately owned by the soldiers after they are collected. They are only obliged to hand over the captured black magic crystals in full. Even with these black magic crystals, the infantry soldiers will get almost the same black magic crystals. Crystal is worth half the merit points. For the infantry soldiers of the Western Root Army, this part of the reward can be said to be simply too generous. It was so rich that the soldiers from other foreign lord armies in the West Root Army also had red eyes at this time. In this battle of Yanshan Canyon, these Lord Army soldiers did not participate in the battle. They just circled around the forest with a group of evil ghost soldiers near the forest camp, and gained little. The most important thing is that because their lord is not satisfied with the merit list set by Serdek, there is no merit when performing such tasks. I heard that Lord Serdek's army could obtain a certain amount of merit even for patrols and night watch. Looking at the various precious items listed on the merit list, the infantry soldiers of the West Root Army became more and more restless in private. It's getting more serious. As for the little lords in the West Root Army, they knew that the heavy armored infantry regiment they brought this time, without the assistance of ghost-striped soldier ants, would not be able to make a long-distance raid to the Yanshan Canyon area to participate in this battle. War of Annihilation. In addition, they did not expect that Commander Serdek would be so decisive, almost leading his direct troops out in full force. The Warsaw Plain has not fought a few decent battles in the past few years. The battle conditions reported back to the Bena province are almost the news that Lord Busman's army has suffered successive setbacks, and has continuously given up territory. The Bena Legion is also very low-key, almost staying stationary in Handanar County. And because it has to rotate soldiers who have expired their military service every year, the military headquarters has been racking their brains to send more troops to the Warsaw Plain. Who would have thought that these cunning ghost warriors would be surrounded and killed by the lords of Serdek as soon as they made some moves in the Gunnar mountain area, when they returned to the forest camp with a large amount of loot? The war ended quickly. These little lords didn't even get a bite of shit. Only Lord Dana actually licked his face, and stood with the merchants in the free market to buy the trophies that belonged to the infantry soldiers. What a joke. If their own army of lords seizes these trophies, they will directly give some rewards instead of buying them. Wouldn't these trophies belong to them? In fact, some shrewd little lords have begun to realize that the reason why Lord Serdak's army has been so successful in the plain wars in Bena province in recent years has a lot to do with his generous reward system for warriors. Just look at those infantry soldiers wearing full heavy armor and holding magic weapons in their hands. When marching, they did not go to the river to fetch water, but directly used the water-gathering magic rune board. You can tell that this group of warriors, how rich is it? Now they could only watch as a group of infantry soldiers used carriages to pull the bodies of the evil ghost warriors to the mountains behind the camp, and feed them to the group of monsters in the mountain call. What's more, what makes these lords even more incomprehensible is that Serdak also made a money-losing deal. That is, he bought all the black iron weapons that could not be sold at a premium. Merchants in the free market, because these weapons have little profit, unwilling to buy, did not expect that in the end Serdak would come forward to buy it at a premium. This time, the camp publicly sold the trophies. Not only did Serdak not make a penny, he also lost a large sum. Such a small move made the soldiers in the military camp even more talkative. Later, these little lords began to find that it was difficult to lead the team. On the merit list at the entrance of the cafeteria, although some magic weapons were redeemed, even a set of magic pattern constructs was redeemed. But the soldiers in the camp also carefully discovered that the 10th place on the merit list was no longer those magic weapons of excellent quality, but was replaced by a tower shield called the Bone Shield. As for the notes on the 9-sided Bone Shield, there is almost no detailed introduction. The only line of text is also a bit confusing. The special shield of Lord Serdak. It will be hated by all evil spirits on the battlefield. Although the last half of the sentence is not completely understandable, it is full of gold content for the exclusive use of Lord Serdak. So the infantry soldiers in the camp, who were not familiar with Serdak, all began to pay attention to the bone shield that Serdak was carrying. There was clearly a terrifying grimace on the shield, which made people almost uncomfortable. Dare to stare at the shield. The merit points required for this bone shield are also very high, and ordinary warriors don't even have to think about it. It is estimated that the war in the Warsaw Plain is over, and they may not be able to gather so many achievements. However, some of the constructed knights had already collected enough merit points for their almost life-threatening charge in the Yanshan Canyon. A curious construct knight actually went to the logistics office to redeem this evil ghost shield. Unexpectedly, he was asked by the quartermaster in charge of the exchange. Your merit points are enough, but if you want to redeem the bone shield, there is an unwritten hidden condition. The quartermaster rolled his eyes, glanced at the construct knight, and then said in a proud tone question. So when you were promoted to level 1 warrior, did you understand the martial skill shield wall? The construct warrior shook his head. Is there any burning cauldron? The construct warrior shook his head again. The quartermaster stared at the construct knight with a look of helplessness, and said indifferently, if you really want to exchange items, then change them to something else. You can't reach this bone shield. Redemption conditions. Chapter 1429 Ryan's death. The free market was forced to close for half a day because businessmen rushed to the entrance of the forest farm and camped to buy black magic skins. The transaction at the camp ended. Some merchants bought the black demon skin and talked happily with their companions when the trade ended. Some merchants did not buy the selected black demon skin and could only settle for the next best thing. At this time, they felt a little depressed. Some merchants began to hesitate, and when they made their decision, they found that all the goods, good and bad, had been sold out, and they could only stand outside the barracks with a sense of loss. There was no bidding as expected, and the selling prices of all black magic skins were very moderate, leaving a certain profit margin for the merchants. It was the amount of black devil skins being sold that gave the merchants a hint of hesitation. There are too many. It is still unknown what kind of chain reaction such a large number of black demon skins will have entering the trading market of the Green Empire. In the past, almost all the black demon skins appeared one by one, but now there were suddenly 4,000 more. This kind of high-grade leather cannot be used for magic pattern construction, and only some nobles like it. But now that there are so many of them, I don't know if the market demand is that big. The Battle of Yanshan Canyon completely made this hidden mountain road in Gandor Mountain a holy place in the hearts of many adventure groups. Some adventure groups, who were tired of living in the forest camp, found out about the route of action of the West Route Army and began to pack up and prepare to spend the next half-month walking on the temporarily open hillside forest road before going there again. Look at the canyon that runs from north to south. This battle has been spread through the mouths of the adventure group. And the topic of the constructed knight's surprise attack on the Yanchan Canyon has also been mentioned repeatedly in these people's mouths for several days. Even the Bena people who were born in the hometown of swordsmen. It is now also believed that constructed knights play a much greater role on the battlefield than constructed swordsmen. But what people discuss the most is the group of monsters in Lord Serdek's army. With their dark red bodies, hard armor, huge fangs, and their powerful ability to travel freely through any terrain. It is said that the soldiers in the forest camp call these monsters ant cavalry. And they actually showed great success in the canyon battle this time. Nearly 4,000 ghost-marked soldier ants were killed this time, mainly due to the blocking battle at the waterfall pass. The evil ghosts on both sides wanted to open this passage and attack desperately. The battlefield during the day was able to block those crazy evil ghost warriors are almost filled with the lives of soldier ants. Looking back now, Serdek overcame all objections and brought 50,000 soldier ant warriors from the Balan Plain. Not only did he suppress the effective force of the red ants in the Darkworm Valley, these soldier ants also showed great strength on the battlefield. Combat effectiveness. Selena, Samira, and Carrie Decker planned to take advantage of their free time in the afternoon to visit the free market opposite the forest farm camp. In the Battle of Gut Canyon, Selena showed great strength at the waterfall pass, which finally allowed her to successfully integrate into the small circle of Samira and Gary Decker. Serdek rarely had half a day of leisure time, so he followed the three women to wander around the free market. In the forest camp, Soldek never appeared in public, so few businessmen in the free market knew him. He replaced the magic pattern structure on his body, and only wore the somewhat old salamander leather armor. At first, Serdek planned to hire an inscription master to turn this leather armor into a magic pattern structure. Unfortunately, there has been no free inscriptionist found. The matter has dragged on until now, and this set of salamander leather armor is already worn out. The leather armor already has sesame cracks in many places, and there are also several stitched patches. Now even if an inscription master said that he could make a set of magic pattern structure for Serdek, Serdek would not be able to use this set of leather armor. Take it out. Samira also had a set of salamander leather armor of the same style, but she didn't wear it this time. Three women walk side by side into the bustling free market. To be precise, this market is a camp set up by merchants on the grass. In order to be able to set up some stalls in front of the camp looks more like a street. Food, weapons, armor and groceries are all available on this street. The entrance to the free market is an open-air tavern. The tables and chairs in this tavern are all made of logs from giant trees split in half. They look a bit rough, but the tabletops are not only smooth, but the edges have even been worn out. A layer of patina. There are only some very light alish in the tavern. And of course, they also provide light meals and nuts. Since the afternoon, many customers have appeared here. Samira spent 4 silver coins on a half pocket of cat's claw fruits at a vendor stall. As a half-elf, she is very picky about food and only eats fruits and fish when possible. But she doesn't hate nuts either. Gary Decker was used to spending a lot of money. When he came to the market, he would ask for the price of some novel items. If he liked them, he would buy them. For example, a trumpet made of the sharp horns on the devil's head is engraved with some useless but exquisite patterns, and is also inlaid with gold edges, making the horn look very exquisite. She also bought a woolen shawl said to have been woven by local aborigines. Serdek knew that the aboriginal tribes in the Gander Mountains did not know how to weave this kind of woolen shawls. Maybe the herdsmen in the large meadows could. Selena bought some beef jerky for Zigna and Nika. This kind of dried meat that is cooked and then cut into pieces and dried is full of salt when chewed. The texture of beef jerky is by no means hard and dry. There is some grease and moisture in it. The main reason to keep them from deteriorating is the beef jerky itself. Of saltiness. Zigna and Nika habitually put some snacks in their pockets. Even though Nika has become the captain of the medical team, this habit has not changed. When passing a grocery stall, Serdek saw that there were 7 walnut-sized magic cores in the square box in front of the stall. He couldn't help but stopped, squatted in front of the square box, and reached out to fiddle with these magic cores. An incomplete magic core that can only be born from super-level monsters. The probability of magic crystals being found in such magic cores is very small, and occasionally some magic crystal fragments can be unlocked, so they are not of much value. Merchants in Handanar County like to gamble on magic cores. But there are only 7 left in this box. And you can tell at a glance that they have been picked apart. The biggest effect of this kind of garbage may be to increase the number of magic cores. The base number of the core may be able to deceive those who are new to gambling on the magic core. Do you want to take a gamble? Let me tell you that the quality of the magic cores here are very good. Someone gambled on the 3 magic crystals that came out of me in a row. These are all dug out from the brain of the Mora fish. And they have water properties. When the stall owner saw business coming to his door, he sat in front of the stall and chattered. Serdek pointed to the magic core inside the wooden box and asked casually, "How much does one cost?" The stall owner saw that Suldek really wanted to buy it. Although his attitude was not that strong, it was at least a rare opportunity. Nowadays, the magical beasts in Gander Mountain have almost disappeared. The magic core is becoming more and more difficult to find. And the activity of gambling on magic core has gradually faded out of people's lives. If the stall owner hadn't kept the 7 magic cores in such ugly condition, he probably wouldn't have kept them until now. The stall owner rolled his eyes, showed a sly smile, and said to Suldek, "Normally, it's 50 silver coins each. I think you should know the goods. I'll sell you 20 silver coins each. There's only so much left. Take your pick." Gary Decker squatted next to Suldek, with his 2 long legs folded together, looking particularly beautiful. "Are you still playing this?" Gary Decker looked at Suldek curiously. Serdek fiddled with the black magic core inside the box, with a hint of memory in his eyes, and said calmly, "I played it several times when I was serving in the military here, and I was pretty lucky. It can be said that the first pot of gold I brought home from the battlefield was earned through this." Gary Decker asked in surprise, "Can you feel something like this?" Suldek didn't speak, but showed a kind of confidence in his eyes. But Gary Decker knew the answer. "Are there any of these?" Gary Decker asked. "Indeed, there is one," Serdek replied. As he spoke, Serdek took out 2 gold coins from his arms and threw them into the square box, then reached out and touched the 7 magic cores. "Wait a minute. I need to find you 60 silver coins." The stall owner took the 2 gold coins, carefully put them in his mouth and took a bite, confirming that they were imperial gold coins. He beamed and shouted to Serdek, who was about to leave with the magic core. Just when the grocery stall owner leaned over, Suldek saw a copper pot protruding from his legs, and the entire pot body was polished to a shine. There is a round chimney in the middle of the copper pot, and there are 2 small lids on the chimney that can be opened and closed freely like petals. There is a ring of pots around it, which is placed next to the stall owner's right leg. He didn't notice it just now, but it was difficult to look away. What surprised Serdek was that he actually saw a copper hot pot on the free market. It's hard to imagine how this unique pot appeared here. Do the gourmets here also have the habit of eating hot pot, and happen to develop this kind of pot? Serdek squatted in front of the stall again, leaned forward and took the copper hot pot from the stall owner. Unexpectedly, there is actually a fire-gathering magic rune plate engraved on the bottom of this copper hot pot. "How much is this? Do you want to buy this magic self-heating pot?" The stall owner's eyes lit up. Then he introduced it seriously. "This was shipped from the Imperial capital, and you can also see that it is a magic item. If you use it normally, you need to consume magic crystal fragments. The experience of using it is very average. There is really no problem with using this thing to cook oatmeal. But the biggest problem is that it takes a lot of effort to clean and the price. It is not expensive among magic items. If you want to buy it, you need to give me another gold coin." Serdek didn't say anything else. He threw a gold coin on the stall, picked up the copper hot pot and left, not in the mood to continue visiting the market. He took the copper hot pot back to the camp. Then I spent the whole afternoon in a daze in the command post. Selena and Samira came to visit several times, but he always remained silent. Serdek sat alone in the command post, with a brightly polished copper hot pot placed on the square table. The mottled fragments hidden in the deepest memory in his heart gradually became clearer. But he did not dare to stare at those memory fragments for too long because he would feel a strong dizziness every time. "The last time I saw you look like this was when we were in Wall Village." Selena walked behind him quietly and rubbed his forehead with her hands. Serdek raised his head and leaned against Selena, enjoying it quietly with his eyes closed. "Is it that obvious?" he asked depressedly. Selena did not answer directly, but said, "At that time, I thought you might be remembering the life on the battlefield. What now?" Suldek opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful and flawless face in front of him. "I feel like you might be homesick." Selena lowered her head and whispered to him, with an unnatural smile on her face, Cerdak was startled. And then he stood up from his chair and walked outside without looking back. As he walked, he said, "I'm going to call Guitem and Andrew. Let's eat mutton tonight." In fact, there was still something stuck in Selina's throat. She really wanted to say to Soldak, "Everyone misses home. It's just homesick. What's the point?" Soldak walked out quickly. Selina's eyes changed from dark to blue. And the next second, her eyes became as clear as lake water again. With a look of helplessness on her face, she clasped her hands in front of her chest and prayed seriously before following Soldak's footsteps out of the command post. News of the victory of the Western Route Army led by Cerdak in the Goatgut Gorge of Gandil soon spread to the headquarters of the Bena Army near Handanar city. This battle caused quite a shock in the Bena Legion. The Bena Legion had almost no decent victories in the past 2 years. The Lord Cerdak army suddenly became famous among the Bena Legion. What is a bit surprising is that Duke Newman suppressed the matter and sealed the news in Handanar County. Although some people within the Legion would discuss it privately, no one mentioned the issue of rewards for the West Route Army. According to the Green Empire calendar, this month has entered the last month of 2591. In the winter of 2591, Duke Ryan Busman failed to survive the new year, and the nobles of the entire Iverson province were waiting for news of his death. He had just died in the castle of Iverson City. The news of Duke Ryan's death spread throughout the city like it had wings. The speed at which the news spread was as if he was afraid that he would come back to life. The announcement in Iverson City stated that Duke Ryan died of illness. But some great magicians from Iverson City said that if Duke Ryan Busman had not gone to the imperial capital after the Battle of Camperdo River, he might have lived 80 more years. It was not disease or lifespan that killed him, but a young magician who had a close relationship with the royal family of the Green Empire. Finally, the news of Duke Ryan's death came as the troops of the Bena army entered the area along the Moss River on the border of Cornburg County in large numbers. The news of the Battle of Gandor Gogut Gorge came from Handanar. Rumors spread from this side of the city. Chapter 1430 Warsaw Plain. Okay. The timeline of the previous chapter was questioned by book friends. My question has now been changed to the winter of 2591. Looking at the date in the upper right corner of the newspaper, Cerdak knew that the news in the magic newspaper in his hand was already 10 days ago. There was a cup of tea on the desk in the command post. The room was a little dim. A beam of light came in through the glass window, and a small light spot appeared on the desk. In the light spot, an autographed letter from Duke Newman was placed on the table. The paint had been torn, and Soldak read the letter inside twice. He was thinking about the situation in the Warsaw Plain. Duke Newman only wrote 2 things in the letter. The Iverson House of Representatives announced that Quentin Bousman will succeed the Duke of the Bousman family on the first day of the new year and become the new Duke of Bousman. After the death of Duke Ryan, the Alliance Cavalry Regiment in the western provinces of the Green Empire began to enter the Warsaw Plain, preparing to recover the 5 counties captured by the Evil Ghost Legion. After reading Duke Newman's letter, Soldak realized that the Busman family had completely given up the management rights of the Warsaw Plain this time in order to retain the power of the Iverson province. This time, the Alliance Lord armies in the western provinces of the Empire are willing to send troops into the Warsaw Plain. The main reason is that Quentin Busman is willing to hand over the star field coordinate points of the Warsaw Plain. After the new Lord Coalition enters the Warsaw Plain, the territorial division of the Warsaw Plain will be reshuffled. Once the 5 counties that found the Evil Ghost Legion's fall are recaptured, the original lords will lose the ownership of these lands. If you want to reoccupy this land, there are only 2 ways: send troops to capture it directly, or be willing to pay to buy it. Duke Newman is also waiting for this opportunity. During this period, the Bena army will capture Cornburg County across the board. After completely occupying Cornburg County, Bena's army will continue to capture Basamusa County. The current Epsom County has not been captured by the Evil Ghost Army. After the troops of the Boothman family gradually withdraw, it will become a public occupation area of the Alliance Lords. The landowners in this area will also retain their original rights. Territory. According to Duke Newman's plan, Lord Bena's army will occupy at least 2 counties in the Warsaw Plain in this cake-sharing operation. Handanar County was the original sphere of influence of the Bena army, but Duke Newman was manipulated by Duke Ryan. Handanar County cannot be said to be barren, but it is definitely much worse than the other 6 counties. Handanar County was originally a large grassland surrounded by mountains. It has vast pastures and dense vegetation in the mountainous areas, so animal husbandry and forestry are developed. However, other mining resources are very scarce. And if you want to expand the territory in the future, the layout is also very troublesome. To the north is the Gandor Mountains. To the east is the Samasto River and the Great Rift Valley. And to the west is a deep mountain swamp that is difficult to conquer. Only in the south is it bordered by Cornbird County. And the two counties are only separated by a Kempathomas River. There are 5 rich mining areas in Cornbird. And the one that makes Duke Newman the most jealous is the so-called Maggie Mithril Mine. Soldak put the magic newspaper aside, closed his eyes, and thought quietly for a while. Duke Newman was willing to lead the Bena army here for 8 years. He would definitely not just want to occupy 2 counties. It should be that they also plan to expand outward. At least having the right to develop the territory of Warsaw after the evil ghost army drives out of the Warsaw Plain. When Duke Ryan was alive, this power was in the hands of Ryan Busman. And now after Quentin Bausman inherited the title, in order to ensure that he could securely obtain the title, the compromise he made was to hand over Warsaw. What's more, the Boothman family has been tortured to death by the huge quagmire of the Warsaw Plain. At present, the Lord Army of the Boothman family has long been unable to fight in Warsaw. What they need most is to recuperate for a period of time and reorganize. Quentin Booth. Only then could the new Duke man have complete control over the Busman family's Lord Army. This time Duke Newman transferred reinforcements from the Bena province, mainly to stop the evil ghost army in Moyun Ridge, and the evil ghost army in the west of Naroda Fortress. Serdak's West Route army was stationed at the forest camp, this time to contain the Moyunling evil ghost army. The news of the Western Route army's victory in the Yangchang Canyon was only announced after Duke Ryan Busman died of illness. Handanar County was completely elated after hearing the news. Various celebration dances were held throughout Handanar City that night. The black magic skins brought back by the merchants from the forest camp also arrived in Handanar the next day. In Ar City, the citizens of the city realized that they had heard the news and ran as fast as the merchants' carriages. But then again, the news that the Western Route reinforcements won a great victory in the first battle with the evil spirits was announced. And a large amount of black devil skins arrived in Handanar City the next day, which made the whole city glow again. Vitality. The noble lords in the city suddenly realized that the land in their hands seemed to be saved, and the voices to support the Bena Legion suddenly rose. The name Lord Serdak also appeared for the first time at various dances in Handanar City. So after talking about it for a long time, the nobles finally found out that Commander Serdak came from Helensa City. The lord who came out. For nobles, it is not polite to call them by their first names in private. It was only half a month later that Serdak learned that many nobles in Handanar City called him Lord Helensa. In fact, Serdak really wanted to correct this name, because it would be more appropriate to call himself Lord Gampo or Lord Rut. At this time, the evil ghost army on the Moyun Ridge in the north of Gandar Mountain was ready to move, and Serdak had no time to pay attention to it. He still couldn't figure out how the evil spirits passed information between them. The Bena Legion had just pressed forward with its troops on the border of Cornbird County, and the evil ghost legion in Moyun Ridge quickly made a series of reactions. If it hadn't been for the Battle of Yangchang Canyon half a month ago, this evil ghost legion had some concerns. I am afraid that the forward troops of this evil ghost army have now crossed the Ganda Air Mountain. Since Duke Newman hopes that the Western Route army can contain the evil ghost army in Moyunling, Soldak has been formulating a strategy to block the evil ghost army in Moyunling during this period. After the evil ghost army had a series of actions, Soldak immediately led the Western Route army along the forest road opened 4 years ago to the north of the forest camp and headed towards Moyun Ridge, a mountainous area in the northern part of Gandar Mountain. Now this forest road has been completely abandoned. The forest road is covered with weeds, and both sides of the roadbed are covered with vines. A group of ghost-patterned soldier ants, under the command of a druid, opened a path in front of the army. This forest road seemed to have been completely forgotten by everyone. When Serdak accurately drew this line on the map with a pen, the magician investigation team even didn't believe it, because after nearly a month of repeated investigation, the magicians never found such a road in the forest area. But Commander Soldak was very certain that this forest road must exist in the mountains. There was no need to prepare anything in advance. On the day the army was dispatched, a group of soldier ants were sent to clean up the weeds on the forest road. As the soldier ants used their scissor-like fangs to gradually clear away the weeds on the forest road, a straight forest road leading to Moyun Ridge appeared in everyone's sight as if it was endowed with magic. Officers of the West Route Army, they became more convinced of Serdak. The forest road here is still so familiar. Some small trees, as thick as arms, have even grown on the forest road. The trees on both sides of the forest road are towering, and the tree crowns above the head have have even connected together, completely covering the forest road. Serdek followed the army on a magic-patterned war horse. This time, at the request of the small lords in the Western Route Army, 13 external heavy armored infantry regiments served as the advance army, following Serdek's 2 formations. Behind the knights and a full ant cavalry regiment, they walked into Mayun Ridge first. The first batch of supplies supplied to the ghost-striped soldier ants arrived at the forest farm camp 3 days ago, which means that the soldier ant army has finally been recognized by the Bina military department, although they are not organized yet. The military defines these soldier ants as horse-like mounts of the heavy armored infantry regiment of the Lord Serdek army. No matter what, being recognized by the military finally made Serdek breathe a sigh of relief. There is no need for him to worry about raising supplies for the ghost-patterned soldier ants. In addition, this time the military headquarters also sent 100 crossbows and 100 catapults to the Western Route Army. Soldak guessed that these catapults and crossbows were already in the supplies of Handanar City. It had been stored in the warehouse for a long time, and Duke Newman had been waiting for this opportunity to take out these strategic materials. With this batch of bed crossbows, Serdek has greater confidence in stopping the Moyanling evil ghost army, with the businessman Malacom opening up the trading channels in the imperial capital. Now whether it is buying standard magic pattern structures or giant magic crossbows, the Thunder Rhinoceros merchant group can not only get the goods as soon as possible, but also have large customers. Discount benefits. For Serdek, although the cost of using such war weapons has increased significantly, the deterrent effect against evil spirits has also increased exponentially. In order to allow their heavy armored infantry regiments to keep up with the marching speed of the constructed knights, the small lords of the Western Route Army specially bought a large number of horses from the ranchers on the Big Meadow. Now this group of heavy armored infantrymen all owned horses. When passing through the forest roads, you can also see neat teams of horses passing through the forest. The large groups of red-eyed hyenas in the mountains have now disappeared. At first, these red-eyed hyenas, which were not considered warcraft, posed a great threat to the heavy armored infantry regiments in the forest camp, mainly because the number of red-eyed hyenas in the mountains was too large. Huge. Now the red-eyed hyenas in the mountains have obviously been eaten by the evil spirits, and there are no traces of them in the mountains. Serdek sighed softly. He thought of the violent earth bear that had helped him escape from the mountains. Maybe that bear had also become the food of the evil spirit. Through the gaps between the forest roads, Mayun Ridge in the distance still reaches into the sky. The countermeasure Serdek formulated this time was not only to lead the West Route Army to actively attack Mayun Ridge in order to contain the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge. He spent nearly a month supporting the adventure group from Handanar County in hunting evil spirits in the northern area of Great Meadow and the northern mountains of Gandor Mountain. He not only requested that the free market opposite the forest farm camp have a rich variety of trading items. What's more important is that the forest camp is willing to treat the injured members of the adventure group. Of course, this alone is not enough to attract all adventure groups. Another policy of Serdek made these adventure groups unwilling to leave easily, because he promised the adventure group stationed in the forest camp that the evil spirits hunted by the adventure group could be traded with the Lord Army in the forest camp. The Lord Armies can redeem their achievements and receive rewards on the merit list. After this hole was opened by Serdek, it meant that while the adventure group was hunting evil spirits, as long as they traded the trophies to the Lord Army in the forest camp, they could enjoy the benefits of the Lord Army soldiers. Moreover, some small lords in the West Route Army also need unidentified black magic crystals to promote their titles, and they are willing to spend some money to buy black magic crystals. When the adventure group hands over the loot to the Lord Army, they can obtain some rewards on the merit list. Many adventure groups focus on the top 10 magic pattern structures on the merit list, and follow the exchange merit ratios set by Serdek for the adventure group. These adventure groups only need to kill 50 evil ghosts and hand over all the trophies to exchange for a complete set of magic pattern structures. This is much cheaper than using magic crystals to bid in the auction house. It was this news that caused adventure groups from Handanar City to begin pouring into Gandor Mountain in large numbers. According to preliminary statistics from the tavern owner at the Forest Campground's free market, there have been at least several hundred adventure groups coming to the Forest Campground in just 1 month. These adventure groups plunged into Mount Gandor and turned into hunting groups, hunting evil ghost scout teams. An adventure group with the ability to hunt evil spirits will have at least one constructed swordsman in the team. The most famous thing in the Bina province is the Bina swordsman. These construct swordsmen may not be as good as the construct knights in the army, but they are far more useful than the construct knights in the adventure group. So this is why Bina one of the reasons why there are many more adventure groups in this province than in other provinces. with the large influx of adventurous groups into Mount Gander. The scout teams of the Evil Ghost Legion all over the mountains and fields were forced to shrink to the Mayun Ridge area. The scope of activities of the Evil Ghost Scout team was constantly being backlogged by the adventure group, and they gradually lost control of Mount Gander. In fact, what the adventure groups couldn't understand the most was that even though there was no one guarding the Yanshan Canyon, the evil spirits on Mayun Ridge actually didn't dare to step into the Yanshan Canyon. It happened to be the first day of the new year for the Green Empire, when Soldak's Western Route Army arrived at the foot of Moyinling Mountain. And this day happens to be the day when Quentin Bousman succeeds Duke Bousman. Probably after learning about the movements of the West Route Army, Marquis Edmund Arnold of the East Route Army also launched an offensive stance on the western defense line of Handanar County. However, the eastern foothills of Handanar County are completely different from the northern mountains. The Eastern Route Army is stationed in a fortress in a canyon. This fortress was named Naroda by Duke Newman. In fact, as long as the Naroda fortress is defended, Marquis Edmund Arnold's Eastern Route Army will have completed the task assigned by the military department. Marquis Edmund Arnold was obviously not satisfied with this achievement. This time, he came to the Warsaw Plain with the Eastern Route Army and a group of conscripted knights. Ordinary achievements could not satisfy their appetite. Chapter 1431 Mayun Ridge. The giant Xintian mountain opposite is the Mayun Ridge, the highest peak in the north of the Gander Mountains. It is hidden in the mountains, but it is lonely and independent among the mountains. There are countless overlapping peaks in the Gander Mountains. Mayun Ridge is nearly 1,000 meters high and is pulled out from a group of mountains. The peaks are as high as clouds. Standing at the foot of Moyinling Mountain, it is already difficult to see all of this mountain peak. When Surdak entered Mayun Ridge with the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment, he didn't think it was so tall and majestic. The Magician reconnaissance team flew around Mayun Ridge for nearly 20 days. Only then did he fly around the main peak of Mayun Ridge. Before that, Soldak felt that Mayun Ridge was just a main peak. But according to the information obtained from the Magician investigation team, this peak hidden in the clouds must be at least as big as the Sai Roman Plateau in the Ganbu Plain. Large, which means that the main peak of Mayun Ridge that goes straight into the clouds is likely to hide a vast wilderness. So the original plan of the Bena army in the forest camp to attack Mayun Ridge was really a bit hasty. The military camp of the Western Route Army was built in a woodland facing north at the foot of the southern mountain of Mayun Mountain. This is a gentle slope covered with oak forests. The oak trees in the woodland are thick and tall, and the woodland is covered with moss and ferns. There are no low shrubs and vines, and there is a river not far away, facing Mayun Ridge, and there is an open valley of nearly 10 kilometers in front. Even if an evil ghost army rushes down from Mayun Ridge, they will be exposed in this valley where people can hardly hide. In the military camp of the Western Route Army, thousands of heavy armored infantry soldiers are busy building the camp wall. The entire wall is almost made of local materials. These tall oak trees are cut down. The branches are cut off, and their trunks are used to build an 8-foot barrier, 0.9 meter high wooden fence. This kind of wooden fence has a row of wooden thorns tilted at an angle of 45 degrees buried under the base of the outer wall. Each wooden thorn is 6 meters long and is almost as thick as an adult's thigh. The end of the wooden fence is inserted diagonally into the sky. The infantry soldiers sharpen their teeth. On the inside of the wooden fence, a platform is set up at the top. This platform made of wooden boards is made of pillars. There are wall climbing ladders every 50 meters or so. And there are also ladders on the wooden fence. There are many arrow towers arranged. There were several highly skilled carpenters in the Legion, and this temporary camp was built to look like a stronghold with complete fortifications. Nearly 60,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers have moved into this camp one after another. Each arrow tower on the wall is equipped with a magic bed crossbow. Almost half of the 100 bed crossbows sent by the military headquarters to the Western Route Army all are installed on the camp arrow tower. When the camp was first built, teams of evil ghost scouts came over from time to harass them. Surdak ordered his men to put out 100 bed crossbows and shoot dozens of evil ghost warriors in succession. The ghost warriors have become much more honest. In order to prevent the West Route Army from stationing their camp here, the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge continued to send batches of evil warriors. For this reason, Andrew led 2 groups of knights to have dozens of small-scale conflicts with the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge in the past half-month. These evil ghost warriors could not take any advantage every time. Cheap. Although the strength of the constructed knights is similar to that of the ghost warriors, the two sides are only evenly matched in a head-on battle. If the construct knight did not charge in an open battlefield, the ghost warrior would even have a certain advantage on the battlefield. It's just that Andrew, and the construct knights are very flexible in their playstyle. Sometimes they will lead these evil ghost warriors into battlefields where soldier ants are ambushed. Almost all of these soldier ants are lurking underground, just waiting for the evil ghost warriors to enter the ambush circle, suddenly crawling out of the hole. Their fighting style is also extremely brutal, dragging the ghost warrior with their bodies desperately, waiting for the construct knights rushing out from behind to harvest the life of the ghost warrior. Sometimes the construct knights would introduce evil spirits into valleys filled with gunpowder barrels. The valley with a wide view in front of the West Route Army camp was almost destroyed by black powder. The originally sparse woods had already turned into scorched earth. There are even big pits within small pits. And there are even many broken limbs and broken arms of evil spirits buried in the soil. This conflict continued until a wooden fence was built on the front side of the camp, and 12 arrow towers were erected, with 12 magic bed crossbows arranged on the arrow towers. The number of evil ghost warriors who came to harass them gradually decreased. In fact, a large group of evil ghost warriors appeared at the foot of Mayun Ridge during this time, preparing to completely overwhelm this advanced force, while Serdak's Lord army failed to gain a foothold here. But at this moment, on both sides of the forest, there were not only 2 armies of soldier ants watching eagerly, but also a group of magicians riding magic harpoons spinning around in the sky. This group of magicians even dropped a row of gunpowder barrels neatly into the camp of the evil ghost warriors. Before the evil ghost army could set up their attack formation, the magicians exploded into chaos. Although not many evil spirits died in the explosion of black powder barrels on the battlefield, the magicians successfully prevented a large-scale attack by the evil ghost army. Now that the military camp has finally been built, not only the walls on all sides have been built, but the number of tents in the camp is gradually decreasing, as wooden houses are built one after another. This temporary camp seems to be much more orderly. Serdak's Lord army includes many aborigines from the Belan Plain, rebels from the southern part of the Gonbu Plain, and villagers from the barren land. This group of people are all good at building wooden houses. A wooden house that can accommodate 60 people can be built in only half a day, and at least nearly 100 can be built in the camp at the same time. Now the entire hillside is occupied by Serdak's Western Route army, and countless wooden houses are hidden in the woods. Andrew strode into the newly built command post in Soldak, said H. Low to Selena, who was sitting next to her and was counting logistic supplies, and then came to Soldak's side. Serdak was in front of the map, looking up and drawing the rough outline of Mayun Ridge on the unknown area of the map. This map information was provided by the Magician Scouting Group. The attack plan originally prepared by Serdak was immediately changed after learning that Mayun Ridge covered such a vast area. Boss, why don't we try to kill them now? Let me take the Construct Knights as the vanguard first. Even if the evil ghosts on the other side are fully prepared, I will be able to withdraw completely. Andrew stood on Soldak's side and said loudly. Soldak looked away from the map, waved his hand to Andrew, pointed to the chair in the command post, and asked him to sit down. Then he said to Andrew, "The Magician Investigation Team is exploring the details of Mayun Ridge. The terrain in this area is more complicated than I thought. The evil spirits have been here for so long, and they must be more familiar with this place than us. Here, it is obviously not cost-effective for us to rush in rashly this time just to kill a few more evil ghosts. And it will also arouse the high vigilance of the evil ghost army." Soldak dipped a quill pen in a little ink, then drew a small circle on the map, pointed at this area and said, "As long as we are stationed here, even if we can control the evil ghosts from sneaking out from the south side of Mayun Ridge, when the defenses we build here are completely completed, this will become the main battlefield of the Western Route Army." Andrew looked along Soldak's finger and found that Soldak was talking about the valley in front of the camp. That place has been blown up by black powder. Every time the evil ghost warriors rush out from Mayun Ridge, they will take the initiative to avoid that battlefield. He didn't think that it would become the main battlefield against the evil demon army. At this time, Salmira and Gary Decker walked in side by side from outside the command post, and Soldak asked her, "Have the remaining magic bed crossbows been placed?" "It's all installed," Salmira responded, "because the magic bed crossbow moves very slowly and needs to be dragged by a war horse every time. It is extremely inconvenient on the battlefield, especially in jungle battles. So this time Serdak simply installed half of the bed crossbows on the arrow tower, and the other part of the bed crossbows were also arranged by Samira around the camp to become a fixed fort. All the trees in the valley below the hillside were cut down by the soldiers, and the range of the bed crossbow could just reach the edge of the valley. In order to clear this battlefield, it can be said that Serdak spent a lot of manpower and material resources. I want to suppress the evil ghost army here in Mayun Ridge. Only in this way can those adventure groups boldly enter the hunting grounds in the north of Gander Mountain. This time I need these adventure groups to be our eyes. Regardless of whether the evil ghosts wherever the warriors run, they cannot escape their sight. Soldak told Andrew about his plan. In recent times, he has been encouraging the adventure group to be stationed in the forest camp. To this end, he has not hesitated to detach a treatment team with limited resources from the Western Route Army to provide paid treatment to the injured members of the adventure group. Serdek rubbed his forehead and asked Samira, "Do you know what's going on near Mayun Ridge?" Samira thought for a moment and then replied, "The biggest problem faced by the evil ghost army recently is still food. Since all the evil ghosts in the Samasto River have evacuated that area, the hunting group here in the Yongu Canyon has also suffered heavy losses. According to the report of the Magician Investigation Team, it can be judged come out. Now the only hunting area left for the evil ghost army is the mountains to the north of Mayun Ridge. The evil spirits may need to expand their hunting range in the northern part of Mayun Ridge. I think this may be a good opportunity for us." Soldak thought for a moment, and then asked Samira, "Can the Magician Investigation Team provide detailed information about Mayun Ridge? The vegetation over there is dense, and the magicians are worried that evil spirits will suddenly appear, so they dare not approach the top of the tree crown easily." Samira said expressionlessly, "I heard that the top of the highest peak is shrouded in clouds and mist, and the magic of the reconnaissance team even a teacher would not dare to fly in. In addition, when the magician was investigating the mountains to the north of Mayun Ridge, he also discovered traces of tribal aborigines in that mountain range. But there is still a considerable distance from Mayun Ridge." Soldak nodded, walked in front of Andrew, patted his shoulder with his hand and said, "What we need to do now is to firmly tie this evil ghost army here. This is the task given to us by Duke Newman of the Western Route Army. Only by accomplishing this can we consider other things, such as how to weaken Mayun Ridge. The evil ghost army is powerful. I have no interest in the Mayun Mountains right now, but of course, I still hope to hunt as many evil ghosts as possible without losing manpower." Andrew asked in a low voice with some reluctance, "Don't you want to see the evil ghost door hidden on the top of the mountain?" Soldak waved again and said quickly to Andrew, "Isn't that possible? I have no interest in the top of Mayun Ridge at all now." Hearing what Soldak said, Andrew could only give up the radical attack plan. Originally, he had made an agreement with the Wolf Knight Tiger this time, and the two continued to cooperate this time, just like fighting a beautiful cooperative battle in the Sheepgut Canyon. Unexpectedly, when I came to Soldak, I was met with disappointment. He turned around and left the command post glumly. Soldak's eyes fell on the blank area to the north of Mayun Ridge. There was no detailed information about that area on the map of Bena Legion. There are several hexagonal magic crystals on the table. Many magic images are stored in these crystals. Serdek pulled out a crystal from it and was about to check the contents when he heard Samira coming over and asked, "What are you looking at?" Serdek used a quill pen to surround the vague Mayun Ridge, drew an arc-shaped arrow in the left area near Mayun Ridge, and then asked Samira beside him, "What if we ride horses from Mayun Ridge? How long will it take to go around the edge of the ridge to the north?" Samira thought carefully before saying, "Riding is much slower than flying. It will take at least half a month. Are you going to send out a reconnaissance team?" She looked at Soldak's side face. Serdek turned around and shook his head and said, "No. This time, I am going to meet the indigenous tribes in person." Samira simply didn't know what to say. Then Soldak explained, "Now the indigenous people in the Gandor Mountains have become extinct. You can only find traces of them further north. In fact, I still want to talk to them. They should be in a very difficult situation now. And in order to survive, they should and need to resist those evil spirits. Since we have a common enemy, I think we can have some cooperation with them." Samira immediately retorted, "You also said at the beginning that the native tribesmen also hated the Imperial Knights. When they opened up the Warsaw Plain, it was the Busman army that drove them into the mountains." Soldak said confidently, "But we have a common enemy this time, and I don't think those natives would consider me an enemy." Samira knew that she could not dispel Serdek's idea, so she stopped entangled in this matter. Chapter 1432 Aboriginal Warrior. The mountains to the north of Mayun Ridge cannot be regarded as the boundary of the Gandil Mountains. There is no mark here even on the map of the Warsaw Plain. It belongs to the unexplored area of the Warsaw Plain by the Busman family. At the beginning, Duke Ryan promised to give Handanar County to Duke Newman. He had promised Duke Newman that all the territories open north by the Bena Army in Handanar County would be regarded as the private property of Duke Newman. According to the 433 rule, The 3 pieces of land owned by the Plain Lord will be automatically counted to Duke Newman. However, just after the Bena Legion entered the Warsaw Plain, Duke Newman discovered that the Evil Ghost Legion had built an Evil Ghost Gate on Moyun Ridge, firmly guarding the northern gate of Handanar County and blocking Bena. The Legion's march north. Moreover, in Duke Newman's view, the north of Moyun Ridge is a wild land where monsters are rampant. In the mountains to the north of the forest camp, there were a large number of low-level monsters. If the Bena Legion wanted to expand northward, it would not only have to face the Evil Ghost Army, but also a large number of monsters and local tribes and indigenous people. Pressure. Now the Evil Ghost Army has been entrenched in Moyun Ridge for 8 years, and has almost slaughtered all the monsters around Moyun Ridge, and also killed a large number of tribal aborigines. Originally there were a large number of aboriginal tribes in the Gander Mountains. Now most of these tribes have perished, and the remaining ones continue to migrate north and merge into the tribes in the wild swamp north of Moyun Ridge. According to the information detected by the division's reconnaissance team, there are not only tribal aborigines in the north of Moyun Ridge, but these aborigines are also resisting the Evil Ghost Army on Moyun Ridge. What Serdek wants to contact now is this group of natives from the Warsaw Plain, regarding the war between the Evil Ghost Army and the local indigenous people, which has been going on for so long. Those tribes and indigenous people north of Moyun Ridge. The rolling Gander Mountains are like a wall, completely blocking the mountains in the northern part of Moyun Ridge from the sight of the imperial people. There are a large number of magical beasts scattered throughout the long mountains and dense forests. The Busman family only delineated their territory to the south of the Ganda Air Mountain. The lords of the Busman family stopped here. They occupied the Warsaw Plain for more than 100 years. None of the previous commanders of the Busman army would set their sights here, although there are a lot of warcraft resources in this mountain range. The rolling mountains here block the pace of the pioneers. In this fertile plain, the benefits obtained by exploring in any direction will be much better than the army crossing the Gundar Mountains. Therefore, no Imperial Adventure Group has ever set foot in this mountain range north of Moyun Ridge. The mountain vegetation here is no longer as dense as Mount Gander, but some 1,000-year-old trees can be seen everywhere in the mountains. Many giant trees with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a height of hundreds of meters have become the 100-meter-long high wall is covered with moss and fungi. A group of bronze-skinned aborigines walked out of the depths of the jungle carrying ironwood longbows and bone spears. These tribal aborigines were all young. They were wrapped in leather clothes and stepped on dead branches and rotten leaves with their bare feet. On the formed land, every bounce of their strong and powerful thighs would allow them to jump 7 or 8 meters. And they could run faster than antelopes in the forest. They were all kinds of weird hair accessories on their heads, and some necklaces made of animal teeth and gemstones around their necks. Almost every young man has an unusually eye-catching magic pattern on their body, and the skin with this magic pattern is related to their skin. The skin color of the body is actually so out of place, except for the slight cracking sound of dead branches. The dense forest seemed extremely quiet. One of the strongest indigenous warriors came to the edge of a cliff. He gently raised his hand to signal his companions behind him to stop. He was like an ape jumping onto a giant tree, climbing up in twos and twos. Climbed to the top of the tree. He pushed aside the vines and branches, and through the gaps between the trees, the indigenous warrior saw a group of black-horned elk drinking water by a stream in the canyon 2 kilometers ahead. There were 8 green elk in the group. The most attractive thing about them was that the branch-like antlers on their heads were shining with black luster, and arcs of lightning flashed from time to time on these antlers. The black-horned elk is an electric monster, and local indigenous people prefer to call it the big black-horned elk. An adult black-horned elk is full of treasures. The most valuable ones are of course the magic core and the horns on its head. The deerskin on its body is also an excellent material for making leather armor, and the venison is a rare delicacy. There were about 20 young indigenous warriors in this group. The indigenous warrior on the top of the tree made a few simple gestures downwards. The indigenous warriors hiding under the tree immediately got excited and hammered each other's shoulders. There was a rare joy on everyone's face. Hunting has become more and more difficult recently. This group of indigenous warriors has been away from the tribe for almost 10 days. If they can't find any more prey, they will hunt some ordinary people along the way. Little beast, go pick some fungi and wild fruits and bring them back to the tribe. But these are all made by the women in the tribe. If their hunting group really wants to bring that food, they will inevitably be ridiculed by their peers in the tribe. After walking along the valley and river for so long, they finally encountered a group of black-horned elk, and they were naturally extremely happy. The Evil Ghost Army began to hunt in the northern mountains. These monsters gradually migrated to the north. Every time they wanted to hunt them, they had to go north. The further north you go, the more deserted these mountains become. But those wild lands are occupied by some powerful monsters. Once the indigenous warriors step into the territory of high-level monsters, they will definitely face no less danger than those evil ghosts. The indigenous warrior squinted his eyes and looked at the towering Mayan Ridge to the south, with a layer of anger burning in his eyes. Dozens of tribes of large and small tribes live in this mountain range. Each tribe has some ancient inheritance. The indigenous people here have made a living by hunting for generations. From the day they were born, they have to fight against the ferocious monsters in the mountains. This group of young natives are the best hunters of the Kulman tribe. They have superb hunting methods. But now their life is getting worse and worse. The young indigenous hunters now not only have to face the ferocious monsters in the mountains, but also the evil spirits that suddenly emerged from Mayan Ridge. After the evil spirits appeared in the mountains, they became the highest level hunters in the mountains. Not only did they hunt all the magical beasts in the mountains, they also liked to hunt the indigenous people of these tribes. Every day, the indigenous hunters in the tribe compete with those evil spirits for prey. Not only that, every time they encounter evil spirits, they have to make some choices. They either give up the prey and flee deep into the mountains, or they have to fight to the death with those evil spirits. The indigenous warrior who was responsible for reconnaissance in the tree canopy glanced at the mountain wall on the opposite side of the canyon, and his keen intuition told him that there were hunters in the dense forest opposite who were watching the group of black-horned elk. But this time, he didn't want to give up. The tribe needed the new flesh and blood of these Wujyu. This time, they came out to hunt with more companions than before, so they had more confidence to compete for this group of prey. When hunting in the mountains, the most important thing is patience. He quickly slipped down from the tree canopy, returned to the team, and asked the two fastest companions to track the group of big black horns. The other companions divided into two teams to take a detour, touch the opposite cliff, and try to scare away the predators hiding there before hunting, or simply eat them. Serdek had been following this evil ghost hunting team for a long time. Not long after they walked down Mayan Ridge, Serdek and Samira discovered them by the stream. Over there is the source of this creek. Serdek and Samira flew here on the magical harpoons of the magicians. The magicians flew for 8 days before bypassing Mayan Ridge and arriving at the Monhuang Mountain further north. Wild. There are no living creatures within 100 miles at the foot of the northern mountain of Mayan Ridge. The evil spirits have filled their bellies with everything they can eat. More evil ghost hunting teams need to go further north. Their hunting group suffered a heavy setback in the Gandor Mountains, and the hunting grounds in the northern mountains are even more important to them. Of course, Soldak and Samira came here not to hunt these evil ghost warriors. Even if they let go, how many could they kill? They actually hoped to meet the indigenous hunters in the mountains to the north by following the evil ghost hunting team. So when Serdek discovered the evil ghost hunting team by a stream, he and Samira followed them quietly. This evil ghost hunting team was not aware of the existence of Serdek and Samira along the way. In this jungle, Samira perfectly demonstrated her superb tracking skills to Serdek. Samira was sitting on a branch of a giant tree, camouflaged by some leaves. If you don't look carefully, she looks like a branch on a tree. There were also some branches and leaves hanging on Serdek's body, but he would look very awkward no matter where he was hiding, so he could only sit awkwardly next to him. It is precisely because of this that Samira and Serdek cannot pursue too close. The evil ghost hunting team hid on the cliff in front for almost half a day. Samira also saw the black-antlered elk by the stream below the valley. She could see the magic elements flowing on the antlers. She knew the following elk are at least level 2 monsters. For this evil ghost hunting team, it was within their capabilities to hunt this herd of elk. It's just that the evil spirits have been reluctant to take action. Samira thought they might be waiting for other evil spirits to eat these black-horned elk in one bite. Serdek also thought of a lot of things at this time, as this evil ghost hunting team went to such great lengths to hunt some prey. I feel that Mayan Ridge is no longer suitable for them to be a fortress guarding the north. They have almost predatory destruction of the food resources here. Now even if they hunt, they have to travel hundreds of miles away. After hunting the prey, they have to find a way to transport it back to Mayan Ridge. And traveling back and forth along the way is the biggest consumption for them. Soldak expressed his thoughts. Samira immediately understood the meaning of Serdek's words and asked, "So for the evil ghost army on Mayan Ridge, capturing Handanar city will completely solve their current embarrassing dilemma?" Serdek nodded solemnly and said, "Not only are there nearly 1 million imperial people in Handanar city, but there are also hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep in several pastures in the big meadow. These are the most important things to them. Excellent food. Samira didn't show any pressure. She just glanced at Suldek and said, "If this is the case, the pressure on the West Route army will be even greater." Then she added, "I guess they won't give up Mayumrich easily. After all, it is an excellent location to guard the northward expansion of the Bena army in Handanar County." The two of them said nothing after that, because Samira saw a group of indigenous warriors coming around the cliff from the opposite side of the valley. "Are those indigenous warriors here for that evil ghost team?" Samira asked with some confusion, because the indigenous warriors ran to the cliff here. They did not immediately surround the hiding place of the evil ghost hunting team, but searched bit by bit along the stone seams on the cliff. More than 20 indigenous warriors surrounded them from the left and right sides, making the evil ghost hunting team immediately alert. Seeing that neither side seemed ready to retreat quietly, Surdak and Samira hid behind and watched what happened. In fact, Surdak also wanted to know the fighting power of these indigenous warriors. It can be seen that this group of indigenous warriors are much stronger than the indigenous tribe that Surdak is familiar with. The physical fitness of these young people is even more outstanding. When they climbed the cliff with their bare hands, they looked like a group of warriors, monkey jumping up and down. Samira suddenly hugged Suldak's shoulders and pressed him tightly against the horizontal branches of the giant tree. Then Surdak heard the sound of rapid footsteps under the tree. From the force of stepping on the ground, he could tell that there should be a group of evil ghosts coming quickly below. They are tall and can cover great distances with each step, so they have a unique rhythm when running. When the footsteps gradually decreased, Samira got up from Surdak. Only then did Surdak see the back of the evil ghost hunting group, which must have come from other places. The moment this group of ghost warriors arrived, the ghost warriors hiding in the gaps in the cliff suddenly rushed out. A group of evil spirits holding swords and swords in their hands pounced on the indigenous warriors, who were searching among the cliffs. The battle was almost imminent, and the evil ghost warriors chopped and injured several indigenous warriors almost immediately. The fighting style of the evil ghost warriors is extremely ruthless, and they never dodge the counterattacks of the indigenous warriors. They just trade injuries for injuries. The moment these indigenous warriors were attacked, the magic patterns on their bodies lit up one after another. Although they were far apart, Samira could still clearly see the increase in power of the magic patterns on the indigenous warriors through the gaps in the forest. Down, a powerful fighting force burst out. It's just that the evil ghost warriors were superior in numbers, and several indigenous warriors were injured during the surprise attack. During the battle, the evil ghost warriors' bone armor kept forcing the indigenous warriors to exchange injuries for injuries, and soon the balance of victory tilted towards the evil ghost hunting group. After 7 or 8 indigenous warriors fell, the remaining ones began to flee in all directions with a rapid whistle. Of course, the evil ghost warriors were not willing to give up these indigenous warriors easily. They were tall, and although it was a bit inconvenient to move in the jungle, they ran extremely fast after all. They would chase after the indigenous warriors. Chapter 1433 Trip to Northland. The vines in the forest are covered with moss and vines. The moss makes the forest floor extremely slippery. The vines hanging on the branches are the biggest obstacle to the evil ghost warriors. Most of the vines are extremely tough, even for strong evil ghosts. It is also difficult to break away from these vines, so evil spirits should be careful to avoid these vines. These indigenous warriors were quite familiar with the jungle and rushed down the cliff into the valley. Although the entire battle lasted less than a quarter of an hour, Surdak clearly saw the problems existing in the battle between the two sides. The victory of the evil ghost warriors is due to their fearless fighting style, which is completely lifeless. At the same time, the ghost warriors were covered with bone armor. Even if they exchanged injuries with the indigenous warriors, most of the injuries suffered by the ghost warriors were not fatal. The last point is that the weapons in the hands of evil spirits are much more sophisticated than those of indigenous warriors. The bone spear in the hand of the indigenous warrior only pierced the armor of the evil ghost warrior, but the evil ghost warrior used his fist sword to poke a hole in the heart of the indigenous warrior. This is the gap between the two sides. Although the indigenous warriors wanted to bridge the gap between the two sides with their rich combat experience, the siege coincided with the arrival of reinforcements from the evil ghost warriors. As soon as a wave of fighting broke out between the two sides, the group of indigenous warriors were quickly defeated. An indigenous female warrior was only 30 meters away from Surdak's hiding place. She was pierced through the back of the heart by an evil ghost warrior with a short flying spear. A pool of bright red blood burst out from her back, and she jumped, fell on a mottled rock. In addition, the companions saw the indigenous female warrior fall and quickly wanted to pull her up and run with her, but saw her spitting out a mouthful of blood and were unable to continue running away. In desperation, his companion roared, abandoned the indigenous female warrior, and quickly fled the area. Enid nimbly jumped onto the horizontal branch of a giant tree. At this time, her breathing rhythm had been disrupted, and she could not breathe smoothly every time she jumped with force. Just when she was about to adjust her breathing rate and the rhythm of each jump, her body just jumped into the air, and a short flying spear pierced the 2 layers of leather armor from the back with a strong wind. Sharp and cold. As soon as the tip of the spear touched the skin on her back, Enid's heart went cold. The cold spear tip pierced her chest with a strong pain, and the spear tip peeked out from under her right breast. The instantaneous pain made her unable to breathe at this moment. The short flying spear carried a huge inertia and hit Enid's body hard against a moss-covered boulder in front of him. His companion Eric wanted to reach out to pull Enid, but he saw her body was pierced by a short black flying spear. He turned around in panic and glanced at the evil ghost warrior rushing behind him. Shrinking as if he was electrocuted, he turned around and threw himself into a bush in front of him, just where Eric had just landed. 3 short black flying spears were nailed to the rocks in no particular order. Rock fragments exploded in all directions, and the 3 short flying spears were nailed deeply into the rock. Seeing her companions fleeing without hesitation, Enid was filled with despair and loss at this moment. But she also knew that this was the best choice for her companions. Even if he stopped, he wouldn't be able to save himself and leave, and it would probably cost him his life. The ghost hunters from behind caught up, and Enid saw with his own eyes that the ghost hunters slit the throat of a companion, and the blood spattered on the ghost warriors, making them more ferocious. She almost saw with her own eyes that her companion's face turned as pale as paper after all the blood drained from his body. She clenched the bone spear in her hand, accumulating the last bit of strength in her body. Even when the short flying spear pinned her to the rock, she did not make any unnecessary struggle. She endured the severe pain caused by every spasm in her body, the tearing feeling in her lungs every time she breathed. She endured the salty blood flowing out of her mouth and nose, and she endured the strong dizziness, just waiting for the evil ghost to come, stand behind her. In her blurred vision, she first saw the sole of her foot wrapped in white bones. That foot stepped on a rock, and 3 short flying spears inserted into the rock were pulled out. Then the evil spirit grabbed her chestnut hair, and her head, which was attached to the rock, was forcibly pulled up. An irresistible severe pain made her moan. The pointed mandible was raised, exposing the throat between her neck, and the war blade in the evil ghost's hand rested on her shoulder. Just use the war blade to gently slit the artery in her neck, and let the blood on her body flow cleanly, and you can get a piece of bacon. The evil ghost warrior casually wiped the sticky blood on the female warrior's leather armor. He could feel the convulsions and shaking of her body under the severe pain. He was also guarding against the female warrior's rebellion before she died. Hit. The evil ghost warrior carefully placed the war blade on the female warrior's throat, and saw the bone spear in the female warrior's hand turn into a streak of white, stabbing towards her chest. The evil ghost warrior raised the war blade in his hand and blocked the bone spear that was stabbed backhand. He grabbed the female warrior's hair and pulled it higher, making the female warrior's body nailed to the rock bend backwards into a crescent shape, and wiped the war blade in his hand down the female warrior's neck. This team of ghost warriors was a hunting team. Surdak watched as the ghost warriors left behind bled the indigenous warriors, who fell on the battlefield. He was not prepared to intervene in this battle. He wanted to comprehensively measure the gap between the evil ghost warriors and the indigenous warriors. Unexpectedly, Samira next to her held the sky strike bow in her hand. She endured the evil ghost warriors in front of her and chased them out. Only 2 evil ghosts were left behind to clean up the battlefield. And then she suddenly stood on the giant. The sky bow in his hand was fully drawn on the horizontal branch of the tree. The magic crystal on the back of the bow exploded instantly. Samira has been saying recently that she can't save magic crystals, and Surdak finally discovered the reason. That money-loving Samira has changed. Seeing her take out a magic crystal from her pocket and insert it into the gem groove on her back, the expression on her face turned out to be so casual. An arrow covered with electric snakes pierced through all obstacles in front of it and stabbed fiercely into the back of the ghost warrior's neck. A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket instantly fell from the sky, directly frying the ghost warrior's neck. Gosh! The head wrapped in bone armor flew several meters away. Not far away, another evil warrior cleaning the battlefield was also penetrated by 3 arrows wrapped in wind blades. The huge knockback force brought by the arrows was like a heavy hammer striking 3 times in a row. On top of him, he was pushed 7 or 8 meters away. Before the ghost warrior could make any counterattack, an arrow pierced his forehead, pinning him to the tree trunk at the edge of the rock wall. The evil ghost warrior saw a human knight falling from a giant tree. He was holding a broad sword in his hand, and a special shield hanging on his other arm. The face on the shield made him tremble behind his back. Leon. It was clearly a general whose face had been taken off and covered with a shield. That kind of naked humiliation made him want to break free from the shackles of the arrows and use his last bit of strength to chop down the human knight. Of course, the human knight did not disappoint him and walked straight over. The evil ghost warrior finally saw the human knight swinging the broadsword in his hand. And then everything in front of him turned into a thick purple. Serdek chopped off the head of the evil ghost warrior, who was nailed to the tree trunk with a sword. The evil ghost warrior's body slumped down along the trunk. But his head was firmly nailed there by the arrow. He smoothly pulled out the arrow and took out the magic core from the evil ghost warrior's skull. Turning around, I saw Samira squatting next to the indigenous female warrior, waving to him vigorously. Serdek walked over helplessly. Originally, he was not prepared to do anything. But Samira couldn't help but take action. Serdek could only cooperate to kill the two lone evil ghost warriors behind. What should I do? Samira stared at the short flying spear inserted into the back of the indigenous female warrior and asked Soldek. This indigenous female warrior is wrapped in some simple leather armor, and slightly bulging muscles can be seen on her bronze arms and thighs. The wound was still bleeding out, and the indigenous female warrior had fainted. Serdek understood the meaning of Samira's words. She was asking herself how to save him next. We have to get out of here. Serdek glanced around and found that no evil warriors ran out, indicating that it was still safe here for the time being. After saying that, he pulled out the short flying spear inserted into the back of the indigenous female warrior, and blood spurted out. He pressed a hemostatic pack onto the wound and quickly wrapped a bandage. Before he could use the holy light technique, the blood from the wound stopped gushing out. The speed at which the female warrior's wounds healed made Serdek a little suspicious of whether she had some orc blood. Samira also discovered the amazing resilience of the indigenous female warrior's body. She has a really good physique, the half-elf archer said to Serdek. Serdek was a little speechless. He didn't want to bring this burden with him. Originally, the two of them entered the wild mountains in the north of Mayun Ridge, just to explore the actual situation here, not to treat diseases and save people. Actually, I plan to follow a group of indigenous warriors who are capable of escaping back to the tribe, so that I can directly find an indigenous tribe, Serdek explained to Samira. Samira carried the indigenous female warrior on her shoulders and said indifferently, Isn't this better? Under the snowy moonlight, the towering Mayun Ridge in the distance formed a huge shadow in the night. The temporary habitat of Serdek and Samira was a semi-open cave. The two of them built this campsite against the rock wall to provide shelter from the wind and rain, and to have a regular rest at night. The place, however, the view here is very wide, so once a fire is lit at the entrance of the cave, a large area around it can be seen. Serdek took out the copper hotpot he just bought and poured some water into it. Then a magic crystal fragment was installed on the magic rune board, and the fire started burning in the copper hot pot. The water soon started to sizzle. Serdek broke pieces of scones into pieces and threw them into the pot. Inside, he took out a piece of fresh black-horned elk meat from the magic sealing box. He sliced the venison very thinly with a skinning knife and threw each piece into the pot. The aroma soon spread out. Samira held an apple and sat quietly next to Soldek. She actually enjoyed this rare leisure time every day. But at this moment, the indigenous female warrior lying on a simple stretcher suddenly slowly opened her eyes. Then her breathing became very disordered due to pain. She even wanted to struggle to stand up, but the wound on her chest was making every breath she took very labored. Are you awake? We saved you, Serdek told the indigenous female warrior bluntly. There was a trace of hostility in Enid's eyes. She endured the pain in her chest and tried to keep every breath as steady as possible. She took in the air conditioning and asked Serdek, Imperial people? Soldek nodded and said, Yes. Enid closed her eyes and stopped looking at Soldek. After being quiet for a while, Enid found that the two Imperial men had not spoken. So she opened her eyes again and saw that the knight was cooking meat and eating, while the other female archer was nibbling an apple. Neither of them paid much attention to her. Enid accumulated strength for a long time, and finally couldn't help but said to the two of them, The Empire is not welcome here, just like the evil spirits are not welcome. There is actually no difference between you and them. In fact, Samira cannot understand the indigenous language of Warsaw. Only Soldek can understand it. Samira didn't care what she was talking about, and she didn't bother to ask. Serdek, on the other hand, put down the plate in his hand and responded to Enid. At least we won't eat people. Now these evil spirits are our common enemies. Enid didn't want to talk anymore. She felt that her chest would be hot every time she breathed. Talking to this imperial man would make her even more hot. So she closed her eyes again. Maybe because her body was too weak. Soon she fell asleep. When Enid woke up again, she could already feel the dazzling sunlight. Your wounds are recovering well. Mainly due to your excellent physique. So if you can leave now. We are here to track those evil spirits. And of course we need to find some who have the same goal. People. After Soldak finished speaking, he threw a leather water bag and a wheat cake next to Enid. Of course. If you don't want to accept our help because of your dignity, there is a bone spear on the other side. After saying this, Cerdak rolled the tent together and put it into the magic waste bag. He didn't want to take Enid to track down those evil spirits. Since Enid had shown hostility, he gave up. The two left the indigenous female warrior in this cliff cave and headed directly to the north of the mountain. Some of the aboriginal tribes here should have migrated from the Gandor Mountains. When the Busman family opened up the Warsaw Plain, they probably did not leave a good impression on these aboriginal tribes. But now, what Cerdak needs to look for are the indigenous people who are not too hostile to the imperial people. Chapter 1430 for the aboriginals in the walled city. Enid did not expect to meet the two imperials, Cerdak and Samira. Again, she lay in the cliff cave for nearly 3 days, relying on the small amount of food and water left by Cerdak to survive. The most difficult period has passed. Enid, who had recovered some of his strength, walked out of the stone cliff and dug wild vegetables and moss and hunted small animals before returning to the tribe in great embarrassment. When she saw the tribal gate deep in the canyon, she almost lost a lot of weight, and her body almost exhausted the last bit of energy. Looking at the tribe hidden in the jungle in the distance, she exhaled softly, dry and cracked. Her lips finally showed a hint of joy. She is one of the most outstanding young warriors in the tribe. Not only does she have a strong physique, she also received the blessing of the Great Witch and borrowed some power from the monsters. The injuries on her body made her go through a lot of hardships in the wild this time. If she hadn't had enough survival experience and knew many edible wild vegetables and berries, she would have almost starved to death in the mountains this time. The evil spirits have hunted almost all the prey in the mountains and fields, so that all animals in this mountain range have almost completely disappeared. She still clearly remembered that before the evil spirits set foot in this mountain range, the most powerful existence in the mountains was the large group of monsters. In some years, the group of monsters in the mountains would even besiege her tribe. Those beasts can be seen everywhere in the mountains and fields. And the adult trials for the young people in the tribe are also quite simple, because it was not difficult to hunt a monster at that time. I don't know when the adult trial in the tribe changed to hunting an evil ghost warrior. I don't know how many young people died trying to complete this adult trial. She is not among the strongest young warriors in the tribe, but she prefers to use her brain. In that adult trial, she used a black-horned elk to lure and kill an evil ghost warrior, so she became a warrior among young people. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the cheekbones on both sides of her cheeks were a little prominent. She shouted to the tribe in front of her. The shout seemed to be intended to vent all the grievances she had suffered recently. The mountains and sky in front of me suddenly began to spin, and I staggered and fell into the forest. Before she fell, a group of tribal warriors who came out to patrol noticed her. When they saw her lying on the hillside, they all ran towards Enid. Enid even heard someone calling her name. Enid. It seems Enid. This is a large tribe with a population of tens of thousands. They have even built a walled city with countless giant trees in the valley. This walled city is hidden in the deepest part of the valley, surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, with only one side facing the canyon. On the gentle slope, there is a waterfall flowing down the mountain wall on the right, forming several pools in the walled city. The walled city appears extremely secretive, obscured by layers of trees. If you don't go deep into the valley, unless you fly into the sky, it is difficult to find this ancient city. Almost all the wooden houses in the walled city are built on giant trees. The higher-end wooden houses are built on the tree canopy. There are also many wooden houses connected together under the trees. There are many aborigines living here, and the aborigines here have many rigid hierarchy. The status of the indigenous people living under the trees is relatively low. The indigenous people here rely on hunting and collecting wild fruits. Although hunting has become more and more difficult nowadays, collecting berries in the wild is still relatively stable. The gatherers in the tribe, even the area around the city, is divided into 7 collection areas, and all trees growing wild fruits and berries are well managed. Before the fruits are ripe, These trees will even receive meticulous care from these indigenous people. They also take special care of the fruit tree seedlings growing in the valley. When Cerdak and Samira were brought into the valley by a group of indigenous warriors, they discovered that almost all the fruit trees, nut trees, and berry bushes in the valley were adults. There are no weeds growing in these woods. Cerdak even saw the Aborigines neatly covering some hay on the moss next to a fallen giant tree. And some mushrooms were clearly growing under the hay. Entering this valley, Cerdak found that groups of Aborigines carrying pockets would pass by them and enter a huge camp in front of them. He and Samira were able to find this place because they happened to encounter a team of evil spirits on a hillside ahead. Along the way, Cerdak exercised restraint and tried to kill as few ghost hunters as possible. He and Samira came here this time to investigate the Aboriginal tribes here. At that time, the evil ghost team happened to kill a few Aboriginal people. And what attracted Cerdak was a wicker basket next to the Aboriginal people. The wicker basket fell on the grass. And in addition to several kinds of fungi, there were actually 3 emperor blood grass scattered out of the mushrooms. That's right. It was these 3 royal blood grasses that allowed Cerdak to make an exception to deal with these evil spirits. These are magical herbs used to prepare high-quality healing potions. This kind of herbs is almost difficult to buy in the magic herbal stores in Benes City. As long as this kind of herb appears in the magic market, there is no need to talk about the price. As long as the magicians see it, they will not let it go. Nowadays, in the magic market, there are almost no healing magic potions. Such potions are basically control is in the hands of noble lords. If Cerdak hadn't possessed the holy light technique, I'm afraid he would have had to stock up on hundreds or even thousands of bottles of this kind of healing potion in his warehouse before he would have had the courage to set out on a plain expedition. Seeing the Emperor's blood grass, Cerdak couldn't help but rush out of the dense forest, held up the evil ghost shield and swung a shield slam, knocking the outermost evil ghost warrior back 2 steps. Before he could stand upright, 3 arrows had penetrated the evil ghost warrior's head, throat and heart. Almost at the same time that Cerdak and Samira took action, a group of indigenous warriors also rushed out from the dense forest opposite. These indigenous warriors also had strange magic patterns on their bodies. They fought out from the other side. This evil team had no way of escaping, and were quickly wiped out on the hillside. It was precisely because of this battle that Cerdak was very lucky to get to know these indigenous warriors, who were not hostile to the imperial people. "Who are you?" The indigenous warrior saw that Cerdak had neatly killed 4 evil ghost warriors, and asked out of respect for the strong man. The other 24 or so indigenous warriors looked at Cerdak warily. There were also people who looked at Samira infatuatedly, and their straight eyes clearly showed that their eyes wanted to penetrate from the snow-white neck into the collar of the leather armor. Cerdak carried the evil ghost shield on his back, put the broadsword back into the scabbard and said, "Businessmen! Businessmen from the Bena province of the Green Empire. We are considered a merchant group accompanying the army. The reason why we ran into this mountain is for looking for some business opportunities. For example, we are very interested in this kind of leather, this kind of animal bones, this kind of medicinal herbs. And of course we also have some goods shipped from the Empire." Samira held a magic dagger and quickly cut off the head of the evil warrior and picked up the few royal blood grasses. Cerdak's eyes fell on the rough leather armor of the indigenous warriors. Then he looked at the bone spears in their hands, and finally pointed at the magic herb in Samira's hand. Seeing that the indigenous warriors were a little confused, they took out some magic daggers from their magic pockets. The daggers here are all magic daggers endowed with attributes such as weakness detection, sharpness, and bleeding. They are not only excellent skinning knives, but also effective against evil. The ghost warrior's bone armor has some special effects. For example, Cerdak holds the magic dagger and peels off a piece of exoskeleton, like cutting tofu, revealing the muscle tissue inside the exoskeleton. Seeing the surprised look on the indigenous warrior captain's face, Cerdak took the initiative to hand over the magic dagger in his hand. The indigenous captain also imitated Cerdak's movements, squatted down, and casually peeled off the evil ghost warrior, the hard bone armor on the body. This time, these tribesmen who had never seen the world were completely shocked by the dagger Cerdak took out. The tribesmen here have never seen this type of magic dagger endowed with a sharp magic pattern. They don't even have ordinary weapons, and their hands are almost all bone spears and animal-toothed daggers. The most important thing is that Cerdak speaks fluent Aboriginal language, which allows him to express what he needs to express extremely accurately, without causing unnecessary misunderstandings on the other side. He made it clear that he was here to sell such magic weapons in exchange for warcraft materials and magic herbs. He has no hostility towards the tribesmen. Then he showed everyone the demon shield on his back, proving his hostile relationship with the demons. According to the logical relationship that the enemy of the enemy is a friend. These indigenous warriors, who had no prejudice against the imperial people, happily accepted him. It was precisely because of this that he and Samira were invited by these indigenous warriors, and had the honor to enter an indigenous tribe with a huge walled city, and successfully met the patriarch of this tribe. A patrol team from the tribe hurriedly passed through the gate of the city wall, with 4 indigenous warriors behind carrying a simple stretcher, with the unconscious Enid lying on it. This group of strong young indigenous warriors ran with great strides, all the way towards the highest building in the walled city. Along the way, the tribal aborigines in the walled city came over to check on Enid on the stretcher. Someone among the onlookers recognized the wounded warrior as Enid and immediately ran to Enid's home to inform her family of the news. The buildings in the walled city were relatively messy, with many buildings built around the giant tree. The roads in the walled city were also winding and rugged, but these young warriors ran very fast barefoot. A group of people carried them to the front of the Great Witch's tree house. Elder Ambrobi, the most senior Great Witch in the walled city, happened to be outside the tree house, and was talking with the patriarch on the steps outside the wooden house. The native warriors carried Enid over, and Elder Ambrobi asked the maids around him to untie the piggy from Enid's body. Elder Ambrobi checked Enid's injuries. A smile appeared on his wrinkled old face, and he said slowly to the surrounding indigenous warriors, "She is fine and recovering well. She just needs a good rest. When she wakes up and drinks a big bowl of broth, she will recover." Then he turned to look at the patriarch Logan and said with a smile, "She is lucky. She can recover so well after being penetrated like this." Seeing that Enid's injury was not serious, the patriarch Logan impatiently scolded the young indigenous warriors. "If it's not a life-threatening injury, you'd better not disturb the Great Witch Ambrobi as much as you should. Just use your brain." The young indigenous warriors, who were scolded, all blushed and stood aside with some fear. Chief Logan waved his hand to tell these reckless indigenous warriors to retreat, and then asked Elder Ambrobi, "Aren't you going to meet those imperial people?" Elder Ambrobi had a deep look in his eyes. He paused for a while, then turned back and walked into the wooden house and said, "What do I have to say? I know what they need. If you give them these crystals, they will sell you some of those magic weapons." The patriarch Logan followed Elder Ambrobi into this spacious wooden house and said, "They didn't seem to say this, but they were very interested in leather teeth and other magical materials and magic herbs. They said they could be exchanged for those magic weapons. I think we should give our guards some magic weapons so that we can face those evil spirits. Only then will the ghosts be more powerful." Elder Ambrobi shook his head, stood by the wall in the room, took down some of the necklace-like magic crystals hanging on the wall, and handed them to Chief Logan. "Those magic materials and herbs are also very useful to us. Now there are fewer and fewer monsters. If you want to hunt these things, you have to go north. But these crystals are of no use to us. Logan, you can do more, take some and trade with them." Elder Ambrobi said very clearly, "I heard that this kind of crystal is very valuable in the Empire." Chief Logan immediately took it, hung a string of magic crystals on his wrist, and said respectfully, "Okay, I will do what you want." Elder Ambrobi nodded, and then seemed to remember something, and said casually, "These evil spirits are becoming more and more difficult to deal with now. You can unite with other tribes around here and ask them to send some young warriors to form a guard team." "Yes," Chief Logan agreed. Elder Ambrobi's eyes softened. He walked to the central seat and sat down. He said in a gentle voice, "Okay, if there is nothing else, don't disturb me here. You can entertain your guests." Chief Logan walked out quickly. The young native, who had been standing by and had been silent all this time, finally spoke to Elder Ambrobi and said, "Great Witch, they are not our guests. They are imperial people. They were the ones who kept killing our compatriots and drove us here. I think, give up your dangerous ideas, Geruda." Elder Ambrobi interrupted the young man very sternly, and said, "What they bring us is an opportunity to fight against evil spirits. If we give up this, I don't know how many young people will die innocently if we have this opportunity. Now, if we want to survive here, we must use every opportunity to strengthen ourselves. I know. Great Witch." The young native named Geruda immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, Chapter 1435 Conflict and Transaction. This walled city looks like a small town on the dry cloth plain. The wooden houses here are also very distinctive. Almost every wooden house is built around a giant tree. These wooden houses are divided into trees on trees. In the next two parts, in comparison, The wooden house under the tree is simpler than the wooden house on the tree. These wooden houses look like pigeon cages. They can only accommodate a few people to lie down inside. This kind of house has very few furnishings and cannot light a fire inside. The roof is covered with some unknown leather. The doors of wooden houses are almost always covered with a layer of leather. Under each tree there will be an empty space, with fire pits and blackened stones. After entering the tribe, Surdak only saw some children and old people. Surdak was sitting in the hall of a huge wooden house, and Samira was sitting opposite him, curiously looking at the wooden house made of digging out the heart of a tree. This is a luxurious hall made of the trunk of a giant tree. The circular hall is nearly 30 to 40 square meters. In addition to the main entrance, there are two circular windows on the left and right sides. The hall is paved with a layer of hard leather. There is also a staircase leading to the second floor on one side. There were several monster heads hanging on the wall, including not only a complete black-horned elk, but also a whole night saber skin. Just looking at the dark brocade brilliance of the leather made Surdak envious. The main seat in the hall was covered with a bear skin, and the leather was spread on the bench. The ferocious bear's head was raised high. Surdak could tell that this should be a geomaniac bear. And from the bear it can be seen from the first glance that this earth-violent bear is very large. Two young indigenous warriors accompanied Surdak as they sat in the hall. Surdak was thinking about how to establish contact with this aboriginal tribe. Obviously, these things were not something that these two young aboriginal warriors could decide. The two young indigenous warriors had no hostility towards Surdak, and they casually chatted about things in the walled city. Surdak also took the opportunity to learn about the population of the city, the presence of evil spirits nearby, how many other indigenous tribes there were in the area, etc. These young indigenous warriors answered very readily. The eager eyes of these two young indigenous warriors glanced at Surdak's waist from time to time, and they were obviously very envious of Surdak's weapons. Not long after, an indigenous woman brought over some unknown wild fruits and berries. The indigenous people here did not have a plate, but placed the berries on a green leaf. There is almost no other furnishings in the hall, except a bench covered with bearskin on the main seat. There was a rush of footsteps outside. When Surdak looked toward the door of the hall, he saw a middle-aged native wearing leather armor walking into the hall, with a mountain axe strapped to his back. There is a scimitar hanging on his waist. It seems that the blade has been polished countless times, and only a little bit of the edge is left. The middle-aged aboriginal has a scar on his face, from the left side of his forehead through his left eye to the left side of his face. His eyes don't seem to be injured, but the color of his two pupils is a little different. His right eye is the same as other aboriginals, brown, but the left eye has a light green cat eye. If he only looked at this eye, Surdak might think that the other person was a leopard. He had a strong bloody smell on his body, which can only be found by those who have gone through countless killings. Moreover, his face looked very bad. He walked in with a gloomy face and looked at Surdak with hostility. Behind him followed a group of indigenous warriors. These warriors all had some ordinary metal weapons, but these weapons were all seriously worn. The two young indigenous warriors accompanying Surdak quickly stood up and greeted the middle-aged indigenous man. "Big Chief!" The middle-aged native nodded with cold eyes. He did not sit at the main seat in the hall, but stood in the center of the hall. He turned around and looked at Surdak with squinted eyes, and interrupted the young native unceremoniously. Question: "Why did you bring the Imperial people back to the walled city?" Faced with the chief's question, the young native immediately carefully explained. "Chief Hitchcock, these Imperial people were met when we ambushed the evil spirits. They are merchants over there, and are willing to sell weapons and other supplies to our tribe. So I brought them back to the walled city. Chief Logan has already gone to see Elder Ambrose." Chief Hitchcock glanced at the young natives and said coldly, "Imperials are not welcome here. Don't rashly bring Imperials to the walled city again. Leave these two Imperials to me." With that said, without waiting for what the young native said, he directly pulled out the scimitar from his waist. The 20-odd indigenous warriors following him immediately poured into the hall. The hall was packed with people, and a group of indigenous warriors surrounded Surdak and Samira with weapons. "Chief Hitchcock, these two Imperial businessmen are our guests, and we need them." The young indigenous warrior immediately stood in front of Surdak and explained to the great Chief Hitchcock, "I know that you need sophisticated weapons forged by the Empire's workshops. When I kill them, all the items on their bodies will belong to you. I just want to kill these two Imperials," Chief Hitchcock said through gritted teeth. Surdak wanted to rub his forehead. Obviously, the Hitchcock chief has some unsolvable hatred with the Green Empire Lord Army. He could feel that the big leader opposite was probably a level 2 powerhouse. And the irrepressible hatred and murderous intent in his eyes filled the whole hall with chills.
Is this the way our tribe treats guests?
Serdek stood up and glanced at the surrounding indigenous warriors. The young indigenous warrior standing in front of Serdek blushed a little and was too embarrassed to speak. A group of tribal warriors, armed with weapons, slowly approached Serdek. Serdek smiled contemptuously, pushed the young indigenous warrior aside, stood in front of Chief Hitchcock and said,
"If you still can't let go of your past grudges and hatreds, even if the tribal warriors in the walled city are 10 times stronger, your walled city won't be able to hold on for long in the face of the constant invasion of those evil spirits on Moyun Ridge."
He looked Chief Hitchcock in the eye and said to him,
"Look at these evil spirits now. They have slaughtered all the edible prey in this mountain range. Even if the hunters in your city want to hunt, I'm afraid they can only go to the mountains further north. But have you ever thought about the evil ghosts on Moyun Ridge? Will they cross your city and hunt farther north next? Or will their hunting targets fall on you?"
Facing Serdek's questioning, Chief Hitchcock's face looked ugly. The breathing of the indigenous warriors in the hall also became heavy. It was obvious that Serdek's words touched their pain.
"Perhaps you think you can easily block the evil ghost army's expansion to the north?"
Serdek looked around again and asked loudly. Without waiting for these indigenous warriors to answer, he continued,
"If that were the case, I don't think I would take the risk of coming here. I think now is a good opportunity for you to strengthen yourself. I can bring you the sophisticated standard weapons of the Green Empire and arm your tribal warriors to the teeth. At that time, your indigenous warriors will be able to defeat those evil ghost warriors on the battlefield more easily. Even if you can kill me now, how much benefit can you get from me? A broadsword and a shield? Or this set of armor? Are these all you want?"
Serdek continued to question Chief Hitchcock. Just when Serdek finished these last words, Serdek suddenly saw a stern look in Chief Hitchcock's eyes.
"I want you dead."
A scimitar stabbed at Serdek with an arc of white. Perhaps because he was a little hasty when swinging the knife, Serdek waved his right arm, and the evil ghost's shield appeared like magic. Extremely strange. On his arm, he steadily blocked the scimitar that had no edge. This sword had no power, and even the blessed shield and sacred shield on the evil ghost's shield failed to light up. The surrounding indigenous warriors all let out uncontrollable exclamations. These warriors must have recognized that the ghostly face skin on the shield was ripped off from an evil ghost general. At this time, Samira wanted to take action, but restrained herself under Serdek's eyes. While she was carefully staring at the indigenous warriors surrounding her, she held one hand on the back of the sky strike bow behind her.
"Stop! What are you guys doing here?"
a voice asked at the door of the hall. The indigenous warriors took a step back and looked toward the door of the hall uneasily.
"Get out! These two Imperials are my guests."
Serdek noticed an indigenous warrior wearing Earth Rage bear leather armor striding in from the door. The young indigenous warrior standing next to him immediately said to Serdek,
"This is the chief of our tribe."
When Serdek looked at Patriarch Logan, Logan was also looking at Serdek seriously. The group of indigenous warriors in the hall took the opportunity to walk out in despair, leaving only Chief Hitchcock standing there with a machete in his hand. The Hitchcock chief stood in front of Serdek, still refusing to give in.
"Hitchcock, put away your weapons,"
Chief Logan ordered him. Chief Hitchcock was a little indignant, and the scimitar in his hand was still pointed at Serdek. Chief Logan put a hand on his, and said in a gentle but unquestionable tone,
"I don't expect you to let go of the hatred in your heart, but you can't kill these two Imperial businessmen now. I need to make some deals with them. My tribe needs the weapons and equipment of the Imperial people to deal with the Moyun Ridge in the south. Evil Ghost."
Seeing that he still refused to put the scimitar back to his waist, Chief Logan's eyes flashed with a stern look, and he shouted in a stern tone,
"Hitchcock, this is my order and Elder Ambrose's wish."
Chief Hitchcock's body was a little stiff, and he turned his head to look at Chief Logan. He put away his scimitar without saying a word, and left the treehouse hall with Strode. At this time, only Chief Logan and the two young indigenous warriors who had been accompanying Serdek were left in the hall. Chief Logan looked at Serdek, then walked to the main bearskin bench in the hall and sat down. He came down and said to Serdek,
"You have also seen that we Aborigines have an irresolvable hatred against the people of your empire. You, like those evil ghosts, have been occupying our land and massacring our people all these years. I admire you very much for how dare you run away. Are you an Imperial merchant who came to do business with me?"
Chief Logan stared at Serdek with some doubts.
"I usually hunt evil spirits, and occasionally do some business."
Serdek did not answer directly, but said,
Now that I am here, I am not asking you to forget these hatreds. Since I am a businessman, I want to make a deal with you. Maybe this deal can continue forever. I will give you some supplies you need. And I need the Warcraft materials and magic herbs here. Now, I have these crystal stones for Warcraft materials and magic herbs. I heard that you are also very interested in these crystal stones?
Chief Logan took out more than a dozen strings of magic crystals from his arms. These magic crystals had holes punched in the middle, and were strung together one by one. The size of each magic crystal is also different. And when polishing the magic core, it is almost as big as the magic crystal in the magic core. And it maintains the appearance of the original stone. In the Green Empire, the shape and size of magic crystals circulated by magicians are regulated. And each magic crystal is polished with 48 reflective surfaces, making it look like a gorgeous gem. These magic crystals that were threaded together had a hole in the middle. So even if they were brought back to the Green Empire, they could not be exchanged for magic crystals. It can only be chopped into pieces of magic crystal with lower value. Soldak just glanced at the bunch of magic crystals in Chief Logan's hand and shook his head. Seeing the confused look in Chief Logan's eyes, Soldak took out a normal magic crystal from his wallet and explained to Chief Logan what a valuable magic crystal looked like. Chief Logan pondered for a moment and then said,
"We are still like that without the crystal stones strung together. What do you want to use to make a deal with me? Normal and magical weapons. Armor.
Arrows." As Cerdak spoke, he took out a knight's sword, a iris shield, a full set of heavy armor, an alloy bow, and a bundle of fine steel arrows from his magic belt bag. He placed these one by one in front of. Chief Logan stood up from his seat, walked to Soldak, leaned over and picked up a knight's sword. The edge of the long sword was polished like a mirror. He could even see half of his face from the edge. Chief Logan slowly stroked it from the edge with his other hand. The expression on his face was a bit complicated. He held the knight's long sword and weighed it twice before asking Soldak,
"How can I trade this long sword?"
Chapter 1436 Weapons Merchant. In the Green Empire, the price of a knight's sword was only about 50 silver coins. Of course, since it has been shipped to the aboriginal tribes in the Warsaw Plain, there must be a price increase. In fact, Soldak never thought of asking for a fixed price. He just set a price for these weapons first. Everyone can sit down and negotiate. Cerdak didn't even raise his head and said directly,
"For this kind of knight's sword, 1 magic crystal can be exchanged for 5.
Chief Logan was a little surprised. He looked at Soldak and asked him,
"Where are the other weapons in your hand?"
Cerdak took out a box each of spear points and arrow clusters made of fine steel, and said to Chief Logan,
"There are also spear points and arrow clusters made of fine steel. Sold by the box. Each box of spear points sells for 2 magic crystals, and each box of arrow clusters sells for 1 magic crystal. 1 magic crystal can be exchanged for 2 iris shields. These magic daggers with sharp properties. 1 handle of 10 magic crystals, and an alloy bow. 3 magic crystals each."
The price of each weapon Cerdak has to be multiplied several times. For example, in the trading house of Helensa, an alloy bow can be purchased for only 4 gold coins, and a magic dagger can be purchased for almost 30 gold coins. The current exchange ratio between Green Empire magic crystals and gold coins is 1 to 7, and magic crystals are still continuing to depreciate in value. Chief Logan's eyes had fallen on the exquisite magic dagger in front of Soldak. He pulled the dagger out of the scabbard and found that the entire dagger was shrouded in a faint magic. He wanted to try the sharpness of the dagger. He used a dagger to cut the hard leather gauntlet on his wrist. The edge of the dagger lightly touched the edge of the leather. Chief Logan easily cut off a thin strip of leather from the edge of the gauntlet.
"How many of these weapons do you have?"
Chief Logan asked Soldak. Cerdak stretched out a hand, spread out 5 fingers and said,
"It can almost arm about 5,000 people."
Chief Logan took a breath and asked,
"What if I want to trade now?" "No problem at all."
When Soldak said this, he was thinking that as long as Chief Logan made a purchase list, he could go directly through the Void Gate and return to Helensa City. And he would have time to trade directly with the trading firms there. No need to worry about supply issues. Chief Logan took a deep look at Cerdak, restrained the greed slowly growing in his heart, and whispered a few instructions to the guards around him. Not long after, Chief Logan invited the 17 chiefs in the city, and these chiefs rushed to the chief's hall one after another. Soldak took a careful look and found that the Hitchcock chief was not among them. This group of big leaders stood around the Imperial standard weapons, and almost everyone had surprise on their faces. Cerdak secretly observed from the side, and found that these big leaders were equipped with metal weapons. But these weapons were very old. The edges of many machetes and scimitars were worn away, but they were still in use. Almost all the indigenous warriors in the walled city were wearing leather armor, and the big leaders were not very interested in the black iron full coverage heavy armor displayed by Serdek.
We will count the needs of your team now,
Chief Logan ordered the leaders of the group. Soldak found that the strength of these big leaders was somewhat worse than that of the big leader Hitchcock. At least he hadn't found out that one was a second-level powerhouse. Seeing various weapons on the ground, the leaders began to discuss.
Grand Chief, what do we give in exchange for these weapons?
Someone asked Chief Logan. Chief Logan took out a magic crystal and told everyone.
This kind of crystal will do. Can such colorful crystals be exchanged for weapons?
The leaders were a little incredulous. These crystals have always been regarded as ordinary gemstones by the Aboriginal people, and are part of the jewelry worn by everyone.
We don't want any with holes in the middle, irregular shapes, or sizes that don't meet the requirements.
Chief Logan held a relatively standard-shaped magic crystal and introduced it to the leaders gathered around him. When the chiefs heard what Chief Logan said, they all looked down at the magic crystal necklaces hanging on their chests. Many leaders had realized that once these crystals were made into jewelry, they would become worthless. Thinking of this, the big leaders of this group had painful expressions on their faces, as if they were constipated. After carefully inspecting several weapons, these leaders quickly left the Patriarch's hall. When they returned again, almost everyone was holding a package rolled out of a piece of leather. The big leaders directly opened the leather package in their hands in the Patriarch's hall, and many colorful items appeared inside. Magic crystal. Most of these magic crystals are very old, and the original edges and corners of many crystals have become rounded. If the magic crystal is not placed in the magic sealing box, once it is polished from the magic core, it will face the problem of mana loss. The magic crystals taken out by these big leaders were almost all harvested by tribal warriors who hunted monsters in the mountains. These magic crystals have almost no value to these aborigines. For a long time, the original magic crystals in the walled city residents used these magic crystals to make some accessories that they wear to show their status in the walled city. No one thought that one day there would be empire merchants bringing sophisticated weapons in exchange for the magic crystals in their hands. Among these colorful magic crystals, Serdek also found that there were a lot of unidentified black magic crystals mixed in. This type of magic crystal was relatively new. The big leaders in these cities almost all choose the weapons displayed by Serdek according to the number of magic crystals they brought. Almost every big leader can get hundreds of magic crystals. What makes them most regretful is that many magic crystals have been perforated and made into necklaces. This kind of jewelry is not uncommon on indigenous warriors, but it is precisely because there is a hole in the crystal. These crystals cannot be traded, so they can only sigh helplessly. The shopping scene in the Patriarch's hall was once very lively. What surprised Serdek was that the best-selling among these weapons turned out to be alloy bows, stainless steel arrow clusters, and spear points. The aborigines on this side of the walled city do not have a blacksmith workshop and cannot make sharp arrow points. The arrows and spears they use are all made of bone, and they just apply some poison on the arrows to increase their lethality. This kind of bone weapon is okay against wild beasts and monsters in the mountains, but it is almost useless against evil spirits, whose whole bodies are covered with a thick layer of skeletal armor. This kind of bone arrow tip cannot penetrate the evil ghost's body at all. Bone armor, however, the alloy bow paired with fine steel arrow clusters can shoot through the exoskeleton armor of the evil ghost warriors. In addition, the sharp magic daggers that are favored by these big bosses are almost every big boss bought at least a dozen. After they selected a batch of weapons based on the number of magic crystals in their hands and tallied up the list, Serdek discovered that the transaction amount was almost 9,000 magic crystals. He never expected that the natives in the walled city were so rich, nor did he expect that in just one transaction, almost all the magic crystals in the walled city had been plundered. The subsequent transaction of Soldak was also done very simply. He borrowed a wooden house from Chief Logan, on the pretext of sorting out the weapons according to the details on the list, and then returned to Helensa city through the void gate in the wooden house. He and Aphrodite found a relatively powerful trading house in the city of Helensa, and it took only one afternoon to put together this order of goods. After returning to the city, Soldak took out the boxes of weapons from the magic belt bag, and completed his first transaction with the Warsaw indigenous tribe under the blazing eyes of Chief Logan and a group of big leaders. Chapter 1437 Return. For this aboriginal city with a population of tens of thousands, The weapons brought by Surdak were far from being able to meet the needs of all the Aboriginal warriors. However, the 17 big leaders found almost all the remaining magic crystals in the city. And there were even some black magic crystals taken out from the demon warriors. When the big leaders took handfuls of exquisite, the knight's swords were distributed to the indigenous warriors under his command. These weapons made all the indigenous warriors in the walled city jealous. There is no way. When there are more wolves and less meat, it is often the alpha wolf and the strong male wolves that can eat the meat. The weapons distributed this time were also given by the big leaders to some more powerful indigenous warriors. Although the knight's long swords bought by Surdak were not enchanted. The blades had exquisite Damascus patterns, and the blades were coated with a layer of anti-rust grease. The hilt of each knight's long sword comes with a whetstone the size of a matchbox. The front of the wooden house was crowded with the indigenous warriors of the 7th team. Chief Red stood at the door and shouted his name to the crowd. The indigenous warriors, whose names were called out, all walked out of the crowd with proud faces. They were all the strongest hunters of the 7th team, whether they were hunting in the wild or dealing with the evil spirits in Mayun Ridge to the south. They all performed very bravely. When Leader Rez sent out the long swords, these indigenous warriors all showed envious eyes. Gyatso mixed in the crowd and looked at those who had obtained weapons, with envious eyes like other indigenous warriors on their faces. He was relatively young and had just joined the 7th team not long ago. He failed to perform well in the 7th team, so this time he didn't even get a spear. Squatting under the shade of the tree, he watched Algernon from the house next door receive a sharp spear tip. At this time, he happily took apart the bone spear in his hand and put the fine steel spear tip on the iron with spear. The handle was made into a brand new spear, its sharp edge shining in the sun. Leader Rez soon finished reciting his name and waited quietly until the end. Gyatso could not hear his own name, although he had been mentally prepared for this. Seeing so many weapons shining with cold light inevitably made him feel a little disappointed. In fact, he had made some contributions this time. That is, Chief Red solicited crystals from his indigenous warriors. When picking up the stone, Gyatso took out 3 magic crystal stones. The reason why he owned the magic crystal was that he found it troublesome to pierce it. He couldn't borrow a small file or screwdriver at all, so he could only use twine to tie a tight knot on the crystal and tie it to his braid. It was a pity that the 3 crystal stones he contributed could not be exchanged for any weapons. In the end, the leader of Rez just took out a string of perforated crystal bracelets as compensation. A day ago, Gyatso would have felt that he had taken advantage. But now, who doesn't know that crystals are valuable only if they are not perforated? He put the bracelet on his wrist reluctantly and complained to Algernon, who was squatting next to him.
The leader must have finished distributing weapons. I thought that with my archery skills, I could get an alloy bow.
Algernon, who was squatting next to him, looked at the spear in his hand with delight. He didn't notice that the good brother next to him was a little depressed. He just said casually,
"There is no way.
There are only so many weapons in exchange. There will always be someone who can't get a share."
Gyatso frowned. Then his eyes lit up, and he said to his friend,
"I heard that the imperial businessman is still in the walled city."
"Yeah.
It was the lunch I gave them. They were all very strange. This is the first time I've seen people who like to eat nuts."
Algernon complained, and then complained to his friends about the 2 Imperials. Those empty eyes seemed to be looking at the squirrel in the tree.
"So you know where they live?"
Gyatso asked curiously. Algernon said casually,
"Live in the 2-story wooden house under the golden oak tree next to the patriarch's residence."
Algernon blinked his brown eyes and grinned. At dusk, the 2 of them were chatting under a big tree opposite the treehouse of Chief Rez. Many other indigenous warriors were also standing nearby. 2 indigenous warriors even picked up knight swords and practiced swordsmanship in the forest clearing. Not long after, Gyatso stood up, reached out and patted the dust on his butt, and walked quickly towards home. His home is under a tree behind Chief Rez's wooden house. Almost all the members of their 7th team live nearby. There are about 20 big trees nearby that are not separated by streets. 70 or 80 indigenous people live in the wooden houses in each tree. Almost every household lives in this area. Inside a wooden house that looks like a pigeonhole, Mrs. Gyatso was sitting at the door of the wooden house. When she saw him hurried into the house, she stretched her neck and asked him if he had eaten dinner. The walled city is a bit complicated. Many times young indigenous warriors will eat some meat with the hunting group, and occasionally they can grill some game outside. Gyatso got into his pigeon coop and took off the antlers hanging on the wall without saying a word. The antlers had been there for many years. They were not hunted by him. In fact, Gyatso had been hunting them for a few years. He had dreamed of hunting down an adult black-horned elk every year to prove that he was one of the top hunters in the city. But this dream had not come true to this day. This black horn was left behind by his father. This kind of magical beast material is very common in the walled city. He thought for a while, finally gritted his teeth and took off the horn, and walked out of the pigeon cage wooden house carrying the horn flashing with electric arcs. Surdak looked at the sky and prepared to bid farewell to Chief Logan later. It had been 3 days since I arrived at the walled city, and the first batch of weapons was successfully sold. Although he stated that he could accept warcraft materials and magic herbs in exchange for weapons, Chief Logan didn't say anything. Surdak's idea of coming here is also very simple. It is to make the Aboriginal people here strong, at least to be able to resist the evil ghost army, and preferably to put some pressure on the evil ghost army. He also wanted to unite with the indigenous people here to fight against the evil spirits in Moyun Ridge. But it is obviously unrealistic, because some of the indigenous people who have escaped have not let go of the hatred in their hearts, which makes it impossible for the Imperial Lord Army and the local indigenous people to jointly fight against the evil ghost army. Even when sleeping at night, Soldak did not want to sleep in a pigeonhole wooden house. He would rather set up a tent under a tree. He sat on the ledge outside the door of the wooden house, repairing the evil ghost shield that had many damages. Samira was sitting on the roof of the pigeon cage, using a file to sharpen the cross blood grooves for the arrows. The two of them were making some preparations to leave tomorrow morning. Samira made subtle balance adjustments to almost every arrow in the quiver. At this time, a young indigenous warrior came under the tree. Surdak saw that the indigenous warrior was holding a black horn in his hand. He raised his head high, raised the big black horn in his hand above his head, and asked Soldak, who was sitting at the door of the wooden house above his head, "Hey, do you have any extra weapons in your hand?" "Yeah." Surdak glanced at the young indigenous warrior and gave a positive answer. Gyatso shook the black horn in his hand vigorously, hoping that more arcs of disillusionment would be generated on the horn so that the imperial businessman could see more clearly. "I don't have that kind of crystal. Can I use this black horn to trade weapons with you?" Gyatso shouted loudly. His voice even attracted the attention of a group of indigenous warriors. When everyone saw Gyatso holding up the black horn in his hand, they all stopped and looked over. "Okay." Surdak put the evil ghost shield behind him and looked at the young indigenous warrior. "Then what do you need to change?" "The spear and the metal bow. It's best to have a machete and a few pots of arrows." Gyatso expressed his thoughts fluently. Surdak did not accept the black horn. He shook his head and then said, "This black horn cannot be exchanged for so many things." After thinking about it, Surdak actually pulled out a scimitar from his magic pocket. This style of weapon was something he had captured in the desert next to the desolate land, although he had disposed of a large number of them at that time. There were also some fine scimitars were picked and left behind by Surdak. It's just that the lords of the Green Empire are not used to using this kind of scimitar, whether they are cavalry or heavy armored infantry. They all like to use knight swords or paglio spears. These scimitars could only be kept in the corner of the magic waste bag. Surdak pointed to the scimitars in his hand and said, "You can only change it to this, or a spear." Seeing that the young indigenous warrior was hesitant and seemed to have a hard time making a choice, Surdak said, "So do you have any other warcraft materials? Or magic herbs can be used? Take them out and exchange them with me." Gyatso's eyes lit up. He didn't have any other warcraft materials, but he still had some magic herbs. When he often patrols the mountains, he could always come across some magical herbs with special effects. Some of them are hanging under the eaves outside his pigeon house. However, Gyatso was not sure that those herbs were what Soldak wanted. So he said, "I can also get some herbs, and I can show them to you. I don't know what you want, but you can pick out what you want." Seeing Soldak slowly nodding his head, Gyatso turned around and ran home, saying loudly as he ran, "Wait for me." At this time, Soldak had a deep feeling in his heart. That is, mastering a foreign language is really useful. Gyatso brought back half a bag of kudzu root and a few royal blood grasses. Surdak didn't recognize the other miscellaneous herbs, but he could feel the magic power in the herbs. There is currently a shortage of them in the magic market of the Green Empire. Magic herbs. So he set a suitable price for all the magic herbs without even bothering to identify them. This price was enough to make Gyatso's heart beat. Soldak took out a paglio spear, a scimitar, an alloy bow, and a bag of fine steel arrow clusters, and took these 2 bags from Gyatso's hand. Get it in exchange. However, Surdak thought that after all,
Kudzu root was the main ingredient for making secondary healing potions, while royal blood grass could be used to refine higher-level healing potions. Healing potions are very scarce in the Green Empire market, and even if you have plenty of magic crystals, you may not be able to buy them. So in the end, Surdak took out an iron pot, a sunset dagger, a bag of salt, and a bag of wheat flour, and handed them to Gyatso. Gyatso didn't expect that the herbs he brought could be exchanged for so many things. If he had known this was the case, he would have kept the big black horn that his father left for him. The surrounding indigenous warriors, who had been waiting and watching, saw that Gyatso had actually exchanged magic materials and herbs for a full set of weapons. The news immediately exploded in the walled city like a bomb. At night, those indigenous warriors, who were not assigned weapons, or were only assigned one weapon, one after another took out some magic beast leather, black horns, rhinoceros horns and magic herbs, and replaced them with the weapons they liked. The Gandor Mountains in the Warsaw Plain were originally rich in many low-level magic herbs. The magic herbs in the jungles and the southern part of Mayun Ridge were collected by the imperial people. But there were still many magic herbs in the mountains in the northern part of Mayun Ridge. Usually when these aborigines leave the camp, they usually hunt and gather, and gradually accumulate some magical herbs that they usually don't use. No businessman has ever dared to come here to do business with the local aborigines. So this time Surdak got a bargain. The indigenous warriors in the walled city took out their own herbs and exchanged them for some materials they found useful. Mostly weapons. No one can stop this. However, when doing business with these aborigines, Surdak had a serious chat with them about some information. For example, these indigenous warriors knew exactly how many large cities there were in this mountain range. The war between the Evil Ghost Legion has spread here, and these cities have signed an offensive and defensive alliance to advance and retreat together. Surdak now has little chance to establish a close connection with the city. After all, some people in this walled city migrated from the south. Their home may have been Handanar County, Orton's County or something, and was later occupied by the Empire. So some indigenous people have strong hostility towards the Green Empire people. A larger number of people are Aboriginal people who originally lived here. They have no hatred towards the Imperial people, but they will not have the rashness to establish contact with Lord Binna's army. Surdak stayed in the walled city for 4 days before leaving. Based on the original introduction from the Aboriginal people, he found several other camps in the mountains, and did some weapons trade with the chiefs of these camps. Surdak lived in this deep mountain swamp for nearly a month, earned nearly 50,000 magic crystals, and finally rearmed the indigenous people in the southern mountains of Mayun Ridge. Then, he did not continue walking north, but took Samira back to the edge of the foot of the north mountain of Mayun Ridge. While walking south, he sent out magic signals to the night sky every night. Chapter 1438 Night Hunting. A beam of magic light bomb rushed into the night sky and exploded in the starry night sky. The ball of light could be seen even from several kilometers away. Within a few seconds, with the sound of an explosion, all the insect sounds in the forest stopped. A group of evil ghost hunting groups were walking along the valley in the jungle. Not far away, there were several Argali sheep drinking water by the stream. They saw dazzling magic bullets lighting up in the night sky. The evil ghost warriors they immediately followed General Zabalaz and ran towards the direction where the light bomb was lit. In the past 3 days, 2 evil ghost teams have been brutally killed at the foot of Moiling Mountain because they went to track down the light of this magic flare. Under the nose of the Evil Ghost Legion, someone was hunting evil ghosts so unscrupulously, which made the top officials of the Evil Ghost Legion quite angry. Along with General Zabalaz, there were 13 other evil generals who came over. They are all scattered at the foot of Mayun Ridge. In order to catch this group of invaders as soon as possible, the evil generals formed 14 hunting teams. The small team was scattered at the foot of Moiling Mountain. Now, this group of intruders appeared near the search team led by General Zabalaz. Naturally, General Zabalaz had to rush there quickly. Otherwise, if other evil generals get ahead of him, he might not even be able to drink the soup in the end. General Zabalaz knew that there would be many search teams who saw this magic light bomb. The anger in his heart could hardly be suppressed. When he looked at the evil ghost warriors around him, his eyes seemed to be able to kill people. He put his hand on the war blade at his waist, and the killing intent in his body could almost condense endless black flames. General Zabalaz roared angrily.
Hurry up! You weaklings are blocked at the door of your house, and you are still so slow.
When the evil ghost warriors heard the general's furious scolding, their whole bodies were shaken, and they immediately sped up their running speed. There is no way. Now the military camp has reduced 3 meals a day to 1 meal. But the logistic supplies are still not enough to support such a large number of evil ghost legions. The number of evil ghost hunting groups now hunting in the mountains north of Moyun Ridge has been 5 times greater than before. But the food they can get back has not increased much. The aborigines living there are not as easy to hunt as wild beasts. In recent times, the number of evil ghost hunting teams has continued to increase. However, there is currently an army of imperial lords guarding the foot of the southern foot of Moyun Mountains, allowing the high-level officials of the evil ghost army on Moyun Mountains to discuss combat plans every day. The situation encountered by the evil ghost hunting group in the north. The high-level officials did not respond in such a timely manner. The top brass of the evil ghost legion sent a group of evil ghost generals to deal with the chaos here. General Zabalaz wanted to get into the eyes of the high-level commanders, so he naturally had to behave well. He had been walked like a dog at the foot of the mountain for nearly 3 nights, and his current bad mood was like a volcano that was about to erupt at any moment. Of course, these evil ghost warriors under his command knew the general's temper. At this time, they could only carry out the orders meticulously. Run! 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 If it weren't for the fact that the fireworks could only transmit light farther at night, there would be no way Cerdak would have released the magic flare at 10 o'clock for 3 consecutive nights, making himself the target of countless evil ghosts hunting the team's target. He stood on the slope of a valley, where the foxtail grass grew almost as high as his waist, and its withered yellow ears rose and fell in the night wind. Under the moonlight, he could see the evil warriors on the other side of the river below, crossing the fast-flowing river with their long legs, searching for this area. The sound of gurgling water in the valley filled the night with quiet beauty. But those evil ghost warriors running in the night made the whole night full of tension and oppression. The solemnity seemed to make people breathless. In the valley, the opposite cliff looked like countless ghosts with teeth and claws against the backdrop of the night. Under the moonlight, the green grass swayed gently with the night wind, as if evil warriors were emerging from the grass at any time. On the cliff opposite, the low roars of evil ghost warriors occasionally appeared. Cerdak shook his slightly sore wrist. He had killed nearly 50 evil ghost warriors in the past 2 days. He also knew that his unscrupulous killing at the foot of Moiling Mountain must have destroyed the evil ghost army. Things were getting angry over there, and more evil warriors were gathering here. He also knew that there must be many evil generals hidden among these evil warriors. Only the force of the evil ghost general can suppress him. Otherwise, with the help of Aphrodite, Cerdak is like having a portal that can leave at any time. As long as he wants to avoid a wave, he can immediately you will step into the gate of void. As for Samira, you don't have to worry about her at all. She has now awakened the blood of the elves, and one of her innate abilities is the ability to stealth. Moreover, she is hidden in the jungle. She is a half-elf. Once the aura of the elf is released, she will instantly become a friend of the forest. Cerdak once saw with his own eyes that countless vines wrapped her in it, making her look like it's a big banyan tree. Feeling the aura of the evil general on the other side, Cerdak turned around and walked towards the dense forest on the hillside. He didn't want to fight these evil ghosts on the grassy slope. Otherwise more evil ghosts would rush towards him. Aphrodite poked her head out of the void gate and asked Cerdak, who walked into the woods,
"Would you like to come in for a cup of tea?"
Cerdak was carrying the broadsword and the branding iron of light, although he wanted to go to Aphrodite's warm cabin to rest for a while, drink a cup of milk tea and hug his daughter. He was also worried that doing so would slowly wear him out. With his fighting will, he thought that there was Samira waiting for him to fight with him in the woods. So he waved his hand and said to Aphrodite,
"Forget it. This time I'm going to let them clamp their tails between their legs and act like a mad dog. More importantly, a bit of a mad dog."
Cerdak took out the shield from his magic belt bag, glanced at Samira, who was standing on the branch of the big tree, and nodded to her. Aphrodite, wearing a black robe, walked out of the gate of the void. She held a demon fong in her hand. The fong was 2 feet long, gray-white in color, and had countless magic patterns carved on it, and the tip of the tooth is wrapped with fine gold thread, forming a very beautiful grip. This is a very rare wand, since it is made from a devil's tooth. Its power against black magic will be doubled. Usually, imperial magicians prefer to use for trees or branches of the world, magic secret swords, magic books, etc. as magic power amplifying weapons. So when Aphrodite bought this weapon in the auction house, Cerdak also appreciated it. A long time after Aphrodite's power broke through the 2nd level, the insect wings behind her began to gradually materialize. Therefore, her magic dress always exposed a large area of white back, and she was accustomed to using a black knitted shawl to cover the symmetrical light demon behind her back. Cover up the pattern. she said low to Samira on the branch of the tree, and then asked Serdek again.
Is there still no news about those magicians?
Serdek leaned against a big tree, watching the evil ghost hunting team that had crossed the river and searching upstream, thinking about whether to give them some information to lure them here. After all, every evil ghost warrior has a precious unidentified black magic crystal in his body. Once these black magic crystals accumulate to 70 or 80, you can buy a set of magic pattern structure when you return to the Green Empire. In Moyun Ridge, hunting evil spirits is much easier than hunting Warcraft in the Warcraft forest. The only trouble is that you have to be careful not to let the evil general stare.
It's not their fault. Moyun Ridge is so big. Even if all the magicians are active in the northern area, it's not easy to encounter them,
Serdek whispered. He and Samira wanted to return to the military camp in the southern part of Moyun Ridge from here. The fastest way was to fly back again on the magician's magic harpoon. It's just that the scope of the agreed location is a bit large. Serdek wants to contact the magicians of the reconnaissance team. In addition to releasing magic flares into the night sky every night, he also needs a certain amount of luck. Apparently, his luck has been good these days. Not that good. The magicians failed to come over. But more and more evil ghost hunting groups came after the fireworks. At this time, Aphrodite took out a pot of feather arrows and threw it to Samira in the tree.
That fellow Lance has attached a penetrating magic pattern on the shaft of each arrow. Recently, the group of magicians in the Magic Guild of Helensa City didn't know what they heard. Many inscription masters are actually there. He changed his profession and became an enchanter. And Lance is also leading a group of young magicians to specialize in enchanting magic arrays,
Aphrodite said. Serdek couldn't figure out when Aphrodite and Lance became so familiar. Over there are the magicians from the Magic Guild. And here are the succubi in the H.L. world. Is there any common language? Aphrodite didn't have any explanation for this. Just a faint smile on her face. Samira took out an arrow from the quiver and saw that the arrow shaft, which was coated with a layer of magic red copper, was actually hollow, with a weight almost the same as that of an ironwood arrow shaft. And the entire feathered arrow had a very high balance.
Helensa can't make arrow shafts like this. Is this the forging process of San Carlos City?
Samira whispered. Aphrodite raised her head and replied.
These arrows were bought by the merchant Malacom from the imperial capital. There are enchanted materials for arrows in the magic market there. It is said that this kind of magic arrows, they are also sold in bulk at the magic market over there. Actually, I'm a little curious. What did Malacom come up with that actually impressed you and convinced my friend?
When Serdek said this, he did not look at the magic in Samira's hand, arrow, but looked at Aphrodite. Aphrodite smiled without defending or answering, walking into the slope covered with dogtail grass. The evil ghost warrior smelled a hint of human warrior meat in the surrounding air, but they didn't feel too happy. Instead, they looked at each other and began to look around cautiously for the evil ghosts crawling out of the dark world of the abyss. There is actually not much difference between day and night. They can see the surrounding scenery during the day, but the same is true at night. Their eyes are less dependent on light. Powerful. During the previous 3 days of hunting, the evil ghosts had suffered a lot chasing after their human prey. The corpses of their companions made the evil ghost generals furious. I don't know how many companions were whipped with black fire because of this. What's even more frightening is that the few strong humans on the opposite side will kill all the evil ghosts who chase them. They came here all the way through the Devil's Gate to enjoy the delicious flesh and blood, not to stick their heads in and wait for the other party to drop the butcher's knife. And then, they would become the nourishment of this world. The evil ghosts have been occupying the plain of Warsaw for 10 years. During this period, the leaders of the Legion have cracked some of the world's laws. Their bodies have become more and more adapted to this world, and their own strength has also continued to increase. At this time, whether it is no one wants to die in vain. But now, these evil ghost warriors felt like they were going to die if they rushed forward. As they swung their arms again and again, the fist swords in their hands cut down the grass on the hillside in pieces. They took long steps and left clear traces in the grass. There is a dense forest ahead. To be honest, this evil ghost hunting group didn't want to go in. But when the evil general came over and found that they just didn't search the dense forest on this side of the valley, they would inevitably be whipped. So this time, even though they knew it was very dangerous, they still had to go in and check it out. The evil ghost walking at the front could clearly smell the stronger smell of humans in the jungle. Sharp bone spurs had grown out of each joint of his body, and the bone armor on his body was also increasing in thickness. It stepped out of the grass, crossed a section of tree roots that were exposed from the ground, and walked into the silent forest. A sharp sound of breaking through the air passed over his head, and his heart suddenly went cold. The sword in his hand stabbed behind a tree on the left without any reason. There was a muffled groan from his companions behind him, but there was no one behind the tree. Just when he raised his head to look for where the arrow came from, he felt a cold broad-bladed sword on his shoulder. At this moment, the bone spurs all over its body exploded. He used one arm to block the broad-edged sword, and stabbed behind him with the fist sword in his other hand. But a soft glow emitted from the broad-edged sword, and that light actually caused the black demonic energy on his body to fade away instantly. The bone armor, with the black demonic energy dissipated, was as crispy as a peach cake, with thick bones. The nails were crushed like plaster. For a moment, he felt helpless and dizzy. He saw a bloody wound as large as a seed bowl on his shoulder, and the blood splattered on the tree trunk. The next second, his face touched the wet soil. All color began to fade from its eyes. At this moment, it saw the door in the deepest part of the abyss. There was a clicking sound in its throat, and it was still trying to open its mouth. The tall body fell to the ground. Chapter 1439 Soul Color. The few evil ghost warriors following behind saw their companions being pierced through the skull by an arrow, and the bone armor on their forehead shattered like crispy egg rolls. As soon as the evil ghost warrior at the front entered the forest, his head was chopped off by the sword of the construct knight, who jumped out of the tree. This kind of killing battle has been going on for the past 3 nights. He followed behind. The evil ghost did not rush forward immediately, but instead let out a low roar and called to his companions scattered around the valley. The 6 evil ghost warriors quickly gathered together. They knew that their opponents were very powerful, and they had no intention of underestimating them. All they need to do is hold on until the nearby evil general gets here. The broadsword in Serdak's hand was dripping with blood. He stepped out of the forest. Samira stood on the horizontal branch of an oak tree behind him. She was hidden in the shadows through the night, holding the sword in her hand. There are 3 feather arrows on the sky strike bow. Seeing that there was still no movement in the night sky, it seemed that the magician of the reconnaissance team was still unable to be contacted tonight. Serdak could only sigh secretly, thinking about continuing to walk south along the foot of Mayun Ridge. The evil ghosts who came to the door in front of them still need to be dealt with, although they have already sent signals to the surroundings. Serdak knows that before the evil ghost reinforcements arrive, they will not leave even if they die in battle. In that case, then die. Seeing Serdak raise the evil ghost shield in his hand, Samira knew that Serdak had made a decision. She straightened her left arm, held the sky straight to strike the bow, and used her right hand to fully draw the bow string. A magic crystal burned instantly in the gem groove on the back of the bow, and countless fine crystals turned into a puff of smoke. The arm of the sky strike bow was instantly surrounded by white arcs of electricity. The magic pattern on her arm reappeared, and the shadow of the great elf archer appeared behind her and made the same movement as her. An arrow shot out angrily. Although the gathered evil ghost warriors were well prepared, facing the flying arrows, the evil ghosts could only raise their arms to block, and the skeletal armor on their arms suddenly thickened a lot. This arrow, with countless electric arcs, shot through the arm of an evil ghost warrior. The evil ghost warrior felt numb all over, and electric snakes penetrated his body along the arm, waiting for him to scream. By the time, the body had completely fallen into paralysis. At this time, he could no longer alert the evil ghost warriors around him to the danger, so he could only stand stiffly on the spot. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down from the night sky, accompanied by a crisp crackling sound. Lightning struck the ghost warrior, who had an arrow in his arm. Several evil ghost warriors standing with it were pushed out by a violent force almost at the same time. Serdak happened to rush up at this time, and an evil ghost warrior was pushed in front of Serdak with a violent push. Before the evil ghost warrior could stand still, the fist sword in his hand stabbed Serdak's chest hard. Serdak waved the evil ghost shield and hit it hard on the fist sword. A layer of pure holy light flashed on the shield. This holy light made the evil warrior couldn't help but close his eyes. The thrusting sword was completely blocked by Serdak, and the evil ghost shield was like a door panel, hitting the evil ghost warrior's face hard. Shield bash. The evil ghost's body was knocked backwards involuntarily. Serdak pulled out the broadsword with his left hand and stabbed it diagonally along the edge of the shield. This sword seemed to be very slow, and its trajectory was extremely clear. The evil ghost warrior could even clearly see Serdak's eyes focused on his heart. But the evil ghost warrior's body seemed to be rusty. It entered his chest, and he couldn't move even half a step, until Serdak lowered his wrist and used his broad sword to cut open the ghost warrior's chest and abdomen, almost cutting the ghost warrior in half from the middle. After killing an evil ghost warrior, He did not stop. Instead, he took a few big steps forward to the right. He held up the evil ghost shield to block the backhanded sword of the evil ghost warrior here, and turned around suddenly, dodged to the other side of the ghost warrior's body. When the evil ghost warrior saw Serdek disappear from sight, he immediately rushed forward, intending to use his speed to get rid of Serdek, who was close to him. But the next moment, Serdek appeared like a ghost on the other side of the ghost warrior's body. The evil ghost warrior had no time to stab Serdek with his war blade, so he could only close his abdomen and chest, huddle his body as much as possible, and throw himself into the grass on the left. Serdek stepped forward like a ghost, drawing an arc with his broadsword. Sweeping leaves, the light iron with a touch of holy light almost cut the evil ghost warrior in half. The other evil warriors, who were close to Serdek, were also forced back by the semicircular light blade. Even so, the extremely sharp sword light also left a shallow wound on the other three evil ghosts. The fear in the hearts of the three evil ghosts increased greatly. Although they did not dare to escape from here, they took the opportunity to disperse in three directions. A black line in the night sky, which was the hypnotic ray shot by an evil eye, fell on the evil ghost warrior. The evil ghost warrior ran forward a few steps before falling to the ground like a dog eating shit. Another arrow shot through the evil ghost warrior at the far end of the grassy slope. In the end, the evil ghost warrior was also chased from behind by Serdek, and a sword was stabbed from the ribs to the heart. The evil ghost warrior turned around to fight back, but was knocked to the ground by Serdek, who swung his shield, cut off the heads of the evil ghost warriors. Serdek took out a magic sealing box, cut off the heads from the evil ghost corpses scattered on the battlefield, and put them into the magic sealing box. The battle started suddenly and ended hastily. The body of the evil ghost warrior could not be taken away. Serdek originally planned to peel off some black-striped demon skin, but a whistle from Samira came from the forest, and Serdek immediately knew that the danger was approaching. He left a few evil ghost corpses behind and walked into the woods without looking back, carrying the demon sealing box. He didn't even bother to look behind him. General Zabalaz stood on the cliff opposite the canyon and saw the fierce fighting on the hillside. By the time he jumped off the cliff and ran along the valley slope towards the stream, two evil ghost warriors had already fallen. Seeing that the other evil warriors were also fighting bravely, although he was anxious, he still felt this way. The evil ghost hunting team is full of praise. He strode across the stream and found that all 6 evil ghost warriors on the hillside had been killed in just a few minutes. And his face turned cold instantly. He muttered, "Idiot." He wanted to use up some strength to catch up quickly, but he was at least 400 meters away from this grassy slope. The Imperial Knight holding a shield even paused on the hillside and glanced at its direction with a provocative look before calmly turning around and walking into the woods. No matter how loud he shouted while standing by the stream, the Imperial Knight never stopped. General Zabalaz felt that this was the greatest contempt for him, and he secretly swore in his heart that if he were caught, he would be cut into pieces. He ran to the place where the 8 evil ghost warriors had just fought. The blood on the ground had not dried up yet. The forest was silent at night, and he didn't know what was hidden inside. He saw other evil ghosts gathering quickly from all around to hunt. Squad. General Zabalaz made up his mind, jumped over the corpses of the evil warriors, and strode into the woods. The few evil ghost warriors following him could only bite the bullet and chase after him. General Zabalaz could smell the scent of the human knights remaining in the dense forest. But as soon as he chased him to the forest clearing, the unique scent stopped abruptly and became traceless. Unexpectedly, the Imperial Knight actually escaped under his nose. General Zabalaz was a little unwilling and punched the oak tree next to him. An evil ghost warrior followed from behind and said, "There are evil spirits all around. Even if he escapes, where can he go?" General Zabalaz has heard this sentence countless times in the past 3 days. But the other party is still alive and well. Serdek was a little confused. He really wanted to fight the evil general at the edge of the woods, with Avrodi and Samira by their sides. The 3 of them seemed to be able to surround and kill the evil general in the woods before the reinforcements of the evil warriors arrived. But he was worried that more evil generals would be ushered in. After all, this was the territory of the evil army. He hesitated for a moment in the forest clearing, and finally decided to leave quietly and continue southward at the foot of Moyanling Mountain. Serdek walked out of this canyon and headed south without looking back. Woo-woo. Like an ancient recorder or panpipe. The sound was mixed in the night wind and spread far away indistinctly. Serdek stood at the mountain pass. He originally planned to climb a ridge and go south along the ridge. In this way, even if the magic flare is released into the sky, it can be sent higher into the night sky, allowing the light to spread further. But at this time, he actually stopped and heard a unique calling sound in his ears. This sound seemed to be guiding him to the source of the sound. Aphrodite has returned to Helensa. At this time, only Samuel's Mira is left beside Serdek. Do you hear the sound of the flute?
Soldak asked with some uncertainty. Samira looked around, jumped up to a big tree, and listened to the surroundings from the top of the tree. Then she jumped down from the tree, shook her head at Serdek, and said, "No." Serdek nodded and walked nearly 100 meters south. The sound echoed in my ears, without weakening or becoming clearer. The sound of the flute was like an eagle soaring in the sky. Serdek patted his forehead, and the uncontrollable curiosity in his heart made him willing to take some risks and explore the place where the singing sounded. Along the way, we saw several teams of ghosts running quickly into the canyon. But the ghost warriors didn't notice Serdek in disguise at all. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Serdek did not ambush these evil ghost teams. He passed through a woodland and climbed over a ridge, only to find that the sound was still echoing in his ears. When Soldak walked into the forest, he finally followed the sound and walked into a clearing in the dense forest. Elder Ambrobi was sitting on a boulder, with a gorgeous feather crown on his head and leather armor on his body. War skirt, just holding a recorder in his hand. The indigenous old man sat calmly on the big stone, his eyes falling on the recorder. After getting closer, Serdek couldn't hear the sound of the flute. Serdek bravely walked over. Elder Ambrobi raised his head and gave him a faint smile. His wise eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the other person's heart. Elder Ambrobi held the recorder in his hand and turned to look at Soldak. "Are you Wudishian's child?"
he asked Soldak. Serdek was confused. He had never heard of the name Wudixian, and he shook his head in confusion. Elder Ambrobi smiled slightly.
"I can sense that the power of the Nephilim has awakened in your body. And through these days of fighting, I found that you have mastered the secret of the rune language. I know that among many Nephilim among them, only Wudixian has mastered these two mysteries at the same time."
Soldak shook his head again. He was not prepared to tell Israel's secret. When Soldak hesitated, Elder Ambrobi arranged a simple sacrificial altar and summoned a double-faced demon in front of Soldak. The shadow of the double-faced demon appeared in front of Serdek, and Serdek suddenly sat on the ground.
"This is our Nephilim. We summoned our ancestors and asked him to give us the power of blessing. I know you understand this too."
Elder Ambrobi stared at Soldak very seriously and said,
"I learned it from a tribe in Gander Mountain. Now that tribe is in ruins."
Serdek said honestly. Elder Ambrobi continued to ask,
"What about the rune language?"
Serdek felt that he had not shown the power of rune language in the past few days, and he was a little curious about how the old man in front of him knew about it.
"I learned that from a red dragon that has been dead for a long time. I am from the Empire, and I actually learned the inheritance of the red dragon. Isn't it a bit funny to say that?"
Serdek smiled at himself, then turned around and asked,
"How do you know I know some runic language?"
Elder Ambrobi smiled and said,
"I can see the color of everyone's soul. I can also see some answers without you telling me."
With that said, Elder Ambrobi stood up from the stone, walked in front of Soldak, patted his shoulder and said,
"By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Eldarin of the Kulman tribe."
Bravi. Serdek thought about the several cities he had visited, and it seemed that the first one was the city of the Kerman tribe. Unexpectedly, he was about to leave, but the great elder came to see him in person. Soldak couldn't help but be curious and asked Elder Ambrobi,
"The color of the soul. Can you tell me what color my soul is?"
Elder Ambrobi squinted his eyes and glanced at Soldak again before saying,
"I saw your soul wearing golden armor, standing in the seven-colored clouds."
Serdek immediately had no favorable impression of this old magician. Thinking about it, the goddess of night and the goddess of morning were more reliable. However, Soldak still readily accepted the olive branch offered by Elder Ambrose. Serdek was very happy to be able to establish some contact with the Kulman tribe this time. In the recent period, he has visited all the cities in this area and roughly learned that there are at least 700,000 Aborigines living in the northern mountains of Malyun Ridge. As long as these Aborigines have sufficient weapons and equipment, they will immediately form a powerful army. Chapter 1440, I come to the human world for a visit. Serdek thought of the sacred armor suspended above the door of the spiritual sea of consciousness. Perhaps it was because of that armor that his soul was covered with a layer of golden armor. But under his feet, what is the situation with the seven-colored clouds? Is it depicting the grand scene of the city in the clouds? The low roars of evil ghost warriors in the distance would still come here from time to time. But no evil ghost was seen rashly breaking in under the cover of night.
"You speak the indigenous language very well.
Elder Ambrobi invited Cerdak to sit on the stone and praised him.
Well, I lived in a tribe in Gandor Mountain for a while, and the Great Wizard taught me a lot.
It's not that Cerdak likes to talk about those things in the past. But if he wants to get closer to these Aboriginal people, these things must be explained clearly, and the elder must also feel the kindness he has shown to the Aboriginal people here. In fact, Cerdak came all the way here to sell the Empire's standard weapons to the Aborigines in all nearby cities and villages, which was also a way of conveying some goodwill to these Aborigines. Only in this way can the indigenous people build a strong army to fight against the evil ghost army. Soldak sat opposite Elder Ambrose and said something to him.
Lord Bena's army has now pressed to the foot of the southern foothills of Mayun Ridge, completely cutting off all activities of evil spirits in the southern mountainous area of Mayun Ridge. It has also wiped out several evil ghost hunting groups in the Samasto River area. We are here. The reason why I came to the mountainous area north of Mayun Ridge is not only to bring a batch of weapons and equipment to the indigenous people here, but also to investigate the scope of activities of the evil spirits in the northern region. After we destroyed several hunting grounds in the south of Mayun Ridge this time, the Evil Ghost Legion may face a food crisis. In this case, I think the Evil Ghost Legion above Mayun Ridge will not only send a large number of troops to fight with our Lord Bena's army is fighting in the mountains at the southern foot of Mayun Ridge, and will also move its hunting grounds to the mountains north of Mayun Ridge. I found that almost all the forest beasts here have been hunted down by the evil ghost hunters. Then it is not difficult to imagine where the evil ghosts will set their sights next. These 6 castles in the mountains in the northern part of Mayun Ridge will be the new hunting grounds of the Mayun Ridge Evil Ghost Legion. This is also the purpose of my coming here. I know that there have been constant wars between us Imperial people and the natives of Warsaw over the years. But what I want to say now is that we, and you now have a common enemy. They are a group of man-eating evil spirits. Only by killing them rush back to the dark kingdom of the Abyss, where the Gandal Mountains, Mayun Ridge, and the mountains in the north can regain their former vitality. I don't care what happens in the future. But right now, I have only one idea, and that is to drive the evil spirits from Mayun Ridge back to their hometown. We not only want to take back the entire Gundar Mountains from the evil spirits, but we are also preparing to occupy this Mayun Ridge.
Cerdak sat on the stone and talked a lot with Elder Ambrobi. Elder Ambrobi just listened quietly at first and did not express any opinions. But later, he also began to talk about the battle between the indigenous warriors and the evil spirits. The indigenous warriors have been blocking the evil spirits from continuing to expand northward. As Soldak said, the evil ghost hunting group has hunted all the wild beasts in the mountains north of Mayun Ridge. If you want to hunt, you have to go to the wilderness further north. In this land, the only food available in the mountains to the north is the Aboriginal people in these cities. Cerdak sent a large number of weapons to the city this time, which was one of the reasons why Elder Ambrobi was willing to come in person. Finally, when he talked about the power of Soldak's bloodline again, Elder Ambrobi said to Soldak earnestly,
"Whether we are people from the Green Empire or Aboriginals from the Warsaw Plain, we may all awaken Nina. Thatian's bloodline power also proves that we have a common origin. Now we are willing to abandon the grievances in the past and jointly fight against the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge. No matter what happens in the future, we should at least stand together now."
Hearing Elder Ambrobi say this, Soldak's eyes lit up. It seems that the preliminary intention of cooperation between the two parties has been reached.
Since you are willing to cooperate with Lord Bena's army, you can put a certain amount of pressure on the evil ghost army in the northern part of Mayun Ridge. Of course,
I don't mean to risk the lives of the Aboriginal soldiers, but if conditions permit, if possible, trap them on Mayun Ridge,
Soldak said.
In the past, due to factors such as weapons and equipment, it was still difficult for our tribal warriors to fight against evil spirits in the wild. But now I can invite the elders from several cities to discuss and form an army.
Elder Ambrobi, when he said these words, his eyes were full of confidence. Soldak lowered his head and calculated the profits from selling standard weapons in the towns in the northern mountains of Mayun Ridge. He had a bold idea in his heart. So he said to Elder Ambrobi,
"Since we want to form an army, this time I only traded some weapons in various cities. But in fact, I can also provide a batch of heavy armors here."
Elder Ambrobi did not expect that Cerdak would provide a full set of weapons and equipment, and thought to himself, if he could get these, he would not only be able to fight against the evil ghost army now, but also the Green Empire's army in the future. However, thinking that there was nothing that could be obtained in the walled city, he tactfully said to Soldak,
"That is of course the best, but we can't get the spar magic material to exchange with you at the moment. Wait for us."
It's not too late for the warrior to seize a batch of black crystal stones from the evil ghost and then order a batch of weapons and equipment.
Serdek had just calculated all the profits gained from the transactions these days, and planned to take out the money and exchange it all into heavy armor to provide to these aborigines. In this way, the wool comes from the sheep. Even if they default on their debts in the future or cannot afford to pay it all, they will not suffer any losses. Soldek sat opposite Elder Ambrose and said very grandly,
"Since we are resisting the evil ghost army, there is nothing to say. I can completely advance a batch of heavy armors to you in advance. In the future, just leave the magic crystals captured from the evil ghost warriors to me."
To be honest, this kind of crystal is very valuable in the Green Empire, and in order to encourage the lords to actively participate in the plain war, the rewards given by our emperor have always been very good. No problem. Unless the next battle will be defeated one after another, and our warriors cannot grab the bodies of the evil spirits on the battlefield. Otherwise we will use those black crystal stones to exchange for these weapons and equipment.
Elder Amberby was also infected by Soldak's heroic spirit and immediately raised his arms to swear an oath. Now that they had reached such cooperation with the aboriginal people here, Soldak and Elder Ambroby returned to the city and mobilized nearly 10,000 pieces of full coverage heavy armor from Constantinople. Directly leave it to Elder Ambrose here. Only Constantinople has such a large equipment trading market, and the merchants in Helensa city do not have such a large amount of money. Although Soldak did not mention the subsequent repayment details, Elder Ambroby took the initiative to write an IOU for 30,000 magic crystals to Soldak. For this reason, Serdak was delayed here for nearly half a month. By the time Serdak left the city, some indigenous warriors wearing full heavy armor and holding Paglio spears had appeared in the northern mountains, patrolling the mountains around the city, fighting with the evil ghost hunting team. Happens every day. Tribal warriors who died in battle would be carried back to the city by their companions, burned to ashes, put into earthen jars, and finally sent to the tomb under an altar in the city. There is the tomb where the ashes of all the heroic warriors are stored, and it is also the glorious resting place of the tribal warriors after their death. So when Serdak traveled through the mountains, he only saw the headless corpses of some evil ghost warriors on the hillside. Almost all the large carnivorous beasts in the mountains and fields were hunted by the evil spirits. So the corpses of these evil ghost warriors could only lie there and slowly rot. Since the evil ghost hunting group in the northern mountains was repeatedly ambushed by indigenous warriors, the evil ghost legion had to send several evil ghost generals to preside over the battle here. Arriving at the foot of the mountain on the north side of Mayun Ridge, Serdak walked south along the eastern edge of the mountain ridge this time. Every night, magic flares are released into the sky to call for the magicians who are investigating in this area. Unfortunately, Serdak's luck is not as good as ever, and he has not seen the magicians of the investigation team for 5 consecutive days. However, this time the evil spirits learned their lesson. They did not send countless evil ghost scout teams all over the mountains and plains to hunt down Serdak like last time. This time, following Serdak all the way were several evil ghost generals. If there was just one evil ghost general, even if he brought a small team of evil ghosts, Serdak estimated that he might be able to fight. But with several evil ghost generals chasing behind him at the same time, he had no chance of taking any chances. Immediately and obediently walked all the way south. Sometimes there is no time to release the magic signal at night, and every time the evil general catches up, a fierce battle is inevitable. Grassy slopes, woodlands, valleys, ridges, and cliff peaks almost all have traces left after the Battle of Serdak. Serdak was afraid of being entangled by the evil general. He was waiting for the surrounding helpers to arrive. He might not even have the chance to step into the Void Gate. In the recent battles with the evil general, he had to flee, being chased by the evil general for 5 consecutive days. Serdak was exhausted physically and mentally during his continuous escape. He could only take advantage of the rare opportunity to get rid of the evil general and made an appointment with Samira at the meeting point. Then he passed through the Void Gate and came to Aphrodite's rented house in Helensa city and lay down. Spend half the day relaxing in a lounge chair next to the fireplace in the living room. Samira will use the elves' natural abilities to hide in a fir tree and rest. With a rare free time to rest, Soldak could not run across the street to visit old Sheila, Natasha and little Peter. He could only look across the street through the glass window. Little Peter gave up the path of magic and started taking formal courses at the Junior Knight Academy. Aphrodite told Soldak that every morning little Peter would carry a shield and a sword at his waist, ride on a donkey, and an attendant would lead the donkey to the academy for class.
Serdek held his infant daughter in his arms, and watched her staring blankly at him with her big black eyes. The softest part of his heart was instantly touched. Not long after, the nanny carried her daughter to the next door. In addition to normal feeding, she also needed a lot of sleep every day. Aphrodite made a cup of milk tea for Serdek, and then leaned against the window. There has been a heavy snowfall in Helensa city recently, and there is still thick snow piled on the windowsill outside. The weather is not bad today, and the sunlight is particularly dazzling under the reflection of the snow on the roof.
He said I was a Nephilim. What do you think?
Serdek asked Aphrodite while lying on a wicker chair holding a teacup.
Otherwise? Why do you think a succubus can give you a daughter?
Aphrodite held her left arm with her right hand, supported her pointed chin with her left hand, and whispered to Serdek with a slight smile on her face. Serdek's eyes widened. He sat up from the recliner, and couldn't help but ask,
"Oh, why have you never told me this?"
"You never asked." Aphrodite rolled her eyes and said. Serdek looked at his hands, arms, legs, and feet speechlessly before saying,
"Can you tell me about the Nephilim?"
Aphrodite turned around and said to Serdek,
"Nephilim refers to human beings with the blood of angels and demons. It is said that Udisian is the first generation of Nephilim. But in fact he is only the first generation, the one who awakens the power. Are you saying that I became a Nephilim because I awakened the power of my bloodline?"
Serdek asked with some uncertainty. He found that he still lacked understanding of his body. Aphrodite came over, sat next to Serdek, put her arms around his neck, and whispered to him,
"According to what Elder Ambrose said, only the Nephilim can arrange the sacrificial altar and summon the half-angel and half-demon statue. He is right about this. Of course, he doesn't fully understand you. In fact, you originally possessed the power of angels and demons at the same time. But whether in battle or during a sacrificial ceremony, you are closer to the power of angels.
And your body is also in this process. You sense the power of the holy light. So when you are promoted to the second level, you have the power to choose. Give up or retain the power of the devil. At that time, you chose to give up. So you become a person who only possesses the holy light.
The great knight of the power of light."
Serdek was not only a little stunned.
"Isn't that double-faced demon a god that can only be summoned through a sacrificial ritual?"
Aphrodite smiled and said,
"Actually, your power already tells you the answer. For example, Andrew's power is the soul of the berserker. Samira's power is the great elf archer. And Guillem's power is you are the ancestor of the ogres. And your power also reveals the bloodline power you possess.
Nephilim, half angel and half demon.
As for the fact that you later became an archangel, it was also because you abandoned the demonic power in your body. And these are things you would notice if you really think about it."
Serdek didn't even know what to say.
"When the angel Anarius and the witch Lilith gave birth to the first Nephilim into the human world, this bloodline has continued. Maybe the proud angels living in the Silver City don't want to admit it. But I think that this kind of forbidden love is quite cool. You attracted me in the first place. Of course, because you are a Nephilim."
Aphrodite almost leaned into Serdek's arms, biting her lips, and said to Serdek. Chapter 1441 Gunpowder. At the foot of the mountain on the east side of Mayun Ridge, Serdek climbed up a cliff and watched the magical flames exploding in the night sky in the south. His hanging heart finally fell to the ground. Finally contacting the magician investigation team, Serdek could even clearly feel several evil generals running through the dense forest at high speed, approaching his hiding place. And the low roars of evil spirits arose in the valley. A straight line appeared in the woods, and the evil general knocked the trees in front of him topsy-turvy and headed straight for Serdek. Samira squatted on the edge of the cliff, holding the sky strike bow in her hand and looking warily at the dense forest below the valley. The combat power of these evil ghost generals cannot be underestimated. Every time they catch up, they will make Serdek and Samira very embarrassed. Yesterday morning, there were 3 evil ghost generals chasing Serdek and Samira. Crossed 3 ridges. The 3 magicians rode magic harpoons to the sky in the canyon. Serdek stood on the top of the cliff and once again released a magic flare into the sky. Guided by the magic flares, the mages rode down on the handles and rushed down the cliff where Serdek was, with the help of the dim light flares falling from the sky. The mages closest to Serdek and Samira, an evil general, is at the bottom of the cliff at their feet. And this evil general has begun to climb the rock wall. They found traces of magicians in the night sky, jumping up like mountain apes, leaping several meters high with each jump. However, these 3 magicians did not stop at all in the sky. They flew to the top of the cliff without slowing down their flight speed. Instead, They stretched out their hands to greet Serdak and Samira to jump onto the magic handle. Samira's body was flexible, and she stood on the edge of the cliff, wearing tight-fitting leather armor, and jumped. The magician just flew in front of her, and Samira sat firmly astride the back seat of the magic harpoon handle. The magic helm paused slightly, and the magic pattern array of the floating device suddenly lit up with 3 magic patterns. The magician raised the steering wheel upwards, and the powerful magic booster pushed the 2 of them into the night sky. In order to properly lose weight, Serdak did not wear his Eisenhard magic pattern structure. He only wore a tight-fitting salamander leather armor. He followed Samira and jumped to the second place, a flying magician. When he was firmly seated on the back seat of the magic handle, the evil general below the cliff almost jumped to the top of the cliff. It saw Serdak jumping on top of the magic pot, stepping hard on the rock wall with his powerful legs, and his body was like a taut spring, leaping up and grabbing the magician, who was flying into the air. Go! Serdak put his hand on the hilt of the broadsword at his waist, just waiting for the evil general to approach, and then struck down with his sword. Samira, who had already flown into the night sky, asked the magician carrying her to slide out an arc in the sky. The next second, she sat on the handle of the magic harpoon and opened the sky strike bow sideways. She controlled the tiller of the harpoon in front. The magician heard a crisp sound of gems shattering, and then felt that countless electric arcs around him were being sucked into the tip of the feather arrow. An arrow filled with electric light and powerful electric magic was shot towards the evil general, who jumped up below. The arrow filled with electric arc drew a white line in the night sky. The moment the arrow hit the evil spirit general, a barrel-thick lightning struck in the night sky, just hitting the evil spirit general, who jumped up from the cliff. A dark light shield appeared on the body of the evil ghost general to block the lightning. In the end, it was unable to leave Serdak, who was only a few feet away. It let out an unwilling roar in midair, and then the body's momentum was exhausted, and it headed towards 100 meters deep. He fell to the bottom of the cliff. At the same time, the void gate that lit up next to Serdak suddenly disappeared, and Aphrodite, who was in the rented house in Helensa city, cancelled the summoning circle. The 2 magicians carried Serdak and Samira into the night sky, and were escorted by a magician as they circled around the east side of Mayun Ridge. After flying all night, as soon as the sky lit up, the 2 magicians began to slow down and controlled the magic harpoons to drill into a dense forest. The magician set up a tent in the forest clearing. The 2 magicians who flew Serdak and Samira all night just said hello to Serdak and hurriedly got into the tent to meditate and recover mana. The magician who had a bite was in good condition. He set up a small pot in front of the tent and didn't cook anything. He boiled some hot water and made a small pot of coffee, and even offered it to Serdak and Samira. Each poured a glass. Samira walked out of the camp with a coffee cup and a sky strike bow on her back. She needed to explore the surrounding situation. Serdak sat opposite the young magician and chatted with him. The magician had quite a cheerful personality. He smiled and said to Soldak, "Commander Soldak, the 3 of us have been flying in the northern mountains of Mayun Ridge for nearly 2 weeks. If we can't find you tonight, we will return to the camp in the northwest area of Mayun Ridge. The searching magicians will be here to replace us." Serdak took a sip of the bitter coffee that was a bit hot and said to the magician, "When I originally designed this plan, I didn't expect that Mayun Ridge would be so big. The northern mountainous area of Mayun Ridge alone stretches. It's hundreds of kilometers away. If you want to find us in such a large area, it's not easy to contact us even with magic flares." The magician smiled and said nothing more. "Magic Basil, how is the battle situation over there in the camp?" Serdak remembered the magician's name. The magician Basil said, "The evil spirits don't seem to want us to block the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. They are fighting almost every day. Their offensive is very fierce, and their numbers are large. In recent times, there have been heavy casualties every day. Before we came out, there were less than 30,000 soldier ants left in the group, and the heavy armored infantry regiment of the Lord's army also suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, we buried the gunpowder barrels on the hillside in front of the garrison camp in advance. Several times, the evil spirits secretly, if you touch it, it will be blown back." Serdak nodded, as he had expected this, since the Bena army wants to capture Kornberg. It's no wonder that the evil ghost army on the Mayun Ridge side is not in a hurry. "Have the evil ghost army tried to sneak through Mount Gunnar?" Serdak asked him. "We only came out once before, but after being beaten back by Captain Andrew with the ant cavalry and the constructed knights, we didn't dare to come out again." When magician Basil said about Andrew, his tone was full of admiration. It seems that many magicians in the investigation team admire Andrew very much and admire his life-threatening and fierce fighting style.
What's the situation over there in Handanar City?
Serdek didn't ask about the details of the battle, but asked about the situation over there in Handanar City. The magician investigation team can be said to be the most well-informed group of people in the entire camp. After all, the magician's status is here, and they are naturally able to access some secrets in the Legion. The magician Basil continued.
It is said that the entire Bena army has crossed the Moss River and begun to enter the Seven Islands River Bend area in the north of Cornbird County. The fighting there is also fierce, but the cavalry alliance is very important. The cavalry regiment has rushed from Epperson County into Bassamusa County and is advancing southward along the banks of the Camperdo River. Now the evil ghost regiments in each county are almost fighting independently.
While listening to Basil's story, Serdek took out the map of Handanar County and wanted to see the current location of the Bena army. Although the Bena army crossed the Moss River, judging from the map, their advancement was not fast. In order to share the cake, the cavalry alliance pointed its sword at Bassamusa County. As a result, the pressure on the Bena army on the battlefield was not ordinary.
Has the military department said when follow-up reinforcements will arrive?
Soldek asked again. Basil shook his head and said,
I haven't heard of this. There is no news about this in the recent intelligence.
He was silent for a moment, drank the last sip of coffee in the cup, and then said,
However, the catapults and bed crossbows sent from Handanar City have increased to 300.
And now there are half of the bed crossbow racks on the wall of the Moynihan camp.
Soldak knew in his heart that Duke Newman had given away all his wealth this time. What made him slightly worried was that the ghost-striped soldier ants were being consumed a bit quickly. Although he had planned before coming here, these soldier ants would serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Now Serdek was considering that once the soldier ants were all consumed, the heavy armored infantry regiment of the West Route Army needs to be on top. After resting for a whole day, in the evening, Serdek and Samira set off again. The flying speed of the magic lantern is not much slower than that of the magic airship. The only disadvantage is that it costs a little bit for the magician. The three mages took turns flying at night. During the day, they hid in the jungle at the foot of the mountain to rest. They recovered their magic power through meditation, and then quietly took off at night. They stayed in the sky at night for 10 consecutive days. Back at the foot of the southern foothills of Mayun Mountains, Serdek has been away for nearly 2 months this time. The wooden fence in front of the military camp has become dilapidated over time. The soldiers erected 3 rows of huge logs here, and nailed a layer of wooden boards on top of the huge logs, turning it into a real wooden fence. A bed crossbow was lined up on the wooden wall. Behind the bed crossbow was a pile of giant crossbow arrows. However, these were ordinary crossbow arrows. Almost all the giant crossbows with magic pattern arrays were damaged in the battle. In the camp, an earthen platform was built in front of the military tent. There were densely packed catapults here. The flints not far away seemed to be well prepared. There were shouts of killing from the battlefield ahead, but the camp seemed very quiet. After the infantry soldiers on rotation had their meals in the canteen, they would stand in front of the merit exchange list for a while to discuss those who were still on the merit list. There are no redeemable rewards. Many magic weapons on the merit list have been redeemed recently. The prizes on the list have not been updated this month. Some infantry soldiers want to redeem some selected magic weapons as soon as possible. There was a low-lying valley below the hillside to the north of the garrison camp. There were originally some sparse trees here, but they were cut down by soldiers 2 months ago. Now this valley has become a battlefield, with a group of heavy men holding tower shields. The armored infantrymen followed a row of ghost-patterned soldier ants and were slowly approaching the camp of the evil ghost warriors in front. Behind the tower shield warriors were a group of spear warriors holding Paglio spears. The archer regiment phalanx behind was a temporary formation. Although Serdak's Lord Army had an archer regiment, they did not follow them during this expedition to Mayun Ridge because the temporary teleportation array could not pass through the Armed Thunder Rhinoceros. The battlefield is already a piece of scorched earth, and the stumps of some evil spirits and soldier ants are still left in the scorched earth. However, if the infantrymen are injured or killed in battle, they will be carried back to the camp by the soldiers from the logistics department. The infantrymen who died in battle will be burned that night. The ashes were put into jars, and the injured infantrymen were sent to the medical team. In this battle, the ant cavalry and construct knights in the camp did not dispatch. The row of crossbows on the camp wall could not reach the battlefield here. Only the catapult at the entrance of the camp could throw flints onto this battlefield after adjusting the throwing distance. Every day, Evil spirits were killed by flints. By now, these evil spirits had determined the range of the catapult. They did not rush forward because they did not want to be hit by the rain of flints. They were waiting for the soldier ants to slowly approach. As long as they entangled with the soldier ants for the first time, the catapults on the other side of the camp would not throw flints. If Carrie Decker was in command, the army of soldier ants would definitely not reach the front of the battlefield at this time. She would wait patiently for the evil spirits to rush forward, experience a wave of flint rain, and then start a brutal melee.
But today's commander is Andrew, and he is accompanied by the wolf knight Tago and the two-headed ogre Guladum. So Andrew is ready to give the evil spirits some color this time. As the number of evil ghosts gathered at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain increased, the usual war of attrition could no longer restrain the evil ghosts from increasing in number. If this continued, the evil ghosts' numerical advantage would become more and more obvious. So Andrew decided to have a big battle on the battlefield. When the soldier ants arrived at the center of the battlefield, the evil ghost warriors strode forward and rushed forward. The phalanx of archers at the rear fired arrows, and a dozen magicians in the sky took turns dropping explosive barrels. Due to the presence of magicians and explosive barrels, the evil ghost camp was bombed by magicians almost every day, so that this group of evil ghosts had to disperse and hide in the dense forest at the foot of Moyonling Mountain. The soldier ants and the evil ghost warriors collided with each other in the next moment, and countless soldier ants were chopped off by the evil ghost's war blade, and their limbs were broken. A group of spear warriors took the opportunity to emerge from behind the buttocks of the soldiers and pierce the bodies of the evil spirits with their sharp Paglio spears. Then the shield warriors pushed them up, and the swordsmen behind them chopped off the heads of the evil spirits. The battle was very fierce. The soldier ants in front were strangled by the evil spirits. Under the order of the herald, the heavy armored infantry soldiers began to retreat in an orderly manner. The evil ghost warriors naturally refused to let this group of heavy armored infantry escape easily. The magicians who retreated behind the formation released walls of fire on the battlefield. A group of unwilling ghost warriors struggled to break through the wall of fire, as their bodies were set ablaze by the fire. As the infantry soldiers continued to retreat, the powder barrels buried on the battlefield were detonated again, and the smoke and dust flying into the sky instantly engulfed these evil spirits. Chapter 1442 Battle Situation. In the evening, the last group of heavy armored infantry soldiers dragged their exhausted bodies back from the battlefield, and the heavy wooden gate of the garrison camp was closed tightly. The group of evil ghost warriors scattered on the battlefield in the valley also retreated into the mountains and woods where they were hiding with low roars. Due to the rounds of bombing by the mage group half a month ago, the evil ghost warriors changed from a dense camp to a loose distribution in the dense forest on the hillside. Some evil ghost warriors were even stationed on the top of the tall tree crowns, holding short flying spears to alert the air of magicians. The evil ghosts, who had been taught a lesson by the fog of war several times, finally knew that they had no chance of winning in the night battle. After nightfall, these evil ghosts would retreat into the dense forests of the mountains of Mayun Ridge. Every evening when the sun sets in the west is a rare rest time for the soldiers. The facilities in the garrison camp have been gradually improved. Today's camp not only has a dining hall, but also public toilets and bathrooms. The camps of each legion are also very clearly divided. Sitting in front of the merit list at the entrance of the canteen every day and chatting seems to have become a habit for the soldiers. All warriors have recently been paying attention to the remaining prizes on the merit list. As the prizes become fewer and fewer, everyone finds that the options for rewards they can redeem are getting smaller and smaller. Except for those who are prepared to redeem magic crystals or gold coins from the beginning. That group of people and others have a sense of urgency, and everyone is seizing the time to make achievements these days. The command post located in the center of the military camp is an independent area. It has a zigzag wooden house built here, and has an inner courtyard of less than 200 square meters. This is a separate place specifically for women. To the left of the commander is Nika's medical team's treatment tent. Nika and the group of therapists also live in the dormitory next to the command post. During the recent period, a group of Legion commanders gathered in the command post almost every night. Some of them were reporting on the day's battles. The mage leader Iwide would provide the latest intelligence information to the commanders present. The meeting was chaired by Andrew and Carrie Decker.
Is there no news about Commander Surdak from the reconnaissance team?
Callie de Kelpie asked the mage leader Iwide with one hand on his forehead. Her blonde hair hangs down like a waterfall. She is wearing a thin sheepskin vest and a pair of baggy bloomers underneath. Her body exudes the scent of soap after taking a shower. There was a bandage on her right arm, a wound from yesterday's battle. An evil general used a war blade to cut a half-foot-long wound on her arm, which was as deep as the bone. If the evil general had struck more decisively and harshly, Gary Decker's arm would have been lost on the battlefield. Magician Avid has become accustomed to this kind of questioning recently. He scratched his head helplessly. If he hadn't been required to complete the scheduling work here, at this moment, he wished he could go to the north of Mayun Ridge to bring Sir in person. Dak is back.
Well, I have sent out 5 search teams one after another to search in the northern area of Mayun Ridge. Until now, I have not received any news.
Avid is sitting next to the sand table in the command post. This sand table has now completely reproduced the topographic map around Mayun Ridge. However, Moyun Ridge, which is shaped like a leg of lamb in the middle, is still blank. It is just a continuous line of fine sand piled up. Mountains. The magician reconnaissance team has not flown up to Mayun Ridge yet to go to the peak to investigate the situation there. Everyone estimates that Mayun Ridge is likely to be a plateau surrounded by mountains. I knew the magician Avid would say this. And all the group leaders and commanders looked calm and expressionless.
The powder keg in the warehouse has been exhausted. In the next battle with the evil spirits, we have to consider how to escape the battle.
Selena sat next to Gary Decker, holding a ledger in her hand with almost drawings on it. The line was full, and she had to remind the lords and commanders present. Fortunately, there is sufficient supply of food and general military supplies, and these supplies are continuously shipped from Handanar City every week. This Count Bansk is a small lord in the Western Route Army. Recently, Lord Bansk led his heavy armored infantry regiment to perform extremely well on the battlefield. At least, he has been recognized by other foreign lords and Andrew. This Count Bansk sat in front of the round table, with a dinner plate in front of him. He put down his knife, wiped the crumbs from his beard, and said to everyone,
"The number of evil ghost legions coming down from Mayun Ridge has increased sharply recently. It can be seen that those are a group of underfed evil ghosts. I guess the top brass of the evil ghost army are also giving it a try. Instead of starving to death on Mayun Ridge, it would be better to transfer them to the battlefield."
His lord's army participated in the battle as the second echelon today. They had just come off the battlefield and came to the meeting without even having time to take off the magic pattern structures on their bodies.
There are more and more evil ghosts entering the battlefield. If it weren't for the deterrence of the Mage Bomb group, these evil ghosts would probably become more unscrupulous.
Another commander said worriedly. The commanders in the command post were discussing privately, and everyone's tone was full of worries about the war situation. Everyone has just adapted to fighting with the soldier ants. But now it is obvious that the evil ghosts on the opposite side cannot be suppressed.
Then what are we going to do next?
Someone from the commander made a voice.
How about we just stick to the military camp?
Some commanders also put forward their own ideas. Andrew waved his hand and said,
I don't recommend sticking to it. How can this walled city stop those evil spirits?
He has the soul of a berserker hidden in his body, and it is impossible for him to cower in the camp and be beaten passively.
Nika, how is the situation at the wounded barracks?
Gary Decker asked the good girl Nika, who was sitting next to Selena. Nika quickly stood up and said nervously,
The number of wounded soldiers has increased sharply in the past week, and the number of wounded soldier camps has expanded to 17. I have asked the druids from the southern tribe of Belan to help treat the wounded. They are good at using herbal treatments.
Everyone was relieved to hear that the medical team is still functioning normally. This can be said to be one of the few pieces of good news.
No matter what, the last batch of explosives must be buried in the position tonight.
Andrew asked Selena. Selena could only nod, indicating that she understood. Gary Decker knocked on the table and ordered the commanders of several heavy armored infantry regiments that would go out to fight tomorrow.
When we go to battle tomorrow, we will push all the more than 40 spare bed crossbows in the camp onto the battlefield.
Viscount Bansk frowned and said,
The bed crossbows are so heavy. It's easy to push them out. But once the evil devil comes up, we won't be able to withdraw those bed crossbows even if we want to.
He was reluctant to abandon the bed crossbow on the battlefield and disagreed with Gary Decker's approach. A group of group leaders also agreed. Gary Decker knocked on the table to make the command post quiet, and then said, If the bed crossbow is pulled by Gubwa's horse, it will indeed look very clumsy. But if the ant cavalry is allowed to pull the bed crossbow on the battlefield, when you want to evacuate, the ant cavalry will pull the bed crossbow back, and there will probably be no such thing as inconvenience in movement. Andrew's eyes lit up and he nodded and said,
This is a good idea. You can try it tomorrow.
After nightfall, bonfires were lit everywhere in the military camp. There are a lot of pine trees in this mountain range, And those pine trees that are full of oil are very flame resistant. And even the air is filled with the scent of pine oil. When they arrived at the mountainous area at the southern foot of Mayun Ridge, the three magicians started traveling during the day. They flew all day long, with only 2 stops to drink water and eat dry food. They flew until it was completely dark before returning to the camp. Although it was night, under the reflection of countless bonfires, Surdak could clearly see the scale of the entire garrison camp. In just 2 months, the garrison camp in Moyinling has been expanded into a large city that can accommodate 80,000 soldiers. The camp is very neatly planned, and each infantry regiment has its own area. Originally, Surdak was going to go back to the command post directly. But when he saw that the camp warehouse was brightly lit and Selena was standing at the door of the warehouse counting the supplies, he asked the magician Basil to land at the warehouse. The guards in the camp saw several magicians flying in and didn't pay much attention. The last batch of gunpowder was emptied by the infantry soldiers. Selena sighed, with a touch of anxiety on her brows. Not only are they worried about the war in the next few days, but they are also worried about Surdak's safety. In addition, the number of visits of the goddess has also been significantly reduced recently. Seeing the last batch of gunpowder being moved out, she quickly adjusted her emotions and calmed down. Next, she would go outside the military camp to release the fog of war so that the soldiers could bury the gunpowder on the battlefield. Recently, the soldiers have been sneaking out at night and burying gunpowder in advance on the battlefield in front of the military camp. Every time they fought against evil spirits, all the ghost-patterned soldier ants in front would die, and then the heavy armored infantry soldiers would retreat. Of course, the evil ghost warriors will not let the infantry soldiers easily evacuate the battlefield. At this time, the magicians at the rear of the battlefield will release fire walls to force isolation. Once the ghost warriors break through the wall of fire, the mages will ignite the explosives buried on the battlefield. Because of the protection of the goddess of the night, in the past month or so, the evil spirits have no longer dared to attack the camp at night. The demons' eyes ignore day and night, so they have an absolute advantage in night battles with the Imperial Lords. But now facing the West Route Army, this advantage suddenly disappeared. When the West Route Army first built the military camp, every time the evil spirits attacked the camp at night, the entire army was destroyed. After a bloody lesson, these evil ghost warriors became more honest and refused to engage in night battles with the West Route Army. Selena asked the warehouse guard to close the door. Just as she was about to board the 4-wheel truck nearby, she saw a familiar figure striding towards her. Before Selena could cover her surprised mouth, she was forcefully arms in his arms. The infantry soldiers on the side saluted Surdak one after another. Signa, who was following behind, rolled her eyes and stood speechless in the shadow of the carriage nearby. After Surdak returned to the military camp, a group of infantry regiment commanders and Lord Army commanders came to visit him without waiting for him to take a rest. Before finishing the plate of fried meat brought back from the canteen, several infantry regiment commanders walked into the command post. Seeing that Surdak returned to the military camp safely, several regiment commanders asked Surdak one after another. Military salute. Immediately after, another group of commanders of the Lord Army came in, and many people came in one after another. Surdak put down his knife and motioned for the commanders and regimental leaders to sit down. He took a sip of sweet wine, then pointed at the group leaders who came in first, and asked,
"If you have anything to do with me, tell me quickly and don't disturb everyone's rest." Commander Surdak, some of us would like to know if there are any rewards in the future on the merit list. At present, most of the prizes on the merit list have been exchanged, and some soldiers in the regiment who have not received rewards are getting impatient. A regiment leader stood up and asked Surdak. Of course, there will be a new round of updates on the merit list tomorrow afternoon, and all rewards will be replaced with new rewards. After Surdak finished speaking, he waved to the group leader, indicating that he could retreat. Immediately afterwards, another commander of the Lord's army crowded up and said to Surdak with some embarrassment, "Commander Surdak, our Bansk Lord Army wants to join the merit reward system." Surdak readily agreed. "Of course. Why don't you want to insist a little longer? You must think about it. Once you join the merit reward system, you will have to pay the full amount of the black magic crystal. I have thought about it for a long time and have been waiting for your return." This Count Bansk said with a dry smile. Surdak didn't ask him why he figured it out. He waved to the group of lords behind him to come to the front if there was anything he needed. Then several other lords from outside the Western Route Army made the same request to him, and they all applied to join the merit exchange list.
Serdak also agreed to them one by one. Then he swallowed the last bite of the steak. The strong feeling of fullness made him a little sleepy. But he still cheered up, and said to a group of commanders and regimental commanders in the command post,
"Since everyone is here, I will not convene another meeting for you. I will take this opportunity to tell you that this time, I went to the northern mountains of Mayun Ridge to investigate the distribution and specific strength of the indigenous people there. I visited several aboriginal villages over there, and the aboriginal population there is about 7 to 8 million. This number does not include the aborigines in the wild lands to the north."
A group of lords and regiment leaders were a little surprised when Soldak said that there were nearly 1 million aborigines hiding in the mountains north of Mayun Ridge.
"They have been fighting against the evil ghosts on Mayun Ridge in the past few years. Now I have contacted the elders of this group of aborigines, and am ready to join forces with them to fight against the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge."
After Soldak said this, the room fell silent instantly. No one expected that Serdak would actually establish an alliance with the local aboriginal people. Chapter 1443 Merit List. Seeing the Western Route Army entering Mayun Ridge in large numbers, and stationing their camp at the foot of the southern mountain ridge. The resting adventure group in the forest camp was like a group of red-eyed hyenas with a keen sense of smell. Everyone smelled this opportunity to make money. The West Route Army is stationed at the foot of Mayun Ridge, which means that the evil ghost warriors cannot move as freely as they did before in the Gander Mountains. Naturally, these adventure groups that dare to go to forest camps and camps have a certain level of strength. Now that they see the large troops of the West Route Army blocking the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain and fighting against the evil ghost army all day long. These adventure groups are like flies that finally found rotten eggs with cracks. They all flew into the Gundar Mountains with a bang. Of course, adventure groups will not go to the battlefield to die. They are almost all elite teams of a dozen or more than 20 people. There is naturally no advantage in fighting on the battlefield. However, these adventure groups are scattered in the Gandharo Mountains. There is still a great advantage in finding those lone ghost warriors or ghost squads. First of all, the leaders of these adventure groups are almost all powerful warriors with rich wilderness survival experience. Many adventure groups even include magicians, as well as rangers, swordsmen, shield warriors, archers, knights and other warriors. Before the silence of the Temple of Freedom, the adventure group could even see figures of battle priests or priests. These adventure groups are proficient in wild hunting, searching, archaeology, exploring ruins, etc. If they encounter a lone ghost warrior in the wild, they will naturally look for opportunities to devour them. Most of the adventure groups that rest in the forest camp are this type of demon hunting group. In the past, they did not dare to set foot in the area north of the forest camp because the garrison at the forest camp would not move in the northern mountains. No one knew how many evil ghost warriors were lurking in the mountains. But now the West Route Army has arrogantly set up a garrison camp at the foot of the southern foothills of Mayun Mountain. Anyone with a little brain will know that there must not be many evil warriors in Gander Mountain. Otherwise, wouldn't the West Route Army have to fight for it every day? Are you worried about whether the way back will be blocked? There are at least hundreds of adventure groups in the forest camp, and they are obviously more elite than the scout team of the West Route Army, scattered in the Gander Mountains. They are looking for traces of the lone evil ghosts almost every day. Not to mention, the large-scale evil ghost legions in this mountain range have almost disappeared. But some evil ghost hunting groups, there are many evil ghost warriors who are stranded in Gander Mountain for various reasons. Although all the monsters in Gander Mountain were hunted down by the evil spirits. To the adventure group, these lone evil warriors were more valuable than the second-level monsters, especially with the black magic crystal. You can go to the garrison camp of the West Route Army to exchange for various supplies, food, gold coins, weapons and armor. And you can also seek treatment for injured members of the team. The most outrageous thing is that these adventure groups have even figured it out. The exchange system for the West Route Army's merit list was established. Many adventure groups tried to hand over the black magic crystal to the infantry soldiers in the West Route Army, asking them to exchange the black magic crystal into merit points, and then use these merit points to exchange for some sophisticated magic weapons on the merit list. This is one of the reasons why the prizes on the merit list are quickly redeemed. So much so that the commanders of the heavy armored infantry regiments approached Serdek one after another and asked him if the regiment would have such benefits in the future. You must know that the magic weapons in Handanar City are at least more expensive than those on the merit list. More than 3 times. That is to say, if an infantry soldier exchanges his merits for gold coins, and then uses the gold coins to go to Handanar City to buy magic weapons. It is likely that he will need more than 3 times his merits to buy magic weapons of the same quality. In the early morning, the sun dispersed the morning fog in the forest, and an adventure group came to the mountains near the garrison camp at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. Hayes, the leader of the adventure group, stood on a ridge behind the military camp and happened to see a group of magicians flying out of the camp riding magic harpoons. They rose into the air and flew straight north, in order to prevent the magicians from throwing explosive barrels from high altitudes. The evil spirits not only hid in the dense forests between the mountains, but also lived in small groups in the dense forests. This mountainous area has extremely steep slopes and lush forests. There are always some evil spirits guarding the tops of giant trees dozens of meters high. Once these magicians fly too close, they will enter the range of the evil ghost warrior's short flying spears. They can throw explosive barrels at high altitudes, but they will not be able to accurately explode the evil ghosts hiding in the forest. In recent times, magicians rarely fly into the sky over the mountains to throw gunpowder barrels, not to mention the danger. The main reason is that the thrown gunpowder barrel has little effect. Hayes withdrew his gaze, jumped off the boulder on the ridge, returned to the adventure group, and led the adventure group to continue walking towards the military camp of the Western Route Army. A member of the adventure group caught up from behind with a giant sword on his back, and said to Hayes as he walked,
"Boss, I heard that all the rewards on the West Route Army's merit list are about to be redeemed. We may not get anything this time."
There are many rocks on the ridge, and going down is a slope with sparse forests. The hillside is covered with waist-high grass. The members walking in front hold sickles to push away the grass. They also have to pay attention to the grass hidden in the grass under their feet. Of potholes. Hayes squinted his eyes, glanced at the young shield warrior lying on the stretcher, pursed his lips and said,
"Let's take a look first. The main purpose of coming here is to let the medical team in the military camp treat Kofi's leg injury."
The member carrying the giant sword asked Hayes,
"Oh, then how do we enter the military camp and directly negotiate with the guards at the door?"
Hayes glanced at him and said,
"There is a broker in the free market who can find acquaintances in the military camp. This time I will go to him first."
It took the adventure group 2 hours to walk down the ridge, just on the sunny slope south of the military camp. Several tents set up by business groups stood alone on the grass. Someone saw the adventure group approaching and immediately got into the tent. Not long after, a businessman came out of the tent. Although his beard and hair were a little gray, his eyes were extremely bright. When he saw the adventure group, he took the initiative to welcome him. The leader of the adventure group waved to the businessman, took the initiative to say hello, and said,
"Hi, Ped. Long time no see."
Businessman Pei that couldn't remember the name of the group leader, so he could only ask vaguely,
"How's your recent haul?"
The leader of the adventure group squinted his eyes and raised his head to walk up the hillside. A path had been trampled on the hillside here.
"Not bad. This time, I brought a companion with me to treat his leg injury."
Captain Hayes said straight to the point.
"Did you bring the magic crystal and the devil's head?"
Businessman Pie asked. The leader of the adventure group patted the leather bag on his waist. There was a sound of collision between magic crystals and magic cores from inside the bag. There was also an evil ghost's head hanging on the other side of his waist. And he said,
"Brought it."
Businessman Pie frowned and said,
"If Miss Nika over there determines that the injury is not that serious, the magic crystal will probably not be needed. But the devil's head must be paid for. It is best if the devil's head hits the devil sealing box next time. This is the rule here. Do you understand?"
Hayes, the leader of the adventure group, said somewhat speechlessly,
"I have heard a little about their rules, but I didn't know that the evil devil's head had to be put into the magic sealing box. Forget it this time. I will help you communicate. Please pay attention next time."
Businessman Pie did not ask these members of the adventure group to sit down and rest for a while. Instead, he turned around and walked directly towards the garrison camp on the other side of the hillside. Hayes, the leader of the adventure group, walked a few steps quickly, followed up and said,
"Petey, I also want to exchange for 2 magic weapons that I have handy."
Businessman Pie rubbed his forehead with his hands and said casually,
"Well, there are not too many magic weapons that can be redeemed on the merit list. You can come with me to see which one you choose, and I will communicate with you."
When he saw Hayes, the leader of the adventure group, stopping, he explained again,
"Actually, many high-quality magic weapons have been exchanged for almost all, and some of the remaining weapons are relatively unpopular.
So don't expect too much.
The group of people walked to the gate of the military camp. The businessman Pied immediately walked a few steps to the guard at the gate and whispered a few words to the guard. After the infantry soldier glanced at Hayes casually, he loudly ordered,
"You can't all go in. Only 5 people can enter. When walking in the camp, remember to keep to the right. You can't look around, make loud noises, or feel free to walk into the camps of each infantry regiment."
Hayes asked 2 members to carry Coffee, who had injured his leg, and entered the military camp with him, while the others rested outside the camp. After entering the military camp, Hayes discovered that the tents in the camp were divided into square grids. The businessman Pied was very familiar with it. He led them directly to the wooden house of the medical team. A girl in a white dress came up to her. She first asked about Kofi's injury, then checked a little, and then said,
"Leave him to us. You can wait outside for a while."
When the girl in the white skirt saw Hayes handing over an evil ghost head, she quickly covered her nose, pointed to the wooden box at the door and said,
"Put it in there. The other expenses will have to be paid after the injury is cured."
"Oh,
The injury is not serious, so maybe 50 silver coins will be enough."
After saying that, he and another woman in a white dress carried the stretcher into the wooden house. Businessman Pied turned around and said,
"You can leave one person here to wait, and the rest of you will follow me to the merit list."
Captain Hayes followed the businessman Petter to the notice board at the entrance of the canteen. There was a group of infantry soldiers crowded here, and everyone was talking privately. 2 soldiers from the logistics department were currently copying the list of names that had not yet dried the ink, posted on notice board. Businessman Pied quickly squeezed forward and stood behind the crowd, tiptoeing to look at the notice board. Captain Hayes followed Petter. Before he could ask, he heard a soldier in the crowd whisper,
"Hurry up and call out Amos Gregory and the others. The merit list has been updated. They don't want to exchange for Crimson."
"The sword? If you want to change it, you have to hurry up. This thing is a hot commodity now."
Chapter 1444 Aphrodite's Invitation. The top 10 rewards on the merit exchange list can only be redeemed with a merit value of more than 100,000. The primary power type magic pattern structure ranked first has a redemption merit value of up to 110,000. And the magic pattern structure ranked next is ranked first. Every time the number decreases by 1, the exchange merit value will be reduced by 1,000. Only one of the 11th rank ghost shields has been redeemed, and the rest are still on the merit exchange list, and no one cares about them. These ghost shields are not known for their sturdiness and defense value on the battlefield, but for the ghost warriors. As long as they see someone raising the evil ghost shield, they will howl and rush forward desperately. It is simply a magical weapon of crowd ridicule. Looking further back, the names of various magic weapons are filled with names, and the detailed parameters and strengthening magic patterns of the weapons are written in the remarks column at the back. The value of such magic weapons is generally around 30 to 50 gold. Converted into performance value, it is between 3,000 and 5,000. The last page of the redemption list was filled with all kinds of miscellaneous items. There were no healing potions, but there were 3 bottles of expensive mental potions and some detoxification potions. The bottom of the merit exchange list still says that 100 merit points can be exchanged for 1 gold coin, and 700 merit points can be exchanged for 1 magic crystal. For now, unless they are really short of money, few warriors will exchange gold coins. And the meaning of it being written on the merit list is more like giving a real value to these merit points. Businessman Pied looked at the merit list filled with magic weapons, turned around, pulled Captain Hayes out of the crowd, and whispered,
"Did you see the merit value here? 100 merit points can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. There is a corresponding exchange merit value behind each magic weapon. But don't think that you can buy it with gold coins of the same value. Which one do you choose? I will privately help you contact the infantry soldiers in the military camp who have enough merit points to trade. Usually,
you can buy it with a price increase of about 25%, and you need to pay me a commission of 5%.
Captain Hayes silently calculated in his heart that if the price was increased by 30%, the price of these magic weapons would be lower than the prices sold in Handanar City. But they would also be very limited, even if they were of excellent quality. There are also good and bad things. Before you see the weapon, everything is still unknown. The adventure group had indeed damaged several weapons while hunting evil ghosts in the mountains recently. It was for this reason that Captain Hayes came here, because of their reputation. Many new weapons have appeared on the merit exchange list, and the space for choice has increased a lot. Thinking that he would continue to hunt demons in the mountains without a few weapons at hand, Captain Hayes gritted his teeth and said to the businessman Pied,
Okay. I want to exchange 2 of them and trade them with unidentified magic crystals. All the prizes are on the merit list. Except for the top 20 ones that I can't change. You can choose the others at will.
Businessman Pate said in a low voice. Captain Hayes then squeezed into the crowd again to see the magic weapons on the merit list. Not long after, an infantry soldier walked to the front of the merit list and registered with the quartermaster who was waiting there. Then the quartermaster turned around and erased the 125th place storm enchanted with wind control from the list. Longbow. When the quartermaster asked someone to take out the storm longbow and hand it to the infantry warrior, the arms of an iron-tied bow were engraved with gilded magic lines, and a trace of wind attribute came from the longbow, flowing upward and around. The infantry soldier happily tore open the oil paper wrapped around the long bow, and a brand new oil-soaked black iron long bow appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, there was an exclamation in the crowd. Although everyone knew that the magic weapons on the merit list were very precious and of high quality, they did not expect that a storm longbow would be so exquisite. They saw the infantry warrior carrying the longbow on his back. When he was about to leave, the quartermaster quickly called him to stop him.
Wait a minute. There are still things I haven't collected yet.
After saying that, he took a quiver from the assistant's hand, which was filled with arrows with black shafts and white feathers. The quartermaster handed the quiver to the infantry soldier, and then said,
in exchange for a storm longbow, attached a tube of fine iron arrows. If these arrows are used up, you can bring them to me to exchange them. 100 merits will be paid to 100 arrows.
The infantry soldier took the quiver very happily and left in a hurry. A group of infantry soldiers gathered in front of the merit list looked envious, and several more infantry soldiers were exchanged for magic weapons one after another. Captain Hayes took a fancy to the numbers of several magic weapons and quickly withdrew from the crowd to discuss with the businessman Pied. After hearing Captain Hayes report the numbers of the 4 magic weapons, Businessman Pied asked Captain Hayes to wait at the medical team while he walked into the camp. Captain Hayes returned to the medical team's cabin, only to find that Coffee and 2 other members of the adventure team were waiting outside the cabin. Although Coffee was still lying on the stretcher, his leg had been rebandaged with a hemostatic bandage. It seems that the whole person seems to be more energetic.
The treatment was completed so quickly?
Captain Hayes strode over and carefully observed Kofi's injured leg before asking. Kofi was in good spirits. He leaned on the stretcher, leaned over and said,
Yes, Captain.
If Captain Hayes hadn't insisted that the adventure group rush directly to the garrison camp of the Western Route Army, he would probably still be suffering on the way.
How do you feel?
Captain Hayes asked. Coffee touched the injured leg through the bandage with his hand and said to Captain Hayes,
The wound is a little itchy. The medical officer said that you can walk normally in the afternoon. But if you want to run and do strenuous exercise, it will take at least 3 days.
Captain Hayes also didn't expect that Kofi's injuries could recover so quickly, and the medical fee was just as the girl in white said, except for an evil devil's head.
He only paid 35 silver coins. That's all. In fact, Captain Hayes has always wanted to find a water magician to join his adventure group. It doesn't matter if the benefits are better. Unfortunately, he has not been able to find one for so long. There are too few water magicians in the Magic Academy. And for every magician who graduates from the academy, the best batch will stay in the Ivory Tower to engage in magic research, or join the Magic Union law enforcement team. Almost all the remaining magicians were targeted by the noble lords, who hoped that their daughters in the family could marry a magician. Therefore, there are very few magicians left who are willing to join the adventure group, and it becomes even more difficult to find a water mage among these magicians. Now Captain Hayes discovered that there was a medical team in the Western Route Army camp, and was willing to accept injured members of the adventure group. He felt that this was actually better. Not only did he save a lot of money, but the injured members of the group could also receive treatment. The only inconvenient thing is that the adventure group cannot stay too far away from this legion. I didn't want to stay away in the first place. Everyone came here to hunt evil spirits and become demon hunters. Now that the conditions here are so good, hunting evil spirits is far more comfortable than going into the wilderness to hunt monsters. And the black magic crystal is more valuable. A few people chatted for a while outside the wooden house of the medical team. Unexpectedly, many wounded people were sent here one after another. Almost all the infantry soldiers in the military camp were carried in directly. After waiting for a while, Businessman Pied finally brought back 2 magic weapons selected by Captain Hayes. The 2 parties completed the deal right at the gate of the medical team. What makes Captain Hayes very happy is that these two magic swords are of excellent quality. At the same time, Captain Hayes has a little regret. That is, he regrets not taking this opportunity to change to two more magic weapons. Then the businessman Pied left the camp with Captain Hayes and his party. Winter in Helensa City. Once the moist airflow from the endless sea collides with the cold wind blowing from the ice and snow tundra. Heavy snow will fall in the sky. In this small mountain city, all the buildings are closely connected, and every snowfall makes the whole city more interesting. Narrow lanes have been cleared on the streets, and there is waist-deep snow everywhere. At this time, carriages can only park in their own yards. There are always some castles and snow walls made of snow on the streets and in the parks. Aphrodite wrapped herself in a soft fox fur coat and wore a thick mink hat on her head. Walking in Highland, on the streets of Saw City, no one would think she was a succubus. In the Green Empire, people's understanding of demons is almost the same as that of angels. Angels should have one or more pairs of flawless white wings, while demons' wings are flesh wings. Without her devil wings, Aphrodite mingled among the crowd, and with her devil horns hidden in her hat, she could wander around the city. She even boldly walked around the magic district in the city today and brought the magic herbs that Soldak had exchanged from the aboriginal village in the northern part of Mayun Ridge to the magician Lance. This friend of Surdak now owns an independent magic laboratory in the Helensa Magic Guild. Surdak asked Lance to help him refine a batch of healing potions. Aphrodite came here to deliver the magical herbs. After these healing potions are refined, they will become the most precious rewards on the merit list. After handing these magic herbs to Lance, Aphrodite walked straight along Durandal Street. When passing the Knight Academy, Aphrodite was still standing outside the academy wall, looking in through the iron railings. Overlook. She knew that Darcy Christie had served as a swordsmanship instructor at this academy. The playground is full of snow, and groups of young students are lined up in square formations, running around the playground. Little Peter should be in a certain team. This child is a little special. He actually gave up the opportunity to become a magician and walked with great persistence. Entered this Knight Academy. The whole college is filled with youthful atmosphere. She stood here for a while, then continued walking forward. The house Natasha, old Sheila, and the others' rent is on this street, and Aphrodite's rented house is opposite their house. But the yard gate is on the next street. Aphrodite stood at the gate and saw Natasha actually cleaning the snow in the yard. She was wearing a thick sweater and woolen skirt, holding a shovel in her hand, cleaning her house alone. There was snow in the yard, and my turned-up nose was red from the cold. Where does she look like the wife of a plain lord? Tuck, tuck, tuck. Aphrodite knocked on the wooden fence of the door with her hand. Natasha heard the sound outside the door, stood up straight, and looked towards the door.
Miss Aphrodite, is that you?
Although Aphrodite had almost no interaction with Natasha when they were in Wall Village, they had met each other, so Natasha recognized Surdak's mysterious subordinate immediately. She could still clearly remember that when this woman who liked to wear black robes first came to Wall Village. She lived in the security station of the guard camp for a while, and often went to the ridge of the barren ridge, and sat there all day long. Later, I heard from Luke that she had moved to Pussy Mountain, and Natasha did not expect to see her again in the city of Helensa. She was much whiter than before, and her exposed skin had a pearly luster.
Mrs. Natasha, do you still remember me?
Aphrodite forced a smile and said in surprise. In fact, looking from the north window of the attic where she lived, she could see Natasha and little Peter almost every day, and there was nothing surprising about talking to her. Natasha opened the door, invited Aphrodite into the house, and made her a cup of tea. Aphrodite held the teacup and blew a breath, then raised her head and said to Natasha, who was sitting opposite,
I am here to visit you this time, because I want to invite you to do the Warcraft materials business together.
Natasha looked stunned. She never thought that not long after she moved to Helensa, someone would actually invite her to do business together. She is the kind of woman who is self-aware and very timid and cautious. She is worried that some of her inappropriate choices will bring trouble to Soldak. So she smiled politely and refused without hesitation.
I'm very sorry. I don't know how to do business.
Aphrodite seemed to have known that Natasha would say this. She smiled and said,
Don't refuse in a hurry. Aren't you ready to understand the origin of these Warcraft materials first? Origin?
Natasha repeated hesitantly.
These Warcraft materials from the Warsaw Plain belong to Lord Soldak. He transported these Warcraft materials to Helensa City and also wanted to sell these Warcraft materials through here. And I will be specifically responsible for this. Something,
Aphrodite said to Natasha.
But of course, I can't do it alone. I need a helper. An absolutely trustworthy helper. So you came to me?
Natasha thought this was a bit ridiculous. Aphrodite said sincerely.
That's right. I hardly know anyone in Helensa city.
Then she added,
Sir Cerdak also knows about this matter. And it was he who suggested it to me.
Natasha didn't believe it. But she didn't say it out loud. She just said politely to Aphrodite,
If possible, let me think about it. Of course, I will come back tomorrow, and I will bring the letter written by Soldak.
After Aphrodite finished speaking, she put down the teacup in her hand and left. In fact, she didn't have any other ideas. She just wanted Natasha to live a more fulfilling life this winter. At the same time, she also needs to get into the lives of Natasha and little Peter. Chapter 1445 Dragon on the Battlefield. The dazzling sunlight shines through the gap between the white gauze curtains and falls on the bronze oak floor. In the living room, the floor-length clock made a ticking mechanical sound. And on the hanger in the fireplace nearby, a silver kettle made a hissing sound. Aphrodite sat on the leather sofa and handed an official letter on parchment to Natasha. There was still vermilion paint on the envelope that had not been completely removed. The seal of the Bena Military Department and the stamps on the envelope make this letter seem precious.
This letter is sent back from the Warsaw Plain. It may be faster through the Bena Military Channel. Ordinary letters from home may be much slower than this. As this letter is sent to Helensa City, it will be faster.
There is a batch of Warcraft materials. I rented a warehouse in the Magic District, and this batch of goods is temporarily stored there,
Aphrodite said. A ray of sunlight shone on Aphrodite, making her feel warm. Old Sheila was lying drowsily on the wicker chair. She looked even older. Her sagging skin was covered with age spots, and even every breath seemed laborious. In the morning, little Peter heard that Soldak had sent a letter back, and he still complained that he didn't want to go to school. In the end, he was scolded by old Sheila before running to the night academy. Natasha felt a little uncomfortable when she saw the letter written by Soldak. During the more than half a year of her expedition to the Warsaw Plain, she had not been able to wait for half a piece of paper from Cerdak. Instead, the Aphrodite lady received such a semi-official letter, and she did not understand the imperial text on it at all. I don't know, but I don't know what was written. Aphrodite pretended not to know and drank a cup of black tea made by Natasha. She then stood up and said,
I'm going to choose a store in the Magic District in the afternoon. I've already made an appointment with the Chamber of Commerce. There are 3 stores waiting to be transferred, and I want to choose one of them.
She was about to say goodbye to Natasha, but before leaving, she couldn't help but ask,
Are you interested in going together?
Without waiting for Natasha to answer, Aphrodite said again,
The meaning of Lord Cerdak's letter is that he hopes to capture the profits from the transaction of this batch of magic materials. Even if you do not participate in the operation of the trading company, the profits from the trading company will still belong to you.
Natasha didn't expect this to be written in Soldak's letter. She blinked and said at a loss,
I don't need that much money. This house has already been bought. The money he left is enough for daily expenses. What's the use of me having so much money?
She held the hem of her skirt with her hands, feeling that life like this was already pretty good. When I was starving in the thatched house in Wall Village, I never thought that one day I would be able to live in such a beautiful big house. I could just sit in the living room and bask in the sun every day. The white bread on the dining table has become the most ordinary food. Every morning when she got up from bed, she would stare at the ceiling for a while. Now someone suddenly wanted to do business with her. Natasha was a little flustered and really didn't know what she could do.
This money can be left to little Peter in the future, after he graduates from the Knight Academy. No matter what he does in the future, he will need to save a sum of money.
Aphrodite squinted her eyes and glanced at the bed lying on the bed. Old Sheila on the wicker chair. Her heavy breathing seemed to have become lighter at this moment. Natasha's eyes lit up when she heard Aphrodite say this.
Okay then,
she said. Aphrodite said with a smile.
Would you like to go check out the store with me this afternoon?
Natasha glanced at old Sheila hesitantly and said nothing. The cook took a week's leave and has not come back yet. There is no one to take care of old Sheila, and she is a little worried.
Go. Natasha has me at home.
Old Scylla spoke with some difficulty, as if there was something blocked in her throat, and every breath she took was loud. But she still said to Natasha,
Well, I will come back as soon as possible.
Natasha nodded in agreement. Aphrodite on the opposite side bowed to old Sheila and said,
This winter is really too cold. You need to take good care of yourself.
Old Sheila closed her eyes, lying on the wicker chair, and muttered,
Who says it's not the case? It's so cold after it snows.
A heavy armored infantry regiment marched out of the garrison camp in 4 columns. On the battlefield in front of the valley, 6 heavy armored infantry regiments have been deployed, with nearly 10,000 infantry warriors following 3,000 soldier ants. The formation presents 5 arrows and rushes towards the evil ghost army. Andrew, Samira, Gary Decker, Wolf Nightego, and Gulitem each led a heavy armored infantry regiment. In the infantry regiment, they mainly resisted the evil generals who were rampaging on the battlefield. Only these second-level experts had the strength to compete with these evil generals. 2 groups of constructed knights were hidden on the left and right flanks of the military formation. Their main task was to outflank or cut off the rear.
This was the first time that Surdak organized such a large war after returning from the northern mountains of Mayun Ridge. Small-scale battles with the Evil Ghost Legion have been taking place every day recently. Every day, some wounded people are carried into the medical team tent. Surdak found that the Evil Ghost warriors from the Evil Ghost Legion were constantly rushing down from the top of Mayun Ridge. This is a small-scale battle, even if there are some casualties among the evil ghosts. But the number of evil ghosts is large. Even if there are casualties, reinforcements of evil ghosts will be quickly added. In contrast, the reinforcements of the Western Route Army are probably still on standby in the garrison camp outside Benas City. Therefore, every time a soldier of the West Route Army is killed in battle, the military strength will be weakened. Surdak did not intend to spend time with these evil ghosts. And the reason why he dared to dispatch so many troops at once was because there was a mage bombing group in the sky to deter the evil ghosts, so that this group of evil ghosts don't dare to gather too much on the battlefield. In this way, the heavy armored infantry who cooperate with the soldier ants will have a certain advantage in front of the evil spirits. 3,000 ghost-marked soldier ants stepped across a large area of scorched earth in the valley. Almost every inch of the land here was blown up by explosive barrels. Countless evil ghost limbs and broken arms were buried in the soil. The front row of ghost-patterned soldier ants was like a wave, lapping at the front row of the evil ghost camp. The evil ghost warriors waved their war blades in their hands and chopped off the hard heads of the soldier ants one after another. The soldier ants spit out acidic liquid, and their nearly 4-foot-long fangs were extremely hard. A soldier ant opened its fangs, and the protruding blades on the fangs suddenly locked the war blade in the hands of the evil warrior. And the next moment, the evil ghost who rushed up from behind stabbed the hard skull of the soldier ant with his fist sword, while the infantry soldier, following the soldier ant, thrust his spear into the evil ghost's heart. Several soldier ants supported the evil ghost in front of them, and kept pushing forward with their 6 outriggers. They were not much stronger than the evil ghost, but their 6 legs could alternately exert force. As long as the evil ghost could not breathe, they would move forward. It will be pushed back frequently by the soldier ants. Gulitem was sandwiched among several soldier ants. He swung the big stick in his hand and knocked an evil ghost to the ground. The shield warrior at the back quickly rushed forward with the tower shield on his head, allowing his companions to chop off the head with long horns while the evil ghost was fainting. The ferocious appearance of the evil ghost made these infantry soldiers a little frightened when they first saw it. Now that they have seen it many times, they realize that the dead evil ghost's head is actually no different from the cabbage in the vegetable field. He ran the knife along the edge, inserted it into the gap, and cut it hard, and the windlass will fall off. When the evil generals on the opposite side discovered that the West Route Army had sent many second-level warriors to join the battle, and that the 5 fronts in this valley were all collapsing, several evil generals hiding in the woods on the opposite hillside were able to carry the war blade. He strode down the hillside. Samira, who was hiding behind the military formation, waved to the crossbowmen on both sides, and 30 crossbows were dragged forward by the ant cavalry. The crossbowmen shook the capstans in their hands vigorously to pull the bowstring of the bed crossbow, and another archer positioned the crossbow arrows in the arrow trough. When the evil general strode to the battlefield, the bed crossbow was also pulled up from behind the military formation. Following Samira's order, 30 crossbows fired a wave of crossbow arrows at the evil ghost formation. The huge buzzing and sonic boom attracted the attention of almost all the evil ghosts on the battlefield. In the past, magic crossbow arrows worth 50 silver coins have never been used on the battlefield. This kind of crossbow arrows with double magic patterns of penetration and sharpness is the highest grade crossbow arrow that can be found on the market. 1 gold coin only costs enough to buy 2. When Surdak took out these crossbow arrows this time, he just took the gold coins and smashed them into the faces of these evil ghost warriors. While the evil ghost warriors in the front row were entangled with the soldier ants, the evil ghost warriors in the back began to run faster. Only by strangulating with the soldier ants could they avoid the air attack of the mage group. Therefore, on the battlefield, the evil ghost warriors in the front row once the evil ghost collides with the soldier ants. The evil ghost behind will rush forward desperately. Even if there is a rain of arrows falling in front of them, they will rush forward regardless of it. In the past, it was just some ordinary arrows, and the evil ghosts could resist them with their hard bone armor. But this time, the evil ghosts did not expect that the human army on the opposite side would pull the crossbow onto the battlefield. And a wave of giant crossbow arrows were fired, suddenly penetrated the bodies of a large group of evil ghost warriors. The moment those giant crossbow arrows came into contact with the evil ghost warrior's body, the sharp arrow tips immediately penetrated the bone armor, and a puff of purple blood exploded on the battlefield. There was even a giant crossbow arrow that shot through two evil ghosts at the same time. Warrior situation. A series of pop sounds sounded on the battlefield. In the chaos, several evil generals had to increase their running speed to the extreme. Aura of power. Aura of enthusiasm. The shadow of a seraph appeared behind Serdek, as the blessings of light and sound sounded like the sound of nature. A golden light pillar fell from the sky, and a pair of golden light wings appeared on Serdek's back. Rage of revenge. On the battlefield, the 7 evil ghost generals were all focused on the dazzling light pillar on the battlefield at this moment, and Serdek under the light pillar became the focus of the entire battlefield. The evil generals immediately gave up their previously selected targets and rushed towards Serdek's location. These evil ghost generals were also burning with layers of thick black flames, and the war blades in their hands also made a buzzing sound. Andrew, Gulitem, Tego and Gary Decker quickly moved closer to Serdek, and the battlefield became extremely chaotic. Serdek was very eager to give the evil ghost warriors a hard blow this time, so a huge summoning circle appeared under his feet again, and dragon language runes continued to spit out from his mouth. Call to war. The huge blood-colored magic circle spread outward at Serdek's feet, and a giant void door appeared out of thin air above Serdek's head. The moment the door opened, a sound that penetrated the valley came from inside the door. Dragon roars. A giant dragon covered with red scales jumped out of the gate, and Serdek quickly jumped on its back. The red dragon Iser flapped its wings and flew up. Its huge wings flapped violently a few times, and the red dragon swept forward. After a loud dragon roar came out of its throat, streaks of golden color appeared from the gaps between the scales on its chest and abdomen. The light surged out along with a hot wave of energy. The red dragon Iser didn't even have much time to brew before he blew out a breath of dragon breath towards the evil ghost legion's camp. The scorching lava flame swayed down and immediately ignited the bodies of hundreds of evil ghosts. The 3 evil generals who rushed towards them rushed towards the left and right sides in a panic, and fell into the scorched black soil, barely escaping the breath of the dragon. On the contrary, an evil general behind, who wanted to catch up, was hit by Iser's dragon breath. Countless flames burned on the evil general's body, and the flames immediately completely enveloped their bodies. Those evil ghost warriors, who were buried in the sea of fire, were also struggling in the sea of fire. Serdek didn't know the martial arts of a dragon knight, and stood on the dragon's back without any means of attack. He waited for Israel to pass in front of an evil ghost general, then jumped from the dragon's back with his shield in hand. Down! It hit the evil spirit general like a cannonball. When the shield hit the evil ghost general, the joints of the evil ghost general's body made snapping sounds frequently. Serdek gave the evil general no chance to fight back. The broad sword in his hand thrust out from under the shield with a faint holy light. While the evil ghost general was still in shock, he was successfully attacked by Serdek. The whole long sword was almost completely inserted into the evil ghost general's chest and abdomen. The wings composed of light and sound behind Serdek suddenly dissipated. He was afraid that the evil spirit general was not completely dead, so he stepped on his chest with one foot, held the long horn on his head with one hand, and chopped off the evil spirit general's head with his sword. The red dragon Iser circled in the sky, twisted away the spears thrown into the air by the evil ghost warriors, turned around and breathed another wave of dragon breath. Originally, under the attack of the soldier ants, the evil ghost army's offensive formation seemed a bit shaky this time. Now there is a red dragon that is unscrupulously spitting fire everywhere and wreaking havoc in the sky. The last bit of fighting will of this group of evil ghost warriors has also been destroyed by that mouth. The flames erupted without a trace. On the battlefield, an evil ghost warrior suddenly turned around and ran towards the forest behind. Immediately afterwards, the companions beside the evil ghost warrior also turned around and ran away. The rush to escape began to sweep across the entire battlefield. The evil general, who was scattered by the dragon's breath, got up from the ground in a panic. He was about to use his short flying spear to deal with a red dragon in the sky, when he saw countless evil warriors fleeing. Chapter 1446 Shop. Israel is the kind of evil dragon that is unforgiving. When it saw the evil ghost defeated by a dragon's breath, it flapped its dragon wings and pounced on the evil general, who had just gotten up from the ground. The evil general held a war blade in his hand. As soon as he got up from the ground, he was knocked down by the two-headed ogre Gulitum. He hurriedly used the sharp blade in his hand to block the critical blow with the big stick. The muscles all over the ghost general's body bulged, and under the violent impact, the bone armor on his body continued to crack. The two-headed ogre's skin is covered with rock patterns, and every time it takes a step forward, the big stick in its hand will strike. The evil general was a little tired of dealing with it, and his arched legs were trembling. Every blow from Gulitum would make him take a step back, leaving clear footprints on the battlefield. What made the evil general the most desperate was that the red evil dragon above his head circled in the air for half a circle, then dived and landed on top of his head. Its claws like iron hooks firmly grasped its spine, and its huge dragon head, he leaned down and took a mouthful of the evil spirit general's head. The two-headed ogre swung his big stick and knocked the war blade out of his hand. Yisel shook his head violently and actually tore the evil ghost general in half. Israel lifted up the two bloody corpses and flew them into the air, then threw the body of the evil ghost general from midair. The evil ghost warriors saw their leader being torn to pieces by the evil dragon, and they lost all their courage. Disillusioned, a large number of evil ghost warriors turned around and fled to the dense forest at the foot of Moiling Mountain behind them. The ghost-striped soldier ants followed closely behind them, chasing them all the way. After the red dragon Iser tore apart 3 evil ghost generals, he flapped his wings and flew high again, letting out a loud dragon roar in midair. The next moment, a huge void door appeared in front of it. It looked at the evil ghost warriors, who were fleeing on the battlefield with some reluctance, then plunged into the void gate and disappeared. On the battlefield, nearly 10,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers raised their heads and watched the red dragon Iser leave with dull expressions. This was not the first time for many infantry soldiers to see Iser appear, but every time it appeared, the kind of dragon power exuded suppressed the entire battlefield. Burning flames were left on the battlefield, and the intense burning heat wave could be felt from a distance of more than 10 meters. Some demons whose bodies were covered in flames rolled in pain on the ground. When the ghost-striped soldier ants behind them caught up, they were cut in half by the sharp fangs. The ghost-striped soldier ants seemed to have a special obsession with any prey. That is, they must spray a mouthful of acid rot and then decompose the prey. The infantry soldiers at the back couldn't keep up with the pursuit of the soldier ants. They were wearing heavy, full coverage armor, and they were like tin cans. They didn't dare to get too close to the walls of fire on the battlefield, and could only go around the sides of the battlefield. Seeing the evil ghost warriors retreating into the dense forest, the druids also began to summon all the pursuing ghost-marked soldier ants. Only when the heavy armored infantry soldiers caught up behind them did the ghostly patterned soldier ants advance towards the dense forest again. A large number of evil ghost warriors gathered at the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Ridge. For evil ghost generals covered in blood reorganized a line of defense here to counterattack the soldier ants chasing from behind. The battle lasted for a whole day, until all the evil ghost warriors passed through the Nanlu mountain pass and retreated to the depths of Mayun Ridge. The army only caught up to the mountain pass and stopped, although you can see the former battlefield after climbing over the mountain pass in front. Soldak has always restrained the obsession in his heart, and does not want to let the heavy armored infantry regiment easily enter Mayun Ridge. Andrew and the Wolf Knight Tygo they were all red-eyed, and prepared to lead 2 teams of construct knights to pursue them along the mountain road. But they were stopped by the mage group on the back of the mountain pass. 3 magicians rode magic harpoons and kept approaching Andrew while flying, shouting at him, "Captain Andrew, Commander Surdak orders you to stop the pursuit, and all the construct knights return." Andrew looked at the evil ghost warriors retreating on the gentle mountain road. He waved the riding crop in his hand unwillingly and shouted hysterically to his subordinates, "Withdraw," until Andrew led the constructed knights back from the mountain pass. He was still cursing, complaining that the magician Avid was meddling in his own business. The infantry soldiers behind had already begun to clean the battlefield, and the constructed knights led by Andrew returned from the battlefield. Almost all the constructed knights were gently tugging on the reins of their war horses at this moment, and the war horses that still had some energy left in unison neighed in unison in the open space. Surdak had a gloomy face. There was a sheepskin map around Mayun Ridge spread out on a rock in front of him. When he saw Andrew jump off the horse, he turned around and pointed at the Mayun Ridge pass in the distance, coldly treating him. Faye said.
Do you still remember what I told you about the Battle of Moyonling? At the beginning, in order to win this battle, the Bena army mobilized 5,000 heavy cavalry and 2 constructing knights. This mountain road deep into Moyun Ridge was built by us. The evil ghost warriors could not stop the heavy cavalry. We charged forward from the mountain pass until we rushed into a valley halfway up the mountainside deep in Moyun Ridge. The evil ghosts came out from behind, first crushing the catapult camp and the crossbow camp, and then the 5,000 heavy the cavalry is blocked in the canyon. They then blocked the Nanlu Mountain Pass here, and blocked all the heavy armored infantry regiments in the Moyonling Mountain Pass. The 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment I served in was completely destroyed in that battle. None of the infantry soldiers of the entire infantry regiment survived.
Speaking of this, Soldak glared at Andrew and asked him,
You only have a team of 500 constructed knights. So what confidence do you have to rush into someone else's prepared pocket?
Seeing that Soldak was angry, Andrew didn't dare to say anything anymore. The ghost-patterned soldier ants chased them all the way to the mountain pass at the southern foot of Moyun Mountain, because a large number of evil ghosts had previously crowded the mountain pass. Some evil ghosts failed to cross the mountain pass from here, and instead fled to the mountains on both sides. The mountains on both sides are almost all steep cliffs, and the evil ghost warriors cannot climb over the cliffs and return to Moyun Ridge. Serdek asked someone to tell the news to the adventure group resting nearby. Before nightfall, when Soldak led the heavy armored infantry regiment back to the garrison camp, groups of adventure groups appeared out of nowhere and took advantage of the darkness to pour into the dense forest on the south side of the mountain pass. When tracking and hunting in the mountains and dense forests, the adventure group has far more advantages than the scout team in the Legion. Durimble Street is close to the front of a store not far from the Knight Academy. This area belongs to the magic district of Helensa City. This store was originally a magic herbal shop. For years ago, the owner's supply of goods suddenly stopped. This magic shop, the herbal medicine store, closed down after holding on for half a year. Later, the shop owner invited a magic pharmacist and opened a magic potion store here, which he has continued to this day. Aphrodite and Natasha pushed the door open and found that there was a counter nearly 6 meters long across the entire store. There were 7 rows of vertical shelves behind the counter. However, these oak shelves were filled with dusty items, wooden boxes and barrels. Only a few bottles of antidote potions were placed on the cabinet behind the shop owner. Seeing the bleak situation inside the shop, Aphrodite walked up to the shop owner.
How can I help you? I only have this little antidote potion left here, and all other potions are out of stock.
The shop owner said casually, without even raising his eyelids. Just listening to the footsteps, Aphrodite's voice was a little hoarse.
We came from the Helensa Chamber of Commerce. I heard that this shop is going to be sold.
The shopkeeper suddenly raised his head and saw a beautiful face appearing across the counter, being stared at by a succubus. Even if he didn't use charm and hypnosis, the shop owner actually didn't have a good time. Those eyes were like 2 bottomless cold pools. And he even ignored that beautiful face. He asked in a daze.
These 2 ladies want to take over my pharmacy store? No. We are going to open a magic materials store here.
Natasha's voice sounded from the side, and the shop owner suddenly woke up. The shopkeeper looked again at Aphrodite, who was wearing a black robe, and then at Natasha next to him. His mind immediately began to spin. And then he said,
This is a magic district. It's no problem to open a magic materials store. I bought this store from a magician for 15 magic crystals. Since you guys want to buy it, I really don't want to either. If you continue to do this, I can sell it to you at the original price.
In fact, the shop owner just wanted to say a few more words to calm himself down again, so that he could have a good deal with these 2 women. It is true that his pharmacy store cannot continue to operate, since someone wants to take over. He wants to sell it at a good price. He did spend 15 magic crystals to buy this shop. But after so many years, the house has become very old. Helensa City's economy has been in recession in recent years, and many shops in the magic district have closed down. The stores here are no longer worth so much. The shop owner continued.
But I still have to tell you the rules here in advance. This place belongs to the magic district of Helensa City. All commercial activities must be related to magic. Otherwise, there will be trouble with the magic union.
In fact, he also wanted to mention that there are so many containers in this store, and there is a warehouse in the back, a small attic above, and nearly 50 flower pots on the terrace next to the attic. Although in winter, the plants in these flower pots are all gone. It has withered, but the roots are still in the pot, and the flowers and plants will grow back next spring. Before he could say these introductions, He saw Aphrodite take out a bag, and there was a crashing sound like stones from inside. Aphrodite opened her pocket, took out a handful of magic crystals, and placed them in front of the shopkeeper. 1, 2, 3 and 15. She didn't bother to talk to the shop owner anymore. So she took out a magic contract from her arms and hastily wrote the words, "Transfer of the shop," on it. When she pushed the magic crystal to the shop owner, the magic contract scroll was also pushed to the shop owner. Before, the shop owner found that he had prepared a speech, and before he even had time to speak, the other party had already prepared the money and the magic contract. Since there was no dispute over the price of the store transfer, the store owner put the magic crystals in his pocket and signed the magic scroll readily.
"The things here are of no use to me anymore. Keep what you can use, and throw away what you don't need. I'll just take these bottles of potions with me,"
the shopkeeper said with some regret. He put the bottles of antidote potion behind him into a suitcase, then took the suitcase, said goodbye to Aphrodite and Natasha, and strode away happily without looking back. Natasha discovered that it took Aphrodite less than a quarter of an hour from entering to buying the shop. Aphrodite didn't even bother to look at the dusty counter. She leaned beside the counter, turned to Natasha and said,
"We need a name for the store. What do you think it should be called?"
Natasha frowned and thought for a while before tentatively asking,
"Since we sell Warcraft materials. Otherwise, we should call it Wall Magic Materials Store." "Okay,"
Aphrodite agreed without thinking. Then she added,
"Tomorrow we will hire 2 more storekeepers, preferably from Wall Village. You can take care of this. In addition, I occasionally leave Helensa City for a period of time, so you need to remember the price of each product. It may be a little hard at the beginning, but you will get used to it later."
Aphrodite barely gave Natasha any chance to choose, and continued,
"From now on, I will bring a batch of magic materials for sale every morning. Since it is our own shop, I can't get up so early in the morning, so I will open it at 10 o'clock in the morning. I can't open it too late in the afternoon. 2 o'clock it's just right when the clock closes. You come to collect the bill after having afternoon tea every day, and then close the door."
Although Natasha has never opened a store, she has at least visited some businesses. She has not found any business that only opens for 4 hours at noon. Neither the banks nor the city hall in Helensa do this. However, she has a gentle personality. Since Aphrodite said so, she nodded and agreed.
"All right."
Aphrodite patted her chest and took out a milky white potion bottle from her arms. This glass bottle looked like a test tube. The port was sealed with a cork and covered with a layer of beeswax. The liquid inside like diluted milk. Aphrodite handed the vial to Natasha, and then said,
"By the way, this bottle of stamina potion is for you. You can take it back and give it to Mrs. Sheila. Well, you can divide this bottle of potion into 15 parts when you go back. Just drink a little bit of it after dinner every day."
Aphrodite used her finger to indicate the amount of a dose. Natasha took the potion and looked at it carefully for a long time. After confirming that she had written down what Aphrodite said word for word, she said,
"Okay. Thanks." "Don't thank me. These were sent back by Cernak."
Aphrodite waved her hand casually and said nonchalantly, "This winter, old Sheila's health was very bad. The most she did every day was to sit in front of the fireplace and warm herself up, and then fell asleep. She only drank some oatmeal in the morning and a little milk in the evening. She couldn't eat anything else." Natasha even felt that if old Sheila could no longer eat, her life might come to an end. This time Cernak gave her a bottle of stamina potion. Maybe old Sheila's body can recover. Chapter 1447 Those Gold Diggers. The Western Route Army won another victory at the mountain pass at the southern foot of Moyun Mountain. This head-to-head confrontation made the evil ghost army in Moyun Ridge completely understand that the Bina army in front of them was different from other armies. There were ghost-patterned soldier ants standing in front of the military formation, and there were mage groups in the air to deter them. The evil ghost army cannot take any advantage at all on the battlefield. What the senior officials of the evil ghost legion did not expect was that the Bina army did not take advantage of the opportunity to occupy the Moyunling Mountain Pass. Instead, after cleaning the battlefield, all the Bina army returned to the garrison camp on the hillside opposite the mountain pass. The evil ghost warriors were not in a hurry to recapture the mountain pass at the southern foot of Moyun Ridge, so a buffer zone was formed here. In the next few days, the adventure group that came from the forest camp with the Western Route Army, like fishing nets spread out, began to search for the evil spirits who ran into the mountains that day in the mountains at the foot of Moyunling Mountain. Ghost deserters. The adventurous group was lucky enough to gain something quickly. When the West Route Army returned to the garrison camp, they began to rest for several days. In addition to strengthening the city wall and cleaning up the battlefield in front of the valley, the West Route Army even sent fewer scout teams in the past few days. Surdak and Nika were busy for nearly 3 days before they treated all the injured infantry soldiers after the battle, although they won a big victory. For Surdak, the Western Route Army also suffered a lot of losses in this battle. Of the 3,000 ghost-striped soldier ants, only 1,000 came back alive from the battlefield, and nearly 2,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers suffered casualties. If such a battle lasted 20 games, even if they won consecutive victories, the West Route Army would not be able to survive. They will also be dragged down and crippled. The reinforcements from Handanar City could not be counted on at this time. So Surdak took back his troops and took advantage of the fact that the evil spirits did not dare to rush out of Mayun Ridge easily. Naturally, he had to take good care of them. Take a break. The mission assigned by Duke Newman to Surdak was to drag the evil ghost army on the Mayun Ridge to the north of the Daer Mountain. The loot captured in this war was also extremely rich. Every victory would allow the soldiers participating in the war to gain a large sum of money. Half of the rewards in the just updated merit exchange list were redeemed on the night of the war. Almost all of these magic weapons were purchased in bulk by Surdak from the Helensa Trading Company. Surdak did not increase the price on this basis. The magic weapons purchased in bulk were naturally of high quality and low price. Another point is that this is the Warsaw Plain. The freight cost for any materials shipped here will be a large amount. For Surdak, shipping costs are completely non-existent, as there were more and more empty boxes in the warehouse. Selena began to urge Surdak to update the merit exchange list again. After finishing the trivial matters in the military camp, Surdak walked through the Void Gate and arrived at the city of Helensa. Many people in Helensa knew Surdak, so he was not allowed to show up in public. This was why he never went back to visit Natasha and old Sheila. Seeing Natasha pushing open the courtyard door and walking in with a bottle of stamina potion, it wasn't long before the door was opened by little Peter. Natasha and little Peter said a few words at the door before walking into the house. The snow on the main street has been cleared, and 4-wheel trucks are now queuing up to transport the snow outside the city. Aphrodite stood in front of the glass window of the north attic, and Surdak looked away from the glass window.
I'm here this time to bring back a batch of magic weapons.
Surdak turned around and sat next to his daughter's cradle, stretching out a finger to rub her tender little face. The daughter was lying in the cradle, staring with big black grape-like eyes, and a transparent bubble came out of her mouth. Aphrodite said,
I know. Everything is ready.
Surdak was in a daze and asked Aphrodite,
When did the trading house in Helensa City become so efficient?
Aphrodite snorted and said matter-of-factly,
Of course, I asked them to stock up in advance. You don't know how much profit these 3 orders brought to that trading house. The entire trading house was renovated inside and out. It is estimated that the total sales volume of that trading house in the previous 3 years may not be greater than the transaction volume of these 3 orders.
Surdak didn't care about the fact that he saved a trading company with an order. He only cared about whether he could bring the supplies back to the Warsaw Plain as soon as possible.
Is the magic potion over there ready, Lance?
Surdak asked about those magic potions. Mainly healing potions. This time he planned to put some of the healing potions on the merit exchange list. Aphrodite took off the black robe she was wearing, revealing the thick woolen skirt underneath. She unbuttoned the buckle at the back of her neck, and the woolen skirt fell to her feet. She was only wearing a silk suspender skirt. He walked to the lounge chair next to the fireplace and sat down. Rather than warming herself by the fire, she preferred to take a nap by the lava pool, where the faint smell of sulfur would make her feel safer.
We are half ready. Your friend wants to discuss with you to prepare some more Lion King's power potions and spiritual potions. I heard that they are prepared for graduates of the Junior Magic Academy and the War Academy. These 2 potions can help the Magic Apprentice and Trainee Knight broke through the final bottleneck.
Aphrodite put her white arms under her head and stretched her body on the wicker chair, revealing her soft curves. Her wavy hair was hanging loose, and the devil's horns on her head were particularly eye-catching. Surdak was used to Aphrodite being like this. He thought for a while, and then said,
Oh, the quota of the potions that belong to me cannot be changed. The ones given to him are at his disposal. I only need healing potions and physical strength now.
Potion.
Aphrodite rolled her eyes and said,
Okay, I'll reject him tomorrow morning.
Surdak nodded and said,
Now that there is an extra bottle of healing potion, it is an additional safety guarantee for the soldiers. He cannot do anything wrong.
The first time old Sheila took the stamina potion, the effect was obvious. She actually drank a bowl of multigrain porridge cooked by Natasha during dinner. Even though the life at home has undergone earth-shaking changes, the dinner of old Sheila's family is still relatively simple. Except for the tall little Peter, who can see the steak every meal. Natasha occasionally cooks some multigrain porridge with white rice. Bread. After the city of Helensa entered winter, old Sheila rarely ate dinner, and basically drank half a glass of milk before going to bed. Unexpectedly, that small cup of stamina potion actually relieved her poor body. Seeing that old Sheila was in much better condition, little Peter sat by the fireplace and told old Sheila 2 jokes in a row. Warcraft materials are a scarce resource in the Bina province, although it is said that the Pagalos Mountains are rich in Warcraft. Compared to other large mountains in the Bina province, hunting Warcraft in the Pagalos Mountains is actually quite dangerous. The Warcraft materials that Aphrodite took out were almost all precious materials from 2nd and 3rd level Warcraft, although they are all sold in Helensa City. In terms of quality and price, Wall Magic Materials Store is better than other trading houses. Much better. Therefore, the business of Wall's Warcraft Materials Store has been good since it opened, and some magicians come here every day. Perhaps these magic materials are so popular. Every time Aphrodite gets the magic materials from the trading house, they are all sold out on the same day. And everyone also knows that this store opens at 10 in the morning and closes early at 2 in the afternoon. All customers who come to buy magic materials will rush over at this time. Natasha wanted to raise the prices of several magic materials, so that every time new goods arrived in the store, the customers who flocked to the store would not snap up all the magic materials. Aphrodite did not agree. According to Aphrodite, those unsold materials were easily stolen in stores. Since pricing can make money, there is nothing wrong with selling them faster. It didn't take long for the trading firm opened by Aphrodite and Natasha to become the famous half-day trading firm in the city of Helensa. 2 weeks after the victory of the West Root Army, the adventure groups who were scattered at the foot of Moiling Mountain to hunt evil spirits finally returned to the garrison camp one after another, except for the evil ghosts who escaped into the mountains alone and were cleaned up by the adventure group. The evil ghost army once again occupied the mountain pass at the southern foot of Moyun Mountain. After all, this is the south gate of Moyun Ridge. If the Western Root Army wants to enter Moyun Ridge, it must capture the Nanlu Mountain Pass. However, the top leaders of the Evil Ghost Legion never expected that Surdak had never thought about capturing Moyun Ridge at this time. During the recent period, the mages of the investigation team have been frequently entering and exiting the military camp. In addition to the mountainous area at the southern foot of Moyun Mountain, their investigation scope also includes the vast mountain forest to the north of Moyun Mountain. Therefore, Surdak still has a very good understanding of the situation of the aborigines of the northern mountain tribes. After Surdak provided sophisticated weapons and equipment to the indigenous people there, it became extremely difficult for the ghost warriors to enter the northern mountains for hunting. For the indigenous people, when the evil ghost warriors enter the northern mountains, they compete with them for the limited resources here. In particular, the wild beasts in this mountain range are almost extinct. Now if they want to hunt, the aborigines can only spend 5 or 6 days trekking to the wild land to the north. However, there are monsters over there, and it is very dangerous to hunt. Now the evil ghost hunting groups on Moyun Ridge not only want to take down a few cities in the northern mountains, but also a large number of evil ghost hunting groups have crossed the northern mountains and started to hunt in the wilderness. In this way, in addition to fighting with the original tribes, conflicts between residents continued, and they further began to compete for the limited resources in the mountains. The ancestral inheritance of the tribal aborigines here is relatively sound, and the strength of the tribal warriors is almost at the 2nd level, and it is completely worthwhile to fight against the evil ghost army head-on. There were several battles in the northern mountains. Although the native tribesmen lost many young warriors, the evil ghost army did not take any advantage, and even failed to capture a walled city. Perhaps the evil ghost army on Moyun Ridge is facing a two-front battle, and the food crisis has never been resolved. So the southern foot of Moyun Ridge has always seemed very peaceful. Although the news that the Western Root Army fought a victorious battle at the southern foot of Moyun Mountain did not spread, the fact that many adventure groups hunted evil spirits at the foot of Moyun Mountain in the northern part of Gander Mountain happened in Handanar City. There was an uproar here. After all, those unidentified black magic crystals did not appear out of thin air. There are still many foreign adventure groups and mercenary groups in Handanar City, as well as some warriors who have fled here from other counties.
Everyone has heard that going to the foot of Moyling Mountain is like fishing for gold from a gold mine. You don't even need to prepare anything. The capable warriors will be recruited by the adventure group on the spot. Also provides free weapons and armor. It is said that no evil spirit can cross Mount Gunnar alive now. Of course, in addition to rumors, a large number of shields made of evil ghost bones began to appear in the city of Helensa. And a lot of unidentified black magic crystals appeared in the underground market, which can be exchanged for merit and promoted to nobility. Black magic crystal is highly sought after by many noble lords, and the price once reached more than 30 gold coins per piece. Now in the underground market of Helensa city, the average price of unidentified black magic crystals is almost below 20 gold coins. More and more people heard that hunting ghost warriors was not difficult. So many convoys and horse teams appeared on the large meadow north of Helensa city. The people in the city seemed to be hot-headed. A large number of gold diggers poured towards Moyun Ridge to the north of the forest camp. Compared to the Western Route Army, which had won 2 consecutive victories, the Eastern Route Army guarding the Naroda fortress did not have such good luck. In fact, since the East Route Army's station is a fortress made of huge rocks, and this fortress is built at the entrance of the valley, if it is just for defense, the East Route Army has a great advantage. But Marquis Edmund Arnold couldn't sit still when he heard the news that Suldak led the Western Route Army to fight against the Evil Ghost Army, and won a great victory. The East Route Army's hasty attack allowed the Evil Ghost Army in the valley to seize the opportunity, and almost captured the Naroda fortress. A large number of adventure groups came to the foot of Moyling Mountain, and the defense of the Surdaxi Route Army became easier. The Evil Ghost Army was almost entirely located at the mountain pass of Moyling, and they did not dare to easily send the Evil Ghost team out to investigate. Seeing the Evil Ghost warriors huddled at the southern mountain pass, the group of demon hunters and the adventure group began to think of ways to lure these evil ghosts out. There were even some more daring adventure groups, who actually went to the forest area near the Nanlu Pass to poach. In just half a month, almost all the low shrubs and weeds on the slopes of the southern pass of Moyun Mountain were cleared. In order to prevent the adventure group from poaching, the evil spirits even cut down all the trees on the hillside. And when the evil spirits lost the cover of the woods, the hillside was exposed to the eyes of the magician bombing group. Just on the southern slope of the military camp, the tents set up by the adventure group and the business group have been connected into a large area. Many of the tents have some bone armors of evil ghost warriors hanging outside. Although these bone armors are not valuable, they are like a medal. Tell others that the owner of this tent is a demon hunter who has hunted evil spirits. Chapter 1448 Market. Many businessmen are eyeing the adventure group here. Every time they see an adventure group emerging from the mountains to the north and returning to the camp here, many brokers will come around. They will ask what the group encountered, what they obtained, and whether there are any wounded in the group, what supplies are needed. Not every broker has all the connections, but many brokers are helping each other. Some are familiar with trading houses. Some can contact garrison camps. Some know where there are blacksmiths who are proficient in repair, etc. When the adventure group returns from the foot of Moyling Mountain, they will more or less gain something. Of course, even if they gain nothing, no one will dislike it. Those who dare to come here to hunt evil spirits are not simple people. They just rely on such actions. In the future you can add Witcher in front of the prefix of your name when introducing yourself to others. Most adventure groups still have some good things, but of course few people will sell the hard currency black magic crystal here. However, black devil skins, devil horns, evil devil heads, fist swords and war blades, and even bone armor pieces from evil spirits can all be exchanged for money. Everything can be bought here in the camp, whether it is food or necessities for survival in the wild. The only thing that makes the merchants here feel a little regretful is the business of magic weapons and armor, because the merit exchange list launched by the West Route Army seriously disrupted the market here. A large number of magic weapons in the market were unsaleable. It is indeed unsaleable, but it is limited to high-end magic weapons of excellent quality. Even if the merchants here go back to Epsom City to buy in bulk the high-quality magic weapons in the West Route Army barracks, they can't buy such cheap and high-quality weapons. Pairs of worn-out boots stepped on the soft scorched earth, leaving a row of clear footprints on the valley floor. This adventure group walked out of the woods at the foot of Moyling Mountain carrying heavy luggage. Almost every member had some injuries, and their armors were all in tatters, except for the weapons they carried. In addition, everyone carries heavy objects on their backs. Some were carrying huge packages, while others were carrying companions, and some warriors holding shields. Captain Hayes was walking among the team. When he stepped onto a grassy slope, a gray-white tent area appeared in front of him. The leader finally breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to his companions, who were following behind.
Everyone, please work harder. We will be there soon. Then everyone can take a hot bath. Then eat some delicious fried meat. And finally have a drink and have a good sleep. Captain, please stop talking. My stomach is protesting now.
The swordsman in the team, who was carrying his companion on his back, protested. Ha ha. Relaxed laughter came from the team. And everyone's tense hearts finally relaxed at this moment. As the leader of the adventure group, Hayes found the businessman Pete with ease this time. Although Pete had a bad mouth and seemed a little proud, he was still trustworthy. Captain Hayes came to him to send the wounded in the regiment to the garrison camp for treatment. This time he had prepared the evil ghost's head in advance. And things went smoothly. When he came out of the military camp and walked back to the tent area of the adventure group and the business group, a group of brokers immediately surrounded him. Captain Hayes is not a new captain who has just arrived. He knows many businessmen here and does not need the services of brokers at all. After he waved down the enthusiastic brokers, he saw a group of subordinates sitting in an open-air tavern on the edge of the free market, waving to him. The tavern at the Forest Farm camp actually dared to open here. In just 3 months, the tavern owner had become so bold. Captain Hayes was also a little speechless. A month ago, the valley below the hillside was full of battlefields full of broken limbs. Now the evil ghosts have not retreated far. And a large number of evil ghosts are stationed at the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. If the West Route Army does not fight, the evil ghost army can level the tent area here with one charge. The adventure group here can just slap their butts and leave. There are oak barrels behind the bar of the open-air tavern, which cannot be easily moved out. Captain Hayes strode to the front of the bar with a tired step, and huddled with the members of the adventure group. The tavern owner pushed over a glass of frothy ale, and Captain Hayes asked his men,
"Why are you all crowded here? Didn't you agree to eat first? The barbecue we ate in the woods almost made us vomit. So we decided to eat the simple meals here,"
replied a member of the adventure group.
"Captain, how are Jesse and the others?"
asked a swordsman named Kofi.
"Still receiving treatment. Let me pick them up tomorrow."
Captain Hayes took a sip of wine, and the slightly sour wine poured down his throat and into his stomach. He felt as if his whole body came to life. 3 big men carrying huge swords came over from the table. Captain Hayes knew them. The man walking in front was also the leader of an adventure group. They all came from the Bena province, and several of them were swordsmen Bena. Hayes and the leader of the adventure group met in the Adventure Union in Handanar City. At that time, both of them were accepting tasks from the Union.
"Hey Gunther, you guys here too?"
Captain Hayes waved his hand, said H. low to Captain Gunther, and asked his subordinates to give up 3 empty seats.
"Hayes, what did you bring back this time?"
Captain Gunther was only wearing a linen vest with cut sleeves, and his strong muscles made him look like a barbarian. Captain Hayes also deliberately showed off his trophies. He lifted up the hem of his clothes and took out a bunch of blood-stained eyeballs from his waist.
"Hey, what are you doing?"
The strongman captain couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and complain.
"Have the evil spirits become so weak now? They actually let you kill so many people at once?"
He also knew not to cause trouble for Captain Hayes, so he complained very softly and could only be heard by a small group of people at the bar. Captain Hayes and the members of the adventure group laughed. After all, they were very happy to be able to harvest so many trophies.
"This time we went inside. In fact, a large number of adventure groups are swarming in now. I'm afraid you should also know that there is nothing outside. Only by climbing over the cliff can we have such a harvest."
Chongmin whispered in Gunther's ear. Captain Gunther's eyes widened. Anyone who could become a leader of an adventure group was not a fool. He knew that Captain Hayes had told him a great secret.
"You are so brave. Aren't you afraid of being left in the mountain by evil spirits?"
he muttered. Captain Hayes came over again and whispered.
"They occupy the southern mountain pass. The defense in the forest is relatively lax. As long as you are careful, you will gain something. How about it? Are you interested in working together?"
Captain Gunther hesitated, but he also knew that Captain Hayes would say this to him in order to invite him to join. The 2 adventure groups have cooperated twice before, and the 2 missions were successfully completed. And the 2 adventure groups also have some tacit understanding. Captain Hayes no longer concealed anything and said frankly,
"This time we suffer the disadvantage of having too few people. If we add good players like yours, I think I can bring back a squadron of evil spirits. Is it dangerous? Of course. Aren't we demon hunters living a life of dancing on the tip of a knife?"
Captain Hayes said with a smile. Captain Gunther wiped the sweat from his forehead, poured a whole glass of wine in front of him into his stomach, and then said,
I can't be the master of all the members myself. I have to go back and ask my team members. But next time you go, you must count me in.
Captain Hayes bumped fists with him, put his arm around his shoulders and said,
Okay, we are going to rest here for 3 days, and then set off. This good opportunity may not last long.
The hillside behind the garrison camp is very lively. In addition to the tents full of adventure groups, merchants have formed a free market here. Serdek admired the courage of this group of businessmen. This was already the frontline battlefield. It could even be said that there were a large number of evil spirits in the mountains and forests opposite. But this group of businessmen were not afraid of death at all. The noise from the market could almost be heard inside the camp. When he walked out of the military camp, there was a little tail behind him. He was wearing a salamander leather armor, and a broad sword hanging on his waist. He looked like an ordinary Bena swordsman. Serdek usually wore a sword, Sinhar's arsenal, a helmet with a visor that completely obscures his face. So few people outside the camp knew him. No one would care too much when he took Zigna out of the camp. There were many businessmen and adventure group members entering and leaving the military camp every day, and no evil spirits would sneak in any way. Of course, the reason why Zigna can hang out with Serdek is because she is probably the only one in the entire military camp who is so idle now. Zigna was wearing a black Lolita with twin ponytails on her hair. When she followed Serdek, she filled his heart with a sense of vanity. Zigna actually didn't understand why Serdek was in such a good mood all of a sudden. He was clearly sighing when he and Selena were lying together last night. The topic they were talking about should be about the Eastern Route Army. Worried about the situation of the war. Standing on a huge rock on the hillside, looking at the mountain pass to the north, Zigna stood on tiptoes and asked,
Is that where you fought? Well, you may have to walk a little further inside. If you walk along the mountain road, you can reach a valley. On the side of the mountain pass of that valley is a cliff. My brother is buried there.
Serdek almost did it. Say to Zigna, Little Peter's daddy is buried there. His voice fluctuated a bit, but Zigna could still hear it, knowing that those were past events that he didn't want to mention again. Zigna decisively shut her mouth. The two of them walked down the hillside and came to this free market full of tents. Serdek actually had nothing to buy, but this did not prevent him from asking prices in front of these stalls. As the commander of the Western Route Army, he needs to understand some situations outside the military camp. These adventure groups are now like his peripheral troops, and he needs them to have sufficient logistical support. Now it seems that the businessmen have done a good job due to the victory they just won. In the free market, Serdek saw many infantry soldiers in the military camp lining up in front of the tents with colorful roofs. He decisively stopped and squeezed in the direction where the aroma of fried food was wafting. Zigna did not follow Serdek closely. She didn't like the things he looked at. Zigna squatted in front of a small stall filled with cheap goods. There were some broken black devil skins, evil devil fangs, bone spurs, eyeballs, bone armor fragments and other bits and pieces on this stall. It's not very valuable, but it's not something that needs to be thrown away. The stall owner is a businessman who buys these cheap materials. Of course, he will sell them if the price is right. Evil devils with horns like these are bundled in the warehouse of the West Route Army. Zigna doesn't even look at them. She touched a round copper mirror with a handle on the stall, and thought it would be cool if she bought it and hung it on her waist. She stretched her hand towards the bronze mirror, and on the way she saw a ball of tassels made of red thread. She had long seen that the infantry soldiers in the camp had such decorations on the ends of their weapon handles. The tassels looked very special, beautiful. Her eyes fell on the tassel. Serdek was in front of a fruit stall not far away, picking fruits.
Little girl, is there anything you like?
The stall owner asked Zigna with a bared smile. He is a shrewd businessman. Zigna is wearing this long skirt with almost no mud on it. Her face is fair and fair. She has a magic dagger inlaid with red, blue and green gems on her waist. No matter how she looks at it, definitely a rich man. Seeing Zigna's eyes falling on a string of tassels, the stall owner immediately smiled and said,
This only costs 2 silver coins.
Zigna rolled her eyes. 2 silver coins could be bought mixed with gold thread. Although she had money in her pocket, it did not become the reason for her to be taken advantage of. Zigna clapped her hands, stood up with a pout, and wanted to leave without saying a word.
Wait a minute. Don't you like it very much? You can negotiate the price of everything here.
Why don't you even negotiate the price?
The stall owner was a little anxious. Suddenly, 2 silver coins rolled onto the tarpaulin of the stall.
It's her choice. I'll treat you.
Kofi stood aside and said to the stall owner. Signa turned her head and glanced at Kofi speechlessly, with no expression in her dark eyes. She turned around and left without paying any attention. The crowd here is still very crowded, and the stall owner shouted from behind.
If someone is treating you, you should at least pick one.
Signa waved her hand and walked into the crowd. Serdek over there was still asking about the price of scones. When he saw Signa walking up, he led her forward. The smell of fried fish was blown by a gust of wind. The two of them discussed buying one first, and if it tasted good, they could buy a few more and take them back to the camp. Chapter 1449. A Day in the Life of Princess Signa. Kofi stood in front of the stall, silently watching Signa follow a knight to the other side of the market. Under the almost pleading eyes of the stall owner, he picked up the 2 silver coins on the stall and put them into his pocket. The adventure group companions waiting aside curiously asked Kofi, "You know her?" In the eyes of the companions, the girl's appearance here is a puzzling thing. In addition to the soldiers in the Legion, those who dare to come here are almost some adventurers and businessmen who are not afraid of death. Kofi reached out and touched his injured leg that had completely healed, shrugged his shoulders to his companion, and answered truthfully,
I met her when she was receiving treatment in the military camp. She should live in the West Route Army.
The companion immediately asked,
People from the medical team?
Signa was lost in the bustling crowd. Kofi retracted his gaze and put his hand on his companion's shoulder. Several people left the stall and said,
It shouldn't be. But at least no one in the medical team let her
work.
Their tent was on the edge of the free market. This hillside was crowded with tents. Their adventure group arrived early, so they got a good spot. Captain Hayes is a very careful person. He set up a tent as a temporary camp. Even if the adventure group enters Mayun Ridge to hunt evil spirits, it will not be dismantled. This time, they will have a very good place to stay. Captain Hayes was still chatting with Captain Gunther over at the tavern about setting off the day after tomorrow. With the 2 adventure groups together, some preparations would only need to be done in half. It is rare for the members of the adventure group to have 2 days to rest. Every day when hunting evil spirits in the jungle, the members need to be highly stressed mentally and consume a lot of physical strength. Several companions planned to find a place to hang out with Kofi. A hot bath. Signa followed Soldak around the market. She was immediately dissatisfied and walked behind Soldak. When she saw Serdak stopped in front of a grocery stall again, Signa held the hem of her skirt with one hand, tilted her head and stared at Soldak, blinking her big black eyes.
Dak, I want to stay there for a while. Can you pick me up when you're done?
Signa planned to fight for herself. Serdak glanced around. Soldiers from the West Route Army could be seen everywhere in this free market, so he was not too worried about Signa's safety.
Okay, just walk around this area. I'll pick you up when I'm done. If you encounter any dangerous situation, just remember to call someone. I got it.
Signa's voice was normal for the first half of the sentence, but she muttered in a low voice for the second half.
Human traffickers and thieves don't dare to come here.
In fact, Nika also wanted to go out for a walk, but her medical team was the busiest in the entire Western Route Army garrison camp, so Signa could only follow Soldak out by herself. She first stood in front of the donut stall for a while, bought 2 red bean filling bagels, and put them in a paper bag. There are still a lot of people here. Signa squatted in front of a stall and bought herself a colorful hair tie. After thinking about it, she bought another one for Nika. It cost her 15 copper coins. The groceries here are comparable. The place in Duodan town was much more expensive. Signa pouted but did not bargain. She took out 15 copper coins from her wallet and handed them to the stall owner. The stall owner of the grocery stall kindly reminded,
Little girl,
you are so young. Why are you here? Then why are you here selling groceries?
Signa asked in return, then stood up holding the hem of her skirt. The soil on the grassy slope is soft and covered with a thick layer of moss, which makes stepping on it feel like stepping on a carpet. Even if you walk barefoot, your feet won't get pricked. But each step requires some extra effort, and it's easy to get your leather boots dirty. Signa looked here and there in the market, and even stood in front of a witch who divined fortunes for a while, watching her divine fortunes for people. But the most critical place was the tent behind the witch. Completed in, there is an obvious difference between this place and the town. Almost all the people who are willing to come for divination are sloppy men. Moreover, the skirt the witch wears is more like a pajamas. Not only does the outline of her chest clearly show out, but she even wears a translucent pair The long skirt and the heavily made-up face also had a frivolous smile. After watching the two men standing in line waiting for fortune-telling get into the dirty tent at the back, Signa realized that the fortune-telling which was just a cover. In fact, this woman was a butcher. After reacting, Signa quickly picked up her skirt and walked to the opposite side. The food stall here was more normal. Various fried steaks and some grilled sausages are sold at the stall. The grill is almost filled with delicious food. You only need to spend dozens of copper coins to buy a large plate with mayonnaise on it. It looks like I just thought it was delicious. There are also fried steaks in the military camp. Signa likes lamb chops recently and is not very interested in outside food. However, there is actually an ice drink shop next to the food stall. Someone actually sells red bean smoothie here. Not many customers are willing to come here to eat ice cream. Even the long table behind the stall is not full. Signa bought it, a smoothie with brown syrup, and found an empty seat to sit down. When the guests next to her saw such a little girl, they couldn't help but look at her frequently. The stall owner gave her 2 slices of sour lemon and told her that if she liked sour lemons, she could squeeze them into the cup. While eating ice, Signa noticed 2 eyes that had been secretly observing her. Signa was a little speechless, with the vulgarity and greed in her eyes. If it were night, Signa would not hesitate to give them both a nightmare and let them see the huge mouth of the abyssal demon. But now that the sun has not set, the power of the goddess of the night has been greatly reduced, and the goddess recently prefers to descend on Selena. Signa only knows some simple black magic. She glanced at the infantry soldiers on the street, and after thinking about it, she gave up the idea of calling people. She didn't want to make the matter a big deal. After all, if she wanted to come out again next time, nothing would happen this time. Otherwise, Selena wouldn't let her run out and cause trouble again. She felt that she was wearing a Lolita dress and a magic dagger inlaid with gems. Wasn't it alarming enough? The 2 middle-aged men had already sat across from each other at the long table and ordered 2 cups of chocolate-flavored smoothies. With lewd smiles on their faces, they seemed to be thinking about how to strike up a conversation. Even when the stall owner served the smoothies, he couldn't help but turn his head and wink at Signa. Signa was a little reluctant to let such a pleasant afternoon end so soon. She lowered her head and looked at her attire, thinking that maybe it would be better to wear leather armor next time she went out. One of the middle-aged men stacked 5 silver coins together and pushed the silver coins in front of Signa with a slutty look, wishing he could write on his face that he was a goldfish hunter. Signa forced out an innocent smile and blinked her big eyes, pretending to be confused. Just when Signa was considering whether to grab a handful of gold coins from her wallet and throw it at the wretched man's face to wake him up, a hand slowly pushed back the pile of silver coins. Kofi and his friends, they didn't expect that they would meet Signa again after eating a steak. Seeing those 2 so-called guys getting together desperately, Kofi felt the need to save them. These 2 old men were obviously a little swollen because they had made a little money. They wanted to come up with new tricks to solve problems that the divination witches could solve with just a silver coin. When he came over, he was still carrying a plate piled with steaks. Kofi didn't say anything, just stared at the 2 middle-aged men. Several companions from the adventure group stood beside him, letting the 2 wretched men know that they were not to be trifled with. Seeing that they didn't even take the chocolate-flavored smoothies on the table, but picked up the silver coins and ran away in despair, Kofi nodded to Signa, pointed to the dinner plate in his hand, and turned around to leave. Go back to the barbecue stall next to it. Hey, thank you for helping me out. Signa said a word of thanks. It's a joke. Just don't think I'm nosy. Would you like to sit down and eat something? Kofi responded politely, but under no illusions. Since the other party conveyed goodwill twice, Signa felt that she could chat with these young adventurers who seemed to be decent. In fact, the most fundamental reason is that she has some strange questions in her heart and wants to find someone to answer them. She ran to the medical team to learn about the situation on Mayun Ridge from some of the wounded. Signa followed Kofi and sat down with a smoothie in her hands. Her big shining eyes glanced at Mayun Ridge opposite, and she pursed her lips and asked, "Where have you been recently?" Kofi and his companion looked at each other, nodded honestly and said, "Well, I just came back from there." Kofi wants to order some food for Signa. Signa shook her head and refused, pointed to the smoothie in the cup and said, "I'll just eat this. What's in that mountain?" The companion sitting aside laughed and said half-jokingly, "The mountains are full of dense woods, and there are many evil spirits." I thought that when talking about evil spirits, the little girl would make a scared expression. Unexpectedly, Signa turned her head, rolled her eyes, and said with a smile, It's boring to chat with people like you. Of course, I know there are many evil spirits over there. I asked what the inside of that mountain is like. I heard there is a large cemetery inside.
Coffee held his companion's shoulders to stop his retort. After all, there are 3 injured companions in the adventure group who are receiving treatment from the military camp medical team. At this time, nothing can be done to offend this little girl.
Actually, we didn't dare to go inside, but we met a lot of evil spirits on the outside,
Coffee explained. Zigna felt that what Kofi said was quite reasonable.
So your harvest this time is not bad? How do you know?
His companion said again without thinking. Zigna patted her fair forehead, feeling that chatting with these guys was the biggest mistake.
The devil's eyes hanging on your waist are all strung together. You really think I can't see them?
She said. Since the chat was so boring, Zigna planned to finish the ice in the cup, return the cup, and sit quietly in the corner waiting for Soldak to come and pick her up.
Do you know he is my captain?
Kofi's companion asked again.
He was the one who took you to the military camp for treatment. I remember this correctly.
After speaking, Zigna stood up and prepared to leave.
Oh, by the way, I should say thank you to the priests in your military camp.
Coffee stood up quickly and said. Zigna knew that Nika had treated his injuries, and thought of how embarrassed he looked when he was sent over, his whole thigh covered in blood. She stood in front of Kofi, with a proud smile on her face, and said proudly to Kofi,
You said they are priests, but they are really a group of priests.
When Zigna said this, she thought of the goddess of dawn in the Temple of Dawn, who was always a bit secretive. Speaking of which, Nika can be regarded as her divine messenger. Then she remembered what Serdek had said that night a few days ago when he held Selena in his arms. And she corrected herself.
They are not called priests in the military camp. They have better names.
Coffee couldn't help but ask.
What's the name? Angel in White,
Zigna said with a smile. Her big eyes narrowed like 2 crescent moons.
Are you also an angel in white?
Coffee asked. Zigna quickly shook her head like a rattle.
I'm not. I'm a black angel.
Cackling. The greatest casualties of the West Route Army were the 50,000 ghost-patterned soldier ants from the Belan Plain. In more than 3 months after entering Moyun Ridge, the number of ghost-marked soldier ants dropped sharply to less than half. This is what worries Serdek the most. You must know that the current fighting mode of the West Route Army on the battlefield is that the ghost-patterned soldier ants are in front, and the heavy armored infantry follows. Once all the soldier ants are dead, the heavy armored infantry will face the evil ghosts on the battlefield. Obviously facing this group of evil ghosts, there is a clear gap between the infantry soldiers in terms of strength and speed. At the beginning, he withstood the huge pressure from the military and brought the ghost-patterned soldier ants from the Belan Plain to the Warsaw Plain, letting these soldier ants serve as cannon fodder. Obviously, this move was very successful. The only problem was that the soldier ants died too quickly. Although a group of soldier ants successfully advanced on the battlefield, the battle losses were somewhat unbearable for Serdek. With the victory of the 2 battles, a large number of adventure groups poured into Moyun Ridge. The periphery of the battlefield was full of adventure groups hunting evil spirits. It was these adventure groups that greatly relieved the pressure faced by the West Route Army. Because of this, Serdek began to think about how to create a more favorable living environment for these adventure groups. Not only was the medical team at the camp open to the adventure group, but the magic weapons on the merit exchange list were leaked out. Serdek also turned a blind eye. And he also completely gave up the plan of the West Route Army and cavalry to hunt evil ghosts in the periphery, and handed over these evil ghosts to the adventure group to deal with. As expected, more adventure groups were attracted to come over. There are now at least nearly 10,000 members of the adventure group gathered in the tent area behind the free market. With so many members of the adventure group gathered here, Serdek was a little worried about the prices of various commodities in the free market. He hoped that at least the prices of the most basic supplies would not rise significantly. He spent the whole afternoon investigating the prices of various commodities in the market. When Soldak remembered that Zigna was still in the corner of the market, he stopped his market research and hurried over. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Zigna sat obediently in front of the ice drink stall, showing a sweet smile, and waved to him from a distance. Chapter 1450 The War in the West. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the hillside outside Moyonling South Road. The post-war tranquility always makes people especially rare. The adventure groups that dare to come here are almost all led by the more famous demon hunters in Handanar City. And the West Route Army releases this piece of fat on the edge of the battlefield for the adventure groups to share. Which is indeed extremely. These adventure groups were stimulated to a great extent. That's really meaty. The evil ghost warriors scattered in the mountains are their main hunting targets. And after these evil ghost warriors escape from the battlefield, they are somewhat like frightened birds. Moreover, they were unable to run back through the southern pass of Mayun Ridge, and now they had no way to return to the evil ghost army through the jungle. The demon hunters in the adventure group are like the red-eyed hyenas in the mountains. Each adventure group has its own unique method of tracking evil spirits. After these evil ghost warriors are alone, their strength may not be as strong as ordinary second-level monsters at their peak, but their value is much more than that of the second-level monsters. One unidentified black magic crystal can be exchanged for 2.5 ordinary magic crystals, as well as some magic materials on the body. Almost all the first batch of adventure groups to come here have made money, and Captain Hayes' adventure group is the leader among them. Their eyes are no longer staring at the lone evil ghosts in the mountains, but their eyes are aiming at the inside of Mayun Ridge. And why Captain Hayes can hunt the evil spirits in Mayun Ridge is the most important thing. Bait. You must know that the evil ghost army in Mayun Ridge is currently suffering from famine. Many evil ghost warriors are chewing bark and moss on Mayun Ridge. So this adventure group secretly climbed the cliff and ran into the mountain, specifically for lay some traps in the woods where there are not many evil ghost warriors. For example, if you put a gray-haired mountain rabbit in a forest full of small mounds, wait for the evil ghost warriors to find it and come over to hunt it, and then the adventure group will rush out of the forest to kill it. At the beginning, the traps made by Captain Hayes and his adventure group members were relatively crude. Even the evil ghost scouts can't see the traps they have set now. It is precisely because Captain Hayes has such a wealth code in his hands that he is planning to get a big one when he comes back this time. Different from the focus of Captain Hayes, Soldak discovered that nearly 10,000 members of the adventure group had gradually gathered in the tent area of the camp. Even the large and small business groups here had at least 50, and there were more than 50 people. It will be difficult to manage if it is not available. What he is most worried about is the insufficient supply of various basic materials. In addition, when there are more people, there will naturally be thieves and scoundrels, as well as some market bugs. Therefore, this market needs someone to manage and maintain order. This camp should be a safe area for adventure groups and business groups. Surdak went to the free market to investigate prices, which was only the first step. Next, the military camp will also pay close attention to the security of the market. If Selena was not too busy, he would even want Selena to come forward, manage this market. She has been doing this in Duodan town, and now she is just returning to her old job. She is relatively familiar with the market management system. But these are just some of his preliminary thoughts. Before going to bed last night, Soldak and Selena expressed some of his concerns about the free market. At that time, Selena's eyes were a little blurry after just having fun, and she seemed to be still thinking about the aftertaste of before. And after the darkness in her eyes receded, she seemed extremely tired, and she quickly fell asleep. And the two of them were unable to talk in detail. Soldak held Zigna's little hand, and thought that he could talk to Selena about it while having dinner. Selena does not necessarily have to come forward, but many of the systems may require Selena to follow the free market in Doden town will be drawn up. After all, this is the forefront of the battlefield. It is impossible to ask merchants in the market to unify prices. But the West Route Army needs to pay attention to prices in real time. Create a comfortable and safe environment for the adventure group so that they can continue to work. There are so many adventure groups, and the leaders of each adventure group are excellent demon hunters, and their strength will be at least as good as those of the constructed swordsmen. This also means that there are at least 1,000 hunting teams organized by swordsmen outside the West Route Army. The main force of the West Route Army pinned the main force of the Evil Ghost Legion at the Nanlu Mountain Pass, and these teams were scattered in the dense forest outside the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. It was difficult for the scout team of the Evil Ghost Legion to infiltrate and understand the West Route. The situation on the military side. These adventure groups have now become a powerful part of the outermost fighting force of the West Route Army. At the beginning, Duke Newman hoped that Serdak's Western Route Army could suppress the adventure group on Mayun Ridge to the north of Gandhar Mountain. Now Serdak has completed the task very well. In order not to allow the Western Route Army to continue to reduce its numbers, Soldak hoped that these adventurous groups could taste some sweetness. It was rare for Zigna to go out to play. This time she went to the market and spent a long time shopping. Not only did her stomach feel bulging, but she also brought some snacks to Nika. Now he followed Serdak back to the military camp. When he came to the entrance of the camp, he grabbed a handful of cat claw fruits from his linen satchel and gave it to a young guard at the entrance of the camp. Since Commander Serdak was standing there, in front of the guard, the camp gate guard, who was almost frightened and had weak legs, knelt there on the spot. Who doesn't know that this little princess in front of them is the little princess of the West Root Army? And this little princess usually has no heirs and always runs around in the military camp. Occasionally, I would chat with the guards at the camp gate. Of course, it was nothing. But in front of Serdek, Zigna stuffed a handful of nuts to the camp gate guard. Serdek's serious gaze immediately had the look of an old father. If the guard hadn't been wearing a set of heavy armor, I guess I was kneeling there at the beginning. When she walked into the camp, Zigna waved her white hand towards the camp gate guard, who was almost crying. Then he let Soldak pull him into the military camp. Commander. All soldiers and officers who saw Serdek would stop and try their best to straighten their military posture and salute. This was also very troublesome for Serdek. He could not give a formal military salute to every soldier who saluted him. He could only raise his arm and point diagonally at the brim of his helmet and walk past. Zigna walked into the military camp and stopped following Soldak. Although there weren't many places she could go, she didn't want to be watched by everyone. She whispered to Soldak,
"I'm going to play with Nika,"
and then disappeared. It is estimated that she dared to say this to Soldak. If it were in front of Selena, she would definitely change her words to more reasonable words, such as "I went to help Nika." Serdek still felt a little guilty about Zigna. She was taken to the battlefield by him at such a young age. Other children her age, those from rich families, would go to the academy, and those from poor families would also go to the academy, staying at home and playing with friends of the same age. Zigna has very few friends. It seems that for so long, there are only Nika and Sia. Now Nika is in the military camp, and she is even busier than Selena under the aura of the goddess of the morning. The other mermaid girl, Thea, is now also acting as an assistant, exercising the power of the consul of Root City. It's a pity that there are only a few people you can trust around you, and Root City is the city that needs stability the most. For now, it can only be maintained like this. I really hope that Zigna can grow up quickly, and she will probably be a good helper by then. That's what Serdek thought. He walked to the door of the command post. A guard ran over and reported to him in a low voice.
"Sir, a messenger from the Eastern Root Army is waiting for you inside."
Serdek frowned and quickly walked into the command post. He did not have much friendship with Marquis Edmund Arnold of the Eastern Root Army, and the Marquis and Marquis Luther had no contact with each other. They occasionally had tit-for-tat confrontations among the lords of the Bena province. Take this expedition to the Warsaw Plain as an example. There was no communication or cooperation between the West Root Army and the East Root Army, even in the matter of the distribution of legions. The East Root Army made a small move to the West Root Army. Originally, it was only said that the East Root Army would have 10,000 heavy cavalry. Unexpectedly, during the expedition, these 20 heavy cavalry actually turned into the constructed knights. Marquis Edmund Arnold had just won the final victory in the Plain War. This victory allowed him to gain the support of many great lords in the Bena province. It was these great lords who took the initiative to gather together 20 constructed knights, making the East Root Army significantly higher in combat power than the West Root Army. At the same time, the Eastern Root Army was also equipped with an archer regiment, which made Serdek very envious. If he had known that there was no archer group here at the military headquarters, Serdek would have brought over a group of archers even if he had dismantled his Thunder Rhinoceros heavy crossbow group. At this time, a messenger from the Eastern Root Army actually traveled through most of Handanar County and arrived at the forward position of the Western Root Army. He was definitely not here to deliver supplies or trophies. Serdek knocked his head in pain. Finally, the battlefield situation in Moyun Ridge stabilized, and he saw such a messenger. I complained in my heart, "It's bad luck." But at this time, I could only bite the bullet and walk into the command post, seeing the messenger whose pants and sleeves were stained with dried blood. Serdek's worry appeared on his face. When the messenger saw Serdek walking into the command post, he stood up hastily, gave a military salute to Serdek, and then said loudly, "Commander Serdek, I am from the East Road. Emil Mason, the 1st Battalion of the Guards Battalion next to Marquis Edmund Arnold." As he said this, he took out a parchment letter still with body temperature from his arms. The letter was quite well preserved and was not stained with blood. It was seen that the messenger named Emil Mason was quite energetic, and it was obvious that he was not seriously injured. Soldak took the letter in his hand and saw that the wax on the envelope was still intact. The seal on the wax also echoed the seal of the Eastern Root Army. He nodded and asked while opening the letter, "Tell me, what happened over there?" Emil Mason stood at attention. The heels of his boots came together and made a crisp sound. Reporting to Commander Serdek, The Naroda fortress has fallen, and the forward troops of the evil army over there passed through the fortress and entered the hinterland of Handanar County.
The letter in Soldak's hand shook suddenly, and his whole body froze. At this time, he wanted to call Marquis Edmund Arnold a stupid pig in his heart. At this time, such a big problem would actually arise. Today's Handanar County is as stiff as a naked girl in front of a gangster. Almost the entire Bena army is participating in the Battle of Cornburg County. It is estimated that the city defense not fully staffed. Yes, the fortress on the Eastern Root Army's side was actually lost. And although the West Root Army has suppressed the Evil Ghost Legion on Mayun Ridge at the Nanlu Mountain Pass, once the reinforcements of the Evil Ghost Legion come from behind the Big Meadow, what the West Root Army will face at this moment is the Evil Ghost Army attack from both sides. Surdak took off his helmet and calmed down a little before asking,
"How serious is the situation over there?"
Emil Mason stood up straight and replied honestly to Surdak.
When I rushed over, the vanguard of the Evil Ghost Army had already arrived at the edge of the North Meadow in Handanar County. What a bunch of idiots!
Surdak cursed loudly. He couldn't control the anger in his heart and threw a teacup on the table. The teacup hit the oak pillar in the room and shattered into pieces. A guard who brought dinner was startled, and the tray in his hand almost fell over. Surdak shouted at the guard, who was standing at the door with some trepidation.
"Call Andrew, Tego and Gulitem over, and inform other Lord Army commanders and infantry regiment leaders to come here for a meeting in 1 hour."
The guard didn't know what happened to make Surdak so angry, and immediately turned around and ran out. By the time Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego walked into the command post, Surdak was already standing by the wall looking at the map. The sand table in the command post does not have a terrain map of the western side of Handanar County. The messenger stood aside tremblingly. Soldak turned to Andrew and ordered,
"Take all the construct knights and ant cavalry and set off with me immediately."
Andrew perked up. He and Tego looked at each other, and then replied readily,
"Yes."
The two of them turned around and walked out without thinking.
"Wait a minute. Let the druid bring out all the evolved giant soldier ants, and be prepared for a long-distance attack this time."
Soldak stopped Andrew and gave another instruction.
"Yes."
Andrew replied loudly again. The blood in the Nanai warrior's body began to boil at this moment.
Chapter 1451 Reinforcements. Dozens of wall lamps were lit in the hall of the command post, and the atmosphere seemed a bit noisy. Captain Emil Mason stood beside Soldak awkwardly. He saw all the generals of the Western Root Army. At this time, these West Root Army generals did not know that there was a big problem with the East Root Army's defense line. Everyone gathered in the hall of the command post, thinking that Soldak was going to hold a celebration dance. Indeed, in the past nearly 2 months, the Western Root Army stationed at the foot of Moiling Mountain had almost perfectly suppressed the Evil Ghost Army in the mountain. The fighting here has attracted countless adventure groups to hunt here. The hall was crowded with nearly 100 infantry regiment commanders, and none of them deliberately lowered their voices, until Surdak knocked the Evil Ghost shield with the scabbard of the light branding iron. And there was a bang 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 sound in the hall. The commanders of the various corps and the infantry commanders quickly fell silent, and everyone focused their attention on Surdak's body. Surdak stood on the high platform and said seriously to the group of generals in front of him,
"Everyone, now we have received some intelligence about the Eastern Root Army's defense line. The battle situation there is not very optimistic, so I decided to lead the troops tonight. We are leading the knights in the Legion into the Great Meadow, hoping to intercept the vanguard of the Evil Ghost Legion before they penetrate into Handanar City." There was an uproar in the hall, and no one expected that there would be problems with the East Root Army. The Evil Ghost Legion went from Naroda Fortress to Handanar City. In fact, they did not need to pass through the Great Meadow. They could reach Handanar City by walking eastward along the Buruan River south of the Great Meadow. Therefore, according to Surdak's vision, if he wanted to intercept the vanguard of the Evil Ghost Legion, it meant that Surdak and the knights had to cross the entire large meadow. At this time, when everyone saw the heavily armed Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego striding in, they knew that the constructed knights were ready. Surdak stopped talking and said directly, "During my absence, the camp will continue to maintain the status quo. Normally, the magicians will continue to suppress the Evil Ghost Army on Mayun Ridge and take out all the powder barrel reserves. In the next half-month, I'll throw it to the mountain pass of Mayun Ridge on the other side. The infantry regiment should try its best to avoid large-scale battles. Once the evil ghosts on the opposite side are dishonest, they must fight hard and beat them back. Before we come back, try to hold on to the camp here as much as possible. It took us so long to build the stronghold. I don't want to see a scorched earth when we come back. If the Evil Ghost Legion sends a large number of Evil Ghost warriors to launch a massive counterattack, we will immediately withdraw to the forest camp. Samira, Selena, and Gary Decker, you three have the decision-making power of the West Route Army and command all legions. Officers and infantry regiments are subject to their management. Do you understand?
Serdak's deep voice lingered in the hall of the command post, and the depressing atmosphere made people short of breath. Captain Emil Mason looked at the overly young commander of the Western Route Army, and finally understood why Marquis Luther pushed him to the position of commander of the Western Route Army. Speaking of which, when he first heard the news, Marquis Edmund Arnold was still a little angry. This is because the status gap between the commanders of the Eastern and Western routes in the Bena province is very different. If the commander of the Western Route Army was Marquis Luther, then Marquis Edmund Arnold would not say anything. But who would have thought that the military headquarters would let him, an unknown earl, came to serve as the commander of the Western Route Army? Although I heard that this young commander was also a plain lord. Such an unknown person actually made Marquis Edmund Arnold surrender. My own coffee spot. When the reinforcements from the east and west gathered in Bena City, Marquis Edmund Arnold also used some tricks to occupy all the knights in the reinforcements. Although this was the unanimous decision of the great lords behind the constructed knights, and it was hard for the military to say anything. What Marquis Edmund Arnold did seemed a bit disgraceful, at least for the next period of time. Lou the Marquis of Serre refused all the balls attended by the Marquis Edmund Arnold. The two marquises were never able to meet each other during the period before the expedition. So much so that the relationship between Serdak and Marquis Edmund Arnold was also very unfamiliar. Now Captain Emil Mason is standing in the hall of the West Route Army Command Post, inevitably feeling a little embarrassed. Serdak turned to Samira and Selena and said,
"If the war situation here deteriorates rapidly, then evacuate decisively. But before evacuating, be sure to notify the caravans and adventure groups here in advance to let them there's also some preparation time."
What else could Selena say? At this time, she could only nod and agree.
"New."
Serdak set his sights on Samira. The half-elf archer wanted to go to the battlefield with Serdak, and there was some reluctance in his eyes. But Serdak looked at her seriously until the half-elf archer lowered his head and whispered,
"Don't worry. I will keep an eye on the battlefield here."
Serdak nodded with satisfaction and told the three of them,
"You should also be careful."
Three people answered. Gary Decker thought that Suldak would also have some personal words to tell her. But she didn't expect that Serdak turned around and strode out of the command post with Andrew and Tego. "Everything I have slept with is indeed different," the heavily armed gunner whispered in his heart, and followed Samira with his long legs. Under the darkness, the gate of the military camp was closed. The outside of the command post was crowded with constructed knights, who were preparing to go out. They were all comforting their horses. So although the place was crowded with people, it seemed very quiet. The ant cavalry group lives over there in the soldier ant burrow, in an independent place outside the camp. Serdak walked in a hurry. He didn't even wait for the 1,500 ant cavalry to gather here. So he set off overnight with 1,000 construct knights and 1,500 ant cavalry, giving Serdak a little bit of trouble. What I didn't expect was that for the ghost pattern soldier ant army, although a large number of soldier ants would be sacrificed in every battle, those soldier ants that survived the battlefield began to gradually evolve. After the battle, these soldier ants gnawed on the corpses of a large number of evil spirits, and a considerable number of the soldier ants evolved into giant soldier ants. Serdak hadn't paid much attention in the past few days. He originally thought there were only a few hundred giant soldier ants, so he ordered Andrew to take them with him. Now when we arrived in front of the cave where the ghost pattern soldier ants lived, we discovered that in addition to 1,500 ant cavalry, the place was densely packed with giant soldier ants. After asking the druid who was about to set out with the army, Serdak finally knew the number of these mutated giant soldier ants. There were a total of 2,347 of them. They were crowded together, and were larger than the construct knights and ant cavalry. Much bigger. Mainly because the giant soldier ants are just too big. If an adult ghost striped soldier ant is almost as big as an ancient boar horse, the giant ghost striped soldier ant looks like an adult male rhinoceros. Obviously a week ago, there were only a few hundred giant soldier ants.
"How come there are so many?"
Serdak, riding a war horse, asked the druid standing on the head of a giant soldier ant. The druid quickly saluted Serdak. For these druids, Serdak was their lord. The Darkworm Valley where their tribe and people now lived was still nominally Serdak. Private territory. After that war, Serdak fulfilled all his original promises, and these indigenous tribesmen from the south are now completely autonomous in the Darkworm Valley. This was something that none of the tribal elders had thought of. Before this expedition, the elders of the tribe made a special confession to this group of young druids. When you bring this group of soldier ants into the battlefield, no matter who the legion commander is, you must only obey Lord Soldak. One man's orders. Druilani immediately came up and answered.
After the last war, nearly 1,000 soldier ants got into the burrows and entered a dormant state. They have just remolded in the past few days. Second hatching?
Serdek asked. However, Lanny stubbornly shook his head and corrected.
Lord, this is molting, which is equivalent to the soldier ants completing a molt.
Serdek was a little confused about how soldier ants shed their LS.
Let's go. All the giant soldier ants will follow me this time.
Under the darkness of night, there were violent vibrations on the entire hillside. The dark team quickly rushed down the hillside, heading south along the forest road from Mayun Ridge to the forest camp. When it was just dawn, the team had already passed by the forest camp. The team did not rest at the forest camp, but went directly into the large meadow. Captain Emil Mason followed Serdak's mixed army for a whole night, only to discover that although most of these construct knights were riding ancient bow war horses, these war horses were inferior in terms of physical strength and endurance. Actually stabilized the green-scaled horse under him. Even if he came to ask for help, the green-scaled horse was very exhausted when it arrived at the Western Route Army camp, and it could not recover when it started again. But after all, he is perfectly suppressed in terms of bloodline. He rides a scaly horse, and these construct knights are ordinary war horses. Now Captain Emil Mason discovered that these Gubo war horses were actually anything but ordinary. But what surprised Captain Emil Mason the most were the ant cavalry. These unique cavalry themselves seemed to have no characteristics. They looked exactly like heavy armored infantry regiment soldiers. They were all wearing dark, full coverage heavy armor. It's like a tin can. But these soldier ants under their crotches are simply a group of monsters. After running wildly all night, they still have plenty of physical strength. They don't even eat or drink. And they don't need to rest. They don't need to consider all kinds of complex terrain. Even if there are cliffs, steep slopes, and hills. For these ant cavalry, it still doesn't matter. It was a smooth rush. Watching them climb the steep fault zone more than 20 meters high, Captain Emil Mason was so surprised that he could hardly speak. This means that this group of ant cavalry is not restricted by the terrain of the valley, and has a unique advantage, especially in mountain warfare. I heard a long time ago that the Bena Legion suffered heavy losses on the battlefield here in Moyun Ridge. It was a very hard nut to crack. Captain Emil Mason initially thought that the East Route Army would be stationed at Moyun Ridge, while the West Route Army would be stationed in Arota Fortress in the west of Handanar County. Unexpectedly, he discovered Duke Newman's combat deployment only after the order was issued. Completely opposite. Now it seems that Lord Serdak with the ant cavalry is really suitable to garrison Moyun Ridge. What happened next made Captain Emil Mason even more confused. He discovered that this group of ghost-striped soldier ants happened to pass by a herd of cattle while marching on the large meadow. It is said that these cattle should be the private property of the local ranchers and are protected by the Lord's decree. Unexpectedly, with a wave of Serdak's hand, the 4,000 soldier ants swarmed up and gnawed the herd of cattle clean. The herdsmen who were grazing seemed to be relaxed and rode away happily.
This may be the last meal before entering the war. Let them eat enough. After leaving the northern area of the Great Meadow, I don't know if the material supply can keep up. It is best to meet the vanguard of an evil ghost first. In this way, the food supplies for the soldier ants will be supplied,
Serdak said to Andrew, who was lying on the grass and resting with his eyes squinted. All war horses need to eat grass and drink water. When the sun came up and the dew dissipated, Serdak asked the construct knights to stop and rest. I just happened to meet a group of cattle that I purchased during the Battle of Yanchon Gorge. When he first bought the cattle, Serdak had made an agreement with the rancher. Before the cattle were slaughtered, the herdsmen on the ranch would need to graze them for free for Serdak. The herdsmen had been stranded in this pasture for nearly 2 months. They were discussing when they could deliver the cattle out, when they saw a group of ghost-striped soldier ants, nearly 2,000, emerging from the edge of the large meadow. The first cow was killed by soldier ants. Serdak and the constructed knights galloped on the big meadow for a day and a night, and finally arrived at the bank of the Buin River on the morning of January 14th. This is also the third day that Captain Emil Mason has followed the Knights of Serdak. The outline of Handanar City can just be seen from here, and according to the news that Serdak heard from the herdsmen nearby, the vanguard of the Evil Ghost Legion has not yet appeared on the banks of the Buin River. This also means that the evil ghost army did not attack Handanar city. Moreover, Serdak's cavalry came all the way from the Big Meadow and failed to encounter the vanguard of the evil ghost army, which meant that the evil ghost army did not choose to go north. The constructed knights were resting by the Bruin River. Soldak took out the map again and asked Captain Emil Mason for details. The magician Basil, who had been following Serdak, finally flew back from the west on his magic harpoon to face the rising sun. He controlled the magic harpoon and landed next to Serdak, and jumped off the magic weapon. He didn't even have time to drink his saliva before he hurriedly put his finger on the map. The place he was pointing to happened to be the lower reaches of the Bruin River. According to Soldak's estimation, it was about 50 kilometers away.
Here! They rushed here and were blocked by a group of knights. Maybe 2 knights. When I came back, there was still fighting over there.
Basil gasped. Chapter 1452 Space Blade. The Bruin River originates from the Caribbean Sea in the central part of Handanar County, flows through the city of Handanar, and meanders for more than 1,000 kilometers to the Naroda Gorge in the western part of Handanar County. This river is more like a guiding line in the eyes of the evil ghost warriors. As long as you go upstream, you can find the central city of Handanar County. In fact, although there is nothing wrong with this statement, the Bruin River flows westward, and there are more than 10 tributaries along the way that continuously merge into the main river. In other words, along this way, the vanguard of the evil ghost legion encountered at least 7 forks in the river. Every time you reach a fork in the river, the ghost warrior needs to make a multiple choice question. If you make the right choice, everything will be business as usual. If you make the wrong choice, you will go down many wrong paths. In the absence of an internal map of Handanar County, the vanguard of the evil ghost legion almost sent a large number of scout teams to explore the situation around the Bruin River. After the vanguard of this evil ghost army left the battlefield of Naroda Fortress, it plunged straight into the hinterland of Handanar County like a sharp sword. The commander of the Eastern Route Army, Marquis Edmund Arnold, also sent out the constructed knights to pursue them along the way. The evil ghost army marched all the way, while the Eastern Route Army's constructed knights chased and intercepted them desperately. The two sides continued to fight along the Bruin River, hanged and left a large number of corpses. The battlefield that the magician Basil explored was the 3 forks of the river, which was less than 80 kilometers away from Handanar County. As long as the evil ghost legion crosses this 3-way intersection, they will immediately see the central city of Handanar County. It is probably for this reason that the construct knights chasing the vanguard of the evil ghost legion gave up on the previous wolf pack tactics in order to block the vanguard of the evil ghost legion on the banks of the Bruin River. This constructed knights fought to the death with the vanguard of the evil ghost legion. The guard troops of the Handanar City Anti-Security Brigade also rushed to the other side of the Bruin River at this time. A large number of guard soldiers gathered on the river bank. However, there was no bridge nearby, although the boats mobilized by the logistics department had been arriving one after another. Come over, but it will take some time before the pontoon can be set up. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to just rely on these dozens of small fishing boats to transport the guard troops across the river. Thousands of evil ghost warriors gathered by the Bruin River and had completely broken up the sharp arrow formation of the constructed knights. The knights and the constructed knights were unable to penetrate this evil force, and were divided into several small battlefields on the battlefield. At this moment, the constructed knights could no longer distance themselves and charge. The evil ghost warrior rushed up from the side, with a war blade in hand, and threw down the construct knight on horseback. In this kind of close combat, the physical advantage of the evil ghost warrior is quickly revealed. The 3-meter-tall strong body fights hand-to-hand with the construct knight, and can easily suppress the construct knight under him with only physical strength. On the battlefield, every construct knight is lit up with magic light, and the magic pattern constructs on their bodies are almost operating at full capacity. Many knights here like to use a light, but extremely sharp elf-long sword. This magical weapon passed down from the Elven Kingdom is the masterpiece of the Silver Moon Elven blacksmiths. As the knights pour their own power into the swords, the blades will be filled with countless blood streaks. The evil ghost warriors rush forward, and the knights use their elf swords to block them. The evil ghost warriors were extremely ferocious on the battlefield, and they did not even try to block, while the construct knights thrust their elf swords into the evil ghost warriors' bodies. The evil ghost warrior also struck the construct knight with a sword in his hand. This fierce fighting method of exchanging injuries for injuries has already worked wonders on the battlefield of Naroda Fortress. It was precisely because of the fierce fighting style of the ghost warriors that the vanguard of the ghost warriors defeated the constructed knights in front of them. Follow the infantry team that fled back to the fortress.
and took the opportunity to occupy the fortress gate. Then a large number of evil ghost troops took the opportunity to swarm into the fortress and completely stun the Eastern Root army inside the fortress. In order to cope with the fierce fighting style of the evil ghost, the constructed knights who pursued the evil ghost's vanguard used wolf pack tactics along the way. The construct knights were like tarsal maggots, constantly biting off pieces of flesh from the evil ghost vanguard. It's a pity that the Buruan River is a bit short. Seeing that the vanguard of the evil ghosts was about to rush to Handanar's city, the construct knights changed their tactics. All the construct knights lined up by the river and headed towards charge with the evil ghost army. The vanguard of the evil ghosts fought along the river, making it impossible for the construct knights to penetrate the vanguard. When Cerdak led the constructed knights to the battlefield here, it was already the afternoon. The low roars of the evil ghost warriors and the killing cries of the construct knights could be heard in the distance. On the opposite side of the river bank, a pontoon bridge composed of dozens of boats connected side by side had been erected in the middle of the river. Only 100 meters away from this floating bridge, on another floating bridge, a group of guard soldiers from Handanar city and the evil ghost warriors were fighting together. The evil ghost warriors occupied the landing point on the north bank of the pontoon bridge. The entire pontoon bridge was crowded with hundreds of guard warriors wearing heavy armor. Some of the guard warriors jumped from the pontoon bridge into the river, but they were wearing heavy armor and could not even stand in the river. Walking is extremely difficult. When Cerdak led the construct knights to the edge of the battlefield, the construct knights were almost completely submerged in the battlefield. There are too many ghost warriors, and they have surrounded this group of construct knights. The construct knights have gathered into teams of dozens of people and are on the verge of collapse. As long as they are pulled off their horses by the evil ghost warriors, they will immediately be surrounded by several evil ghosts. These fools. Andrew, who was following Cerdak, cursed angrily. Cerdak turned his head and glared at Andrew, and then raised the broadsword in his hand. The construct knights following Cerdak did not move. A group of giant soldier ants came up from behind, and under the druid, they formed a row under the command. Just when Cerdak's West Root army appeared on the edge of the battlefield, this evil vanguard force had already seen the construct knights here. This group of evil spirits responded quickly, and a group of evil ghost warriors separated from the battlefield and surrounded them. But the next scene was a little confusing to the evil spirits, because they had never come into contact with ghost-striped soldier ants before. Seeing giant rhinoceros-like soldier ants forming a wall, the evil ghosts also all he could do was head upward. As the giant soldier ants opened their 1-meter-long fangs and made a hissing sound, these evil ghost warriors realized that they had encountered a new branch of the Imperial Army. Cerdak and Gulidum were crowded among these giant ghost-patterned soldier ants. The aura of war enthusiasm that lit up at Cerdak's feet quickly infected a large number of giant soldier ants, and a sudden and abundant power poured into the giant soldier ants. After losing their bodies, these giant soldier ants became even more restless. As the two-headed ogre let out a war cry, all the giant soldier ants became extremely excited. Cerdak knew that the two-headed ogre liked to use his battle cry on the battlefield. When he was in Bailen's plain, his war cry would fill the infantry soldiers with fighting courage. Unexpectedly, this time when he stood in a colony of giant soldier ants, he would roar even more crazily and recklessly. The giant soldier ants were agitated under the strong agitation, rushing forward like a tide. Cerdak waved to Wolf Knight Tego, who immediately led a team of construct knights to chase after the giant soldier ants and rushed towards the battlefield. Andrew looked at Cerdak eagerly. Cerdak pointed to the battle at the pontoon by the river and ordered Andrew, "Andrew, take your people to the river to meet the guards." "Yes," Andrew responded loudly. "As long as he can receive a mission, this Nanai warrior will not choose." Andrew raised the butcher's battle axe in his hand, and a group of construct knights behind him raised their weapons and let out a thundering roar. A group of construct knights swarmed towards the river bank 1 kilometer away. Cerdak followed with all the ant cavalry, slowly approaching the battlefield. According to the intelligence detected by the magician Basil, the number of this evil ghost vanguard should be 4,000 to 5,000. For Cerdak, this is more like a piece of fat brought to his mouth. He rode a horse and led a group of ant cavalry forward slowly. When he turned to look at the other side of the river, he discovered that in addition to the guards of the City Defense and Security Brigade, there were actually quite a few mercenary groups gathered on the other side of the river. The soldiers on the side obviously saw Cerdak's reinforcements immediately. For a moment, a deafening cheer sounded from the other side. At this time, the giant soldier ants rushing at the front have collided with the evil ghost warriors. This group of giant soldier ants is like a wall, with their own hard armor.
They don't pay attention to the evil ghost warriors. The war blade opened its fangs and bit towards the evil ghost warrior. These giant soldier ants are all enhanced soldier ants with rich combat experience, and their bodies have evolved accordingly. They were like a giant wave hitting the ghost warriors, immediately overwhelming the oncoming ghost warrior formations. Countless ghost warriors were clamped by the giant soldier ants and lifted high into the air. The construct knights holding knight spears behind them, led by Wolf Knight Tego, pierced the knight spears into the bodies of these evil ghost warriors in a very timely manner. As soon as they made contact, hundreds of evil ghost warriors were pierced by the knight spear. The defense line of the evil ghost troops preparing to intercept the giant soldier ants quickly collapsed, and the giant soldier ants pushed forward like bulldozers. On the other side, the construct knights led by Andrew also reached the vicinity of the pontoon. Teams of construct knights, almost all 10 of them, rushed forward side by side. The evil ghost warriors beside the pontoon could not stop the charge of the construct knights, and they rushed forward one after another. The knights were carried into the river with knight spears. The moment Serdak's reinforcements from the west entered the battlefield, the battle situation here changed rapidly. The evil ghost generals on the opposite side were not even prepared to deal with it. The tide-like charge overwhelmed these evil ghosts. They also fought fiercely on the battlefield here for half a day, and they had already passed the period of maximum physical strength. Serdak did not rush directly into the battlefield with the ant cavalry. The 1,500 ant cavalry went directly from the side of the battlefield to the back of the evil ghost army, watching a huge swarm of soldier ants roaring past the side of the battlefield. The evil general in the evil army immediately realized that the situation was not good. It's just that a large number of evil ghost warriors are strangled with giant soldier ants on the battlefield. Even if they want to escape, it is currently extremely difficult. Seeing a large number of reinforcements appearing on the battlefield here, the speed of erecting the second pontoon bridge on the river was also significantly accelerated, and the first pontoon bridge was quickly recaptured under Andrew's butcher's tomahawk. A group of defenders crossed the Balloon River and entered the battlefield. The mercenary groups on the other side of the river also began to show great excitement, waiting beside the pontoon bridge to negotiate with the Handanar city logistics troops stationed on the pontoon bridge. As the teams of besieged construct knights were rescued one after another, these construct knights covered in blood almost all sat there exhausted, and some knights even fell down directly. As soon as Serdak rushed behind this evil ghost army, he saw an evil ghost general leading a group of evil ghost warriors from the battlefield, hoping to form an encirclement of these ant cavalry in Serdak. Before that, they fled westward along the edge of the Bruin River. A beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped Serdak's body. Then the shadow of a seraph appeared behind Serdak, and a magical armor composed of holy light lit up on Serdak's body. The angel shadow and Serdak quickly merged into one, and a pair of wings formed by holy light appeared behind Serdak. Serdak's horse turned into a stream of golden light and rushed in front of the evil general in an instant. The evil general is holding a black war blade in his hand. This war blade is burning with black flames. In the hands of the evil general, it seems that it can split the space of this world at any time. It is made of rare black crystal. Space blade? When he saw Serdak turning into a golden stream of light and rushing towards him, the evil general was not to be outdone. He raised his war blade with both hands, ran forward 5 steps, and then leaped high into the air. He raised the war blade high and bent his body backwards in an extremely exaggerated arc in the air, like a taut long bow. Then the space blade in his hand split open with strong black flames, and suddenly a space crack seemed to be collapsing in midair. The body of the evil general was also wrapped in a black light shield. The moment he fell, Serdak rushed over. The broadsword's iron of light lit up with intense holy light, and was lifted up against the blade of black space. Even the war horse under Serdak neighed. The holy light and the black flame collided, causing a huge explosion. The space blade in the hands of the evil ghost general was even more powerful than Serdak, who had activated the divine wrath. The space blade severely pressed down the iron of light, and Serdak flew into the air. The body also fell downwards. The blessing shield and the holy shield exploded one after another, and even the holy light armor composed of holy light on Serdak's body was shattered. This evil general completely suppressed Serdak in terms of power. Chapter 1453 The Battle of Bruin River. The space-tearing long sword instantly cut through Serdak's 3-layer shield, and even the broadsword in his hand was cut with a pea-sized gap. A grid-like crack appeared on the blade of the light soldering iron. Serdak's body rose into the air, but was forced to the ground by the leaping evil general. The warhorse wanted to rush over, but was avoided by Serdak. He knew that once he fell on the horse's back, the huge force on his body would be immediately transmitted to the warhorse. The warhorse could not withstand this force at all. So Serdak's body rolled to the left. And surrounded by the holy light, Erdak was slashed to the ground by the evil ghost general. Serdak's feet sank deep into the soft soil. The evil general clung to Serdak and swung his sword repeatedly. Black sword shadows pressed down on him. Serdak was tired of dealing with him. This kind of suppression at the level of strength left Serdak unable to even fight back. The space blade in the hand of the evil general once again made a harsh sound of tearing. After this sound, a space crack with lightning storm flashing in the darkness appeared in front of Serdak again. Serdak tried his best to lean back and just barely avoided the sword. The space blade slashed past his shoulder armor. At the moment when the space crack opened, the shoulder armor scratched lightly. A small piece of Eisenhard's shoulder armor disappeared in an instant. And the space cracked loudly. It came from the ground like a piercing thunderstorm from a distant place. Serdak broke out in a cold sweat. If he had hesitated for just a moment, his arm would have been swallowed by the space rift. The evil ghost general's face was filled with a ferocious smile. And his ghost face was a little distorted. He flipped his wrist and suddenly held the space blade backwards. And the blade cut towards Serdak's throat. Serdak didn't have time to hold up the demon shield. A door to the void quietly opened behind the evil general. The evil general felt the strange aura behind him and immediately jumped out to the left. Unexpectedly, half of his figure appeared inside the void door. She stretched out her upper body and closed her eyes. He chanted the incantation with his eyes closed. As the curse ended, the evil general suddenly felt a splitting headache. The scenery in front of him began to become blurry. And the whispering curse sounded in his ears. He held his head, trying to struggle out of the hallucination. But the moment he woke up, he saw Serdak rushing in front of him. Before he could respond, the broadsword in Serdak's hand killed the evil spirit. The ghost general cut off the arm holding the space blade. The evil general wanted to grab the broadsword with his bare hands. A layer of holy light appeared on the blade of the light iron, which actually burned the evil general's hand until a layer of bone armor melted away. The evil general quickly retracted his hand under the sting, and the space blade with the severed hand fell to the ground. A woman in black robe flapped her wings and swooped down, picked up the space blade, flapped her wings twice like a rain butterfly, and hid behind Serdak. The evil general was still thinking about rushing forward and snatching the space blade back, but found that Serdak followed him like a shadow. The shield he held high like a shield wall. The evil general wanted to jump over the shield wall. As Aphrodite finished her second curse, she summoned a spherical evil eye with a diameter of about 1 meter, and the erect golden pupils released a ray just hit the evil general. The evil general felt groggy, and a strong wave of sleepiness came over him. A sharp pain came from his abdomen. He woke up and saw that Serdak had just stabbed the broadsword in his hand into his lower abdomen. Serdak raised his foot and kicked the evil ghost general's thigh hard. The evil ghost general, who was more than 3 meters tall, was kicked out by him. The bone spurs emerging from the evil ghost general's arm were like a shallow mark on his cheek. Aphrodite stood behind Serdak and cast several negative spells in succession. Feeling weak, grief-stricken and in pain. At this moment, the evil general felt as if he had returned to his youth, when he was still an ordinary evil warrior and had not yet understood the true demonic energy in the abyss. Seeing Serdak walking up with a broadsword shining with his holy light, the last line of defense in his heart suddenly collapsed, and he even retreated. But how can there be a way out on this battlefield? Serdak rushed forward without any explanation, and the broadsword in his hand swiped across the evil ghost general's throat. His head, the size of a millstone, fell to the ground, and a stream of purple, viscous blood spurted out, rushing into the air like a blowout. The huge body fell hard on the battlefield. When the evil ghost warriors saw that the evil general was dead, they were desperately resisting the attack of the giant soldier ants a second ago, but now they were immediately defeated. A large number of evil ghost warriors fled westward along the banks of the Burin River. Serdak led 1,500 ant cavalry to block the evil ghost warriors. The evil ghost warriors saw the group of snarling soldier ants and did not dare to fight. The corpse of the evil ghost general fell in front of him. This group of evil ghost warriors had no choice but to abandon the Burin River. Some of the evil ghost warriors rushed into the water in the fast-flowing Burin River. Other evil spirits simply fled towards the north. Under the instructions of Wolf Knight Tego, the construct knights and giant soldier ants on the battlefield did not intercept the evil spirits running north, but fell behind them, like hunting dogs chasing wild boars in the mountains, constantly spreading their canines. His teeth took a bite on their buttocks, biting away at those evil ghost warriors. These evil ghost warriors have been fighting hard here for a long time. Their physical strength is far inferior to the giant soldier ants and construct knights who have just entered the battlefield. Therefore, they cannot get rid of the pursuers behind them. No evil ghost warrior is willing to stop along the way, turn around to intercept the pursuers, and create a way out for his companions. As a result, ghost warriors kept falling on the way to escape. The evil ghost warriors who rushed into the Boyne River were even more desperate. On the other side of the river, a group of mercenaries and city guards were waiting on the shore with expectant faces. Someone has even organized a team of crossbowmen, holding standard military crossbows and aiming at the ghost warriors in the river and shooting crossbow arrows one after another. The battle continued until dusk, when the setting sun cast its rays on the sparkling river. The guards of the City Defense and Security Brigade who came from Handanar City have packed up their gear. They are the last defense force of Handanar City. They have no choice but to go out of the city to fight. Now they have defeated the vanguard of the evil ghost army. Naturally, he had to rush back to Handanar City overnight. But the mercenary groups on the other side took advantage of the pontoon bridge erected by the City Defense and Security Brigade, and came here one after another from the other side of the river. Some mercenary groups took a fancy to the corpses of evil ghost warriors floating in the Buruan River and chased them all the way down the river. Others were on this battlefield, picking and choosing those evil ghosts that had not been completely cleaned up on the battlefield. Corpse. The constructed knights and ant cavalry brought by Surdak this time were all hunting down the fleeing ghost warriors. As for these evil ghost warriors who were killed on the battlefield, the knights and ant riders only took away their most precious heads. Surdak stayed with more than 100 ant cavalry. Before the battle was over, he began to treat the surviving construct knights on the battlefield. These infantry soldiers were brought out by Surdak from the Belan Plain. They have become accustomed to Surdak's style of doing things. Surdak only needs a brief sentence or a casual gesture, and they will do it. Understand what you need to do. The infantry soldiers dragged out the construct knights, who were still barely breathing from the pile of corpses on the battlefield, and carried them to the marching tent set up by Surdak. There were several infantry soldiers here to maintain order. Even the captain of Handanar City's City Defense and Security Brigade was waiting outside the tent, and was unable to see Commander Surdak before leaving. Someone specially identified the injuries of the seriously injured construct knights who were brought over, and they were basically classified into dying, seriously injured, and slightly injured. It's a pity that Nika and her medical team are not here. This afternoon, at least 30 construct knights died at the entrance of this tent, and some were severely disabled after treatment, which made Surdak furious several times in the tent. The officer in charge of lining up the numbers at the entrance of the tent was not only scolded by Surdak, but his military position was also demoted from squad leader to the administrator of the ghost-patterned ant stable by the furious Surdak. Even so, the officer still shouted hoarsely to maintain order. Many of the construct knights of the Eastern Route Army never thought that they could survive. Their wounds were bandaged, and they were lying under the makeshift rain shelter. Captain Emil Mason is also here to help. He did not get scolded at the entrance of the tent, but made a wise choice to lead people to build a simple rain shelter here. He knew many construct knights in this construct knight group, and saw some constructs soaked in blood. The pretend knight was lying on the stretcher, so he walked up to comfort him and asked about the situation of the battle here. Captain Emil Mason was looking for some familiar faces in the awning when he heard a familiar voice calling him.
Emil Mason, why are you here?
Emil Mason stopped, looked over at the sound, and happened to see a construct knight with a broken arm sitting on the grass. His arms have been wrapped in layers of bandages, and his upper body is also covered with bandages. He looks like a mummy, although there is blood seeping out of the bandages. He is in good spirits, and can at least sit alone on the grass. Superior. Emil Mason walked over and carefully observed the bandaged head for a while, before recognizing that he was a captain of the Aldington Constructed Knights. He was still in Narota Fortress. We played cards together, but now I can't remember his name.
The Marquis asked me to go to Mayun Ridge to seek assistance from the Western Route Army. These are the construct knights of the Western Route Army,
Captain Emil Mason explained. The mummy captain said in surprise.
These construct knights and these war monsters are reinforcements of the West Route Army. I thought they were reinforcements coming from Handanar City.
Captain Mummy exhaled with a hint of teasing in his tone.
The Statue of Liberty protects the Bena province.
Shit. Captain Emil Mason cursed, and then said firmly,
The only ones who can save Bena are us Bena people ourselves. That's right. The only one who can save Bena is us Bena people ourselves.
I don't know who echoed this in the crowd. When Captain Emil Mason looked up, He didn't even see his back. Captain Emil Mason followed Cerdak on the battlefield. When Cerdak was fighting the evil ghost general, Captain Emil Mason protected him from the siege of other evil ghost warriors. He saw with his own eyes that Cerdak killed the evil general whose strength was close to that of a level 3 powerhouse. He was a little unsure whether the mysterious woman who suddenly appeared and disappeared suddenly was Commander Cerdak's contract partner, because she doesn't look like a creature in the elemental world. He saw Commander Cerdak's power, which was the shadow of an angel. In the Bena province, he had never seen anyone favored by angels. Generally speaking, the power possessed by the swordsman in the Bena province is generally a great swordsman, and only a few swordsmen will have a swordsman behind them. He remembered that Commander Soldak was the only paladin in Bena province. But at that time, they had just followed Marquis Edmund Arnold back from the Loki Plain, and did not take this young plain lord seriously at all. Inside, after this battle, he finally understood that the Bena provincial military headquarters pushed this young plain lord to the position of commander of the Western Route Army, not relying on Marquis Luther and the main war factions in Bena. Instead of operating in a provincial manner, he relies on his own tyrannical strength. The group of red hard-armored monsters were charging unreasonably on the battlefield, and the Construct Knights simply followed behind to reap the benefits. This kind of battle once made Captain Emil Mason a little dumbfounded. He thought that if his Construct Knights could cooperate with this group of soldier ants, they would surely win easily. But then, he couldn't understand it anymore. Cerdak actually gave up the great pursuit opportunity, and just let his men lead the Construct Knights to hunt down the remnants of the evil ghost warriors. He stayed alone on the battlefield, and was busy treating the injured Construct Knights. On the grassland by the river in the setting sun, Cerdak's body reflects this layer of golden light. Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego came back from outside with the Construct Knights, who had gained a lot. On this battlefield, the corpses of Construct Knights and war horses can be seen everywhere, and many evil ghost warriors are entangled with their corpses. It's just that the guards of the Handanar City Security Brigade have already evacuated from this battlefield. They also killed a lot of evil ghost warriors by the river. This time, they brought these trophies back, and it is estimated that the city lords will be indispensable. Some rewards. The battle here was considered to be over. Andrew chased west along the Boone River for more than 40 kilometers, killing almost all the evil ghost warriors who escaped from this battlefield. But he did not lead his troops to continue exploring westward. Although he is a little reckless on the battlefield, he is not stupid. This time the evil ghost warrior opened the gate of Naroda Fortress. There will definitely not be only such an army. After chasing for an afternoon, his Construct Knights also need to rest. So Andrew didn't even have the mood to peep to the west. So he hurried back to the battlefield here before dark. Chapter 1454 Night Talk by the River. Before meeting Soldak, Captain Emil Mason had never thought that a paladin could have such a big effect on a legion. As the priests and battle priests of the Temple of Liberty left the Roland continent one after another, the Green Empire's army seemed to have its wings restrained by an invisible hand. The Constructed Knights, who originally spanned the entire continent, could only retreat to the Empire. Native. In the past few years, plain wars have occurred frequently in the Green Empire, and the Constructed Knights have been traveling back and forth between the plains and the Empire. Healing potions have been sold at sky-high prices. Water magicians are gradually being promoted to the altar, and first aid has become a required course in war academies everywhere. Even so, the battle damage caused by serious injuries and death on the battlefield is still the biggest problem for each Constructed Knights. Many knights are not as strong as before because they are afraid of getting injured. Many times, Captain Emil Mason was powerless, and could only ask his knights to replace their armor with more sophisticated ones. Many magic pattern structures made of Warcraft leather have therefore been abandoned by the knights. Or some knights simply wear double-layer armor. At a time when first aid is in vogue, when the paladin Cerdak appears on the battlefield, the effect of holy light is infinitely magnified in an instant, especially on such a cruel battlefield with heavy casualties. The appearance of a paladin means that countless seriously injured knights can be rescued. Cerdak did do this, and in addition to using the holy light technique, he also used the power of sacrifice. After more than 200 Construct Knights were emergency treated by Cerdak, they would receive the blessing of the blessed body. These Construct Knights are now lying on the grassy grass beside the Buruan River. There is a canopy above their heads that covers half of the starry sky. Many Construct Knights are lying on stretchers, and they can see the sparkling Buruan River. Captain Emil Mason has been busy here until very late. He doesn't know how many people he has introduced Lord Soldak, the commander of the Western Route Army. The blood stained on both arms had turned the linen shirt on Cerdak into a starched blood coat, and the two blood-soaked sleeves had become hard under the baking of the campfire. Andrew, Tego and Guidam were sitting not far in front of his tent, chatting around the campfire. Tego was combing the long silver fur of Bonita, the frost wolf. A half-cooked leg of lamb was placed in front of Bonita. It looked like it was full. When Andrew rested, he never lacked a whetstone in his hand, and he rubbed the edge of the butcher's axe vigorously. His butcher's axe is just a high-quality imitation, not an epic magic weapon. However, after so many battles, the blood soaked in the patterns on the axe has given the axe its unique patterns. Ordinary people can smell the strong smell of blood on the axe from more than 10 meters away. Andrew said he had to put a butcher's axe under his head every night to sleep peacefully. Wolf Knight Tego said very seriously that he has to hold Bonita in his arms every night to sleep. The two-headed ogre brothers said that one of their brothers would be asleep in the first half of the night, and the other would be asleep in the second half of the night. They would maintain this habit even when they were at home, because the young men in Wall Village always wanted to steal his yellow sheep. Surdak dragged his tired body over and sat among them, stretching out his hands to warm himself by the fire. It wasn't cold in this season. He just wanted to dry the blood on his sleeves.
Why don't you wash it?
At this time, probably only Andrew would dare to ask this. Surdak lay back and looked up at the starry sky that was half obscured by clouds. It is said that many astrologers can identify their own location based on star charts.
I'll probably be busy for a while,
so I'll take some time to rest first,
Soldak said. Guidam handed over the skewer with the barbecue in his hand and asked,
"Would you like something to eat?"
Surdak shook his head and said with a smile,
"I just drank some oatmeal and paired it with a bottle of spiritual potion. The taste is really amazing."
The two-headed ogre brothers thought about it seriously. No matter who they were, they had never eaten like this before, and they suddenly became interested. Andrew regained his energy and approached Soldak and asked softly,
"Did you get that batch of magic potion back?"
Surdak nodded.
"This time, we have to give 300 bottles to our first constructed knights."
Andrew the lion said loudly,
"There are not that many in total, but I can give you 100 bottles. The second constructed knights will also have the same quota, and I will put the rest on the merit exchange list,"
Surdak said. He said while thinking about it,
"By the way, this battle on the Buruan River reminded me of something."
The three of them looked at Soldak at the same time.
"What?"
Surdak stretched his arms again, and all the bones in his body were making cracking sounds.
"What if I go to the Aboriginal tribe in the north of Mayun Ridge and recruit some great witches to join my lord army?"
Soldak said. What he said was not without purpose. Andrew himself is a native of the Nanai tribe. The two-headed ogre is from the ogre tribe, and the wolf Knight Tego is also from the wolf orc tribe. So Surdak wants to hear how they are, people's opinions, without even thinking about it. Andrew shook his head and objected.
"Just ask the great witches to come over and help you. I guess you won't be able to invite them."
Seeing Surdak looking over in surprise, Andrew went on to explain.
"You don't understand these Aboriginal tribes. These powerful witches are considered nobles in the tribe. They live a very prosperous life in the tribe, have no worries about food and drink, and are surrounded by women. Why would they run away?
Come to your army and serve you."
Although these words were a little rough, Surdak couldn't argue with them.
"Then what do you think would be more feasible?" "I don't know,"
Andrew said irresponsibly, spreading his hands. He just didn't think it would work. But there was no good way to solve the problem. Surdak patted his forehead. "Those Aboriginal tribes have not stopped their inheritance. The elder-level wizards in the tribes all preside over the sacrificial ceremony. If they are brought into the army, Surdak feels that the combat power of these construct knights and ant cavalry can at least be improved a step." He was lost in thought when he heard the wolf Knight Tego say,
"If we follow the way of the orcs, then we can convince their entire tribe to form a strategic alliance with us. Just like the orc tribe, the Pipe Plateau alone is divided into wolf tribe, liger tribe, centaur tribe, etc. If it's the eastern continent, there are also cat tribe, rabbit tribe, etc. The situation of these tribes is basically an alliance. As long as a war breaks out in one place, all the tribes will send warriors to fight."
Wolf Knight Tego's words immediately opened a window in Soldak's heart. It turned out that he could still do this. At this time, even the two-headed ogre Guidam came up and said,
"Actually, the orc tribe in the past was more powerful than it is now. Strictly speaking, our ogre, cyclops, and rock tribes have almost all joined the orc tribe. But they have separated now that there is no war. After all, you and Tego still have such a relationship."
Andrew laughed. Guidam stared at his copper bell-like eyes and angrily yelled at Andrew.
What I want to express is that the matter that the leader is considering is very feasible. If he can invite the great witches from the Aboriginal tribes, then he doesn't have to do this.
Busy. Surdak patted Tego's shoulder with a bloody hand and said with satisfaction.
It's worth a try. At least for now we have a common enemy, and we can't keep them stationed in Mayun Ridge. Otherwise we will point out maybe something will happen, and it will be a big trouble. Furthermore, with the current strength of our West Route Army alone, it is impossible to push the battlefield all the way to Mayun Ridge. And it is even less possible for the Aboriginal tribes in the northern mountains of Mayun Ridge. But if we unite together, this matter can still you can really think about it.
Thinking of this, Soldak's mind suddenly opened up. He began to continuously discuss with the three people around him about reaching a strategic alliance with the indigenous tribes. It wasn't until the magician Basil took advantage of the darkness of the night to ride down on his magic harpoon that Soldak stopped talking about this topic. Almost all of the magicians who came to the Warsaw Plain with Lord Soldak's army are now members of the reconnaissance team. And these magicians have long adapted to this hard military life. They have to conduct a lot of investigation activities every day. And many magicians have become dark and thin during this period. Basil came out with Surdak this time, mainly to investigate the group of evil ghost warriors who rushed in from Naroda. He also conducted night reconnaissance at such a late hour in order to determine the course of action for tomorrow morning. When they arrived at the Bruin River, Soldak didn't want to be led by Captain Emil Mason all the time.
How is it going?
Surdak couldn't help but ask when he saw Basil sitting down. The magician Basil untied his water bag, pulled out the cork, and took a sip of water before saying,
If you explore westward along the Bruin River, you can see a large number of evil ghost legions. But almost all of these evil ghost legions are three. The scale of more than 1,000 people was probably due to the exploration of the many tributaries of the Bruin River, which led to these evil spirits scattering the army. This is good news for us. At least we can just eat an evil ghost army of this size.
Soldak suddenly became energetic. The magician Basil continued,
And I found that there is a construct night group entangled near each evil ghost army. In the middle section of the Bruin River alone, I found at least 8 such construct night groups. Although they look very embarrassed, they are not as miserable as this group.
Basil said the last part very quietly. It was indeed tragic. There was no knight in the entire constructed knights who was not injured. Soldak knew that these constructed knights were all troops of the Eastern Route Army. At the beginning, the lords of Benna City believed that Marquis Edmund Arnold could bring them good luck and placed their last bet. For Duke Newman, this was actually a big gamble. It took him more than 8 years to make this game. I pushed most of the chips into the gambling pool before, but now the final few hands are about to be decided. Surdak's Western Route Army also became a bargaining chip. Thinking of this, Surdak said,
Get ready, Andrew. Tomorrow morning, we will sweep westward along the Bruin River to clean up all the evil spirits we encounter. Tego's second knights will set out with you. You must try your best to deal with those constructs. The knights? This group of construct knights are probably the last wealth of many noble lords. We can't let them be destroyed by these evil spirits here.
Clear, Andrew said, puffing out his chest. In fact, he is a bit envious of those giant soldier ants. With this group of giant soldier ants at the front, the strength advantage possessed by the evil ghost warriors was immediately gone.
Then,
Surdak threw a glass pipe at Basil. The magician hurriedly grabbed it, then shook it gently with his hand. When he saw a few bubbles coming out of the light blue transparent liquid in the glass tube, he pulled out the cork and put it under his nose to smell it. Then he said excitedly,
This is good stuff.
He shook the bottle of potion, wetted his lips with the light blue liquid, and sealed the mouth of the bottle with the lid very stingily. He took out a small magic sealing box from the magic belt bag and kept it in the magic box. Seeing Surdak and others looking at him in surprise, he explained,
I remember when I was in school at the Magic Academy. I was still a magic apprentice. I received a monthly allowance from the Magic Guild, and I had to recite the magic rune table every day to cope with the monthly exams. At that time, all the allowances had to be saved. I got up just to be able to buy a bottle of this potion before graduation. Besides relieving mental fatigue, what else can it be used for?
Surdak asked curiously. Basil laughed and said,
It is not used to relieve mental fatigue. Only a great lord like you would drink mental potions so extravagantly. Even if we are magicians, we can only do it when the magic experiment is the most critical. Only then can I be willing to open a bottle. This thing is as special as the Lion King's power potion. As long as a 9th level magic apprentice drinks it, he can see himself break through the bottleneck and become a first-level mage. As long as the effect of the potion does not disappear, he can continue to maintain this state. For a magic apprentice, it is a successful promotion to become a magician. So this is a magic potion to assist in advancement. It can only temporarily improve mental strength. Surdak, who had never taken mental potions seriously, finally understood why Lance, the magic guild in Helensa City, had such a proposal. So that's it. No wonder Lance wants to make more bottles, he murmured to himself. The magician Basil glanced at Surdak in surprise, but he refrained from asking. Andrew and Gulaitum also looked at each other. We didn't think this thing would be so precious, but I still have the same opinion as before. No potion can be as good as the healing potion now, Andrew said loudly. Chapter 1455 Between Nights. With the information from the magician Basil, Andrew and the wolf knight Tego led 1,000 construct knights and more than 2,000 giant soldier ants, and soon encountered the second evil ghost army. Behind this evil ghost army, there is also a group of constructed knights following from a distance. When Andrew and wolf knight Tego promised Gulaitum nearly 1,000 yellow sheep as compensation, Gulaitum was covered with petrified skin and was the first to rush towards the evil force carrying a big stick. The ghost army intercepted the evil ghost general, who ran out of the evil ghost army's camp. Then 2 druids specially controlled the giant soldier ants to assist, and finally succeeded in intercepting the evil general. Andrew and wolf knight Tego mingled with a group of construct knights. After approaching the evil general, the 2 unexpectedly succeeded in leapfrogging and killing a powerful evil general in a surprise attack. Gulaitum could be regarded as avenging the time when the evil general blocked the Samasto River and beat him up in the crevices of the cliff. The giant ghost-striped soldier ants lined up on the bank of the Buruan River, like thick walls, as they rushed in front of the evil ghost warriors without fear of life or death. Before these evil ghost warriors could react, they were stabbed in the chest by the construct knight, who rushed up from behind. After nearly 3,000 demon warriors saw the demon general being killed by the construct knights in the center of the battlefield, they lost any fighting spirit and immediately collapsed towards the mountains to the north. The evil spirits have always believed that they can run faster than war horses. This illusion is actually caused by heavy cavalry. Although heavy cavalry also has excellent war horses, these war horses only have powerful explosive power and are suitable for battlefield charges, but they do not last. Pursuit ability. A heavily armored knight is very heavy when fully armed. Those war horses can charge, but they cannot run for a long time. The constructed knights and giant ghost patterned soldier ants had no such problem at all. When Andrew saw these evil ghost warriors trying to escape, he immediately chased after them from behind. The construct knights belonging to the Eastern Root Army originally just stared at the evil ghost army from a distance. Occasionally, when their attention was distracted, they would rush up and take a bite. So that this group of construct knights, the reason for being so timid was mainly because he was afraid of the evil general on the opposite side. When they saw a strange group of knights coming from the opposite side, they rushed forward and killed the evil general. How could this group of Eastern Root Army construct knights give the evil ghosts a chance to escape? A large number of construct knights rushed out from behind the hill in an instant, and cooperated with Andrew and the others to force the group of evil ghost warriors into a mountain call. The 2 knights guarded the exits on both sides of the call, and then assembled into a charging formation on the call. This is almost the most comfortable way of fighting for the construct knights. Rows of construct knights raised their knight spears and charged towards the evil ghosts in the mountain valley in batches. Countless evil ghost warriors were pinned to the battlefield by their spears. On the other side of the river, a group of mercenaries coming from Handanar City could only look at each other across the river at this time. However, several mercenary groups that followed along the river from behind quickly rushed into the battlefield. Seeing that the construct knights did not stop the soldiers of these mercenary groups from reaping benefits on the battlefield, the mercenary groups on the opposite side all rushed to the battlefield, almost going crazy. When had they seen so many evil ghost warriors fleeing en masse? When the royal knights relied on crazy potions to drive evil spirits into the Camperdo River, there was no such spectacular scene. Seeing that the second-level strong men in their own camp successfully killed the evil general on the opposite side, these mercenaries could not control their inner excitement. Many of them felt like they were standing by the river and screaming. The mercenary group here initially thought that if they rushed to the battlefield to pick up trash like this, they might be warned and driven away by the constructed knights. But when they saw so many people rushing up, no one stopped them at all. There is no need to hesitate. Just go for it. In addition to some headless evil ghost corpses on the battlefield, there were also some lone evil ghost warriors hiding in the piles of corpses. What the mercenary group is looking for is these lone evil ghost warriors.
But after the mercenary group entered the battle, they discovered that even if these evil ghost warriors were injured, they were still powerful. The evil ghosts were still the same evil ghosts. Their defeat was only because they met a group of more powerful construct knights. In this way, these mercenary groups began to clean up the battlefield from behind. The vanguard of evil spirits that broke out from Naroda Fortress are now scattered along the banks of the Bruin River. In order to facilitate the search for the rumored city of Handanar, they were divided into 17 armies, each of which had nearly 3,000 to 4,000 evil ghost warriors. Surdak led the constructed knights of the West Route army over. Before these evil ghost vanguards had time to regroup, 2 evil ghost armies were quickly swallowed up. As the commander of this battle, Andrew couldn't help but look proud when he looked at the construct knights collecting the spoils on the battlefield. In addition to collecting the heads of the evil ghost warriors, Andrew also met the leader of the constructing knights on the opposite side this time. In addition to coming to express his gratitude to Andrew, the leader of the knights also asked Andrew about the origin of the constructed knights. Andrew said that his army was the constructed knights of the West Route army, and that the leader of the knights he took a deep breath, and the heavy expression on his face finally relaxed a little, as they chased them all the way. What they were most worried about was that the vanguard of the evil spirits would rush into Handanar city, which had no defense at all. Now that I saw the reinforcements from the West Route army, and my own knights were not at the forefront, I knew that the defeat of this battle was effectively controlled. Andrew told the leader of the knights that their constructed knights were preparing to hit Naroda directly. The leader of the knights heard what Andrew said. At this time, a constructing knights of the West Route army shouted slogans and charged all the way to the west. Of course, the knights of the East Route army couldn't be cowardly. If there is no complete constructed knights, everyone will be united together. There are many constructed knights behind them fighting against the evil ghost army along the banks of the Bruin River. At this time, there is no way to divide the East and West armies. Everyone is the Bina army anyway. The leader of the knights considered that his constructed knights had less than 400 constructed knights, excluding those who were injured and could not participate in the battle, waiting to join up with other Eastern Route army constructed knights. It won't be too late to go out and fight independently. But when Andrew's Western Route army constructed knights encountered the third evil ghost army, things began to gradually escape the control of the knight leader. Andrew, the wolf knight Tego, and the two-headed ogre Guladum finally found a plan to effectively kill the evil general on the battlefield. It was Guladum's strong physique that led the evil general to the center of the battlefield, and everyone worked together to kill him. This time, with the help of the leader of the Eastern Route army knights, things became easier. After the third evil ghost army was defeated by Andrew's construct knights, all the construct knights took away the evil ghost heads. They didn't even have time to collect the other trophies, so they continued to advance westward along the Bruin River, pretending not to stop until Naroda was reached. The constructed knights following the evil ghost army were also absorbed by Andrew. It's still the same operation as before. The injured knights were waiting where they were, and it was said that there was logistical support behind them. There is no reason not to believe it. The mercenary group of Handanar city is following him all the way, happily sweeping away garbage on the battlefield. The construct knights, who can still fight, can follow Andrew and continue walking west. When they meet other construct knights from the Eastern Route army, they can lead them west together. Anyway, everyone's ultimate goal is the same, which is to fight back to Naroda. It was just these two divisions of spoils that made the construct knights of the Eastern Route army raise question marks in their hearts. What's the situation? The spoils of the West Route army were actually 50-50 with the Lord. What on earth did the commander opposite think? It was just like giving away money. And this battle is too easy to win. The group of dark red monsters push forward, and the construct knights behind just need to poke out the knight spears in their hands. It's that simple. Moreover, the construct knights of the Eastern Route army couldn't help but wonder, when did the charges of the construct knights start to lean towards the assassination style? But this victory came as if it were picked up, and the spoils were taken with ease. It wasn't until Andrew's construct knights came into contact with the 5th evil ghost army that Serdek, who had been following behind, began to realize that something was wrong. Why did Andrew's construct knights increase in number? This guy only rests for a few hours every day, and spends the rest of the time on horseback. With the Ant cavalry, he could only follow behind and eat dust, cleaning the battlefield and treating the injured construct knights. These two things slowed down the Ant cavalry. More and more injured construct knights were picked up later. After careful questioning, Serdek realized that the construct knights from the two legions were mixed together. When the vanguard of the evil ghost began to realize that all forces should be gathered together to resist the construct knights rushing from the direction of Handanar city, Andrew had already defeated 6 evil ghost armies in one go. The total number of these evil ghost warriors in the vanguard even exceeds 20,000. When Andrew started, there were only 2,300 giant ghost pattern soldier ants and 1,000 construct knights. Now, the number of construct knights following Andrew has surged to more than 3,000. At first, Andrew just rushed to kill. Now that so many construct knights have gathered together, and the information about the evil ghost army in the west has gradually increased, Andrew's taste has become picky. Of course, he has to choose the fattest meat. Andrew was afraid that Cerdak would give him an order to rest in place, so he almost kept driving the knights forward. In the evening, this group of construct knights had a rare break. This is mainly to let the war horses rest, feed and drink water, so that the construct knights can take a rest. The knights who were not on duty lay down on the grass and fell asleep. There are also some construct knights sitting together, and no one distinguishes between the East Route Army and the West Route Army, since they met on the battlefield. They are all brothers. At the beginning, everyone only talked about where they came from, since they were all troops from the Bena province. And these people were all construct knights who had just squeezed into the upper-class society. They talked about a few prestigious local noble lords. Basically everyone can have a relationship. Once everyone is familiar with each other, start talking about other things. Talk about family. Talk about the battlefield here. Talk about the failure of the Battle of Naroda. On this last topic, the construct knights of the Eastern Route Army realized that this might touch the prestige and interests of the commander, Marquis Edmund Arnold. So they kept silent. In the end, it was inevitable to talk about the spoils gained from these battles. At first, some construct knights of the Western Route Army said that they had picked up the slack in this battle. Some even patted the canvas bags on their horses very proudly and said to them, "Other construct knights are shown containing the heads of Oni warriors. This is how much I have saved after paying twice along the way." When talking about these trophies, many knights of the Western Route Army's constructs said they have a dream. That is, to be able to exchange for a completely own magic pattern construct on the merit exchange list. So, only then did we talk about the exchange system, the merit exchange list of the West Route Army. And even the construct knights pulled out the magic swords from their waists to prove that they were not lying. These construct knights of the Eastern Route Army are not actually the construct knights of Marquis Edmund Arnold. These construct knights belong to the 18 old noble lords of the Bena province. The lords felt that Marquis Edmund Arnold led their army to victory. So in order to reap the benefits of the war, they put their constructs the knights were sent out. Therefore, the East Route Army also continued the past tradition in the distribution of spoils. It means that the battlefield commanders and noble lords take the bulk, and the construct knights can only get a small part of the loot. Therefore, the construct knights do not have the habit of collecting heads. They only need to win on the battlefield, and there is no need to chop off the evil ghost's head and take it with them. But the construct knights, like the West Route Army, are different. They can get a lot of merit. At the same time, because of the merit exchange list, all constructed knights have some very strict distribution systems. Even if some evil ghost warriors are killed by everyone will hang a label on the evil ghost's head, and the names of the construct knights who participated in the battle will be clearly written on it. Some even have the Order of Merit. Mark it out. Then, the construct knights of the Eastern Route Army suddenly realized something. According to the speed at which the construct knights of the West Route Army make money, it doesn't seem too difficult to save a set of magic pattern constructs. As a result, the gap in everyone's hearts has increased. Obviously, they are all constructed knights of the Bena province. But the gap is really too big. The construct knights can only talk about these things when they are resting. When Andrew led the construct knights and finally encountered an assembled army of nearly 10,000 evil ghosts, he stopped marching westward, and was worried that the evil ghosts on the opposite side would rush up and bring the construct knights with them. They retreated 5 kilometers and guarded a high hill next to the river beach. Chapter 1456, The Eve of the War. When Soldak led the Ant cavalry to catch up, Andrew's constructed knights had been in a stalemate with the evil ghost army on the opposite side of the hillside for most of the day. The high hill was crowded with construct knights, and from time to time, there would be a sound of war horses neighing. This group of war horses were covered in bright black armor, and even the horses' heads were tightly wrapped in iron helmets, with only their eyes and nostrils exposed. This group of construct knights looked at the densely packed evil warriors opposite the high hill with serious expressions, and there was no smile on everyone's face. The magic pattern structures on their bodies are already in operation, and the faintly shining magic pattern lines show exquisite patterns on the magic pattern structures. A row of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants stood in the front row of the military formation. They exposed their ferocious fangs. All the ghost-patterned soldier ants became very agitated. They faced off against the more than 10,000 evil ghost warriors in front of him. But there was no sign of fear at all. Along with Surdak came the mercenary group from Handanar City. They originally ran to the battlefield to pick up trash. So naturally they would not run to the front. The targets of these mercenary groups are only some evil ghost warriors who are alone on the battlefield. And it is best to have injuries on their bodies. Only this time they climbed up the hill and saw tens of thousands of evil ghost warriors gathered on the opposite side. Many mercenary groups immediately retreated. This time, the number of the evil ghost legion crushed the Western Root army, which was one of the reasons that allowed Andrew to calm down. There was another reason why Andrew didn't dare to act rashly. He detected that there were 4 evil generals hiding in the evil ghost army camp opposite. Andrew, Gulitem, and Tego were able to deal with an evil ghost general relatively easily with the cooperation of the ghost-patterned soldier ants. But 4 evil generals suddenly appeared on the opposite side. Even if a druid-controlled giant soldier ants to help, the 3 of them could not defeat these 4 evil generals. The evil ghost army is still gathering here. Along the way, Andrew recruited 6 constructed knights from the Eastern Root army, and the leader of each constructed knights was a level 2 powerhouse. As the evil ghost legion continued to gather, some Eastern Root army constructed knights also silently joined the West Root army's camp. When Soldak arrived, 11 second-level experts had gathered here, but Andrew still didn't want to give the order to attack. In fact, Andrew was a little worried when he saw these evil generals opposite. This group of second-level warriors on our side are almost all the leaders of various constructed knights. There is no saying about their strength, but they are not Andrew's companions. So Andrew hesitates, not wanting to hand over his back to these second-level warriors. The strong one, in a word, means that both parties have not yet established enough trust. The vanguard of the evil ghosts is constantly gathering, and some evil ghost warriors can still be seen running in the wilderness. Surdak frowned. This was the scene he least wanted to see. As the number of evil spirits increases, this battle will become increasingly difficult. Soldak and Andrew gathered together and discussed in a low voice how to fight this war. Because Andrew rushed forward too fast, the Western Root army was now unable to retreat. Just when Surdak was helpless, the magician Basil ran through the crowd of construct knights and ran in front of Surdak.
Commander Soldak, I have an idea that we can actually replicate the Battle of Mayun Ridge and organize a mage fighting group to throw gunpowder barrels at these evil spirits.
Surdak didn't consider the inventory of gunpowder barrels. There were a lot of them in the warehouse in Helensa City. He frowned and asked,
"Where did you get so many magicians at this time? I just recruited them temporarily from the mercenary groups opposite. I saw some magicians in these mercenary groups, so I wanted to try to contact them."
The magician Basil said. Surdak and Andrew looked at each other. Even if these magicians form a mage bombing group, once a gunpowder barrel is thrown towards the evil ghost camp on the opposite side, the evil ghost army on the opposite side will never sit still and wait for death. They will rush forward one after another, even if this war officially begins. Surdak also thought of summoning the red dragon Iser, but according to his deduction, this war would still be difficult. 2 hours later, the magician Basil was waiting outside Surdak's tent with a group of magicians. This group of magicians wore a variety of magic robes, and it was obvious that Basil had temporarily found them from the mercenary group. I heard that the commander of the West Root army needed some magicians to join the battle. Some magicians were hesitant at first, but I heard that it was just a matter of mindlessly throwing a gunpowder barrel from a high altitude. As long as you had a magic harpoon handle, it was very simple. These magicians came to the front of the military formation, and everyone looked at Soldak expectantly. The magician Basil had a touch of pride on his face, and looked at Soldak as if he said, "People have brought it to you, and the next step is to arrange how to fight." Surdak nodded slightly, and pondered for a moment, before telling these magicians the specific battle plan. None of these magicians have done anything like this. After listening to Surdak, they asked them to empty their magic pockets, and fill the magic pockets with explosive barrels. Then, under the leadership of the magician Basil, they flew to the evil ghost army. It feels a bit magical to light these explosive barrels, and throw them down from the top of your head. Many of this group of magicians are fire magicians. They even suggested to Surdak that they could fly to high altitudes, and throw continuous fireballs of level 3 fire magic at the evil ghost camp. But Soldak asked,
"Can your magic pool support you to release several consecutive fireballs?"
The magician immediately blushed and closed his mouth. Now that it had been decided to let the magicians throw gunpowder barrels at the Evil Ghost Legion to disrupt the Evil Ghost Legion's military formation, Serdek took out some oak explosive barrels and distributed them to this group of novelty-eyed magicians. Basil took the initiative to explain to these magicians how to use the gunpowder barrel. The most noteworthy thing was the throwing height of the gunpowder barrel. However, because Basil was flying with them, these magicians only needed to follow Basil. That's it. Almost all of these magicians listened to Basil's explanation with serious expressions. The Evil Ghost army on the opposite side had probably gathered enough Evil Ghost warriors. The evil ghosts at the front of the formation had already stood up and showed their weapons towards this side. The Evil Ghost army put on an offensive posture, and the magician Basil hurriedly stepped on the handle of the magic sword and shouted,
"Follow me, and don't fly too low. Those Evil Ghost warriors have short flying spears in their hands. They're able to throw spears very high."
After saying that, Basil poured mana into the magic jar. As the floating magic circle on the jar lit up with magical light, the magician Basil flew high into the sky. Chapter 1457 The Legend of the Red Dragon. There are still some corpses of Evil Ghost warriors floating on the Buruan River, and there are people driving small fishing boats on the river to fish out corpses. It seems that these mercenaries want to squeeze out the last bit of value from these dead evil ghosts. There were a few cotton-like clouds floating in the blue sky, and dozens of vultures were circling in the sky. The magicians flew into the sky, scaring the vultures so much that they fled in all directions. When they saw that the magicians were not hostile to them, they flapped their wings and flew to higher places, circling back and forth, seemingly not wanting to give up. This battlefield can bring them countless delicious food. This group of ghost warriors from Naroda had never experienced explosive barrels falling from the sky. They were just a little surprised how these magicians flew above their heads. Some evil ghost warriors threw short flying spears into the sky. Unfortunately, these short flying spears only flew to the feet of the magicians, and then fell one after another, unable to hurt these magicians at all. When the first explosive barrel fell from a high altitude with a spark, the construct knights of the Eastern Root Army were simply dumbfounded. They couldn't figure out what these magicians were doing, and Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego issued orders to prepare for battle. The giant ghost pattern soldier ants at the front of the military formation also bent down and pressed all the legs tightly, as if they were about to pop out in the next second. Go the same. As soon as the first gunpowder barrel landed on the heads of the evil ghost warriors, the fuse was already burned to the end and exploded like a thunderous bomb. The oak gunpowder barrel was custom-made very tightly. There were also some fragments of black iron war blades and fist swords hidden inside. The entire gunpowder barrel could spread to an area of tens of square meters. The evil ghost warriors were still staring stupidly at the one that fell from the sky. As the barrel fell, a burst of fire exploded, followed by countless pieces of war blades flying out. The faces and bodies of this group of evil ghost warriors were cut with countless wounds by these blade fragments. A wailing sound came from the evil ghost camp, and the evil generals hiding behind the military formation stood up one after another, aiming their sharp eyes at the sky. High in the sky, explosive barrels fell from the sky and exploded continuously in the evil ghost army formation. In just a quarter of an hour, hundreds of evil ghost soldiers were killed and injured. The evil ghost generals stood up from the military formation, raised their war blades high, and roared angrily at the evil ghosts. The evil ghost warriors who formed a square formation also followed the evil ghost general's loud roar, and the evil ghost warrior at the front suddenly rushed towards the construct knights on the opposite high hill. This kind of scene is not unfamiliar to the constructing knights of the Eastern Root Army. In the beginning, Naroda Fortress was attacked by tens of thousands of evil ghost warriors, which led to Naroda Fortress being breached, facing more than 10,000 evil ghost warriors rushing up from the opposite side. The construct knights of the Eastern Root Army changed their expressions. Some knights even gently pulled the reins to prevent their horses from rushing out immediately. The constructed knights of the West Root Army were a little excited. They all took out the knight's spear from the rack next to the saddle and tucked it firmly under their armpits. Dozens of gunpowder barrels exploded in the evil ghost army formation, completely making these evil ghosts go berserk. They rushed towards the high hill with all their strength amidst the explosions. However, the druids did not see Serdak's order to charge, and could only appease the giant ghost-striped soldier ants and let them stay in place quietly. The call to war is considered the most powerful rune language that Serdak learned from the treasure chamber. As Serdak chanted a strange spell, naturally everyone did not know that this was the so-called dragon language. But a paladin was actually able to draw a magic pattern array, which made the surrounding Eastern Root Army constructs the knight's jaws dropped, as a huge summoning array appeared in front of the military array. a giant door slowly rose from the array. It immediately attracted the attention of thousands of knights, and the mercenary groups behind them also let out bursts of exclamations. After the Demon War, the giant dragons hid in Dragon City. It sounds like the so-called Dragon City is the name of a city. In fact, this Dragon City is an extremely secretive and rich plain. This plain cuts off without all contact with Roland continent. No one knew where Dragon City was. The red dragon Iser poked his huge head out of the summoning door. He blinked his sleepy eyes, and saw the densely packed evil ghosts under the hillside. He immediately opened his scarlet eyes, as big as footballs. This was not the first time it had seen the group of evil ghosts in front of it. It glanced in Serdak's direction, and let out a loud dragon roar. Suddenly, many of the knights' horses were trembling all over, and some of the horses even stood upright, knocking off the knights on their backs. The pressure brought by a red dragon had a huge impact on these war horses, and many war horses lost the ability to charge. Israel folded the dragon wings, and squeezed out of the summoning door. His strong hind limbs stood on the ground. And then he suddenly unfolded the dragon wings, and a dark red tail swung back and forth behind him. The evil ghost warriors on the opposite side have already rushed up, although it is no secret that Commander Soldak of the West Root Army can summon the red dragon. But when everyone sees a red dragon coming out of the summoning door in such a grand manner, the scene is still incomparable. Shocking. The more than 10 meters long dragon wings spread out, and when they flapped the dragon wings, they brought up a gust of wind, which made the knights behind them couldn't help but turn their heads and close their eyes. Israel suddenly flew into the air, and its abdomen swelled visibly to the naked eye. The group of evil ghosts opposite could even see the magic runes revealed under the dragon scales on its abdomen. Israel flapped his dragon wings twice, and flew high into the sky. Then he suddenly folded his dragon wings, and dived down at high speed towards the evil ghost army on the opposite side. The evil spirits rushed towards Galgang in overwhelming numbers. When the evil ghost warrior at the front saw the figure of the red dragon Iser, his steps became hesitant and frightened. The evil ghost warriors rushing up from behind bumped into the backs of the evil ghosts in front. The evil ghosts in front were pushed and forced to run forward. But the red dragon in the sky arrived in an instant. Yissel opened his big mouth, and a mouthful of dragon breath sprinkled on the battlefield. The short flying spears thrown into the air were more like large toothpicks in front of Iser, posing no threat at all, and they slid past the dark red scales. On the contrary, Yissel's dragon breath spread out a narrow sea of fire in the evil ghost army formation. Countless evil spirits were ignited with fire, and they were constantly struggling in the sea of fire. Several evil generals hiding in the army looked at the red dragon and let out roars. However, this provocation was completely useless to Israel. Of course, Israel would not be stupid enough to jump into the group of evil ghosts to fight. Once besieged by nearly 10,000 evil ghost warriors, Yendu drowned. The horn of charge sounded from the high hill. A large group of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants rushed towards the bottom of the soil slope, and soon collided head-on with the evil ghost warriors who were running at the front. The huge fangs clamped the evil ghost warriors around the waist, and the evil ghost warriors even more holding the war blade. He slashed at the soldier ant's hard skull. The construct knights of the West Root Army followed closely behind these giant soldier ants. Just when they came into contact with the evil spirits, knight spears stabbed out from the sides of the giant soldier ants. The construct knights of the Eastern Root Army charged together with the army. This time Andrew gathered nearly 4,000 construct knights, plus 2,000 giant soldier ants. Although their combat power was weaker than the evil ghosts, it's not that far apart. Serdak was surrounded by a group of construct knights. The horses of the surrounding construct knights all lit up with overlapping halos. The various halos were intertwined, which was considered the biggest highlight of the construct knights on the battlefield. This is also the reason why knights are most suitable for legion combat. Countless halo blessings can almost double the strength of this group of knights. An evil ghost general rushed out of the evil ghost army's camp. The war blade in his hand chopped off the head of a giant soldier ant. Then he stepped on the corpse of the soldier ant and jumped into the knight's camp, immediately killing 5 soldiers. The pretended knight was killed off his horse. And then the evil ghost general drove straight in, followed by a group of evil ghosts. Seeing that the line of construct knights was torn apart, Serdak took the lead and rushed forward. At this time, the role of officers on the battlefield is fully demonstrated. If no one stops the evil general, this front will be torn apart by the evil general. When Serdak raised the shield he was carrying behind him, the eyes of the evil ghost warriors on the opposite side were red for a moment. It was a tower shield covered with the bone face of the evil ghost general. The ferocious fangs, bloodshot eyes, and the fear at the moment of death were all still retained on that bone face. Sure enough, the evil general immediately dropped everything and rushed towards Serdek like crazy. For a shield warrior like Serdek, the most fearless thing is a strong attack. The war blade slashed at the shield. Serdek had already jumped off his horse, in front of an evil ghost over 3 meters tall. Serdek Duck's figure looked extremely small. When the war blade was cut down, Serdek was almost half kneeling on the ground. But he also stabbed the broad sword of light in his hand into the demon general's groin. This is the joint of the bone armor. As long as it cuts in, it can make the evil general lose a certain ability to move. A bone spur protruded from the demon general's knee joint. The moment it raised its leg, the bone spur blocked the broadsword. The evil general slashed at Serdek frequently, leaving him tired of parrying. The surrounding construct knights passed over Serdek and the evil general, and headed towards the evil spirits, who rushed in behind with the evil general. Kill the ghost warriors. A gate to the void opened silently from behind the evil general, and Aphrodite entered the battlefield wearing a black robe. In another part of the battlefield, Andrew, the wolf knights Tego and Gulitum worked together to entangle an evil general. Now that there was enough tacit understanding between the three, the two-headed ogre acted as a human shield, while Andrew and Tego will be waiting for opportunities. The other second-level experts also entangled the remaining 2 evil ghost generals. In fact, they also knew that they could not let these evil ghost generals rush and kill wantonly in their own camp. Israel, which blew out 2 breaths of dragon's breath, had already felt that the summoning gate was about to collapse. It only had time to catch 2 evil ghost warriors, and then hurriedly got into the summoning gate, flicked its flexible tail and disappeared, without the suppression of the red dragon in the sky. The evil ghost warriors became more courageous. It's just that the 2 seas of fire spewed out by the red dragon Iser just separated the formation of the evil ghost army. If the evil ghost warriors didn't want to take a detour and rush to the opposite high hill, they would have to pass through the sea of fire. The skeleton armor of these evil ghosts is a little oily, and it may not burn when exposed to ordinary flames, but their bone armor will still be ignited under the hot dragon's breath, so they can only choose to detour from both sides. The evil ghost army was divided into 2 sections, and their numerical advantage was immediately wiped out. The giant soldier ants rushed forward and strangled the evil ghosts, and the construct knights pierced the evil ghosts' bodies with their knight spears. The fierce fighting on the front line made the ant cavalry behind them excited. However, these ant cavalry have limited combat power. Serdek will not send the ant cavalry out at this time. They still have a lot of room for growth, and they have not yet colonized the magic patterns. Once they colonize the magic pattern, the strength of these ant cavalry will undergo a qualitative change. The mercenary group standing behind and watching also cheered. People are eager to win, and this group of mercenaries are even more eager because they are still looking forward to picking up trash on the battlefield. They have gained some experience in the past few days. When the battlefield is completely silent, the mercenaries will not be the first to rush up to clean the battlefield. They must give the construct knights some time to clean the battlefield. At this time, they will enter the battlefield to rescue the injured construct knight. No matter how effective it is, at least it can be regarded as a good relationship. When the battlefield calms down completely, they will search for the black devil's skins and bone armor. So they are now looking forward to winning this war. The appearance of the red dragon Iser also gave them greater confidence. After all, it was a dragon. Serdek and Aphrodite cooperated tacitly on the battlefield and easily killed an evil ghost general. During the battle, both of them almost revealed their wings. Serdek had a pair of angel light wings, while Aphrodite had a pair of transparent insect wings. Of course, Serdek still did not have the ability to fly, but Aphrodite did. With the void gate, she is like having a pair of eyes in this world, which can allow her to open the door at any location with great accuracy. So the evil general was attacked continuously by Aphrodite, and finally fell into a hypnotic state, and was beheaded by Serdek's sword. Many people on the battlefield were very curious about the mysterious Aphrodite, and the magician Basil was one of them. Basil was even more impressed by her exquisite use of black magic. Since Serdek can summon a dragon, it's probably no surprise to summon a powerful black magician. Basil didn't think about demons, because high-level demons all have demon wings, and as the source of power, demon wings are obviously indispensable. This black magician obviously doesn't have them, so he must not be. It is said that there is a powerful alchemist beside Commander Serdek, and it seems that it must be this person. The magician Basil thought secretly. Chapter 1458 A Tragic Victory Under the Sunset. Despite the help of the magician bombing group and the red dragon Iser, this battle was still very difficult. Countless war horses fell on the battlefield. And some construct knights were also entangled with the evil ghost warriors. They looked strange when they died. The long sword blades in the hands of many knights were broken into countless small holes. And the precious armors on their bodies were also scratched with countless holes. I don't know how the inscription masters can repair the inscriptions on such tattered armors. Even Serdek never thought that the fighting will of these evil ghost vanguards would be so tenacious. And they looked like they would never retreat. However, the battle has reached this moment. If you retreat, you will have nothing. If you advance, you will at least be able to give a generous pension to the fallen construct knights. Therefore, no one from the East Route Army or the West Route Army said they would retreat. At first, everyone followed behind the soldier ants and charged. Later, too many giant soldier ants died. And the knights took advantage of the cavalry to distance themselves and charged in a wave style. Knowing that the horses of the construct knights had also been killed by the evil spirits, the knights jumped off their horses and raised their shields to fight on foot. Speaking of the initial battle, Serdek's Western Route Army had a huge advantage, because almost most of these construct knights were transferred from heavy armored infantry. On the grassy slope of the high hill on the bank of the Buruan River, the corpses of war horses, ghost warriors and soldier ants almost covered the entire battlefield. The lightly injured knights spontaneously began to take out the corpses of their companions from the pile of corpses. After wrapping them in linen cloth, they placed them in rows on the top of the grassy slope of the high hill. The mercenary group watching the battle at the back were excited to see the scene at the beginning. Many people behind were simply frightened. There were also some quite spirited ones, who followed the ant cavalry to fight on the battlefield. Those who came back alive in the end were almost all covered in blood. Seeing that the last evil ghost warrior had fallen, the members of the mercenary group cheered up and rushed up to the edge of the battlefield. At this moment, their eyes looked at the battlefield like a group of red-eyed hyenas staring at carrion. This was an extremely brutal battle, so cruel that the entire battlefield was littered with corpses. The blood gathered together showed a strange purple-red color, flowing along the grassland to the bottom of the slope, and finally flowed into the Buruan River next to it, dyeing the river near the north bank pale red. When the construct knights discovered that the number of ghost warriors on the battlefield was getting smaller and smaller, and a few construct knights began to chase and kill an evil ghost warrior, everyone realized that this battle had finally ushered in a moment of victory. After the two evil ghost generals injured 7 second-level warriors from the Eastern Route Army, they were finally strangled by the furious construct knights of the Eastern Route Army, killing one and seriously injuring the other. The evil ghost general who was seriously injured finally managed to break through with more than 1,000 evil ghost warriors and escape northward, seeing the evil spirits fleeing wildly into the distance. The knights were unable to pursue them. Only the magician Basil rode on a magic harpoon and chased after them. Serdek's Western Route Army also paid a heavy price in this battle. Nearly half of the more than 2,000 giant soldier ants that rushed to the battlefield were dead, and hundreds of ghost-striped soldier ants were seriously injured. Many soldier ants had their legs cut off by evil spirits and lost their ability to move. 57 of the 1,000 construct knights who participated in the battle were killed, and nearly 90% of the construct knights were injured. Serdek's ant cavalry regiment only joined the battle in the second half of the war. Although they served as a new force to fight the tired evil ghost warriors, they were still as fragile as eggs after entering the battlefield. The ant cavalry soldiers, almost all of them, are ordinary warriors who have not been promoted to the first level. The soldier ants are also ordinary ghost-patterned soldier ants. Without the protection of Selena's fog of war, the Devil Warrior's war blade can easily cut off the limbs of ordinary soldier ants. The 1,500 ant cavalrymen were saved by Serdek in more than 5 months. Unexpectedly, nearly 500 ant cavalrymen were killed in this battle. The war horses with the highest battle damage rate were those of the construct knights. Nearly 800 of Serdek's 2 construct knights' war horses were killed in the battle, and the remaining 200 magic-patterned horses were almost covered in blood. If it weren't for the fact that there was no available war horse, Andrew would never have allowed the seriously injured evil general to escape from the battlefield like this. Compared to Serdek's West Route Army, the East Route Army, which had assembled nearly 3,500 construct knights this time, suffered even greater losses. Less than 2,500 construct knights survived, and all the war horses were destroyed. The evil ghost warriors vented their anger and killed them all in a desperate counterattack. At this moment, Serdek is the busiest person here. In fact, he withdrew from the battlefield in the second half of the war and began to treat some seriously injured construct knights. There are 30 ant cavalry dedicated to carrying these injured knights on the battlefield. Without Nika and her medical team, Serdek's work becomes very heavy. Some construct knights took off their breastplates only to find that their internal organs had been smashed to pieces. They could still breathe, but they were just burning the last bit of life force. There are also some severed arms and legs of the construct knights that fell on the battlefield and could not be picked up. If they could be picked up, Serdek actually still has a good chance of helping him pick them up. But after being healed like this, the pieces were broken. The arm cannot do heavy work, and the broken leg can no longer run. But at least it can maintain basic mobility. After rescuing 2 construct knights with severed limbs, Serdek asked the ant knights again if the severed limbs were not broken into pieces on the battlefield. Then pick them up as much as possible. Of course, if you can't find it, don't push too hard, because there are too many injured knights that need to be rescued by this group of ant cavalry. We can't just find an arm and let other injured knights lie upright on the battlefield. These evil ghost heads are sacrificed to bless the blessed body. However, after the wounds are cleaned and sutured by Serdek, and then powerfully healed by the holy light technique, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as the blood loss is not too great, it often leads to severe organ failure, but can basically be saved. There was just such a lonely tent on the high hill. Even after the treatment of the wounded was completed, they had to be carried out and placed under the awning on the back slope. The 2 ant cavalrymen once again defeated each other. The 2 of them had run weak, but they felt lucky from the bottom of their hearts to have such a job. Compared with the Shura field in front of them, this place was simply like a paradise. He hurriedly brought in a construct knight, who was covered in blood and had a bloody hole stabbed in his abdomen. The knight's eyes were vacant, and his breath was weak. There was a knight's sword wrapped in a bandage in his right hand, but the sword was broken. There are still a few bone spurs from the evil ghost warriors on his thighs. Serdek first checked the construct knight's eyes, and found that the pupils had begun to sag. Without saying a word, he used a dagger to cut open the construct knight's breastplate. Only then did he find that his abdomen had been poked out. The blood hole in his body was cut into a cross-shaped wound by the evil spirit, and he opened his slightly curled bloody belly. The blood in his abdominal cavity was almost mixed with countless severed intestines. Like a pot of paste, Serdek closed his eyes, and knocked the bronze bell beside him instead of providing any more treatment. Dang twice. The ant cavalry waiting outside immediately brought in an injured knight on a stretcher, and then carried out the knight, who could not be treated.
Wait a moment!
The 2 ant riders stopped immediately, and looked at Soldak with doubts on their faces. You 2 go ahead and carry it out. Aphrodite, come out. Go and keep an eye on the outside. Instruct them to untie the wounded armor, and check the injuries before the wounded are brought in. If the injuries are too serious, let them be subordinated to the knights. If we take the group back, we may still have time to say a few final words. Serdek waved his hand, and let 2 more ant riders go out. A door to the void opened at the innermost side of the treatment tent, and Aphrodite walked out of the door holding a cup of hot coffee. She handed the coffee to Soldak, whose hands were stained with blood, then raised her loose curly hair and tied it into a bun, put the black robe back on her head, and put on a hat on her face, wearing a mithril mask. He opened the curtain and walked out.
As you command, my master?
Aphrodite showed a naughty look on her face, smiled at Serdek and said. Soldak held the coffee cup and drank most of the hot coffee in one gulp. There seemed to be some psychoactive potion in the coffee, which immediately cheered him up. In response to Aphrodite's recent ridicule, Serdek immediately responded,
Oh, it's not certain who is whose master. Now I feel more and more that the magic contract seems to have no binding force on you. How is that possible?
Hee hee. Aphrodite's black-purple eyes almost narrowed together when she smiled.
I've already signed it. Why are you thinking so much?
Serdek turned around and stopped looking at her. So Aphrodite opened the tent and walked out. Aphrodite under the mask was extremely mysterious and powerful in the eyes of these Western Root Army soldiers. When she walked out of the tent, the soldiers around her all looked at her. Aphrodite didn't feel any discomfort at all, and walked straight to the 2 warriors who were about to carry the stretcher in. She touched the injured construct knight with her delicate green-white fingers, and said in a calm tone,
Open his shoulder armor and let me see the wound.
After speaking, he turned around and ordered a guard who was standing in front of the tent.
Don't just stand here stupidly. Now go call some people to help. We have to do the most basic wound treatment outside.
When the guard heard Aphrodite's order, his face turned red. He quickly gave a military salute to Aphrodite and shouted loudly,
Yes, sir.
After saying that, he ran towards the battlefield. Almost all the knights and warriors who could still move were cleaning the battlefield at this moment. So the only way to find people was by going to the other side of the battlefield. Aphrodite folded her hands on her chest and stood proudly at the door of the tent, leading two riders to carefully inspect the injured knights, who were preparing to treat them. Chapter 1459 Gains. Because so many people died, it has long been impossible to count who the many evil ghost heads belonged to. Therefore, the evil ghost heads collected from the battlefield were stored together with the nods and consents of the various knights. The construct knights were like a group of vegetable farmers who entered the cabbage field, used kitchen knives to chop off the heads of evil spirits, put them into wooden boxes, and then transported them to the temporary camp on Galgang. Since almost all the war horses were killed, the constructed knights were unable to chase the remaining ghost army. All the construct knights, who could still move, peeled off the black demon skin on the battlefield, picked up broken weapons and equipment, relics of their companions, etc. Next, each knighthood is sorting out the personal information of the fallen knights, and the captains are responsible for sending their ashes, relics and pensions back to their hometowns. It was impossible for so many corpses to be left here to rot forever, so they were burned that night. After the corpses of war horses, evil spirits, and soldier ants were picked over by the construct knights, they would continue to be searched by the mercenary group, and then they would dig holes and bury them on the spot. These war horses, devils, and soldier ants are all large in size, and it is a physical job for the soldiers to move them away. Another thing worth mentioning is that all the ghost-striped soldier ants killed in the battle belonged to the private property of Lord Serdek, just like the luggage on each war horse belongs to the knight who owns the war horse. Although it was the West Route Army that led this battle, however, the Eastern Route Army also sent a large number of constructed knights to participate in the battle, and the losses were also very heavy. So with one stroke of his pen, Serdek split the black magic crystal obtained from killing evil spirits on the battlefield into two halves. Half of it was kept by himself, and the other half was given to the Eastern Route Army constructed knights. But all the demon heads belonged to Serdek. As for the black devil skins on those evil spirits, whoever peels them off belongs to them. The main reason why Serdek did this was to see the extremely exaggerated comparison of the death lists of both sides. There were only 57 construct knights killed on his own side, while the number of casualties on the Eastern Route Army's side was over 1,000. It was for this reason that Soldak made a decisive decision to divide the spoils equally to make up for the losses suffered by both sides in this battle. In fact, Soldak didn't consider one thing. He was invited by Captain Emil Mason to help quell the chaos. Even if he didn't share any spoils, he should be. As for the reason why there is such a big gap in the number of casualties between the two sides, the answer is self-evident. In the early days of the war, there were no abnormalities. But as the war entered the second half, the ghost-striped soldier ants on the battlefield began to be selective about who they protected. This is not that the giant ghost-pattern soldier ants have reached this level of intelligence, but that their controllers, the young druids from the southern part of the Belan Plain, have made a choice. They will let the ghost-pattern soldier ants take the initiative to rescue the trapped ants, constructed knights of the Western Route Army in danger. In addition, another reason is that 1,500 ant cavalry entered the battlefield as a new force in the second half of the game. Although the ant cavalry suffered heavy losses, their role on the battlefield cannot be ignored. They were almost the ones who worked hard to rescue the construct knights of the West Route Army from the battlefield in the second half of the battle. We are also rescuing the wounded from the battlefield, so why not give priority to rescuing our own people? However, if giant soldier ants are also counted as elite warriors under Serdek, then Serdek's losses this time are actually not small. Of course, everyone was relieved that the evil ghost army that had broken through the Naroda fortress was completely defeated this time. Otherwise, once the vanguard of the evil ghost army breaks into Hendenar city, the consequences may be disastrous. It's easy to say that the majestic city cannot be conquered. Once it is conquered, almost 1 million people gathered outside the city, and outside the city will become the food of the evil ghosts. Moreover, the evil ghosts are making such trouble in the rear area, and Bida's army is destined to be unable to attack. Kornberg County captured the city. It's just that no one realized that the decisive battle would come so early, including the leaders of the Eastern Route Army's constructed knights. This battlefield has long turned into a dark brown color. The thick smell of blood floated in the air, filled with a disgusting taste. The corpses of the evil ghosts, war horses, and soldier ants were not burned, but were buried directly in the soil. And the burial was not deep. In the future, when the body gradually decomposes, a large depression will inevitably form on this land. But there is a vast grassland nearby. It is not easy to find enough firewood to burn these corpses, so they could only bury them on the spot. The people who participated in the digging work were almost all the mercenary groups, who were waiting and watching at the back. Because only the mercenary group that participated in cleaning up the battlefield could come in and get a share of the pie after the knights cleaned up the battlefield. The first army to arrive on this battlefield was a new regiment of about 3,000 people from Handanar city. They originally wanted to follow the knights to gain experience, but they didn't expect that they would not be able to fight just after they came out. If you don't see it, the battle here is over. Seeing countless injured construct knights, wearing tattered armor lying on the grassy slope behind the high hill, many recruits were so frightened that their legs became weak. In the eyes of the recruits, each of these construct knights is a hero in their hearts. A brave man who is willing to fight to the death in order to defend Handanar city. Just walking in the military camp full of wounded soldiers. The hands holding their sword hilts were shaking slightly. And the more they tried to calm down, the more they shook. Seeing the Shura field under the high hill, the recruits did not dare to take even half a step forward. In their hearts, this purple-brown soil has become a land cursed by God. Although they have little combat experience and no courage to fight, they are still very valuable as a group of free labor. The greatest value they have here is that they can send these injured construct knights back to Handanar city to recuperate. Subsequently, several more constructed knights from the Eastern Route army arrived here one after another. Almost all of them came here from the tributaries of the Buruan River further away. Seeing the tragic situation of the battlefield here, seeing so many injured knights, and even more exaggeratedly, all the horses were killed in the battle, and hearing them talk about their experiences a few days ago, many people were shocked. Some structural knights suddenly wondered whether they could gain more power by blood sacrificing their horses on the battlefield. At first, some knights seemed unable to accept that the main force of the evil ghost's vanguard was completely annihilated by the Buin River. It wasn't until they saw the battlefield covered with dried blood and 3 huge corpse pits that someone exclaimed,
"That group of evil spirits were defeated by you just like that?"
Later, I also noticed the tragic situation here, with many people dead and even more injured. The victory in this battle was won by everyone's hard work, and no one can doubt it. And these constructed knights with a strong army did not stay here for long. Following the direction pointed out by the constructed knights, they hurriedly chased and killed the remaining evil ghost army. Some even heard that the evil general leading the team was seriously injured. The fire burning the bodies of the fallen soldiers burned for nearly 7 days, and nights before the fire was completely extinguished. Serdek also worked hard for a whole week before he allowed himself to stop. During this period, he basically never left the tent. He only slept for 2 hours when he was too tired to open his eyes. He has already drank 7 bottles of the mental potion sent by Lance. And every time he fell asleep, Aphrodite would stay by his side and sing him a lullaby. In fact, the most stressful rescue period was just after the battle. Serdek worked almost non-stop to bless all the injured knights with divine blessings to stabilize their injuries before starting the week-long battlefield. First aid. Of course, for Serdek, more than 5,000 unidentified black magic crystals were not enough to make up for the losses he suffered in this battle. 1,000 giant soldier ants, 800 war horses, 300 of which are magic-patterned war horses, and 500 ant cavalry, including soldier ants. Whether it is the cultivation of giant soldier ants, the life magic pattern that strengthens the magic pattern war horse, or the devil contract of the ant cavalry, these are all very precious things. So much was lost all at once, and a mere 5,000 unidentified black magic crystals were not enough to make up for the loss. However, Serdek actually has a second income. This does not mean those thousands of evil ghost heads that are almost rotten. It's about the secondary recovery of the corpses of ghost-marked soldier ants who died in the battle. The magic core in the soldier ant's skull and the hard armor on the body can be sold for money. In addition, there are nearly 1,000 giant ghost-marked soldier ants who died in the battle. These what do soldier ants have? There is a certain chance that complete strength and endurance life magic patterns will appear on their limbs. The magic pattern of life is the greatest wealth Serdek has gained. With these magic patterns, he can begin to form the Third Night Order. Serdek was sitting in the temporary commander's military tent, holding this battle damage report in his hand. His brows almost knitted together. Just when he felt a splitting headache, 2 soft fingers slowly pressed his temples, allowing him to relax at this moment.
"What should we do next? Do we still want to go to Naroda Fortress?"
Aphrodite asked Serdek casually as she rested her head on her plumpness. Serdek waved his hand.
"There is Marquis Edmund Arnold and his 100,000 Eastern Route army guarding there. Why should I go there to join in the fun? After defeating the vanguard of this evil ghost army, it can be considered that all the evil ghost armies that pose a threat to Handanar City have been eradicated. According to Basil's investigation over the past week, there are no remaining evil ghost armies on the banks of the Bruin River.
After saying this, he glanced at the door of the command post and saw that no one came in before saying.
Emil Mason said that there were more than 30,000 evil spirits who broke through the defense line of Narota Fortress this time. I estimate that this number is a bit conservative and should be over 40,000. We are about to wipe out more than 30,000 evil ghost warriors on the front battlefield here. There are also several other evil ghost armies that are followed and pursued by the Eastern Route Army's constructed knights. Now we don't know how to follow Buruin. Where did the tributaries of the river go? But there are the constructed knights of the Eastern Route Army.
These mercenary groups here. And the adventure group in Handanar City. As long as these evil spirits don't get together, then that group of demon hunters will definitely eat them up one bite at a time. Said, we are going back to Mayun Ridge?
Aphrodite blinked. Soldak nodded and said,
well, but before that, we have to meet a few lords who own ranches and buy some horses before we can go back. We can't let these construct knights ride giant soldier ants back to Mayun Ridge. Bar.
Aphrodite stood behind Surdak and said thoughtfully,
actually, this is not a bad idea. After all, those ant cavalry are still too weak.
Chapter 1460 Evacuation. The tents on the high hills have been almost evacuated, and a large number of injured construct knights were sent to the central city by the new army of Handanar City, where there is a more favorable environment for treatment and rest. The grass was a mess. There are hundreds of vultures flying in the sky, and there are many ships transporting supplies along the Bruin River. It seems that they should be transporting supplies to Narota Fortress. Marquis Edmund Arnold only made a mistake in his decision-making this time, which allowed more than 40,000 evil ghost warriors to break into Handanar County. No matter how well he did this time, at least for now, Narota Fortress is still controlled by the Western Route Army. There are hundreds of thousands of troops in that fortress. There is no need for horse teams to transport supplies. They can directly take boats down the Bruin River. Merchant ships work day and night to enter the dock closest to the Narota Fortress in only 5 days. Many constructed knights in the Eastern Route Army suffered heavy losses this time, and they also need to return to Handanar County to rest. Whether it is purchasing war horses or repairing magic pattern structures, these high-end services may not be available even in Handanar City. You know, although Serdak's war horse is a magic pattern war horse that is strengthened by the ancient Bolai horse implanted with the magic pattern of life, the horses required by the other lords construct knights are almost all pure and precious scale horses. These military horses are strictly controlled in the Green Empire, and it is not easy to buy such high-end war horses. The mercenary groups following the army have long since dispersed. They have been inquiring about the Eastern Route Army's constructed knights. They are probably hunting lone evil ghost warriors in a large area around the tributaries of the Bruin River. On one side of this high hill by the river is a battlefield stained with blood and buried with countless corpses. And on the other side is a mess after the camp was broken up. Businessmen from Handanar City have already come to contact these construct knights. The construct knights from the Eastern Route Army will sell them the black magic skins they obtained. No soldier from the West Route Army was willing to sell the captured trophies. Not even the black striped magic skin. They are more accustomed to handing over these trophies to the logistics department. The black magic crystals they captured are used in exchange for merit, and the black magic skins are their private property. The West Route Army Logistics Department will conduct a public auction. In this way, the battle was so miserable that by the end of the fight, it was not clear who owned the loot. The black magic crystal only received a total amount, but whoever peels off the black devil's skin belongs to him. There is also the issue of pensions after this war. Soldak may have to spend a lot of money. The Lord flag of the West Route Army fluttered in the wind, and 1,135 giant ghost-striped soldier ants were ready to go. Some giant ghost-striped worker ants with broken limbs and legs have now grown pink and tender new limbs from the broken wounds. It's still very small, curled up against the healed wound. Those giant ghost-patterned soldier ants with sound limbs and legs have some very thick wolf skin mattresses spread on their backs. Because these soldier ants have very hard stinging needle-like protrusions on their backs, the construct knights now have no horses, so they wanted to return to Mayun Ridge. You have to ride on these giant soldier ants. The ant cavalry are still sorting out the last batch of military tents in the camp. The ordinary ghost-patterned soldier ants not only have to carry the luggage of the ant cavalry, but also the luggage of a group of construct knights. Many ghost-patterned soldier ants have their buttocks
It was hung with packages of all sizes. Serdak's command post had been demolished, and only a small table with a map was left in front of him. The leader of the Ant Cavalry ran over and reported to Serdak.
Report to Commander. The Ant Cavalry Regiment is ready.
Soldak turned around and glanced at the clear Buruin River, and ordered the leader of the Ant Cavalry Regiment.
Notify Andrew. Let's set off. Yes, Commander.
Not long after the leader of the Ant Cavalry Regiment left, the giant ant troops of the West Route Army began to move. The Wolf Knight Tego is at the front of the team. He rides the Frost Wolf Bonita to lead the way. In this battle, neither Tego nor Bonita suffered any serious injuries. As for minor injuries, they are naturally inevitable. On the battlefield there were so many evil spirits staring at him. Andrew and the two-headed ogre Guidam were only slightly injured this time, probably because they killed an evil ghost general at the beginning, which made the surrounding evil ghost warriors fearful. However, Serdak could see that these three people had gained something from this battle. Perhaps only this kind of bloody battle could stimulate the deepest potential power in the body. He felt that Guidam seemed to have become taller, leaving faint rock-like marks on his skin. Andrew's biggest achievement this time was to chop off the curling blade of his butcher's tomahawk. Serdak finally needed to consider replacing him with a decent epic weapon. The biggest change is in Wolf Knight Tiger. It is said that only the orcs will grow up after being baptized with blood. And this time Tego seems to have understood the way of fighting. When he was riding Bonita, his cold eyes made Serdak feel his spine trembling when he saw it. Cold. After reaching the second turn, every step forward for the strong men becomes extremely difficult. Seeing the group of friends around me growing up desperately, Serdak couldn't help but knock the shield on the hook, thinking that he would have to work harder. There are also some injured Construct Knights from the Eastern Route Army in the temporary camp. They will also take a boat upstream later. The boat is ready, but the trackers responsible for pulling the boat will not arrive until noon. Almost all of the injured Eastern Route Army Construct Knights left here waiting for the ship were slightly seriously injured. Returning to Handanar City by ship would be less punishing than taking the land route. Serdak rode past the remaining military camp of the Eastern Route Army and saw many seriously injured Construct Knights lying on stretchers, basking in the sun on the grass outside the tents. When they looked at Soldak, many of them had eyes full of respect and gratitude. Of course, there were also other complex emotions such as jealousy, reluctance, admiration, and hatred. The respect for the commander of the Western Route Army is not only because he can summon a real dragon, but also because he fought sleeplessly for nearly a week after the war to treat illnesses and save people. Although for a paladin, it is their duty to shine the holy light to every corner of the world, heal diseases and save people. But as a commander of the West Route Army, it is very valuable to be able to focus on treating diseases and saving people after the war without rest. It was precisely because of Serdak's move that he had to pull back at least nearly 1,000 seriously injured Construct Knights from the hands of the God of Death. As for jealousy itself, it is not clear. The starting point is different, and jealousy will be different. Some people are jealous that Serdak has a red dragon companion. Some are jealous of the mysterious alchemist with fairy wings. And some are jealous that he has ghost marks, soldier ants, the death-defying army. And some knights hate him. Of course, they still hate him for launching a war here and ending their glorious knight career. Serdak jumped off his horse, stood on the soft grass, looked at the Construct Knights lying on stretchers waiting to get on the ship, and stepped forward.
I'm sorry, everyone. The brutality of this battle is indeed beyond my judgment. Each of you is a great hero. I know that you will have a long period of recuperation. You can live in Handanar City for a while. Wait a minute. If you feel any physical discomfort, you can come to me at any time. And my promise to you is that I will do my best to treat you no matter when and where. Soldak said this to all the wounded soldiers, then mounted his horse again and followed the large troops of the Western Route Army all the way north.